Chapter 1. Dragon Ball within the clouds of an unknown remote planet in the seventh universe. Amidst the fragmented dimensional walls, a man lay in the eternal void of space, recently slipping into a light slumber. He once again dreamt of his journey to the imperial capital for work, recalling the concern in his parents' eyes and the promises of his beloved. "I believe in you no matter how long it takes. I will wait for you to return and marry me. Son, your father and I lack the means to provide you with a good life while you work in the imperial capital. Please take care of yourself and do not overexert." The man's name is Qingfeng, an ordinary office worker from the Blue Star. After a series of unfortunate events at work, he became embroiled in a drunken driving accident. He found himself transported to the world of Dragon Ball, transformed into a warrior born from the fusion of Goku and Vegeta. When two formidable forces in the universe converge, amidst the radiant glow, his true form is unveiled. The strongest warrior of the dimensions, Vegeta. Qingfeng felt a sense of satisfaction with his new beginning, yet simultaneously harbored dissatisfaction. The power of this body undoubtedly enables him to crush the vast majority of opponents, with the exception of the Omni King and the Angel Grand Minister. No one else could possibly defeat him. He believed that even the gods of destruction might not secure an easy victory against him. However, his parents and girlfriend are mere mortals. What if it takes him 70 or 80 years to return to the Blue Star? By then, his once beloved family and friends would have long turned to dust. What use is being invincible in the world? Moreover, amidst countless worlds, how arduous it is to locate the Blue Star he once called home. He attempted to shatter the dimensional wall to traverse into other universes. Yet, with an overwhelming multitude of parallel dimensions, he found it virtually impossible to accurately pinpoint the universe he once inhabited, spending a year in fruitless searching. Suddenly, an inexplicable consciousness infiltrated his mind, and a chilling voice echoed. "The dimensional chat group invites you to join. Do you agree?" After a moment of contemplation, Qingfeng deemed it prudent to join the chat group. Perhaps there might be a way to assist him in returning to Earth. "Agree." The cold voice resounded once more. "Please enter your nickname." A familiar, yet foreign interface materialized in his mind. Familiar because the chat group's dialogue format bore a striking resemblance to that of his previous world's QQ. It felt foreign because this chat group appeared directly within his consciousness. Qingfeng opted for simplicity and directly adopted Vegeta's moniker, Dimensional Strongest. Congratulations to the Dimensional Strongest for joining the group chat. Let us warmly welcome the esteemed member. Do you wish to dance as well? Join the chat group. Though the chat group similarly welcomed new members, the attitudes towards the two newcomers exhibited subtle differences. As the previously silent chat group witnessed the arrival of two new members, everyone eagerly sprang into action. World Destroyer. Dimensional Strongest, huh? Quite an intriguing fellow and merely a passing Kamen Rider. Remember me. Tony Not Playful. Why are there two more men joining? Can't you pay attention to the gender distribution when inviting people? Don't you know there are more wolves than meat these days? Fire Fist Ace. Welcome newcomers to the group. Please introduce yourselves. Just a glance at their nicknames, and Qingfeng could already deduce the identities of the group members. These individuals are renowned figures within the Blue Star's internet realm. As an anime enthusiast, he was no stranger to them. World Destroyer is Kamen Rider Decade, who possesses the powers of all Kamen Riders, and is regarded by others as the man destined to bring about the destruction of the world. Fire Fist Ace is the brother of the protagonist Luffy from One Piece, a character with enduring popularity, capable of freely manipulating flames. Tony Not Playful is likely the protagonist of the Iron Man series from the Marvel Universe, known as Tony Stark, also referred to as the world's richest man or playboy. As for the newcomer who entered the group alongside him, named Do You Wish to Dance as well, he is presumably Madara Uchiha from the Naruto world. Do you wish to dance as well? To think I could be pulled into this state of soul. Who on earth created this thing? Tony Not Playful. This is the Dimensional Chat Group, primarily designed to connect characters from different dimensions, allowing for communication and interaction across realms. As soon as Tony finished speaking, a line of text appeared in the chat group. Tony Not Playful clarified for the new member, earning a reward of 100 points. World Destroyer. Ah, I was a step too late. This guy beat me to it. Truly enviable. Fire Fist Ace. Envy 1. Tony not playful. Hee hee, I got my 100 points. By the way, a reminder to the newcomers. Points can be used to purchase any items in the marketplace currently. Aside from daily sign-ins, assisting new members in understanding the chat group's purpose can also earn you 100 points. A message with a green cursor also joined the chat. Dimensional Strongest. Welcome esteemed member to the group chat. Please remember me. Fire Fist Ace. The admin has popped in Miss Yun Yao. Do you know the newcomer? Seeking support. No, I don't know him. The chat group already stated he is an esteemed member. Isn't that clear enough? You're such a fool. Yin Yao, having watched numerous animes, informed them of several plot lines after Ace and the others joined the chat group, providing them with valuable assistance. She enjoyed a good rapport with everyone in the group, so exchanging harmless jokes with others was no issue. However, she had not watched many animes, and for Qingfeng, who had just entered the group, she was unaware of which anime character he represented. Upon hearing the admin's words, even in a state of soul, Madara felt a surge of indignation at being underestimated. Do you wish to dance as well? A mere speck of sand does not compare to me in the slightest, yet this chat group and admin consider me an esteemed member. It seems this chat group is nothing extraordinary. Tony not playful, daring to insult the great admin lady. I've never encountered someone so arrogant in my life. Do you wish to dance as well? Well, today you have. Tony not playful. I warn you, don't get too cocky. Seeking support. Tony not playful. You should apologize to the esteemed member if one day this esteemed member is displeased and decides to eliminate you. We won't be able to stop it. Tony not playful. Admin lady. Isn't the Dimensional Strongest the esteemed member? You never said this one is also an esteemed member besides. My Iron Man suit is complete. Are you sure I can't defeat him? In an obscure apocalyptic world, within a remote little house, the admin Yun Yao sighed in sympathy for Tony Stark. Truly, one does not invite disaster upon oneself. The Dimensional Strongest is indeed an esteemed member, but I never said that do you wish to dance as well is not if he wished to eliminate you. It would be akin to squashing an ant. World Destroyer. I sense you're intentionally setting him up, but I must say, well done. Fire Fist Ace. Same here, one. At this moment, Madara's heart brimmed with fury. The chat group deemed him inferior to that fellow, and even a mere group member dared to mock him. Recalling the climactic battle with Hashirama Senju, he extracted the footage from their final confrontation and sent it to the chat group. A prompt appeared in the chat group. Do you wish to dance? As well has uploaded battle footage to the chat group. Tony not playful has accepted the footage. Fire Fist Ace has accepted the footage. World Destroyer has accepted the footage. Seeking Support has accepted the footage. Aside from Qingfeng, who is already familiar with the Naruto plot, the others uniformly received Madara's footage. They were eager to see just how powerful this man, whom the admin believed could easily defeat Iron Man Tony Stark, truly was. After watching the footage, Tony regretted his earlier words. The battle between Madara and Hashirama seemed godlike, especially in the wake of his newly developed Iron Man suit. Do you wish to dance as well? I was in the wrong earlier. Please forgive my indiscretion. Compared to Tony Stark, Ace was less astonished at this moment. Madara was neither resurrected nor possessed the Rinnegan, merely wielding the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In the world of One Piece, the strength of an admiral would not fall short of Madara's current prowess, and Madara's abilities remained within Ace's realm of acceptance. Fire Fist Ace. He seems to be on par with Pop's Whitebeard. Perhaps even stronger. The group has gained yet another formidable member. World Destroyer. Techniques and ninjutsu. Such fascinating powers. I have a rough understanding now. As Kamen Rider Decade, Tsukasa Kadoya appeared remarkably unfazed. He could achieve such destructive power as well. Indeed, the newcomer was strong, but in his eyes, merely commendable. Seeking support. I just want to ask if anyone can rescue me. I've been hiding in a little house for so long and running out of food. Qingfeng felt somewhat bewildered generally. Chat groups could traverse worlds, but from the admin's tone, could it be that they could not? Seeking support. Can't the group members assist you? There's no choice, my esteemed friend. For some reason, this chat group lacks the capability to traverse worlds. Furthermore, the items available for exchange start at a minimum of 1,000 points, which means I would need to accumulate enough over a month or more. At this point, Yin Yao felt an overwhelming urge to cry. She, too, was a traveler, but her fortune paled in comparison to Gu Qingfeng's. Having crossed over into a post-apocalyptic world, she relied solely on the chat group as her golden finger. She was one of the earliest members, and it had been over 20 days since her joining. Originally, in just over 10 days, she would have been able to exchange for certain abilities, ensuring her survival in the apocalypse. Yet now, the food supply in her hiding place had dwindled. The most pressing issue was that the chat group did not permit members to transfer points among themselves, even if Ace and the others wished to help her. They were powerless to do so. Gu Qingfeng opened the chat group's exchange page to take a look. Indeed, the most basic devil fruit required a starting point of 1,000. Prices for various other items were exorbitantly high. However, he was pleasantly surprised to discover the items he currently needed most. Ultimate Freedom and Intent Technique, priced at 100 billion points. Coordinates of the Blue Star, priced at 50 million points. If he could accumulate sufficient points for the exchange, having the coordinates would allow him to return to his homeland. But soon, Gu Qingfeng found himself troubled once more. Signing in granted at most 100 points, even if his luck were extraordinary, and he managed to sign in for the maximum 100 points every time, it would still take over 200 years to accumulate enough. Well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Let's first see if the initial sign-in yields any extra rewards. Dimension's strongest sign-in successful, awarded 100 points. Fire Fist Ace, Big Boss, that's incredible. The most I've ever signed in for was only 30 points. World's Destroyer, I've only managed to sign in for 50 points at most. Seeking Support, a Big Boss is indeed a Big Boss. The highest possible sign-in is merely 100 points, and he has already reached the cap. Do you wish to dance as well? What? It's possible to exchange for the Reincarnation Eye and Sage Body, and even the Six Paths power can be redeemed. Uchiha Madara was astonished, not expecting that the Six Paths power could be exchanged for, although he had yet to witness it firsthand. The boundless power emanating from the yin-yang energy in the marketplace assured him of its authenticity. Tony, who is not frivolous, truly nah. There's nothing extraordinary about this as long as you have enough points. Anything can be exchanged in the marketplace. Dimension strongest. Do not think you can act arrogantly just because you possess some ability. Newcomers should actively greet their seniors. Everyone here is your elder. Fire Fist Ace. Tony, are you out of your mind? Provoking one isn't enough. You must also provoke another Big Boss. World's Destroyer. Tony, it's time for your medication. If you're unwell, you must seek treatment. Don't give up on healing. Gu Qingfeng held a favorable view of Iron Man, yet the arrogance in his speech did not deter him from wishing to impart a small lesson. Dimension strongest. When I have the time to visit your world, I will certainly have a proper conversation with you. Do you wish to dance as well? Dimension strongest. Should we have the chance to meet, I will ensure you kneel before the power of the Uchiha clan. Tony, who is not frivolous. If you disagree, come and fight me. After all, with enough lice, one does not fear the itch. It will take 100 members in the group to activate the world's traversal feature, which is a distant prospect. The chilling sounds of the chat group echoed continuously. The strongest of dimensions. Congratulations to the esteemed Ninth Order for joining the chat group. You are hereby elevated to the position of administrator of the dimensional chat group. Due to the presence of 2 administrators, the world traversal function is now activated. The strongest of dimensions has initiated the world traversal feature, allowing group members to spend 50 points to visit the worlds of other members. As the first Ninth Order member in the group, the strongest of dimensions is entitled to check in twice daily for points, with the second check-in yielding a fixed reward of 10,000 points. In times of crisis, group members may issue tasks to solicit assistance from others. Fire Fist Ace, the fastest slap to the face in history. Tony, the Unfaithful, what do you think? The Destroyer of Worlds. While this may seem somewhat unkind. Strongest of dimensions, could you perhaps stream live when you decide to teach Tony a lesson? It would certainly bring us some joy. Seeking support. Add 1. Tony Stark, slumped in his office, suddenly felt as though the entire world had dimmed. Tony the Unfaithful. In my last moments, I realized the true Joker is none other than myself. You have gone too far, building your happiness upon my suffering. Seeking support. Fear not, the chat group prohibits the killing of members. At most, you will receive a beating. Tony the Unfaithful. It's easy for you to say. You're not the one facing the blows, just a bunch of gloating miscreants, the destroyer of worlds. Strictly speaking, Ace and I could easily defeat you. You would do well to behave, for aside from the administrators, you stand no chance against anyone here. Seeking support. I apologize for being merely a weakling. Fire Fist Ace. Seeking support. Are you truly an administrator? Why do your check-in points match ours? Fire Fist Ace has been muted by the administrator seeking support for 10 minutes. In truth, Ace was not to blame. The system treated administrators with glaring inequity. Yin Yao, another administrator, was merely a figurehead, receiving the same check-in points as regular members, with only the authority to mute others. However, women can be like that at this moment. Yin Yao, filled with envy and resentment toward Qingfeng, could only vent her frustrations on Ace. Tony the Unfaithful. Ace, why must you provoke her? If she has fallen from favor, you should avoid her ire. Tony the Unfaithful has been muted by the administrator seeking support for 1 hour. Initially, Qingfeng intended to refuse the role of administrator, but the system's offerings were simply too generous. Administrator Strongest of Dimensions has successfully checked in, earning 10,000 points. You two wish to dance? Successful check-in, earning 45 points. You two wish to dance? Tony the Unfaithful. Your luck seems to have run high. Little one, it appears I cannot come over to tidy things up today. Tony, feeling a tinge of panic, thought, offending a powerful figure is not the issue. The real fear is when they come to discuss life choices with you. Tony the Unfaithful, Strongest of Dimensions. Do you wish to dance as well? I was merely jesting earlier. Consider me a mere nuisance. You two wish to dance? Strongest of Dimensions, let us engage in battle. Apart from Hashirama, no one else is worthy of the title Strongest. The chat group then sent a message. Please, Administrator Strongest of Dimensions, initiate a live broadcast to demonstrate your prowess and earn the recognition of group members. The tone of the chat group was notably friendly, even tinged with a hint of respect. However, Qingfeng found himself troubled. He was currently in space. Where would he find an opponent? Would have to resort to using Uchiha Madara as an example. Yet, it was not a significant issue. He expanded his powers to sense the strong life forms in nearby star domains, and a moment later, a smile graced Qingfeng's face that I found one. His body swiftly moved to the left, stopping in an instant. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a colossal spaceship hovering above a vibrant planet, its insignia unmistakably that of the tyrannical Frisia clan. The group administrator, Strongest of Dimensions, initiated the live broadcast. The members of the group flocked to the stream. Even the proud Madara wished to witness the strength of this man deemed superior to himself by the chat group. The first sight to greet the viewers was the menacing figure of Gula, radiating an aura of malevolence as he gazed down upon the vast planet beneath him. His blood-red eyes and purplish lips were enveloped in a violet exterior, with a lengthy tail thrashing behind him. The image alone exuded an essence of wickedness and brutality. Since you refuse to submit to me, prepare for annihilation. Ha! With a devilish laugh, Gula conjured a sphere of destructive energy in his palm and hurled it toward a small planet. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the planet began to shatter, transforming what was once a thriving world into cosmic dust. Even though the group members may not fully comprehend the expanse of the universe, they recognized the significance of the planet, which was not much smaller than Earth. Yet with a single strike, it was effortlessly obliterated. Seeking support. You're incredible, boss. You annihilated a planet without a second thought. You certainly seem powerful, but somehow, I doubt you're a good person. Fire Fist Ace. Add 1. While others were merely astonished, Tony was in a state of panic. His small stature seemed insignificant in the face of such power. If the boss were to lose his temper and wave a hand, wouldn't the Earth itself be obliterated? Tony the Unfaithful. May I ask the esteemed one, can I retract what I just said? The destroyer of worlds. Compared to you, I suppose I am still quite the compassionate knight. You two wish to dance? I acknowledge your power. With such destructive capability, I have yet to meet a ninja stronger than you. Amadara shall call you the strongest. The group marveled at Gula's terrifying strength. Qingfeng felt an urge to curse. Was this truly the image they held of him? This is who I am. As the words fell, a resolute and handsome face appeared on the screen, standing tall and proud. his body brimming with explosive muscle, taking center stage in the live broadcast. A confident and calm smile adorned his face. Even in the face of Gula's planet-destroying power, his eyes remained unperturbed. There was no air of arrogance, nor an overwhelming presence. He simply stood quietly amidst the cosmic vastness. But for those watching the live stream, a singular thought echoed in their minds. Before them stood an invincible figure. Gula sensed the anomaly beside him. Turning to regard Qingfeng, the previous brutality in his eyes now replaced with a palpable tension. As the elder brother of Frisia, Gula's power far surpassed his sibling, possessing the capability to obliterate a solar system single-handedly. Yet the stronger the being, the more they could perceive the might of Qingfeng. He instinctively understood that this man was not an opponent he could conquer. "Who might you be? I'm certain I have not offended you." Qingfeng nodded, confirming that Gula indeed had not wronged him. Though Gula was notorious for his merciless slaughter of those who defied him, this was of no concern to Qingfeng. As a traveler from another world, he had never encountered Gula and thus held no grievances against him. He could only chalk it up to Gula's bad luck. Perfectly positioned as the closest target, Gula would serve as an example to demonstrate his own strength to the chat group. You have any final words? The destroyer of worlds. I thought that fellow was the boss earlier. He startled me, but it seems he greatly fears the boss. Fire Fist Ace. Is this guy sweating? Could it be that even someone as powerful as he is not a match for the boss? Tony the Unfaithful. I cannot say whether he is a match for the boss, but I am certain that the boss should not be weaker than him. And may I express my thoughts? The boss's entrance seems rather hasty, seeking support. What do you know? This is called returning to simplicity. True strength is like this. Must one always make a grand entrance like you, the destroyer of worlds? How fresh and refined your flattery is. The administrator is indeed a sycophant. This is undeniable. Tony the Unfaithful. Agree, add one. Fire Fist Ace. Agree, add one. You two wish to dance? Agree, add one. Seeking support. Dare to speak of me again, and I shall silence you all. In the video, Gula's heart was increasingly filled with terror. Forcing down the fear within, he resolved to unleash all his power and fight to the death. Gula let out a frenzied roar, his formidable energy shaking the very fabric of space within a kilometer around him, creating ripples in the atmosphere. His body was enveloped in a violet aura, an immense force surging forth from within, making him appear significantly more robust than before, with sharp horn-like protrusions sprouting from his head, shoulders, and arms. Gula transformed into his ultimate form, exuding an intensified sense of oppression, leaving everyone in the live stream utterly stunned. Tony, not one to waver. Can this powerhouse truly defeat such a monster? He feels even stronger than before. Fire Fist Ace. Indeed, the very space around him seems barely able to contain his might. I never anticipated such a being existed. Yin Yao, hiding in her room, turned pale. Even through the screen, she felt a twinge of fear. Doubt crept in her previously unwavering confidence in Qingfeng's strength. This Gula could obliterate planets with a mere strike, and now he appeared even more formidable. In the chat, after finally gaining an esteemed ally, the thought that their champion might be overwhelmed and killed sent waves of anxiety. I must admit, this guy is incredibly strong, the strongest in this dimension. Perhaps the boss should retreat and find someone weaker. World Destroyer. You are under no obligation to face an enemy you cannot defeat. You understand? Observing Gula's transformation into his ultimate form, Qingfeng did not intervene, disregarding the pleas from the chat. With Gula unleashing his full power, a slight smile crept across Qingfeng's lips. I waited for you so long. And this is all you have? Against you, a mere finger will suffice. Though Gula's transformation drained his energy, it simultaneously amplified his strength severalfold. Faced with Qingfeng, he no longer felt invincible, truly arrogant. You should feel honored to perish in my strongest state. Nearby, the colossal spaceship remained unresponsive, as Gula's most loyal subordinates understood his might and refrained from interfering in his battle. In an instant, Gula vanished, darting towards Qingfeng with a speed beyond the naked eye. Launching a powerful kick, Qingfeng, seemingly nonchalant, raised his right index finger just in time to block Gula's attack. Gula's full-force assault was effortlessly deflected, and he retreated several meters, unleashing a barrage of light waves towards Qingfeng. Encased in a golden glow, Qingfeng's right index finger repelled every attack. Countless light waves detonated in the void, their residual force obliterating several planets. Gula conjured a purple energy sphere brimming with destructive intent in his palm. Die! Facing the 100-meter purple orb capable of annihilating planets. Qingfeng made a move that would drive Gula nearly to madness. He opened his mouth and gently exhaled, sending a breath that propelled back the very energy sphere aimed at him. His own most powerful attack, merely blown back by Qingfeng's breath, caused Gula to evade in a panic. The Qingfeng initially intended to prolong the encounter, but Gula's weakness diminished his interest. It's time to end this. Before me, you possess less than a 10,000th chance of victory. After a brief struggle, Gula sensed that Qingfeng was not as formidable as he had imagined. Just as he prepared to taunt, a sudden, excruciating pain coursed through his body. His strength waned, and the purple energy sphere dissipated. Straining to look down, he saw Qingfeng's finger piercing his heart. A casual smile lingered on Qingfeng's face. As if ending Gula's life was but a trivial matter, it seems I'm just a notch stronger than you. Simultaneously, a golden energy orb pressed tightly against Gula's body, and the force hurled him towards the spaceship. Before Gula's subordinates could react, he crashed into the vessel, accompanied by the energy orb. Upon entering, the orb erupted in a blinding radiance, wielding an unimaginable power that obliterated the spaceship. The Gula's subordinates attempted to resist, but their attacks proved futile against the energy orb. When the brilliance faded, everything had turned to nothingness. The massive ship and the formidable Gula were reduced to mere ASHI in the blink of an eye. The clash between the two lasted but a fleeting 2 seconds. Witnessing Gula's assault, the chat members urged Qingfeng to flee, only to be astounded by the sudden turn of events. The seemingly invincible Gula was instantly vanquished by Qingfeng's counterattack. You also wish to dance? Impossible! I couldn't even see how he killed that monster. Madara's worldview shattered. He had thought himself nearly on par with that level of destruction after merging with the 10 Tails. Yet he had no idea how Qingfeng had approached Gula and executed such a lethal blow in an instant. In truth, no one in the chat could comprehend the spectacle. Qingfeng had effortlessly approached Gula, pierced his heart with a single finger, and obliterated both him and the ship with another energy orb. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Fire Fist Ace. The chat has a slow motion feature. I had to slow it down 50 times just to catch a glimpse of the boss's move. Seeking support. The boss is truly magnificent. I no longer wish to struggle to grow stronger in this chat. Does the boss have a girlfriend? If so, would he mind switching, or perhaps adding another? World Destroyer. That is not just a little bit. It's at least 1 billion times more. The boss's slight edge is likely the most distant distance in the universe. Dimension Strongest into the live stream. Dimension Strongest. Tony, not one to waver. Why wait for an auspicious day? I'll discuss things with you right now. Tony, not one to waver. Boss, I just remembered I owe you some money. I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. World Destroyer. Low emotional intelligence. I'll pay you to avoid being attacked. High emotional intelligence. I still owe you money. Dimension Strongest. I have no interest in money. It holds no value for me. Seeking support. You truly have a few screws loose. Given the boss's power, do you think he would care about money? If he wished, the entire earth would be his. Tony, not one to waver. Send a special red envelope. $100 million. For Dimension Strongest to claim. Dimension Strongest receive the red envelope. That moment. Qingfeng comprehended the essence of being the richest person in the world. It was truly an immense fortune. Although he had no use for it, he could utilize it upon returning to Blue Star, Dimension Strongest. While that may be true, upon further reflection, we are all friends in this chat. I am magnanimous enough. This small matter will not be held against you. Meanwhile, the restless Tony Stark sighed in relief, then proceeded to follow suit. You also wish to dance? Boss, what do you find lacking? I'll help you search for what you need. You also wish to dance? It's fine. I haven't taken it to heart. Have you ever seen an adult get angry with a child? Besides, I am merely a soul now, lacking only the items to revive me. Tony, not one to waver. The chat's marketplace seems to have revival items, but the cost varies based on the strength of the revived individual, starting at 100,000 points. Fire Fist Ace. That's far too difficult. Earning a maximum of 100 points a day, how long will it take to accumulate enough for revival? Madara pondered as a special administrator. He could sign in daily for 10,000 points that if he were willing to help, he could revive himself in no time. However, what could he offer in exchange? After witnessing Gula's battle, Madara felt he had nothing of value to provide. You also wish to dance? I was merely speaking offhandedly. After some time, someone will surely revive me, and I need to worry about me. Ding, the administrator seeks assistance with a task to help her procure sufficient food and ensure her safety for a duration of 10 days. Danger level 7, with a maximum of 10 reward points, 100 ding. In this group, adhering to the principle of mutual assistance, all members may accept the task. Upon completion, participants will earn reward points, and the chat group will assess the task completion level, granting additional points as a reward. Seeking assistance. The World Destroyer, Fire Fist Ace, Tony Stark. Someone, please save me. I can hardly endure any longer. I am utterly famished and outside. The ground is teeming with zombies, preventing my escape. My points are limited, and I need them a trade for supplies. Once I have the means to protect myself, I will gradually repay you all. Fire Fist Ace. The administrator is not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted. If it hadn't been for her warning, Sachi would have been ambushed and killed by Blackbeard long ago. World Destroyer. Indeed, I was able to save my sister thanks to her alert. Tony Stark. Without her, I would have likely perished in the kidnapper's lair. However, why is the difficulty rating of this task so high? Seeking assistance. I am uncertain. At least the zombies I have encountered are merely of the ordinary human variety. Far inferior to you all, they are, however, immortal. Only by obliterating their heads can one truly vanquish them. Additionally, those bitten by them will also transform into zombies. Madara, who has traversed the ninja world for decades, presented a more discerning perspective. I suspect this may relate to the world's difficulty level. For her world, it is rated 7, yet perhaps here it would only be rated 1 that the strongest in the dimension accepted the task. Fire Fist Ace accepted the task. World Destroyer. It seems my presence is unnecessary, as the esteemed ones have all volunteered. I shall refrain from joining the commotion. The task issuer, Yin Yao, was momentarily taken aback, but soon became exhilarated. Never expecting such esteemed individuals would come forward to assist her. Compared to others, her relationship with Qingfeng was rather lukewarm, while Ace and the others had significantly benefited from her aid in resolving many troubles encountered in the original storyline. Establishing a relatively favorable rapport, it was only natural for them to come to her aid, but her connection with Qingfeng was minimal, and she had never helped him in any regard. This was also the reason she did not tag Qingfeng. Now it appeared that the esteemed ones were indeed rather amiable. You also wish to dance. I am powerless to assist. In my soul state, I cannot aid anyone. World Destroyer. Please exercise caution. Although the administrator mentioned that the enemy's strength is not particularly high, being bitten would still pose considerable trouble. Ding, the group member. The strongest in the dimension completed the task and received 50 reward points, while Fire Fist Ace also received 50 points. Ding, the task was completed in 1 second, earning an SSS Super God rating, along with an additional reward of 500,000 points, with Fire Fist Ace receiving an extra 10,000 points. You also wish to dance. World Destroyer. Fire Fist Ace. At this moment, a myriad of exclamations surged within everyone's minds, bewildered by how the task had been completed so swiftly. However, all eyes soon gravitated towards the additional points, causing several individuals to become frantic. Tony Stark, 10,000, oh my, 500,000 points. Even if I were exceptionally lucky and earned 100 points daily, it would take me 5,000 days to accumulate that. You also wish to dance. Envious and jealous. How infuriating! Such a high additional reward. If I had a physical form, those points would rightfully belong to me. The usually cold and detached Madara could not suppress the excitement bubbling within. This was a staggering 500,000 points. With such points, he could resurrect himself. World Destroyer. Wasn't he the task rated as 7 in difficulty? Moreover, it requires finding sufficient food for the administrator and ensuring her safety for 10 days. How could it be completed so swiftly? Tony Stark. This is the mark of a true elite. It's as if they're a golden thigh. Completing tasks is akin to play, before you even grasp what is happening. They've already finished. You also wish to dance. As a friendly reminder, during task completion in the chat group, assistance will be provided to those without a physical form, offering them their peak physical state. Did you perhaps overlook that, esteemed one? Upon hearing this, Madara perused the task benefits page, discovering such a provision, which only deepened his frustration. You also wish to dance. 500,000. 500,000 points. That should have been mine. World Destroyer. Well, even if you had gone, it would have been futile. The additional rewards are likely tied to the task's rating. Do you think you could have completed the task in 1 second? You also wish to dance World Destroyer. Thus, even if you had participated, you would not have received the 500,000 points. So cease your jealousy. Tony Stark. Fire Fist Ace, you fool. Why are you questioning us when you participated in the task and earned 10,000 points? What is there to be confused about? Fire Fist Ace. I don't know. I just arrived when the task completion notification appeared, and they granted me 10,000 points, World Destroyer. So you consider your 10,000 points a stroke of luck. Correct? Well, now everyone is free to be envious. Tony Stark. You also wish to dance. Time rewinds to a minute prior, when Qingfeng, seeing the administrator post a task and having nothing better to do, decided to lend her a hand. He casually accepted the task, curious about the additional reward points, as he was in dire need of points. The coordinates for returning home were priced at 50 million. While the price for the ultimate technique was an astronomical 100 billion, the notion that there might exist threats to his being was not within Qingfeng's considerations. After all, to pose a threat to him, an opponent would need to possess the power to obliterate the universe. Yet how could such an existence possibly thrive in a world plagued by zombies? Upon pressing the task teleportation button, a wave of spatial distortion enveloped him. The teleportation commenced, and a blinding radiance erupted, prompting Qingfeng to instinctively shut his eyes. Once the teleportation concluded, he opened his eyes to behold a gruesome sight. A man, his body a mangled mess, had tackled a frail girl to the ground. The man's half-eaten figure seemed impervious to pain as he lunged towards the girl, baring his teeth. The girl on the ground was none other than Yun Yao, the administrator of their chat group. After issuing a task within the group, she had not yet managed to utter another word. Suddenly, the door of the room was violently thrust open, and a zombie charged in, launching an attack on her. Yun Yao felt she might be the most unfortunate of all time travelers. While others possessed extraordinary abilities, or at the very least, were aided by mysterious powerhouses, she merely had a chat group. Though its capabilities were indeed formidable, they consumed far too much time. Having been part of the group for over 20 days, she gazed longingly at the plethora of abilities in the marketplace, nearly drooling with desire. Yet she could not afford a single one. Fortunately, the members of the group were remarkably kind, not abandoning her due to her meager task points. Once a powerful ally arrived to rescue her, she would surely ride the coattails of this benefactor, confidently traversing the apocalypse. Yet her joy was short-lived. The ally had not yet arrived when the zombie did, and she, an utterly defenseless young woman, stood no chance against it. As she watched the zombie's grotesque visage draw ever closer, she could scarcely bear to imagine the repugnant form she would assume if bitten and transformed, just as she resigned herself to her fate. Closing her eyes in anticipation of death, she felt no pain after a long pause. Instead, she sensed someone observing her. With her tightly shut eyes, she cracked them open just enough to see Qingfeng, who was smiling gently at her, while the male zombie had vanished without a trace. Blinking in confusion, she rubbed her delicate hands across her eyes, confirming she was not hallucinating in the next moment. She sprang to her feet and threw herself onto Qingfeng's broad shoulder, sobbing softly. She was merely an ordinary girl. In her past life, she had been just as unremarkable, having traversed into a world overrun by zombies. She had spent most of her time hiding indoors. This was her first encounter with the imminent threat of death, and her instinctive desire to seek solace in Qingfeng's embrace overwhelmed her. The trope of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress is a time-worn narrative, Yet who could resist the allure of a hero, especially one as devastatingly handsome as he, at that moment? Gu Qingfeng found himself bewildered. This was altogether too sudden. Given his strength, evading danger was a trivial task. However, adhering to the gentlemanly principle of caring for women, he decided to allow Yun Yao to lean on his shoulder. Little did he expect that once she nestled against him, she would refuse to let go, tightening her grip. Yet, he was already committed to another. While not the most stunning of beauties, he was a devoted man, uninclined to entertain multiple romantic interests. Fortunately, an external voice shattered the awkwardness of the moment that, did I arrive an inconvenient time? Pork as the AC appeared beside them, having arrived simultaneously with Gu Qingfeng, albeit with a significant disparity in their strengths. The spatial teleportation had little effect on Gu Qingfeng, but AC, lacking the same power, experienced a brief bout of dizziness post-teleportation. Upon regaining his senses, the chat group notified him that the task was complete, and he found Gu Qingfeng and Yun Yao locked in an embrace. Hearing AC's voice, Yun Yao snapped back to reality, extricating herself from Gu Qingfeng's arms, her cheeks flushed as she turned to face AC. Her eyes brimming with indignation, causing AC to feel a pang of unease. After glaring at AC several times, she turned her head away, choosing to ignore him, as he stood there, perplexed, wishing to avoid further conversation. Yet unable to simply stand idle, Gu Qingfeng also received the notification of task completion and, unsure of how to face Yun Yao, contemplated taking his leave. The task is completed. Perhaps we should depart, he suggested. Yet Yun Yao called out vehemently, unwilling to let him go so easily. Where do you think you're going? I haven't found any food yet, and what if more zombies come in the next 10 days? I'd be doomed. AC, eyeing Yun Yao's form, queried with curiosity, what is that colorful aura surrounding you? Is it a power of yours, Gu Qingfeng? Gu Qingfeng nodded affirmatively. It's merely a trivial trick I've devised, which I call the Soul Guardian. Any object harboring hostile intent towards her will trigger the protective barrier. Unless the enemy's strength is on par with my current state, it cannot breach this shield. AC's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing the incredible potential of such a power. Yet, another thought struck him that if the chat group indicates that the task is complete, does that imply that no one in this world can shatter your protective barrier? Meanwhile, Yun Yao recalled the solid muscles and powerful arms of Gu Qingfeng which she had clung to a moment ago. If not for AC's lack of perception, she might have reveled in that moment longer. However, reflecting on her clinginess made her cheeks burn with embarrassment. She, too, was a girl and could feel shy. If not for her overwhelming emotions, even with her affection for him, she would not have acted so foolishly. You can step outside and boldly seek food. No zombies can harm you. Why not give it a try? Glancing at the 50,000 points in the marketplace, Gu Qingfeng suddenly felt that returning to Blue Star was within reach. If each task yielded 50,000 points, how splendid that would be. However, he had not considered that if others were to undertake this task, they would certainly struggle to create a protective barrier lasting 10 days. The mere act of fighting through the hordes of zombies to find food would be a daunting challenge. Though zombies typically lacked intelligence and combat prowess, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, as AC would put it. Even if one could slay 100 or even 1,000, could one defeat 10,000 or 100,000? No matter who attempted it, completing the task in a short time frame was impossible. Yet here was Gu Qingfeng. His strength was so formidable that even a casually summoned shield contained enough energy to obliterate the earth. He need not worry about the barrier's power waning over time. While an ant swarm could indeed bring down an elephant, no number of ants could defeat Ultraman. The power dynamics of this world were simply not in the same league. Upon hearing Gu Qingfeng's words, Yun Yao hastily cast aside her errant thoughts. Examining the colorful barrier surrounding her, she poked at it with her finger, discovering that it felt as though it didn't exist for her. She could see it, but could not touch it. AC, misinterpreting her hesitation as fear, smiled reassuringly. Not worry. Simply step outside and test the strength of the barrier. And Gu Qingfeng will be right here watching. There is no need for concern that I was never worried. All right? I have full confidence in Gu Qingfeng's abilities. I merely wish to see if this thing has any effect on me, Yun Yao retorted. casting AC a sidelong glance before tossing her hair and striding toward the door without looking back. Just as she was about to step outside, she hesitated. Her walk may have appeared cool. But did Qingfeng and AC follow her? She hadn't heard their footsteps. Would these two slackers not come along? Should she turn back to check? But would that invite AC's ridicule? Never mind. Whatever happens, happens. With a surge of courage, Yun Yao stepped out of her room, only to be met by a horde of zombies, swarming towards her in a dense mass. The foremost zombies were merely a dozen meters away, closing in on her in the blink of an eye. Although Yun Yao had considerable faith in Qingfeng, the sheer magnitude of the situation momentarily rendered her speechless with fear. However, as the zombies encroached within a 3-meter radius around her, an enigmatic and profound aura emanated from her body. The throng of zombies, as if encountering their bane, began to dissolve into nothingness, with the foremost dozens disintegrating into clouds of blood mist in an instant. Zombies, devoid of intelligence, would descend into madness upon sighting a living being, recklessly charging forward even when aware of their inevitable defeat. The relentless tide of zombies surged from behind, yet under the protection of a light barrier. They fell like moths to a flame, perishing in droves. Within mere minutes, the ground was drenched in blood, transforming the already ravaged pavement into a vivid crimson hue. Remarkably, the power of the light barrier showed no signs of waning. Could humanity truly possess such formidable strength? Ace stood behind Yun Yao, incredulously observing the unfolding spectacle. Though he could conjure a similar protective barrier, enveloping himself in flames, its defensive capability paled in comparison to Qingfeng's light shield. The crux lay in the fact that any barrier, ultimately composed of various forms of energy, would gradually deplete in strength unless the user continuously replenished it. A rough estimate suggested that the number of zombies slain beneath the light barrier was no fewer than 800. Yet its intensity remained unchanged. Qingfeng, standing right behind Ace, had not provided any energy to the barrier. How much energy did this shield possess? How many can you conjure at once, my esteemed friend? 10, or perhaps 100? Qingfeng replied nonchalantly. I haven't tested it, but this trivial thing consumes energy slower than I can replenish it. I can maintain it indefinitely. It's merely a small trick. I haven't even transformed into my super scion form. This is just a casual manifestation of the light barrier. For me, it's merely my ordinary state, yet its power far exceeds that of a super scion god. My normal state alone possesses energy that rivals that of a super scion god, which is why, despite annihilating countless zombies, the barrier's potency has not diminished. With a single strike, he could unleash enough energy to obliterate the planet. If exterminating a mere handful of zombies required excessive energy, he might as well find a block of tofu to smash. Meanwhile, the members of the chat group were still embroiled in debate, unable to fathom how Qingfeng could locate food in mere seconds while ensuring Yun Yao's safety for 10 days. Oh, you also wish to dance. Remarked one that zombies are trivial to eliminate. But providing long-term protection for the administrator is no simple task. I can only serve as her personal guardian. The destroyer of worlds interjected. Indeed, unless the esteemed one intends to destroy the administrator's planet directly. Annihilating all the zombies, I cannot conceive of another solution. Tony, the Heartbreaker, added, now that you mention it, it does seem plausible. A mere planet would hardly concern him. Fire Fist Ace chimed in, the esteemed one employed a protective barrier. I have never witnessed such a technique before. If anyone harbors hostility towards the administrator, the barrier automatically eliminates them upon nearing a specific range. Tony, the Heartbreaker, exclaimed, what on earth is this? It can even detect if others harbor ill intentions. Are you jesting with me? Fire Fist Ace replied, I'm not certain, but we seem safe while nearby, yet the zombies perish upon approaching. It defies explanation. I'll stream it for you. Ace initiated the live broadcast. Others joined in. On the screen, a sweet-faced girl with short hair stood motionless in the street, surrounded by grotesque zombies roaring as they lunged at Yun Yao. Strangely, once within 3 meters of her, the zombies were obliterated by an unseen force, bursting into clouds of blood mist. The scene was gruesomely vivid. Even the mindless zombies ceased their reckless advance, instinctively avoiding Yun Yao. Low intelligence did not equate to complete lack of awareness. Even fish possess a memory span of 7 seconds. Seeing their fallen comrades, fear gripped them. Tony, the heartbreaker, remarked, "This esteemed one is incredible. One cannot rely on conventional logic to gauge his abilities. You also wish to dance." Added, "Regardless, this is absurd, a protective barrier that can discern enemies." Fire Fist Ace observed, "After watching for some time, I still cannot comprehend it. The esteemed one merely gestures, employing no complex techniques." Tony, the heartbreaker, inquired, "What about food? The safety issue is resolved, but how will we handle food? We cannot even see any, yet the task appears completed." The destroyer of worlds retorted, "Tony, the heartbreaker, you ought to leave the group. You're dragging down the collective intellect." See, with the protective barrier, the administrator can stroll around freely, boldly entering a store to gather food. Fire Fist Ace quipped, "How on earth did you become the world's richest person with such a mindset? Do you also wish to dance?" Echoed, "I concur with that sentiment." Tony, the heartbreaker, challenged, "Fire Fist Ace, with your sharp mind, why haven't you developed your own Iron Man suit?" Tony Stark instinctively overlooked Uchiha Madara's teasing. Having known Ace for quite some time and maintaining a decent relationship. However, Madara was different. He had previously offended him, and his temperament left much to be desired. He had no desire to provoke Madara. Astonished by the power of the protective barrier, Ace paused at Tony's question before responding honestly, "Because I have no use for it. Even without armor, I could easily overpower you. What need do I have for such a thing?" Tony, the heartbreaker, exclaimed, "I find myself at a loss for words." The destroyer of worlds declared, "All right, let us quietly watch the broadcast. No more disruptions as the horde of zombies parted." Yin Yao suddenly turned around, her gaze falling upon Qingfeng. "There's a supermarket ahead. Why don't you accompany me? I can't carry much food back alone." Yin Yao understood that this might inconvenience Qingfeng and Ace. But as an ordinary girl, she would likely exhaust herself attempting to haul 10 days' worth of supplies. Qingfeng smiled nonchalantly, observing that this administrator was somewhat adorably naive. "With my protective barrier, why would you return to that dilapidated house? You could simply reside in the supermarket. No one could harm you there." "That's feasible," Yin Yao thought. In her understanding, even with immense strength, one should reside in a secure location. Zombies may not be able to defeat her, but could she truly sleep without fearing a bite? The esteemed one had forgotten that the barrier was perpetually activated without requiring her intervention. She felt a wave of reluctance to strive for strength. Despite her efforts to grow stronger, it seemed trivial in the face of the esteemed one's effortless prowess. What she perceived as an apocalypse was merely a trifling matter to him. Nonetheless, she resolved that possessing her own power was the ultimate path. Relying on others was ultimately not a sustainable solution. Qingfeng nodded seriously. "Then you need not exert yourself. With my protective barrier, no one in this world can harm you." Yin Yao's eyes lit up. Could it be that the esteemed one intended to shield her? When a man assists a woman, it typically indicates one of two possibilities. Either he harbors feelings for her, or he is very fond of her. However, it would be inappropriate to continually trouble him for assistance. He could not be expected to provide protection in her world at all times. There's no need. One is sufficient. There's no requirement for constant presence. This barrier won't vanish even in the face of world destruction. The possibility of it dissipating prematurely due to energy depletion does not exist. Although it is merely a trinket to him, it still contains a fraction of his energy, sufficient to pierce through dozens of Earths with ease. Killing a few zombies would hardly tax his strength. It's insignificant. Yin Yao was left utterly speechless. The esteemed one truly was remarkable, effortlessly resolving the issue. Before she could voice her thoughts, Qingfeng spoke again. "Ace, please accompany the administrator in searching for food. She has likely been lonely for quite some time and needs companionship. I shall take my leave now. Farewell." After speaking, he departed, utilizing the chat group space to return to the Dragon Ball universe. Upon completing his mission, he could only remain in the world where the task was issued for a maximum of 2 hours. He sensed a shift in Yin Yao's demeanor. Initially, she had admired his strength, but after he rescued her, he discerned a hint of inexplicable affection in her gaze. He had no desire to entangle himself romantically. Since the matter was resolved, he did not intend to complicate things further. However, even the strongest woman requires a man's protection, and it is worth noting that, despite Yun Yao being a traveler from another realm, she was still in her developmental phase, possessing lamentably low power. The handsome and gentlemanly ace was indeed a commendable candidate. Boasting sufficient strength, he was not the type of male protagonist who would claim every beautiful woman for himself. In his view, a man should, throughout his life, love but one. Left staring at each other, Ace and Yun Yao shared a pleasant rapport. It was undeniable that Yun Yao was exceptionally beautiful. After years of wandering through new worlds, Ace had encountered few women of such striking beauty. Their time together in the group solidified Ace's belief that Yun Yao was a kind-hearted girl. Yet, what of the protective barrier? Qingfeng had merely mentioned that it would automatically defend against any malicious intent. Could they genuinely interact without ill will? Ace hesitated to approach Yun Yao. This was no jest. Should he inadvertently provoke the barrier? He feared for his life. He was uncertain if he could withstand its power. Yet he was reluctant to risk his life for a chance at romance. Returning to the secluded asteroid in the Dragon Ball world, Qingfeng promptly opened his chat group, having earned 500,000 points from the recent task. The messages in the group had escalated to a staggering 99, and Qingfeng chose not to peruse the earlier discussions, merely glancing at the messages from mere seconds ago. Seeking support. Dimension's strongest. Thank you for your assistance. I shall remember your kindness. World Destroyer. I sense a different aura. Could it be my imagination? Tony, not fickle. No, it's not your imagination. I sense it too. Qingfeng smiled, disregarding their banter, and opened the points marketplace, his points glimmering with 5 prominent zeros. The sensation was undeniably exhilarating, though it was regrettable that the points required for his desired items were excessively high. Otherwise, he could have exchanged some of those points for minor items, such as the Sharingan or a devil fruit, which, while not materially beneficial to him, would serve as amusing diversions. With no other pressing matters at hand, he decided to seek out a combatant, hoping to acquire the coordinates of Earth from the Dragon Ball world. After deliberating on potential candidates, he ultimately resolved to confront Frieza, a notorious tank in the Dragon Ball universe. Who could withstand punishment better than him? Placing 2 fingers to his forehead, he vanished from his location in an instant. Unbeknownst to Frieza, who was currently engaged in cosmic battles with his subordinates. Impending peril loomed. However, he had no intention of venturing to Earth, for with both Son Goku and Vegeta, 2 godlike Super Saiyans, he recognized that no amount of training would enable him to confront them alone. At this moment, he had just been resurrected by the Dragon Balls and had achieved his golden form, only to be met with relentless assaults from Goku and Vegeta. Unlike the original narrative, he had chosen not to annihilate Earth and the Saiyans in a vengeful blaze, but had instead fled from the planet. He vowed never to return to Earth, with 2 formidable opponents united against him. His only recourse was to prey upon other races to sustain his existence. Yo, Frieza, how have you been lately? As his subordinates laid siege on a planet, Frieza remained seated in his small spacecraft. Casting a peculiar gaze upon the unfolding events, suddenly, he heard someone call his name. Turning his head, he was met with the sight of the last person he wished to encounter, Son Goku. Goku, what do you want? Did you come alone? Frieza's inquiry left Qingfeng slightly perturbed, but upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. Vegeta was indeed the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, with both their features evident in his appearance. It was understandable that Frieza would mistake him for Goku. His expression serious, Qingfeng introduced himself. I am Qingfeng. If you wish to avoid death, kindly disclose the location of Earth. Oh ho ho ho. Upon closer inspection, you are indeed not Goku, but a rather arrogant individual to dare speak to me, the Emperor of the Universe, in such a manner. Prepare to perish. While Frieza maintained a smile, his expression turned sinister as he unleashed a beam of death from his fingertip. Qingfeng, indifferent, allowed the ray to strike him. To him, Frieza's attack was laughably feeble. Ultimately, he could not escape the law of negligible harm. As the smoke cleared, Qingfeng stood unscathed. Not bad, but you'll need to do better to challenge me. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Frieza's eyes. He was determined to eliminate this face that bore a striking resemblance to Goku. With a thunderous roar, he began to gather energy, flames swirling around him. The intense energy waves shattering the ground beneath him for hundreds of meters. Blinding golden light illuminated the skies as the 24K pure gold Frisia emerged, his energy soaring to the heavens. Causing the entire planet to tremble, Qingfeng made no effort to impede Frisia's energy gathering. Regardless of his struggles, he knew Frisia would never be his match. Your brother possesses this transformation as well, but he becomes exceedingly weak afterward. I wonder how you compare to that waste. Frisia's eyes glinted with malice. His anger was not solely due to the death of his brother, but stemmed from the audacity of someone daring to harm a member of his family, a provocation against the royal lineage of the universe. Ha ha ha! It has been ages since my hands have tasted blood. I hope you can provide me with some amusement. Qingfeng, somewhat exasperated, waved his right hand at Frisia, urging him to attack. He was growing weary of Frisia's grandiose proclamations. Enraged by this gesture, Frisia charged forward at an almost imperceptible speed, in an instant standing before Qingfeng, and unleashed a punch aimed at his face. Qingfeng effortlessly parried the blow with one hand, seizing Frisia's arm. No matter how hard Frisia tried to exert force, he could not withdraw his limb. With a lightning-quick punch, Qingfeng struck Frisia directly, sending him flying back hundreds of meters before he regained his footing. To his astonishment, even in his golden state, Frisia had easily absorbed the attack. He let out an unwilling roar and launched another assault. The two clashed, engaging in close combat, exchanging blows in rapid succession. Frisia found himself relentlessly suppressed by Qingfeng, left only with the ability to defend himself. A wave of energy pushed Qingfeng back. Stepping out of the fray, Frisia returned to his normal state. Though the encounter lasted mere seconds, he felt it was far more challenging than battling Super Saiyan Blue Goku. Each of Qingfeng's strikes bore the weight of the world. While he could barely defend himself, he felt his body struggling to withstand the impact. With bruises forming from their initial exchanges, Qingfeng's expression remained unperturbed, exuding an air of effortless mastery, leaving Frisia to ponder just how formidable he truly was. Despite his reluctance to admit it, Frisia recognized that he was, indeed, outmatched. Should the battle continue, defeat was inevitable. You require assistance getting there. Earth is not far, merely an hour's journey. Frisia suggested this not only out of courtesy, but also in hopes of drawing Qingfeng into his faction. With Qingfeng on his side, even Goku and Vegeta together would pose no threat. A smile crept onto Qingfeng's face. Frisia was perceptive enough to recognize the shifting tides. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to impart a painful lesson. No need to send me. Your spacecraft travels too slowly. I shall go on my own. Simply provide me with the coordinates of Earth. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy emanated from the distance, prompting both Qingfeng and Frisia to glance eastward. This was the power of the Super Saiyan God. Could it be that Goku encountered a formidable foe, transforming into this form? Frisia shot a surprised glance at Qingfeng, astonished that he was aware of the Super Saiyan God. Even after traversing the universe for decades, he had only recently witnessed Goku as a Super Saiyan. You are familiar with the Super Saiyan God? This form of Saiyan is quite powerful, perhaps even stronger than you. In the depths of Frisia's eyes flickered a glimmer of scheming. Utilizing Qingfeng to contend with Sun Wukong was certainly the most advantageous course of action. Although Qingfeng bore a resemblance to Sun Wukong, Frisia did not perceive him as a Saiyan. In his eyes, Saions were a base and inferior race. The notion that one could possess such formidable power was utterly inconceivable. Qingfeng, disinterested in Frisia's machinations, had long discerned the true nature of this individual. With a mere touch of his fingers to his forehead, he executed an instantaneous movement and departed from the scene. Kakarot, do not even think of surpassing me. Frisia muttered. Vegeta, we can still grow even stronger. That goes without saying. The might of the Saions knows no bounds. Clad in a blue, form-fitting battle suit, Vegeta faced off against Sun Wukong, who wore an orange martial arts uniform. Both had transformed into the state of Super Saiyan God, a form in which they wielded their powers with exquisite precision, preventing any energy from leaking and conserving their stamina. Vegeta's hair, once a vibrant red, swiftly morphed into a celestial blue as his aura surged dramatically, akin to a divine being descending from the heavens. Sun Wukong, equally vigilant, also transformed into the Super Saiyan God state, known as Super Saiyan Blue. This form, empowered by divine strength, allowed him to transcend even the gods. Though the energy expenditure was substantial and could not be sustained for long, a ripple stirred the space thousands of meters behind them. As Qingfeng, leveraging the energy emitted from their clash, executed another instantaneous movement, arriving on Earth. Despite the distance, Sun Wukong and Vegeta immediately sensed the presence of someone encroaching upon their battleground. Who is he? Is he your brother? Vegeta, Sun Wukong inquired, his face alight with curiosity. For apart from Vegeta, he had yet to encounter any Saiyans from the same ERAS for his brother Raditz and Nappa. Those two mere supporting characters had been forgotten after being vanquished by Wukong. Vegeta scoffed, impossible. The pure-blooded Saiyans consist of only the two of us. Why brother Tarbell possesses a weak fighting power and could never rival him, in my view. He resembles you even more closely. Could it be that you have an illegitimate child out there? Sun Wukong swiftly retorted. Vegeta, you shouldn't speak so carelessly. I would never do such a thing. If Chi-Chi found out, she would surely kill me. Vegeta, unwilling to squander any more time, declared, Who are you? If you remain silent, I will not hesitate to teach you a lesson. Qingfeng, unperturbed by the two, simply wished to avoid conflict with the Guardians of Earth. I am merely an unremarkable Saiyan. You need not concern yourselves with me. I have come to Earth to reside for a while. Humph. Who would believe such nonsense? With such immense power, how could you possibly arrive on Earth without an ulterior motive? With that, Vegeta prepared to strike a probing blow, only to be preemptively halted by Sun Wukong, who wore a friendly smile. You are quite formidable. Encountering a master like you is exhilarating. Perhaps we could spar when time permits. Indeed, I have long admired your reputations. When the opportunity arises, I shall gladly engage in a friendly match with you both. However, for now, why don't we share a meal and converse? Qingfeng's suggestion piqued their interest. For Saiyans, aside from combat, held an insatiable appetite for food. They could consume quantities equivalent to dozens of ordinary individuals and possessed a profound appreciation for culinary delights, having no animosity towards Qingfeng. Sun Wukong found himself at ease, while Vegeta, with his naturally proud demeanor, remained respectful, refraining from further remarks. The two had fought fiercely and were now quite famished. Thus, returning to their normal states, they allowed Vegeta to lead them into the city. Gathered together, they devoured their meal with remarkable speed, of course, with the bill covered by Vegeta, the strongest son-in-law of Dragon Ball, who had ample resources. Regarding his origins, Qingfeng merely brushed aside inquiries, claiming his family were lowly warriors discarded in their youth, and he had encountered powerful foes in years past, ultimately perishing in battle. Vegeta remained skeptical, while Wukong, carefree, paid little mind to such matters, sensing no ill intent from Qingfeng. His lineage was of no concern to him. After their meal, the trio parted ways, with Qingfeng seeking a nearby hotel, while Wukong headed to the planet where the god of destruction, Beerus, resided. Vegeta returned home alone, a faint smirk gracing his lips as he cast a meaningful glance at Qingfeng. Once settled, Qingfeng activated the dimensional chat group, eager to sign in for the day, for he could not afford to miss out on the opportunity for 1,000 points. Ding! Dimensional strongest sign-in successful. 100 points acquired. Ding! Administrator Dimensional strongest sign-in successful. 10,000 points acquired. Ding! Administrator seeking support sign-in successful. 50 points acquired. In truth, the points acquired from sign-ins were inconsequential. The chat group was merely flattering him, and the members were acutely aware of it. The pivotal moment arrived when Qingfeng completed his sign-in, coinciding almost exactly with Yun Yao's sign-in. This created an awkward situation, for sign-ins were not to be feared. It was the one who fell short that faced embarrassment. Both being administrators, one secured 10,000 points while the other only 50. Tony the Heartbreaker. My apologies, I truly do not wish to laugh, but you're simply too amusing. Seeking support. Is it really that funny? My sign-in points are not comparable to the big shots, yet they surpass yours, you playboy. Tony the Heartbreaker. You are an administrator. It is perfectly normal for you to have more points than me. I'm merely a group member. Why compare yourself to me? Fire Fist Ace. Haha, I cannot contain myself. You insisted on signing in at the same time as the big shot. Are you not just asking for trouble? Seeking support. What are you all laughing at? Is it truly that amusing? Tony the Heartbreaker. I am reminded of a joyous event. My wife just gave birth. Seeking support. Fire Fist Ace, how do you explain that? Fire Fist Ace. My wife also just gave birth. Seeking support. You are clearly reveling in my misfortune. Your laughter has not ceased for a moment. Tony the Heartbreaker. As the world's richest man, I have undergone rigorous training, and no matter how amusing, I shall not laugh, unless I cannot help myself. Yun Yao's face flushed with indignation as Ace and Tony collaborated in their mockery. Dimensional strongest. Aren't administrators endowed with the authority to silence others? Let me silence them for half an hour. Out of sight, out of mind. You also wish to dance. Tony is truly digging his own grave. Which powerful figure has he offended? Are you a clown sent by the monkeys? Tony the Heartbreaker. The function for crossing worlds has now been opened. I cannot defeat others, but with your strength, World Destroyer. You cannot defeat her either. Not just you, I suspect I could not defeat her either. Have you forgotten that the big shot provided her with a protective shield? Tony the Heartbreaker. What do you mean? So, I'm currently the weakest in the group. Fire Fist Ace. Indeed. You are the weakest. Moreover, if the administrator were to strike you, you could not retaliate. Not only must you refrain from striking back, but you must also gratefully accept it. Otherwise, if the big shot deems you an enemy, due to the protective shield, a single blow could very well be your end. Tony the Heartbreaker. How can this be fair? Being struck without the ability to fight back, and I must thank them. Am I not the esteemed world's richest man? Fire Fist Ace. If you wish to test the power of the protective shield, you are welcome to retaliate. Be gentle. I support you. Tony the Heartbreaker. Support my foot, as if you have not offended her before. And what do you mean by be gentle? Group member Ace uploaded an image. The image was straightforward and clear. The usually bold and charismatic Ace was now obediently perched beneath a girl who was pinching his cheeks with considerable force. Seeking support. Offline single kill. No explanations. World Destroyer. Miss, you are incredible. You also wish to dance? 666 Tony the Heartbreaker. 666 Group member Tony the Heartbreaker was silenced for 30 minutes by the administrator. Dimensional strongest. You two seem to be progressing quite rapidly. Having subdued Ace in such a short time, that it appears that the two individuals have been granted the opportunity to enjoy some private moments together. In just a single day, their relationship has advanced significantly. Perched atop Ace's face, Yun Yao felt a twinge of bashfulness while playfully teasing him. Following Qingfeng's departure, she gradually began to come to terms with her feelings. She recognized that she and Qingfeng belonged to entirely different realms. As he was far too formidable, a man of his caliber was simply beyond her reach. In contrast, Ace, who was equally powerful yet gentle in nature, held a fondness for her. After merely a day of interaction, their bond had blossomed remarkably. Both Ace and Yun Yao had been single since birth, with Yun Yao's situation being even more dire, having traversed into an apocalyptic world for over 20 days without encountering a single man. Although their relationship had yet to be formally defined, it felt as though there was but a thin veil separating them. Seeking validation. Oh, please don't jest with me, esteemed one. We are merely good friends. The most fearsome fairy entered the group chat. Who created this little trinket? How clumsy of me to have stumbled in here. Do you not fear that I shall devour your time? Shinigami primary school student. How did this phenomenon manifest in my mind? There exists no scientific explanation for this you wish to dance as well. Muse the fairy. Devouring time? Quite an intriguing ability. I must say. However, I doubt any of you are within my capacity to consume World's Destroyer. The power to control time. You say? That reminds me of my ambitious junior cubby, by the way. Is the newcomer male or female? Fire Fist Ace. Shinigami primary school student. You cannot truly be a primary school student, can you? Even theology would struggle to elucidate this, let alone science. The most fearsome fairy. I have absorbed the time of a full 10,000 individuals. Do you not fear that I could eliminate you all? How delightful. Tony the Unfaithful was released from silence by the administrator. Tony the Unfaithful. 10,000 is merely a number during my arms-dealing days. The souls of those who perished at the hands of my weapons numbered at least 80,000. The most fearsome fairy, but you did not slay them yourself. A creator of atomic bombs to claim they have killed millions. Fire Fist Ace. That sounds impressive. I have never killed so many. Seeking validation. That is because you do not wish to kill. She targets only ordinary people that you truly believe she slays powerful beings? Shinigami primary school student. Having taken so many lives, how have you evaded capture by the authorities? I shall confront you personally. Conan was taken aback. He had never contemplated that one could commit such slaughter without the police being able to apprehend them. He believed this group belonged to their world. Merely having coincidentally been drawn into the chat, it was unfathomable that other worlds existed. If one could truly communicate across dimensions, the creator of this chat must possess immense power. Do you wish to dance as well? Remarked Shinigami primary school student. The battle recordings of everyone are available in the group. Once you view them, you shall understand the power dynamics here. The most fearsome fairy. Do not attempt to deceive me with mere videos. I shall not be so easily convinced. The title Strongest in the Dimension is rather imposing. Might I get to know you? Strongest in the Dimension. Greetings, new members, seeking validation. Bow down to the esteemed one. Bow down to the esteemed one. World's Destroyer. Bow down to the esteemed one. Fire Fist Ace. Bow down to the esteemed one. Tony the Unfaithful. Bow down to the esteemed one. Today's esteemed one is particularly dashing that Qingfeng wore a peculiar expression, for he recognized the two new members in the group. The most fearsome fairy was the renowned supporting character from Day Live. Tokisaki Kurumi, a favored choice among many otaku a secondary character with a significant following, she commanded the power of time. Aside from a few exceptional origin fairies, she could easily dominate nearly all local existences. Shinigami primary school student needed no introduction. Having eliminated an island nation citizen in every episode, he was indeed a prodigy of China. Detective Conan Adagawa, the intellectual pinnacle of the series, could see through the schemes of any criminal. The most fearsome fairy. It seems the administrator is quite beloved. Come, dear sir, let's go on a date. Qingfeng, feeling a rare sense of shyness, touched his nose. Kurumi was indeed his dream goddess. This had sparked numerous arguments with his girlfriend in the past, and now, receiving such an unexpected confession left him a bit exhilarated. Strongest in the dimension. The most fearsome fairy. Hello, lovely lady. As for the date, I must decline for now, as my time is limited. Shinigami primary school student. So which of the two administrators is stronger? The group files do not contain recordings of the administrators. Fire Fist Ace uploaded a video of battling zombies. The most fearsome fairy accepted the video, as did Shinigami primary school student. The group fell silent for several seconds, until Conan snapped back to reality from a shock. Were those zombie-like entities truly real? Wasn't this something from movies? How could such a thing exist in the world of the administrators? What was even the situation with the administrators? They could dispatch zombies before they even approached. This power was akin to that of deities. Moreover, what on earth was this chat group? Could someone kindly explain? Conan began firing off questions in rapid succession, transitioning from disbelief to a state of hesitant acceptance. Initially, he thought he might have been hypnotized. But the reality of this place felt far too genuine, entirely unlike a mere illusion. Furthermore, his body remained unaffected, allowing him to communicate with group members solely within his mind at World's Destroyer. This is a dimensional chat group, primarily designed to connect individuals from different dimensions, facilitating communication and interaction. Daily sign-ins yield points, and assisting newcomers also grants a certain number of points. These points can be exchanged for various items from the myriad worlds. World's Destroyer offered clarity to the new member, earning 100 points to World's Destroyer. For some reason, I suddenly feel that this 100 points are rather underwhelming. Does anyone have any tasks? I wish to undertake a task as well. Fire Fist Ace, esteemed one, signing in daily grants 10,000 points. Naturally, a mere 100 points would feel insignificant. The most fearsome fairy. The power of time can be exchanged as well. The strength of the origin fairies can also be redeemed. However, one can only sign in for a maximum of 100 points per day. I find it rather slow. World's Destroyer. What do you think? The administrator's energy is quite formidable. is it not? Shinigami primary school student. Indeed, this is akin to activating an invincibility cheat. Tony the unfaithful. And this is an infinite energy source. Even if Earth were to perish, her shield would remain unscathed. Shinigami primary school student. This utterly shatters my understanding. Is this truly the power of the administrator? So terrifying. Fire Fist Ace, strongest in the dimension. I must say this is merely a trinket the esteemed one casually allows. It can be released infinitely. Do you believe it? Shinigami primary school student. I do not believe. That would render one invincible. Why bother with a chat group at all? The most fearsome fairy. Such a powerful man. The thought of devouring his time must be exhilarating that if I were to slay him, would the position of administrator then be bestowed upon me? It must be said that Qingfeng's allure of 10,000 points per day was simply too tempting. Even if she suspected him to be incredibly strong, Kurumi still yearned to make an attempt. With points to exchange for the power of time, she could seize the opportunity to eliminate the origin fairy, thus saving this tragic world and herself, strongest in the dimension. Qingfeng found himself momentarily speechless. To a certain extent, this statement bore some truth. Even if he were to bestow soul guardians upon all members of the chat group, his strength would allow him to accomplish it with ease. However, he was merely a mortal. Without the chat group, who would issue tasks? Without tasks, how could he earn points to return Earth? He chose to overlook Kurumi's words, as she was, after all, his favored two-dimensional wife, and he could accept a slight provocation. He remained magnanimous. Tony the unfaithful. The most fearsome fairy. The newcomer is audacious, attempting to challenge the esteemed one. Unlike me, who keeps such thoughts to myself, strongest in the dimension. Your solar system requires a complete overhaul. When I have the time, I shall crush it. Tony the unfaithful. Esteemed one, can you truly create a sun? That is simply beyond comprehension. Strongest in the dimension. I shall not create a sun. I merely stated I would crush it, not that I would fashion a new one. Tony the unfaithful. Do not frighten me. Esteemed one, my humble abode cannot accommodate such a monumental being. Tony Stark felt a wave of anxiety. Surely, the esteemed one would not genuinely come to crush the sun, would they? Perhaps they were merely jesting? Dimension's mightiest. Who dares to suggest I jest? It presents an opportune moment for you and me to engage in a duel, for you are eager to test your mettle against mine. Are you not? Tony, the unfaltering. Perhaps it would be wise for you to impose silence, for the mere thought of annihilating the sun is rather daunting, and my fragile heart cannot withstand such terror. At that moment, Tony realized that Yun Yao's propensity to silence others was, in truth, a sign of gentleness. Compared to the constant threat of self-repair, he would much prefer to be silenced, the most malevolent fairy, to obliterate the sun. Do you comprehend the vastness and extreme temperature of the sun? You cannot even approach it without being reduced to ashes. Not even a deity could achieve such a feat initially. Tokisaki Kurumi held a skeptical view of Qingfeng's prowess, not entirely dismissing it, yet not fully convinced either. However, after witnessing the exchange between Tony and Qingfeng, she became utterly certain they were merely deceiving her. Any sensible individual would not believe that humanity could obliterate the sun. Even she, as a fairy, would find it impossible. Group management seeking support. The perspectives of Tokisaki Kurumi and Detective Conan collide. Tony, the unfaltering. I find myself curious as to why the esteemed one has fallen silent again. It is evident that there is a disparity in treatment. Despite her repeated provocations, the esteemed one remains unresponsive, redirecting her frustrations towards me, the destroyer of worlds. When it comes to adding fuel to the fire, I concede to you. You truly are akin to a long-lived sage consuming arsenic. Your life is astonishingly prolonged. You wish to dance as well. You are either courting disaster or are on the path to it. I am quite intrigued as to how you have survived thus far. Seeking support. I second that inquiry, Fire Fist Ace. I second that inquiry. It is evident to all that Qingfeng's demeanor towards Kurumi is exceptionally amicable. Yet, no one dares to voice it, for they firmly believe a scapegoat will emerge to challenge the authority of the esteemed one. As anticipated, Tony stepped forward at the opportune moment, the Dimension's mightiest. Wait for me. Yin Yao felt it was time to intervene. shifting the topic, as she had thoroughly enjoyed both Kurumi's and Conan's original works, that I possess a modicum of insight regarding the futures of the two new group members. The most malevolent fairy. Could it be that you have the power to manipulate time and foresee my future? Unlike Kurumi, who inherently possesses superhuman abilities, Conan's world is devoid of any entity surpassing humanity. Even he is merely a remarkably intelligent individual with the strength to kick a football through a house. He is nothing more than an ordinary person. Accepting these previously inconceivable notions is a challenge for her, as her capacity for acceptance pales in comparison to Kurumi's, the Shinigami Elementary student. Is there truly someone capable of predicting the future? My worldview is utterly shattered. Tony, the unfaltering. My word, let us welcome the esteemed administrator with applause. She's about to impress us. Yin Yao found herself at a loss for words, questioning why Tony seemed to have a selective memory, having just lifted his silence, only to provoke trouble again. The Shinigami Elementary student. You are Shinichi Kudo, are you not? After inadvertently stumbling upon a transaction involving the Black Organization, you ingested a substance that caused your body to shrink. The Shinigami Elementary student. How did you know? This matter is known only to a select few, including Dr. Agasa. Seeking support. I have mentioned it before. I can glimpse your past and future, although I cannot see too far into the future. The near term is still within reach. A brief display of prowess in front of the newcomer suffices. The key is that Conan had not completed his updates prior to her crossing over, leaving her unaware of subsequent developments. Should she overplay her hand, it would lead to an embarrassing situation. The Shinigami Elementary student. What does my future hold? Will I regain my original body? Have I vanquished the Black Organization? Seeking support. The secrets of the cosmos cannot be divulged. However, as long as you exercise caution, you should encounter no imminent danger in the near term. The Shinigami Elementary student. Very well. Thank you. Magnificent administrator. The most malevolent fairy. Oh, it seems you've struck a chord. What of my future? Have I successfully eradicated the origin fairy? Seeking support. Alas, no. Rather, it is you who meets your demise at her hands. The disparity in your strengths is far too great. The most malevolent fairy. Impossible. I have assimilated the time of so many. As long as I continue to do so, she shall never be my adversary. Seeking support. To wield the power she bestowed upon you against her, the very creator, is inherently a futile endeavor. The most malevolent fairy. Then what is her true motive? To create us fairies. What purpose does she serve? Yin Yao felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Why must she probe so deeply? How would she know? She is merely an anime viewer and has no knowledge of unfinished storylines. Dimension's mightiest. It is love that drives her. She seeks to resurrect her once-beloved her, that man surpasses all else. The most malevolent fairy. You two possess the ability to foresee the future? Dimension's mightiest. One might say so. At the very least, predicting your future is not excessively challenging. I cannot claim to be a time traveler. I am merely a man well-versed in the script. And I suspect such a claim would lead not only Kurumi, but others in the group to regard me as deranged. Tony, the unfaltering. The esteemed one is unable to deal with the origin fairy. Surely she cannot be that formidable Dimension's mightiest. Not quite, but her world is quite convoluted. Some matters are best left for her to resolve. The origin fairy is akin to the mother of all fairies, deeply loving them, and it would be inappropriate for her to intervene directly. Even if the origin fairy possesses the combined strength of all fairies and has absorbed the energy of the entire earth. Before me, she would be but a flicker, the most malevolent fairy. If you are indeed so powerful, why do you refrain from acting? May I absorb a portion of your time? Dimension's mightiest. Alas, that is not feasible. I am far too potent. Even a mere fraction of my energy would cause you to burst. I in the fairy world, adorned in Gothic Lolita attire. Kurumi stomped her foot in frustration, her pale face breaking into a sickly smile. What a fascinating man. The more you assert your strength, the more I long to know whether you truly possess such power. Fire Fist Ace. Esteemed friends, I have a small favor to ask. My sworn brother has been captured, and I am ill-equipped to confront the situation alone. Seeking support. A pirate. Has Monkey D. Luffy been captured? Fire Fist Ace. No. It is Sabo, my other sworn brother. I had believed him long deceased, only to discover he has joined the Revolutionary Army, that I only received word of this recently. The Destroyer of Worlds. This situation seems suspicious. Did you not claim the Whitebeard pirates were one of the four emperors? How could you remain so uninformed until now, just before his execution? Fire Fist Ace. I assumed he had perished long ago. And the Marines have kept their intelligence. Well, Dashin IT was not until today's announcement of his execution that they've boasted of capturing the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army. You wish to join the fray? Seeking support. Count me in. I shall join you in the fray, for it has been quite some time since I last fought. In this new era, Yin Yao no longer feels fear she once did. Not only is she unafraid of zombie attacks, but even a coordinated assault by the Navy in the pirate world does not intimidate her. After all, having the protection of a formidable ally instills a certain bravado. Fire Fist Ace. Very well. Your presence will undoubtedly be of assistance. The Destroyer of Worlds. I will join as well, for I find myself with little to occupy my time lately, and there are no monsters about. The most malevolent fairy. I shall accompany you. I am eager to ascertain whether you truly possess the strength exhibited in the group recordings. Tony, the unfaltering. Someone must assume the role of the useless one. Why should it not be me? I, too, shall go and bask in a moment of effortless victory to Dimension's mightiest. I will join as well. Please issue the task, as I am in dire need of points. In the group, there was a solitary member who remained silent, who quietly lurked, hesitant to speak up. That IT was no jest. He had witnessed the battles of Ace, who could effortlessly face 1,000 foes as if it were child's play. Glancing down at his own youthful form, Conan resolved to proceed with caution. After all, there was no jest in the possibility of being slain. Fire Fist Ace announced a mission to rescue Sabo, who was on the brink of execution in Marineford. Bounty, 500 points. Task difficulty, level 10, the pinnacle of hellish challenges in this realm. Tony, ever the skeptic, remarked, level 10 difficulty. Are you intending to assassinate the president? How could a rescue mission be so perilous? Once confident of victory, Kurumi suddenly felt a wave of foreboding. Having yet to review the battle recordings of the other group members, she had initially believed that the recordings could be synthesized, thinking she could simply eliminate foes while simultaneously devouring their time. However, the notion of such a hellish challenge made her uneasy. The most ferocious sprite mused, I am curious just how formidable they truly are. Although I harbor doubts about this chat group, I do not wish to embark on a rescue without fully grasping the enemy's strength. Fire Fist Ace replied, if we head to the Navy headquarters, we are likely to confront the three admirals. Their single strike could equal that of 1,000 men. No, even 10,000 ordinary individuals would find exceedingly difficult to withstand. The most ferocious sprite questioned, are they even human? How could anyone possess such strength, let alone face three of them? Do we truly stand a chance? Despite such concerns, Kurumi remained resolute in her decision. After all, she feared not death. For her avatars existed in every timeline. As long as her avatars endured, her essence would persist, merely merging her consciousness with her other selves across different times. Tony, dismissing the gravity of the situation, said, well, we have powerful allies with us. If they are formidable, can anyone surpass their prowess? The World Destroyer added, indeed, they may not surpass our allies, but they certainly outmatch you. What relevance does their strength hold against yours? Lying on a hotel bed, Qingfeng observed the level 10 difficulty with an expression of foreseen inevitability. If he was not mistaken, Marineford was likely fortified to the teeth. It was probable that even the holy land where the celestial dragons resided was not as secure as this place. The Revolutionary Army aimed to overthrow the corrupt rulers, the celestial dragons, and now having captured their second-in-command, the celestial dragons would undoubtedly dispatch all formidable warriors to defend Marineford in the pirate world. The strongest forces were universally acknowledged to be the admirals and the four emperors, with the gap between them negligible. The peak of his power, Whitebeard might have surpassed a typical admiral. However, in the present day, Whitebeard had grown old, and the strength of the admirals and the four emperors had long since surpassed his own. The three admirals, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, along with Vice Admiral Fu, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and the formidable Garp constituted a formidable array of 6 admiral-level powers, not to mention several prospective admirals. Without a united front from the 4 emperors, this lineup could easily overwhelm any pirate crew. Attempting to rescue someone from their grasp would be akin to chasing a fool's dream. Hence, it was only natural that the difficulty was rated at the highest level. The World Destroyer accepted the mission, seeking to cling to the powerful, while others joined in, eager for the task. In diverse universes, a flash of white light enveloped them, and apart from the trembling Conan, the rest arrived at Marineford simultaneously. At that very moment, a notification echoed through the chat group. The strongest in the dimension completed the task, earning a bounty of 100 points in the blink of an eye. The task was rated SSS level, granting an additional reward of 5 million points. Those seeking to cling to powerful allies, including the World Destroyer, the most ferocious sprite, and Tony, each received 80 bounty points. All members were awarded an extra 10,000 points. Upon arriving at Marineford, the group, despite their forewarnings, found it difficult to process the scene. They had just emerged from the disorienting experience of traversing space. Even those who sporadically crossed into other nightly worlds experienced a moment of dizziness. None could fathom how Qingfeng managed it. Kurumi remarked, "I knew this chat group was some kind of sprite's ability. The task was completed before we even began, that if points are truly that easy to acquire, can we not exchange them for anything in the marketplace?" Tony was equally perplexed, yet he was aware he had just scored 10,000 points without effort. Tony Stark exclaimed, "Is this what it feels like to win effortlessly?" "It's exhilarating, utterly delightful," the World Destroyer noted. "This exemplifies the gap between us and the powerful. While we were merely seeing the enemy, they had already completed the mission." The most ferocious sprite pondered, "So, who exactly are we attempting to rescue? The opponents seem incredibly strong. Can we truly triumph?" Gazing at the neatly arranged 100,000 Navy soldiers, even the sprite Kurumi felt a tremor of fear. Even the lowest-ranking ordinary Navy personnel felt vastly superior to the common folk of their world. Not to mention those seated in high positions, each radiating an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Confronting such adversaries with their meager numbers seemed an insurmountable challenge. Yet, despite the varied expressions on their faces, one sentiment remained constant. They all bore an air of confidence in their victory. The others were unfamiliar with Sabo, but Ace recognized him instantly. As he beheld Sabo behind Qingfeng, tears welled up in Ace's eyes. "Sabo, I thought you had perished. I never imagined you were still alive. Indeed, I was rescued by the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon." The two embraced tightly, reunited after years apart, with an endless array of topics to discuss. The Navy had long since prepared for a confrontation with the Revolutionary Army, anticipating attempts to intercept the execution. Yet, the appearance of these few unfamiliar figures was bewildering. Before the Navy could comprehend the unfolding events, Sabo vanished, in an instant. The Navy was left dumbfounded as Sabo, moments away from execution, suddenly appeared before them. The 3 admirals seated below the execution platform exchanged knowing glances, their expressions rife with confusion. How could anyone rescue a person right under their noses without them noticing? After a long hiatus from battle, the ever-eager Uchiha Madara shouted in exhilaration, "This is the thrill of blood surging through my veins. Come at me all at once." Kizuru, as always, feigned indifference, smirking. How terrifying. Today's individuals are indeed monsters, daring to storm the Navy headquarters with just a handful. In stark contrast, Akainu radiated fury, seething at the audacity of someone rescuing a criminal from right before him. This is a slap in the face. What remains of the Navy's dignity? Leaping down from the high platform, he approached Uchiha Madara with slow, deliberate steps. Qingfeng's speed was astonishing, aside from the chat group members who recognized his prowess. No one could ascertain who had just rescued Sabo. The other members of the chat group, particularly Akainu, sensed that Uchiha Madara was the strongest, exuding an aura that set him apart from the rest. "Don't say I bullied you. Come at me all at once." Madara stood proudly, hands on his hips, before recalling that Qingfeng was also present. "Ally, could you refrain from intervening? It has been a long time since I've battled, and I wish to savor the thrill of combat." Qingfeng shrugged. He did not mind, as the mission had already been accomplished, and the points were secured. If Madara desired to play, he could indulge him. Seeing Qingfeng's acquiescence, a smile crept across Madara's face, relieved that the powerful ally would not overshadow him in battle. Presently, he was at his peak, empowered by dual Rinnegan and his youthful physique. He remained the formidable Uchiha Madara, once feared throughout the ninja world. Clad in armor, his long hair flowing, Uchiha Madara surged forward, undaunted by the 100,000 Navy soldiers. The overwhelming numbers of the Navy were left at a loss. Particularly the vice admirals and higher ranks, who felt a palpable pressure bearing down upon them. Just as the distance between the two sides diminished, and a clash seemed imminent, a voice shattered the silence before the storm. "Sabo, I have come to rescue you." Luffy, adorned with a straw hat, descended from above, shouting towards the execution platform. Before he could advance far, Ace swiftly pulled him back, and only then did Luffy notice Ace was also present. "Ace, you knew Sabo was captured? This is wonderful. Today, we shall rescue him together." As the conversation hung in the air, Luffy suddenly noticed Sabo, who should have been on the execution platform, staring blankly at him. Ace could only explain that he had brought a master and had already rescued Sabo. There was no need for Luffy to intervene further. With the three brothers reunited, particularly the revelation that the supposedly deceased Sabo was alive, both Luffy and Ace felt an overwhelming sense of joy. After being imprisoned, Sabo's memories resurfaced when he inadvertently overheard plans to kill the Straw Hat, awakening long-lost recollections, observing the collective gaze of everyone present upon the three of them. Ace awkwardly smiled and said, "Please continue your performance, Madara." Akainu coldly smirked, his expression dripping with disdain. The world's most notorious criminal, the son of Monkey D. the Dragon and Gogeta Roger, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. Now that they were all present, none would escape. "Oh, you surely overestimate yourself. Do not place too much importance on a mere admiral." With a sudden surge, Madara plunged into the ranks of the Navy, and the slaughter commenced amidst heart-wrenching cries. The ordinary soldiers of the Navy stood no chance against Madara. "Have you ever experienced the speed of my legs?" Light-speed kick. A towering figure appeared behind Madara, unleashing a fierce light-speed kick. The fundamental requirement for a master is to be observant and alert. With his Rinnegan, Madara crossed his arms defensively, absorbing the blow. Yet he was still pushed back several meters by the immense force, casually brushing off non-existent dust from his attire. The members of the chat group watched intently, holding their breath. Should Madara show any signs of defeat, they would rush to support him. This was a genuine battle of life and death. If Madara fell, he would be lost for good. Only Qingfeng had unwavering confidence in him. The might of Uchiha Madara was unquestionable. At the very least, he could defend himself. How could he possibly falter against a single admiral? Having not witnessed the group recordings, Tokisaki Kurumi was left agape, astonished to discover just how formidable this man truly was. With mere physical prowess, it seemed that none of the spirits stood a chance against him. Alas, the spirits possessed supernatural abilities. Thus, Kurumi remained convinced that in the end, victory would belong to her. That it appears he has encountered trouble. Won't you assist him? Qingfeng smiled at Kurumi. Just watch closely. Madara's strength is far from limited. Kurumi cast him a sidelong glance, too apathetic to retort. Everyone in the group praised his prowess, yet the first to engage in battle was the taciturn Uchiha Madara. Fire style. Great fire annihilation. Madara clasped his hands together, unleashing an S-rank effect from a B-rank fire jutsu. An overwhelming inferno surging towards the Navy. Ice block. Ice age. Aokiji struck, channeling the power of his ice fruit. An icy bird soared towards Madara's flames. The clash of the two formidable forces marked a contest between ice and fire, resulting in a stalemate. Tony Stark gulped, realizing that the difference between watching the recordings and witnessing the live battle was immense. Reality was far more impactful. This Madara in his prime. Truly terrifying power. Have you witnessed my prime? After trading blows with Aokiji, Madara found time to respond to Tony, dismissing Aokiji as insignificant. Heavenly barrier. Meteor star. Madara again clasped his hands, summoning a colossal meteor that descended from the heavens, its size eclipsing the entire Navy base, casting a shadow over Marineford. Tremble before this. This is Uchiha Madara, the power of a god. Ice Age, Great Fire Annihilation. Yada Mirror, witnessing this cataclysmic assault capable of obliterating the Navy base. The three admirals acted without hesitation, launching a series of attacks against the massive meteor. Ultimately, it shattered, yet the residual shockwaves reduced numerous buildings and marine fort to ashes. Although Madara did not possess the overwhelming strength to crush the three admirals, he nonetheless commanded their respect. It was only through their combined efforts that they managed to stave off this man's onslaught, and every sailor became acutely aware of his might. Kizaru and Akainu positioned themselves together, preparing to confront Madara as a duo. Tokusaki Kurumi was utterly bewildered. Not only could he conjure fire, but he could also summon meteors of such monumental size. The diameter of that meteor was at least several miles. How could anyone wield such an attack? Adjusting her perspective alongside the admirals, Kurumi felt that even Madara's Great Fire Annihilation would overwhelm her if she faced it directly, unless she invoked the power of the Time Emperor to evade it. Kurumi resolved to absorb Uchiha Madara's time. Only by acquiring such a man's power could she be assured of defeating the Origin Spirits. Did you not claim to be powerful? Why do you not assist? They intend to attack Madara together. Uncertain of where he had offended Kurumi, Qingfeng felt utterly helpless as she occasionally berated him. Very well, I shall conclude this game. Madara, step back and let someone else take the stage. Qingfeng approached Madara. Patting him on the shoulder, Madara's eyes gleamed with battle intent. He had yet to fully utilize the capabilities of Susa, would release, or his Rinnegan. However, since Qingfeng had spoken, Madara could only retreat to join the others. Upon seeing Madara return, Kurumi was thoroughly perplexed. What was happening? Even if Qingfeng was indeed stronger than Madara, he should not be the only one to step forth. Could it be they had not witnessed the terrifying destructive power of the three adversaries before them? The others were unaware of Kurumi's thoughts, but seeing Qingfeng advance, they understood their chance to shine had vanished. Moria had initially planned to join the fray alongside the three admirals, but it now seemed there would be no opportunity for him to play. Qingfeng casually stood before the others. To Akainu and the other admirals, he appeared rife with openings. Yet upon closer inspection, his seemingly unguarded stance became enigmatic and disorienting, deterring any offensive. However, the other Navy soldiers remained oblivious to the underlying intricacies. Whispering among themselves, does one man truly seek to challenge all three admirals? It is only natural that he would be subdued. The admirals represented the highest combat strength of the headquarters. That peculiar-eyed man had merely exchanged a few blows with them. As Akainu and the others refrained from initiating an attack, Qingfeng leisurely approached the three, not missing the chance to mock them. It is premature to claim you could restrain me 2 years prior. He had been an ordinary individual, suddenly receiving adulation from his beloved anime characters, which inevitably left him somewhat intoxicated with pride. Ice Pillar. Akiji's palm shot forth 5 icy pillars, hurtling toward the advancing Qingfeng, who also manifested an ice blade from his hand. Qingfeng appeared oblivious to the incoming assault, showing no intention of defending himself. However, as the ice pillars reached him, they inexplicably vanished into thin air. Akiji, closing in, had no time to ponder the disappearance of his attack. He executed a mighty strike aimed at Qingfeng's head. Qingfeng continued his leisurely advance, allowing the ice blade to approach ever closer. Just as it was about to slice through his hair, suddenly, Akiji was violently hurled back, as if struck by a freight train. The sheer force sent him crashing through numerous buildings. When Akiji finally managed to halt his momentum and staggered to his feet, he felt as if his insides had shattered. Utterly drained of strength, a mouthful of blood erupted from him as he collapsed, completely unconscious. Witnessing Qingfeng's overwhelming prowess once more, the members of the chat group were increasingly convinced of the necessity to cling tightly to this golden opportunity. Ace, engaged in nostalgic conversation with his brothers, couldn't help but exclaim upon witnessing Akiji's swift defeat, "The strength of this powerhouse is truly unfathomable. I can hardly see him make a move." Tony Stark donned a mysterious expression. Adopting the tone of a mentor, that's precisely the point. You should not expect to grasp the extent of a powerhouse's strength. This is merely a casual demonstration. Observe closely. Uchiha Madara was not Ace. Even with his Rinnegan, he could not perceive what was unfolding, yet the weakest among the crowd, Stark, could see. He would never believe it, even if he were killed. "Did you witness it?" Tony Stark replied. No, I didn't. I just wanted to play it cool that if one were to speak of shock, it would undoubtedly be the disdainful Tsukiyomi Kurumi, who believed Gu Qingfeng to be merely a braggart. She was oblivious to how Gu Qingfeng had vanquished Akiji. However, Akiji's recent confrontation with Obito was sufficient to illustrate his formidable strength. Kurumi certainly did not consider herself capable of defeating Akiji, yet this seemingly invincible adversary could not withstand even a moment before Gu Qingfeng. Reflecting upon her repeated offenses against Gu Qingfeng, she mused that anyone else in her position would have long succumbed to fear, but Kurumi was no ordinary individual. She suddenly recalled Gu Qingfeng's attitude towards her, which seemed perpetually indulgent. Could it be that he truly harbored feelings for her? Just as Kurumi was lost in her reverie, Akainu's gaze shifted, becoming cautious and filled with dread. He was all too aware of Akiji's capabilities. Even he lacked the certainty of victory against Akiji, yet here he was, being defeated in an instant by this man. The usually languid Kizaru, for once serious, ceased to maintain his casual posture with hands in pockets. Exchanging a meaningful glance with Akainu, the bitterness in their eyes spoke volumes. They were uncertain of Gu Qingfeng's origins, but they recognized they were no match for him. This was not merely a matter of numbers. The disparity in strength was too great. Even with 3 additional admirals, victory seemed a distant hope. Let us all attack together. I refuse to believe this fellow will not tire. They are few in number. We can outlast him. Akainu resolutely commanded an assault on Gu Qingfeng. However, Stark and his companions regarded the Navy with incredulous expressions, questioning the wisdom of attacking such a formidable figure. The strength of an individual capable of obliterating stars could hardly be swayed by their numbers. After all, he could dispatch one with a flick of his finger, and 2 with a mere glance. Without concern for the aftermath, do not come to your own demise. I am not inclined to take lives today. We shall be departing, and I advise you not to entertain thoughts of attacking me. Gu Qingfeng was reluctant to engage the Navy, for they largely fought for the sake of civilians in the eyes of many ordinary people. They were heroes, and there was no need for widespread slaughter once their mission was accomplished. Of course, had annihilating the Navy headquarters promised additional points, he might have reconsidered, but that was a thought best left unspoken. With that, Gu Qingfeng turned to depart, initially intending to defeat Akainu and his companions. Yet despite his efforts to restrain his strength, he nearly struck Akiji down as a whirlwind of energy enveloped him, neutralizing Akiji's ice spheres. And with a single punch, Akiji was sent flying, his movements so swift that none noticed his attack, that a moment's mistake could result in the demise of both Akainu and Akiji, leading to a severe power vacuum within the Navy's upper echelons, potentially igniting a new era of pirate chaos. Underworld Dog. A splendid opportunity arose as Akainu's arm elongated rapidly, his molten right hand morphing into a hellish hound, lunging toward Gu Qingfeng's back. Sakazuki, allow them to leave. Do not engage that man. The tactical genius, Admiral Sengoku, bellowed in a frenzy upon witnessing Akainu's actions. However, it was too late. Akainu's attack was already upon Gu Qingfeng. Despite being aware of Sengoku's orders, Akainu could not tolerate Gu Qingfeng's companions escaping unscathed. This was a personal affront not only to the Navy but to him as well. With Gu Qingfeng's back turned, it was a once-in-a-lifetime chance, but unexpectedly, his hound vanished as it neared Gu Qingfeng. In an instant, a hand emerged from thin air, grasping Akainu by the throat and lifting him effortlessly, his towering 3-meter frame suspended in midair. Gu Qingfeng hovered above, gazing down at the red-faced Akainu, who struggled for breath and sighed with a mix of contemplation and exasperation. Is it not better to live than to seek death? With a casual flick, he tossed Akainu toward the Navy's direction. The latter, gasping and disoriented, utterly unable to regain control of his body. Ultimately, Kizaru transformed into a beam of light and caught Akainu. Gu Qingfeng glanced at his own hands, feeling an increasing sense of dread. The power of Gogeta was indeed overwhelming. While his destructive capability in battle against Goku was considerably greater, Goku was merely a minor character in the Dragon Ball universe. leaving no lasting impression on him. Winning against Goku elicited little emotional response. But the three admirals were another matter entirely. They were renowned figures in the world of One Piece. Yet before him, they were akin to ants, easily extinguished at his whim. The notion of being invulnerable due to a Logia's elemental intangibility? Nonsense. The world of pirates boasts Haki, the Naruto universe is chakra, and the Dragon Ball realm possesses ki. Ultimately, they are merely different manifestations of one's inherent energy. The differences may appear significant, yet the practical effects are not dissimilar. A minuscule wave of light manifested at his fingertip, and with a mere flick, it swiftly appeared before Akainu and Kizu, merging seamlessly into Akainu's body. A thunderous explosion resonated through the air, and Akainu's form was obliterated, limbs reduced to mere bones, with half of his head vanished from existence. Even a deity descending from the heavens would struggle to salvage him. Let us depart. Our tasks are complete, and there is no need to linger, the Qingfeng commanded, and upon witnessing the dismembered Akainu, his companions complied, traversing through space to exit the Navy headquarters at Marineford. Even Ace, a native of this realm, utilized spatial traversal to arrive at the Navy headquarters, aware that Sabo had been captured while still within the New World's Whitebeard territories. Time was of the essence, and he could only rely on the chat group's capabilities to hasten his arrival. Only Tsukiyomi Kurumi paused to cast a glance at Gu Qingfeng before departing, their eyes locking momentarily, with an alluring gaze. She regarded Gu Qingfeng as a potential prey, smiling sweetly as she held his stare. Yu Qingfeng felt a chill run down his spine and turn away, prompting a dismissive huff from Kurumi before she vanished. Once all had utilized the chat group's abilities to depart, Gu Qingfeng pressed the task completion button and exited the scene. Sabo and Luffy were taken away by Ace, who had utilized his carrying ability. The implications of Akainu's death on the Navy were beyond Gu Qingfeng's contemplation. He was no saint. He had provided them an opportunity, and if Akainu chose to seek his demise, then so be it. In a certain sense, Akainu was not a virtuous individual. He acted solely at the behest of the world government, adhering to orders without question, regardless of their righteousness. Upon returning to the inn in the Dragon Ball world where he resided, Gu Qingfeng collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, the group within the chat was abuzz with excitement. An arbitrary individual had earned 10,000 points, an impressive sum capable of redeeming numerous valuable items. Among them, Obito was the most exhilarated, though his prideful nature restrained his outward expression. This was, after all, 10,000 points, the minimum required for resurrection in the chat group's marketplace, where one typically needed 100,000 points. This meant, with a stroke of luck, he could resurrect after completing merely 10 more tasks, rather than relying on the chat group's fleeting power to temporarily regain a corporeal form. If Obito was the most delighted. The calmest among them was Yun Yao, who had shed her usual fawning demeanor towards the powerful in hopes of accumulating points. Not that 10,000 points would hold much value for her. With the soul of the Great One as her guardian, she could easily overpower most entities in the universe. However, the prospect of personal growth brought her a measure of joy. Tony, the unflinching, the most fearsome sprite, provoking and mocking the Great One. Are you not feeling intimidated now? Seeking to cling to power? Tony, are you truly incapable of recognizing your precarious situation? Fire Fist Ace. Indeed, how can you confront such an adorable girl? Do you comprehend the meaning of cherishing the delicate? Seeking to cling to power. Cherishing the delicate? Adorable. Fire Fist Ace. I was mistaken. Forgive me this once. Thus, one should not become overly complacent, lest they invite misfortune. After uttering this, Yun Yao fell silent, and Ace too quieted, likely engaging in a private discussion regarding Kurumi's adorability. World Destroyer. You truly cannot discern the gravity of the situation. Tony, do you wish to dance? While your strength is lacking, your audacity is indeed remarkable. Having effortlessly acquired 10,000 points, the mood among the members of the group was remarkably buoyant, creating a wonderfully harmonious atmosphere. While some rejoiced, others lamented. The Navy headquarters was engulfed in despair as their highest combatant fell victim within the very stronghold of the Navy, leaving them powerless to intervene. They could not even hinder the assailants' escape. Sengoku, a commander renowned for his martial prowess, was foremost distinguished by his intellect. Even as Qingfeng swiftly defeated Aokiji, he understood that the day would not conclude favorably for the Navy, who faced an insurmountable adversary. If Aokiji, exerting his full strength, could not withstand a single strike, one could only imagine the plight of the other Navy members, especially considering the opponent was allied with the Revolutionary Army. The Navy would not emerge unscathed. Yet unexpectedly, Qingfeng had no intention of slaughtering them and prepared to depart. A heavy burden lifted from his heart, but upon seeing Akainu, an unsettling premonition stirred within him. Unlike others, Akainu was an unadulterated harbinger of death, one who would not hesitate to strike in the heat of the moment. The Qingfeng hastily issued a warning, fearing that Akainu, in a moment of impulsivity, might take action. Alas, it was too late. Akainu successfully provoked the opponent, leading to his own demise. The Navy's reputation lay in tatters, and Qingfeng anticipated the ensuing turmoil in the new world in the days to come. Standing beside him was Karp, a man who had dedicated his life to the Navy. At that moment, he simply observed, his gaze sweeping over the departing figures of Ace and his companions. Meanwhile, back in the Dragon Ball universe, Qingfeng remained oblivious to the monumental events that had just transpired, drifting into a deep slumber until the late afternoon. Upon finishing a meal, he sensed a disturbance resonating from afar in the fabric of space, a sign of someone forcibly tearing through the dimensions. After a moment of contemplation, Qingfeng concluded that he too possessed the ability to manipulate space. The disturbance was far too pronounced for mere spatial movement. Aside from spatial manipulation, there should be no other dimensional traversal techniques in Dragon Ball. Unable to decipher the source, he decided to abandon his musings and swiftly flew towards the origin of the disturbance. That moment. Within Bulma's household, future Trunks lay sprawled on the couch, ensnared in a deep coma, his body twitching as if haunted by nightmarish visions. Bulma, filled with anxiety, worried for her son, who had returned grievously injured, without Goku or Vegeta to assist him. The weight of the world rested upon this young man's shoulders. Goku stood nearby, having just returned from the sacred world with some senzu beans, ready to feed them to Trunks to restore him to health. And no matter the severity of the injuries, a senzu bean would remedy all, even replenishing any expended energy to its zenith. Vegeta, hands crossed defiantly over his chest, stood a short distance away, his cold gaze fixed upon the scene, though he attempted to maintain an air of composure. The concern in his eyes was unmistakable. He was no longer the merciless scion prince of yore. He had family now, and they were his everything. Trunks' injuries were severe. Even the senzu beans required an immense struggle to swallow. Moments later, Trunks slowly awakened. Upon opening his eyes and spotting Goku, his instincts kicked in, and he reflexively swung a fist at him. This unexpected attack caught Goku off guard, but due to the vast difference in their strength, Goku narrowly evaded the blow. Goku assumed a fighting stance. Despite his simplistic mindset, his battle instincts were sharp. That Trunks' assault was laced with genuine malice. He truly intended to harm Goku. Vegeta's expression shifted as both Goku and Bulma were taken aback. He too had not anticipated Trunks' actions. Trunks had always shown respect towards Goku. So what had changed? Yet, trusting both his son and his dear friend, Vegeta chose to remain a silent observer. As Trunks regained his composure and recognized Goku's Turtle School GI. He snapped back to reality, hastily bowing and apologizing to Goku. "Uncle Goku, I'm sorry. I mistook you for a dark entity, which is why I attacked." Goku chuckled heartily. "No worries. By the way, was that dark entity particularly strong to have injured you this severely?" Trunks, seemingly recalling a painful memory, replied with reluctance, "Though I hate to admit it, that guy was indeed terrifyingly strong, and his rate of growth is astonishing. That I was no match for him." Vegeta, ever the astute observer, furrowed his brow and remarked, "Mistaken for a dark entity. Could it be that this foe bears a striking resemblance to Goku?" Trunks nodded. Aside from his outfit being pitch black, he looks exactly like Uncle Goku. "And he is also a scion." Vegeta, incredulous, quipped, "A scion who looks just like you, Goku. You haven't been unfaithful, have you?" As the wealthiest individual in the Dragon Ball universe, Bulma's imagination knew no bounds. Both she and Vegeta had made similar quips upon encountering Qingfeng. The tranquil atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a tremendous crash as a colossal rift in time materialized. From within, a figure clad in a tight black suit emerged. Black Goku, a sinister smile adorning his face. Immediately capturing the attention of all present, his gaze locked onto the battle-hungry Goku. Upon Black Goku's arrival, Goku felt an undeniable strength emanating from him, awakening his Saiyan warrior instincts and causing his blood to surge with excitement. Vegeta's frown deepened, his eyes drifting skyward to where Qingfeng hovered, observing Black Goku from a distance. Upon sighting Black Goku, Qingfeng understood instantly the reason behind the powerful spatial fluctuations and why his subconscious had compelled him to investigate. It seemed the timeline had aligned with Trunks' plea for assistance. After all, Black Goku was the embodiment of Goku's body, possessed by Zamasu's spirit, yet still a Saiyan at heart. The fusion of Vegeta and Goku had given rise to Vegeto. Though a completely new warrior, he still bore a connection to Goku. What remained uncertain was whether this Black Goku was the timid version from the manga or the formidable version from the anime, capable of challenging Super Saiyan Blue. The disparity in strength between these two was vast. In the manga, Black Goku and Zamasu could be easily defeated by Goku and Vegeta, whereas in the anime, Black Goku could overpower Vegeta in a one-on-one match, an entirely different realm of power. Who are you? You bear a striking resemblance to Goku. Could you also be a Saiyan? Qingfeng's arrival not only drew Vegeta's attention, but also puzzled Black Goku, who was certain he had never encountered this individual before. It is perhaps best that you remain unaware. There is no need to concern yourself with me. I'm merely here to witness the spectacle. Qingfeng, disinterested in disrupting the narrative's progression, effortlessly eliminated the Black Wukong, who had yet to transform into his pink state. For him, it was a mere trifle. However, he felt no immediate impulse to intervene and chose instead to observe the unfolding events. After all, there was no urgency in his actions. The Black Wukong, not wishing to complicate matters further, utilized the power of the time ring to return from the future to the present, turning his gaze once more towards Sun Wukong. As for Sun Wukong, he paid no heed to Qingfeng's arrival, ignoring him entirely. Wukong, unable to contain his excitement any longer, called out to Vegeta before slowly ascending into the air, his eyes fixed intently on the Black Wukong. The Black Wukong gathered his energy, his combat power surging to its peak, and without uttering a single unnecessary word, the two engaged in a fierce duel, each striking at the other with precision. Vegeta, filled with frustration, lamented that his moment to battle a formidable opponent was snatched away due to his brief distraction with Qingfeng. Wukong initiated the battle in his Super Saiyan form, charging headlong at the aggressive Black Wukong, their clash reverberating through the earth. They exchanged blows for several rounds without a clear victor, and just as Wukong contemplated transforming into Super Saiyan 3, a black hole unexpectedly formed behind the Black Wukong. Despite unleashing all his energy, the Black Wukong could not withstand the gravitational pull of time and space, being drawn into the rift. Yet curiously, witnessing the fierce battle between the two Wukongs ignited a profound desire for combat within Qingfeng, prompting him to consider intervening. Perhaps it was the inherent nature of the Saiyans to crave battle. He had recently faced opponents akin to the great General Zombies. The strongest among them, Gula, was merely equivalent to a Super Saiyan state, reminiscent of Wukong from over a decade ago. Presently, Wukong did not even need to transform into a Super Saiyan. In his ordinary state, he could easily overpower the fully powered cell from that time. It was simply too weak, leaving Qingfeng devoid of any fighting spirit. Just as he struggled to suppress his inner urge for battle, a notification from the chat group chimed in. Please, host, initiate the ultimate duel, allowing all members of the chat group to witness this world. Defeating a powerful opponent will yield a reward of 5 million points. The stronger the opponent, the more additional points the host can earn. This was indeed a windfall from the heavens, as if a pillow was provided just when he felt weary. Once the Black Wukong returned to the future, he would shatter the dimensional barrier and pursue him relentlessly. The fact that Black Wukong could match Sun Wukong in strength indicated that his abilities were consistent with the anime, likely not weaker than the Super Saiyan God. Engaging him in battle could potentially yield a substantial number of points from the chat group. Perhaps even a windfall of 50 million, allowing him to return home immediately. As for the immortal fused Zamasu, Qingfeng could only smile ruefully. Even if they fused, they would still be insufficient if Vegeta were not concerned about destroying the Earth. He could easily handle Zamasu, as the powers of Vegeto and Gogeta were on par. Moreover, unlike the conventional Gogeta, he was an immensely enhanced Super Gogeta. Both Vegeto and Gogeta, despite being fused warriors, face time and power limitations. Excessive use of their formidable strength would lead to premature disbandment. He, however, was different. Not only did he perfectly inherit Gogeta's power, but he also faced neither time nor power constraints. Furthermore, his Gogeta was the fusion of Super Saiyan Wukong and Vegeta. In simpler terms, the greater the strength at the time of fusion, the greater the strength post-fusion. When Son Wukong and Vegeta fused in their ordinary forms, their transformed Gogeta could still overpower Broly. After merging in their Super Saiyan forms, their strength soared to dimensions far beyond that of a normal Gogeta. Just before being completely drawn into the rift, the Black Wukong cast a cold smile at Trunks. "I'll be waiting for you in the future." The emergence of the time rift was so sudden that the others in the vicinity barely had time to react before the Black Wukong vanished from sight. Bulma, engulfed in rage, found herself unable to gauge the Black Wukong's strength due to her own limitations. Still, she discerned that he was not significantly weaker than Wukong. She had no faith that Trunks could defeat him, which only heightened her concern for her son. "What on earth is going on? This guy looks just like you. Why didn't you go all out to defeat him? Now that he's escaped to the future, how will Trunks manage to defeat him?" Trunks lowered his head, feeling that no matter how hard he tried, he stood no chance against the Black Wukong. "Uncle Wukong, I can't help it. His growth rate is just too fast. I can't compete with him." Vegeta interrupted Bulma's scolding, his gaze toward his son filled with disappointment. "Have you abandoned the proud self-respect of Saiyan? Must you rely on others forever?" "Father," Trunks' eyes were filled with defeat. He had once believed that being a Super Saiyan made one invincible, but reality had dealt him a harsh blow. "Let me take care of this problem. I happen to have some free time." Qingfeng, who had been merely spectating, addressed the group. "You give me the impression of being significantly stronger than that guy who resembles Son Wukong. However, our family matters do not require external intervention." Vegeta spoke haughtily, asserting that with the Black Wukong having struck first, he would handle Qingfeng personally. Displeased with Trunks' future, Vegeta intended to give him a stern lesson. Vegeta's pace was not particularly swift. Yet he approached Trunks with firm steps. However, Trunks felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. With a loud roar, Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his powers surging to astonishing levels. Bulma and Son Wukong were both taken aback. Astonished that Trunks could reach such heights on his own, that a disdainful smile crept across Vegeta's lips as crimson flames enveloped him, his dark hair transforming into a vibrant blood-red hue. Super Saiyan God. Trunks gazed at his father in confusion, having never witnessed this transformation before. Simultaneously, he could no longer sense his father's energy. "Bring it on. If you land a hit on me, I will go to the future and help you resolve everything." Vegeta beckoned Trunks, and upon seeing this, Trunks no longer concealed his power, drawing forth the long sword from his back and slashing at Vegeta. Meanwhile, Son Wukong glanced at Qingfeng and flashed him a grin. As the Super Saiyan state enveloped him, Qingfeng remained unconcerned, effortlessly dodging all attacks without retaliating, allowing Wukong to unleash his full power. The two engaged in close combat for several seconds, with Son Wukong growing increasingly alarmed. Realizing he could not even touch Qingfeng, in desperation, he transformed into Super Saiyan God, experiencing a geometric surge in power and an incredible boost in speed. Yet in the presence of Qingfeng, he was still far too weak. The battle between Trunks and Vegeta concluded, leaving Trunks in a predicament similar to that of Son Wukong. Despite his full force attacks, he couldn't even graze Vegeta, but unlike Qingfeng, Vegeta was far less lenient. After assessing his son's strength, he delivered a powerful blow, reverting him to his normal state. Father and Uncle Wukong can both transform into this state. There is hope for the future. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's anger flared even more. You scoundrel! Isn't the future supposed to be protected by you? Bulma is still in the future, and you abandon her to escape back to the present. Unbeknownst to him, upon hearing Bulma's name, Trunks' face turned pale, tears streaming uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes as he spoke in a hoarse voice. Mom died to protect me, killed by Black Wukong. I'm sorry, father. I couldn't protect her. Hearing these words, Vegeta's expression grew cold as he silently walked away. Bulma, taken aback, processed the revelation of her own demise. Yet, seeing Vegeta's expressionless demeanor, she could only offer a few comforting words to Trunks before hastening to catch up with Vegeta. She understood him all too well. If his earlier disappointment with Trunks had merely prompted him to act to awaken his son, he was now utterly disheartened. The fury that surged within him was so intense it felt as though his chest might burst. Love does not always need to be spoken aloud. Vegeta serves as the quintessential example. Upon first encountering the god of destruction, Beerus, he was willing to bow low for the sake of Earth. Lacking the courage to confront Beerus directly. However, when Beerus inflicted harm upon Bulma, all prior considerations vanished. The notion of an unbeatable opponent or a deity capable of destruction became irrelevant. Anyone who dared to harm his beloved woman, regardless of their identity, would have to face the consequences. Now, upon hearing that the future Bulma has been murdered, he reflects on how his cowardly son abandoned his mother and returned. After charging the time machine with energy, he declares that he shall journey into the future to personally exact vengeance upon that fiend. Meanwhile, Goku finds himself ensnared in a fierce battle, his Crimson Super Saiyan God form maximizing his evasion and speed. Yet Qingfeng seems to anticipate his every move, rendering Goku's ferocious attacks utterly futile. In an instant, Goku is enveloped in a radiant blue aura, his red hair gradually transforming into a striking blue. The Super Saiyan God state has been born. Witnessing Goku's new transformation, Trunks is filled with astonishment. The Super Saiyan God represents a divine level of power, one that mere mortals cannot perceive. Thus, the true extent of his strength remains a mystery. But the might of Super Saiyan Blue is palpable. With Goku's prowess, even the most formidable foes can be vanquished with ease. Goku is truly remarkable. Compared to Black Goku, his strength is vastly superior. Can you not see that his adversary is not even taking this seriously? This man is likely a god of destruction from another universe, and Goku stands no chance against him. Vegeta, with his keen insight, discerns the truth. Although Super Saiyan Blue Goku appears to dominate Qingfeng, launching relentless assaults akin to an avalanche, he recognizes that Qingfeng is merely feigning weakness. Trunks, struggling to comprehend that anyone could surpass Goku, is acutely aware of his father's pride. Aside from Goku, his father seldom regards others with esteem. The fact that he would utter such words implies that perhaps Goku truly is not a match for his opponent. Come on, why don't you retaliate? This is rather dull. Let me witness the extent of your power. In a surge of frustration, Goku's energy skyrockets once more, a vibrant blue flame now adorned with a fiery red aura. The combination of red and blue amplifies his already overwhelming presence. With the augmentation of Super Saiyan Blue and a tenfold Kaioken, Goku unveils his most potent form. His strength now eclipses that of Super Saiyan Blue by an additional tenfold, rendering his previous state incomparable. This is all I have. Show me your true abilities. For the first time, a serious expression graces Qingfeng's face as Goku emanates a palpable sense of threat. He now possesses the capacity to inflict harm upon him. Though he remains silent, the escalating energy around him speaks volumes. In a heartbeat, Qingfeng transcends the speed of light, appearing before Goku in the blink of an eye. With a swift kick, Goku instinctively retreats, evading the strike, a reflex honed through countless battles. The missed attack creates a gaping chasm in the ground, hundreds of meters long and unfathomably deep. What just happened? My body moved on its own. Goku exclaims in disbelief, astonished that he could evade without conscious thought. Qingfeng, as if musing aloud, seems to question Goku, who had intended to deliver a decisive blow. Is this the manifestation of a primal instinct? Trunks is bewildered. Even when facing Black Goku, he could perceive his movements, albeit too late to react. Now, he cannot fathom how Qingfeng executed his attack and appeared before Goku so swiftly so fast. I can barely discern his movements. Vegeta's forehead veins throb. This is the first time he has encountered such a formidable opponent since attaining the Super Saiyan God transformation. This man is the first to instill a sense of helplessness within him. The more powerful the being, the more challenging it is for others to perceive their true strength. It's over. Qingfeng declares as he vanishes once more, his arm poised like a blade mere centimeters from Goku's forehead. Capable of piercing his brain with a slight advance, Goku, taken aback, realizes that he has been defeated in 2 moves. Even Lord Beerus would find such a feat challenging. Who is this person? Truly impressive. I am no match for you. Yet, Goku's nature is generous. Defeat is merely defeat, and he seeks no excuses. He revels in the thrill of battling strong adversaries, which fuels his ambition for growth. This blue-haired young man. Perhaps I should assist you in resolving your troubles. Qingfeng reiterates his request, but Trunks, chastised by Vegeta, shakes his head gravely. My mother has been slain. I recall that upon our first encounter, he claimed to have occupied Uncle Goku's body and subsequently killed Chi-Chi and Goten in that world. This vendetta is ours to settle. This. Vegeta's fury ignites, and Goku too is consumed by rage. He may struggle to express his affections, but his love for Chi-Chi is undeniable. The news of his wife's murder, regardless of the universe, leaves him unable to maintain composure, his fists clenched in fury, his gaze radiating intent to kill. This is one of the rare instances where Goku desires to eliminate an opponent. Typically, he shies away from taking lives, yet he will not spare this individual. This transcends mere world affairs. This is a matter of our family, and we shall handle it ourselves. When you embark on your journey, please notify me. I, too, am eager to witness the prowess of that black Goku. Qingfeng concedes to this, believing he can manage alone. Traveling to the future to break the time constraints is within his capabilities. Vegeta's power far exceeds expectations, and his skill set is vast, encompassing nearly every facet of combat. However, he believes it prudent to let Vegeta and Trunks confront Black Goku first, as the latter's strength may rise further. The stronger Black Goku becomes, the more potent their fusion will be, resulting in additional benefits for Qingfeng. Very well, I shall inform you when the time comes. When you arrive, unleash your energy slightly. I will swiftly join you. With that, Qingfeng departs, intending to return to his lodgings. As he prepares to leave, he recalls something and decides to hasten their progress. Black Goku's strength surpasses your expectations. You should train to enhance your power, or you may find yourselves at a disadvantage. With that, he transforms into a pillar of blue light and departs from Bulma's residence. Kakarot, why did you agree to this fellow's request? The 2 of us are more than sufficient, Vegeta scolds, visibly displeased with Goku's acquiescence to Qingfeng's proposal. Goku's expression grows serious. His assessment of Black Goku's strength diverges from Vegeta's. Not only did I not use my full strength, but that doppelganger of mine also concealed his true power. He speaks the truth. After much deliberation, it is ultimately decided that Vegeta will first take Trunks into the hyperbolic time chamber for a year of training. Following this, Goku will partner with Gohan for additional training. Upon returning to his lodgings, Qingfeng, feeling rather listless, opens the chat group page, which he typically keeps closed. The Dimension chat is quite user-friendly. Members could deactivate message notifications if they prefer not to receive updates. The chat explodes with activity, as 2 newcomers have recently joined the group. The book-loving Ghoul joins the chat. The Serpent Bearer, who excels in defeating Seiya, joins the chat. The esteemed Administrator, the strongest in the Dimension, logs into the chat. Let us warmly welcome him. Tony, the Flirt, welcome, Great One. Long live the Great One. World's Destroyer, welcome, Great One. Long live the Great One. Fire Fist Ace, welcome, Great One. Long live the Great One. Seeking to be embraced, welcome, Great One. Long live the Great One. Death God Elementary Student, welcome, Great One. Long live the Great One. Do you wish to dance as well? Welcome, Great One. The overwhelming aroma of sycophancy wafts through, leaving Qingfeng somewhat speechless. This is not in line with their personas. Seeking to be embraced, Tony is a sycophant. Upon encountering the Great One, He resumes his fawning. I find it quite contemptible. Fire Fist Ace. Contempt 1 World Destroyer. Contempt 1. That aside from the new members, the veteran group members express their disdain for Tony's sycophantic behavior. Tony the Unfaithful. Do you have no shame? Yuri not simps. Why imitate my speech? Seeking support. I accidentally pressed the wrong copy key. Do you have any objections? Note. Warning for silence. World Destroyer. I could engage you in a discussion about life. Shall I proceed now? You also want to dance. Should I go then? Fire Fist Ace. Should I go then? Tony felt an overwhelming urge to perish. For the first time, he sensed that there wasn't a single sane individual in the group. The indomitable Tony Stark, Iron Man and the world's wealthiest, thought that a bit of bribery would suffice, but instead, he faced outright coercion. Ironically, he couldn't defeat any of them if they truly came to his world. It would be a miracle if he survived. Tony the Unfaithful. I was merely joking, esteemed ones. Do not take offense to book-loving ghoul. Greetings to everyone in the group. How harmonious it is the esteemed one. The strongest in this dimension, truly formidable. Everyone seems to hold him in high regard. Serpent holder who defeats Seiya, no matter how strong. Can he surpass the Golden Saints? Although I'm uncertain how you all managed to drag me into this infernal thing. Once I find a flaw, I will surely eliminate you. Seeking support. Book-loving ghoul, the esteemed one is indeed incredibly powerful to an unimaginable extent. Serpent holder who defeats Seiya, a friendly reminder, with the strength of your world. Even if everyone banded together, you wouldn't amount to even a fraction of the esteemed one's power. Yin Yao speaks the truth. As for the ghoul, let us not mention it. The martial prowess of the world can only be deemed average. The universe of the Saints ranks among the more advanced in numerous animes, but that depends on who you compare it to. In comparison to Naruto and One Piece, they hold the advantage. However, when matched against the esteemed one, she might be overthinking it. Sitting resentfully in her room, Sharna's face was filled with hatred, for her appearance had been seen by that insufferable Seiya. Female saints, when seen by males, have only 2 choices. Either eliminate the other or marry them. Seiya must be eliminated, but he has long escaped the sanctuary, making it challenging to find an opportunity to deal with him in the short term. This left Sharna quite displeased. Having recently joined the chat group, she was subjected to differential treatment by her peers. Serpent holder who defeats Seiya, the strongest in this dimension, a mere ant. If you have the guts, come out and face me in battle, where the victor lives and the loser perishes. Taking out this fellow would be rather satisfying. She knows the Golden Saints well. Aside from the Golden Saints, she would dare to fight anyone else. The Qingfeng, who was baffled, had just entered the group and had not offended this madwoman. Had he? Only Sharna, who had her appearance seen by Seiya, was the Silver Saint. Serpent holder, foolish woman, are you out of your mind? I just joined the group, and you already insult me. Do you want to die? Qingfeng was not one to tolerate her, responding with equal vigor. You trash. If you have the guts, come to my world. I will not rest until one of us is dead. All members, tomorrow I shall engage in a fight. Everyone is invited to come and watch. Serpent holder who defeats Seiya. Once the business is concluded, I can entertain this madwoman a bit. After all, once I deal with Zamasu, I'll have nothing to do for a while. Teaching this arrogant woman a lesson would be worthwhile. Tony the Unfaithful, the esteemed one personally taking action. The strength of this enemy is terrifying. Will the aftershocks not obliterate us? Observing Qingfeng's prowess indeed delighted Stark. Such formidable confrontations are rare. However, he feared being inadvertently harmed, as he was vastly outmatched by Qingfeng. If a battle erupted and the esteemed one was unable to attend to them, it would be disastrous. Seeking support. I should be fine. I have a protective shield. Such a situation shouldn't arise, right? The strongest in the dimension. No worries. I will be focused on protecting you. The enemy's strength is decent, but not as terrifying as you might think. So there is no need for excessive concern. Upon hearing this, the group members felt reassured. If Qingfeng could say such a thing, he must have the confidence to safeguard them. Fire Fist Ace. I truly wonder what the esteemed one's battle style is like. Casually exploding stars, obliterating the universe at will? Death God elementary student. May I interject? Tony the Unfaithful. I suspect you are indulging in inappropriate topics, and I have evidence. World Destroyer. I've screenshotted it. I have evidence too. Seeking support. Let me down. This isn't a kindergarten bus, that book-loving ghoul. How embarrassing. I'm still just a child. How can I discuss such things? This statement caught Qingfeng's attention upon entering. He had been bombarded by Sharna, too occupied to retaliate. Sharna is a supporting character from the early parts of Saint Seiya, and she is also one of Seiya's admirers. They overlooked the new member. The ghoul Qingfeng was aware of this, but surely there were no book-loving characters among them. He could only recall Kaneki Ken, the male lead, but if it were Kaneki, wouldn't the group name be something like, what is 1,000 minus 7? Book-loving ghoul. Hello everyone. My name is Hinami Fueguchi, and I am 10 years old. Hinami differs from Sharna. Sharna had just joined the group, merely answered Tony's explanation of the chat group's purpose, and knew nothing else. She hadn't even watched the battle recordings of others in the group. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare be so arrogant. Hinami had joined the chat group a few hours earlier, and due to her deep respect for others. Being a young girl, she was quite well liked by everyone. Later, upon watching the battle recordings, she completely transformed into a devoted fan of Uchiha Obito, affectionately calling him Obito-sama. Qingfeng suddenly realized that Hinami, while not particularly prominent in Tokyo Ghoul, was indeed an indispensable character. She is kind-hearted. After defeating the one who killed her parents, she couldn't bring herself to end his life. She is also one of the few characters in the series who possesses two types of Kagun, boasting excellent ghoul powers. Tony the Unfaithful. What exactly is a ghoul? Little Hinami. I've never heard of your kind, a book-loving ghoul. Yes. Hinami stammered and refused to answer, which only piqued Tony's curiosity further. Since joining the group, she hadn't mentioned her species. What could it be? Is it a ghost? One that can harvest souls and claim lives? Do they wear black and white clothing? Seeking support. Have you read too many Eastern novels? Or too many tales of Journey to the West? What you described sounds more like a Yama, world destroyer. You should leave the group. Do not mention that you are from our group outside. I cannot afford to lose face. Hinami hesitated. She was uncertain if everyone could accept a monster like her, but she chose to trust her fellow group members, book-loving ghoul. Ghouls are beings that specifically consume human corpses. We are like normal people, only we cannot eat regular food, and can only consume human flesh. Serpent holder who defeats Seiya. Isn't that a monster? Such beings should not exist in this world and should be eradicated as soon as possible. The most fearsome elf? Ah, how frightening. The new member seems quite fierce. All present might appear as monsters in your eyes. So do you wish to attempt to kill me first? The long-silent Tokisaki Gurumi ultimately could not resist stepping forward to defend Hinami. She preferred lowless over older women. This newcomer entered the group with an air of arrogance, exuding a I am the best in the world attitude. In contrast, the obedient and charming Hinami, who treated everyone with courtesy, was evidently favored by Kurumi. Similarly, the person Sharna despised the most was Kurumi. She loathed such pretentious women. There was no reason. She simply found the name irksome, having been taken advantage of by Seiya with no outlet for her frustration. The group members became her targets for release. Vile woman, I shall shatter your mouth. I hope you do not end up begging for my forgiveness then. The most fearsome elf? Ah, how terrifying. I wonder if I can defeat her. The strongest in the dimension that if only I had the protection of the Administrator's shield. Fire Fist Ace. Is it possible to play like this? Tony the Unfaithful. This is the inherent advantage of women. If you looked as enchanting as her, you could do the same. The most malevolent sprite. Ah, alas, I inadvertently tagged someone. It was not intentional that a vibration resonated from the private chat window of Kurumi. As the strongest in the dimension inquired about the timing of the duel, expressing a desire to observe. Very well, young sir, Kurumi replied, her voice deliberately transformed into a sultry melody. The Qingfeng felt an overwhelming sensation of vulnerability and hastily returned to the group chat, finding this little enchantress to be exceedingly vexing. The most malevolent sprite. I shall decisively defeat the Serpentarius who bested Seiya. Ah, do not merely speak of it. Come find me for a duel right now. Previously, the group had only jested, and this was the first instance of members engaging in a duel. However, Yin Yao showed no inclination to intervene. Indeed, that Sharina was excessively arrogant, and it would be beneficial for Kurumi to teach her a lesson. The thought of Kurumi possibly being unable to contend with Shirina did not cross Yin Yao's mind, a woman. Yin Yao could distinctly sense Gu Qingfeng's differing attitude towards Kurumi compared to Shirina. The contrast stark. Would Gu Qingfeng allow Kurumi to suffer defeat? Regardless, Yin Yao believed that should Kurumi falter, Gu Qingfeng would undoubtedly step in. And no matter how formidable Shirina was, she could not possibly triumph over Gu Qingfeng. The Serpentarius who bested Seiya. I shall demonstrate to you the might of the Silver Saints, compelling you to submit entirely to me. The most malevolent sprite. Ah, I have duly noted your words. I hope you do not come to regret them. The Serpentarius who bested Seiya. Today, I have only earned 30 points. Once I accumulate enough tomorrow, it will be your demise. The two women stood at odds. And the men in the group found themselves unable to intervene. Dedicated red envelope of 20 points was sent to the Serpentarius who bested Seiya. The most malevolent sprite. Come forth now. We shall see who begs for mercy then. The bookish ghoul. Sisters, please do not quarrel over my matter. Besides, I merely seek to consume the corpses of the unexpectedly deceased. I shall not take a life. Do you wish to take part in the dance? Those present are far more capable than you. Little Chushur, you shall not be able to partake, and no one harbors disdain for you. Ban, unusually proactive and comforting Chushur, sensed her insecurity through her words, garnering fondness for the little girl. Fire Fist Ace. Indeed, while consuming humans may seem peculiar, many in our group have taken lives, as long as it is not indiscriminate slaughter. It is acceptable. The administrator, too, casually obliterates stars, extinguishing millions of lives as if it were mere play. So do not take it too much to heart. The strongest in the dimension. It was not I who obliterated stars. I cherish peace, even if we are quite familiar. Yet, should you malign me in this manner, I shall resort to legal action for defamation. IT makes one seem like a great demon. Gu Qingfeng believed that even if he was not the epitome of grace, he at least did not belong to the realm of malevolence, the world destroyer. I recall there are healing potions in the shop. Upon consumption, you could die normally like a human, no longer needing to sustain yourself on human flesh. Do you wish to take part in the dance? Priced at 50,000 points, it would be difficult for her to afford in the short term. However, perhaps the onlookers may have tasks that yield points. The bookish ghoul. As long as the others in the group do not despise me, sisters, let us not quarrel. We should aid one another in this chat group. The Serpentarius who bested Seiya, who would wish to assist you. A mere waste? You are not just a man-eating monster, but a feeble existence. It is truly repugnant to behold. Her words were excessively harsh. Already struggling with her identity as a ghoul, Chushur could not help but feel tears welling in her eyes upon hearing this. The Serpentarius who bested Seiya. Woman, I shall soon descend into your world. Prepare to face the judgment of the saints. The Serpentarius who bested Seiya claimed the red envelope, confident in her abilities. Shirina utilized the chat group to arrive in Kurumi's realm. Within the universe of Data Live, the chat group announced a task, initiating duels among members, allowing for betting on outcomes, with victors receiving additional rewards. Betting on the Serpentarius who bested Seiya yielded odds of 2 to 1, while betting on the most malevolent sprite offered 1 to 1. Bets had no upper limit, commencing from a minimum of 100 points. The battle concluded when one party was incapacitated or voluntarily surrendered. The announcement stirred considerable excitement. The chat group S prompt clearly encouraged betting on Shirina's victory, yet the participants were not fools. Such an overt trap would not ensnare them. Under Tony's guidance, many placed their bets on Kurumi. As the saying goes, even mosquito meat is still meat. What difference is there for points picked up for free? Only a fool would bet on Shirina. Tony placed a steadfast bet of 10,000 points on the most malevolent sprite to do you wish to take part in the dance. Also placed a 10,000 point bet on the most malevolent sprite. Seeking a strong ally, also bet 10,000 points on the most malevolent sprite. Everyone in the group placed their bets on Kurumi, each having earned 10,000 points from their previous venture into the world of One Piece. Except for Conan and Chushur, who had little points left, they did not join in the fervor. Witnessing this spectacle, Gu Qingfeng found himself both amused and exasperated. He genuinely wished to assist everyone. However, before he could voice his intention, they had all completed their bets. The strongest in the dimension wagered 550,000 points on the Serpentarius who bested Seiya to win. The strongest in the dimension. Kurumi cannot possibly surpass this new member. Why have you all placed your bets on her? The World Destroyer. A sense of foreboding enveloped my heart. Tony, I have a phrase that may be inappropriate to utter. Do you wish to take part in the dance? 1,000 points are now wasted. Fire Fist Ace. Oh, great one. Your actions seem rather underhanded. Seeking a strong ally. Precisely. You could have at least given us a heads up. The strongest in the dimension. I had yet to find the opportunity, and you all placed your bets before I could speak. What am I to do? The Serpentarius who bested Seiya. A bunch of fools. You deserve this. Just wait and see how I torment this wretch. The group was incensed. They had initially hoped to earn points, yet now they faced losing their own. Upon hearing Sharina's taunts, they ignited with rage. The World Destroyer. I shall teach this arrogant woman a lesson. Once their duel concludes, I will step in personally. You wish to take part in the dance. Count me in. I wish to see how she dares to be so brazen. Tony, I too shall join. At worst, we shall gang up on her, seeking a strong ally. Never mind, I shall refrain from joining the fray. The Great One's protective shield is too formidable. It would be unfortunate if the newcomer were to perish. The most malevolent sprite wagered 10,000 points on the Serpentarius who bested Seiya to win. The Serpentarius who bested Seiya. Now that you fear, do you attempt to appease me in this manner? It is futile. I shall shatter your mouth, the strongest in the dimension. There is no need for assistance. Kurumi alone suffices. I merely stated she would lose the match, but I never claimed she could not hold her own against the opponent. The members of the group were all astute individuals. Upon reaching this point, one can readily comprehend his intention. The most malevolent spirit voluntarily concedes defeat, with the victor being the Serpentarius who has mercilessly overpowered Seiya. The wicked spirit successfully placed its bet, amassing a staggering 30,000 points. Meanwhile, the strongest in the dimension reaped a remarkable 1,650,000 points, including the initial stake. The remaining participants, having wagered unwisely, faced confiscation of all their points. In a secluded jungle on the outskirts of the spirit realm, Sharna, adorned in her silver saint attire, glowered fiercely at Kurumi. Upon her arrival in the spirit world, the chat group coincidentally teleported her next to Kurumi, who was clad in her own clock tower spirit ensemble. Beneath the clock tower garb, Kurumi donned a gothic Lolita outfit, wielding a rifle and a handgun in either hand. Their ammunition imbued with the power to manipulate time. This alone instilled a sense of trepidation in Sharna. However, mere seconds later, Kurumi cast a sinister grin over her shoulder and willingly dispelled her spirit attire. Turning to glance behind her, Sharna found a space void of any presence. Perceiving this as a sign of disdain, as if she were unworthy of Kurumi's full effort, enveloped by her cosmos, Sharna unleashed her formidable power. A force not to be trifled with by any silver saint. The entire jungle trembled as leaves swirled chaotically. Yet to Kurumi's amusement, she did not take a defensive stance. Instead, she stifled a laugh, prompting Sharna's wrath to escalate. Lightning Serpent Claw, the ultimate technique of the Serpentarius Saint, channels lightning into her claws, using her cosmos to ensnare the opponent like a colossal serpent before piercing through their flesh with her razor-sharp talons. A fearsome purple serpent lunged towards Kurumi, but before Sharna's assault could reach her, an overwhelming sense of oppression engulfed the air. The purple serpent shattered, and Sharna plummeted from the sky, incapacitated by the immense pressure that rendered her immobile. Reduced to crawling on the ground, the earth beneath her bore the marks of her descent, as she felt stripped of control over her own body, as if burdened by a mountain. What an unbearable weight! Even the golden saints do not possess such might. Who has laid their hands upon me? Rewinding 3 minutes, as Kurumi and Sharna prepared for their battle in the chat group, Kurumi had informed Qingfeng. However, when Qingfeng placed his bet on Sharna's victory, Kurumi was momentarily taken aback, suspecting he would not assist her. But she quickly regained her composure that Qingfeng immediately utilized the space teleportation of the chat group to arrive in the spirit world, where he observed from an elevated position behind the two. Kurumi felt a sense of relief. She dismissed her combat readiness. Had it not been for her curiosity regarding the ultimate technique of Serpentarius. Sharna would not have had the opportunity to execute her finishing move. Having witnessed it unfold, Qingfeng emanated his own aura, the stark disparity in strength rendering Sharna utterly defenseless. Just don't kill her. She doesn't deserve death. Fearing that Kurumi might, in a moment of excitement, consume Sharna's time, he recognized that Sharna's character warranted a lesson, yet killing her felt excessive. Kurumi's sweet smile radiated an allure capable of ensnaring men with merely a glance. Qingfeng could only manage an awkward smile, wary of the unfolding chaos. Kurumi approached Sharna with the grace of a lady, looking down upon her. Are you not the one who wished for me to kneel before you and beg for mercy? Pray tell, why the sudden shift in demeanor? Despite the unfavorable circumstances, Sharna maintained her assertiveness, struggling to lift her head to curse. Wretched woman, you can only rely on others for assistance you dare, before she could finish her sentence. Kurumi stamped down hard on her head, silencing her words as Sharna's face was pressed into the cold earth. Kurumi's smile deepened, for one who has taken countless lives has long grown accustomed to tormenting her adversaries. Lightly lifting her foot, she feigned an apology "Oh dear, I accidentally stepped on you, my sincerest apologies." If looks could kill, Sharna's glare would have reduced Kurumi to mere fragments, her eyes aflame with rage. Should I seize an opportunity, I shall annihilate all your friends and family. Until now, Kurumi had maintained her charming, serene smile, but upon hearing those words, she transformed entirely. Her previously raised foot came crashing down once more, driving Sharna's face further into the ground. Yet Kurumi had no intention of relenting. She pressed down even harder, as if seeking further satisfaction, delivering a fierce kick to Sharna's abdomen. The overwhelming force sent Sharna careening into a massive tree trunk, and before she could regain her footing, Kurumi was upon her. With the swiftness of lightning, she struck Sharna's right arm, the power of a spirit far surpassing that of an ordinary person, had Sharna not been clad in her saint armor. Kurumi's full-strength kick would have undeniably shattered her skull. It was only due to the defensive properties of the silver armor that she managed to withstand the blow. Nevertheless, a wave of dizziness washed over her, a testament to the impact. Yet the armor could not shield her entirely. Kurumi's strike had broken the bone in her right arm. Let us render you incapacitated, shall we? What do you think? Her voice remained sweet as ever. Yet Qingfeng instinctively shuddered that a lesson was warranted, but she need not be gravely injured. Sharna's demise was a consequence of her own folly, foolishly invoking the name of friends. Kurumi's transformation into this formidable entity was birthed from betrayal. Having been deceived and forced to slay her dearest companion, Qingfeng resolved to avert his gaze. Kurumi's prowess already surpassed Sharna's, and with Sharna now gravely wounded and her right arm broken, victory was utterly unattainable for her. In a fleeting moment, he vanished from the spirit world, intending to observe other spirits. Yet, witnessing Kurumi's rampage, he surmised she would have neither the time nor inclination to indulge him in a tour, resigning himself to await another opportunity. These two women were destined for a relentless feud. Not only had Sharna grievously offended Kurumi, but she had also never before endured such humiliation. A proud silver saint, one who holds the respect of the golden saints, it was unfathomable for her to be trampled upon and insulted. Had it not been for Qingfeng's awareness of Sharna's inherently good nature, he might have resorted to lethal measures. As for how Kurumi would choose to handle Sharna, that was beyond Qingfeng's concern. All he desired was for her not to be killed or permanently harmed. Upon returning to the inn within the Dragon Ball universe, he discovered the group was enveloped in a profound silence. Tony, the Heartbreaker. I suddenly feel as though my life has lost its direction. The boss has amassed over 1,000,000 points, while I've plummeted back to a few hundred at World Destroyer. Was it you who led everyone astray? How do you muster the audacity to voice such grievances? Seeking support. In truth, I believe the reason we've lost points is due to Stark's influence. Fire Fist Ace. Exactly. As a cautious individual, had Stark not bet first, I would have undoubtedly followed the boss's lead. Tony the Heartbreaker. I could tolerate this from others, but you, the clumsy one of the group, how dare you utter such words? Had it not been for his inability to contend with Ace. Tony would have already unleashed a torrent of curses. What kind of nonsense is this about being cautious? You are the one who can fall asleep mid-meal. Who are you fooling? You also wish to dance. It seems Stark has taken the blame for this situation, and I trust there are no objections. Seeking support. I wholeheartedly support this. I raise both hands and feet in agreement. Deaf God Elementary student. I'm in accordance with everyone. I am easygoing. Whenever issues arose within the group, all eyes instinctively turned to Tony, the universal scapegoat. Wherever there was blame, there he was, Tony the Heartbreaker. As long as you all are content, I shan't bother to comment further. Just do not expect me to compensate for any lost points. I have none to spare, and my life is not forfeit. World Destroyer. I am quite curious about the current state of affairs over there. Tony the Heartbreaker. I do love watching two women fight. Seeking support. I've yet to witness a women-esque brawl. It's surely ISNT, just hair-pulling and slapping, is it? Fire fist ace. We are uncertain. However, with the boss present, why not just ask him? Death God Elementary student. Strongest in the dimension. How fares the battle on your end? Did you intervene? Strongest in the dimension. Not at all. I merely observed quietly for a while. Without engaging Sharna. You also wish to dance? Who currently holds the upper hand? Has Kurumi emerged victorious? The strongest of dimensions. It can be considered evenly matched. The battle situation remains relatively stable, with Kurumi barely gaining an upper hand. The specifics of the outcome elude me, as I glanced at the scene before returning to my own universe. The members of the group were somewhat perplexed by Qingfeng's mindset. Initially, they believed he would surely side with Kurumi. This was part of their collective reasoning for supporting Kurumi's victory. Yet, Qingfeng now asserts that he is indifferent to the outcome of Kurumi and Sharna. A seemingly impossible thought emerged in everyone's minds. How could one provoke such a formidable figure without facing repercussions? Could it be that Sharna is genuinely powerful, strong enough that even the great figure refrains from confronting her? However, they quickly dismissed this notion. How could anyone surpass such a figure? At least, they could not conceive of beings existing at such a level. The strongest of dimensions. Farewell. I am logging off to have a meal. I shall return to our discussion. The group members began speculating about the outcome between the two women, though most still believed Kurumi would ultimately triumph. Aside from the administrator, Yin Yao, who harbored concerns that Kurumi might, in a fit of rage, seriously injure Sharna, the others remained indifferent to Sharna's fate. In essence, the members coexisted harmoniously within the group, their personalities aligning well. However, each individual was a prominent figure in their respective universes, inevitably bearing a sense of pride amongst the strong. Upon Sharna's abrupt entry into the group, she indiscriminately insulted everyone, and naturally, they would not indulge her. Upon returning to the inn, Qingfeng reflected on Kurumi's ruthless treatment of Sharna. Shuddering at the thought, a woman can be far more merciless than a man. He silently observed a moment of mourning for the unfortunate Sharna. Speaking of which, he had just acquired 16 million points. Coupled with the 5 million points earned from completing a previous task, and the points accumulated from signing in over the past few days, he now possessed over 22 million points, making his return to his homeland imminent. His father, mother, and her awaited him. Just a little longer, and he would be reunited with them. They must wait for his return. Then began the long wait, as Goku and the others were expected to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Likely not venturing into the future until the following day. Qingfeng occupied himself with meals and sleep at the inn, occasionally flying out to admire the scenery of Earth, unaware that 3 days had slipped by. After 3 days, he finally received news from Goku. Qingfeng had assumed they had secretly departed. If there were no updates today, he would have sought out Bulma for information upon receiving the news. He hurried to Bulma's residence, only to discover that not only Goku and Vegeta were present, but also Gohan, who had long abandoned his martial artist identity and now identified as a scholar. His gaze radiating intensity that moment. Gohan seemed to rival Goku in strength. Was this the legendary Gohan? It appeared that due to Qingfeng's crossing over, he had honed his abilities ahead of the timeline, restoring the power he once wielded as the mightiest being during the Majin Buu saga. Apologies, the time machine can accommodate only 4 individuals. Lunch is with me, Vegeta, and Trunks. We cannot take you along, Goku said with an apologetic smile upon seeing Qingfeng's arrival. Not anticipating Gohan's initiative to offer assistance that in truth, had Qingfeng not bested Goku, Gohan would not have engaged in this matter. Yet his father had been defeated by someone unheard of, raising concerns about the presence of other foes in the universe. What if one day an enemy attacked, and his father fell? The last time Frieza sought revenge, Goku's timely arrival had been their salvation. Gohan realized he could not always rely on others. He needed to reclaim his martial spirit. He was also aware of the tragic fate that befell his mother and Goten at the hands of Black Goku. He must protect his family and restore himself to his former self. And no problem. No problem. You all go ahead. Qingfeng was unperturbed. He could transcend time and space, rendering the use of a time ring unnecessary. His inquiry about their departure time was merely to accompany them and avoid straying onto the wrong timeline. Be cautious. Do not let her guard down. Bulma instructed Trunks, anxious for her son's safety. Young Trunks, indignant upon learning of his mother's demise, vowed, I will avenge her. They must pay for killing Mom. That a long-lost confidence graced Trunks' face. With sufficient ability, confidence would naturally follow. This time, I will not fail. Father trained me rigorously for a year. I am confident I can defeat Black Goku. The time spent in the hyperbolic time chamber alongside Vegeta had reignited Trunks' sense of paternal love, revealing the warmth of having his father by his side. We are setting off. Accompanied by a brilliant light, the time machine shimmered and vanished, traversing time to the future universe where Trunks resided. Unbeknownst to everyone, Qingfeng sensed the time machine's trajectory, gradually dissipating into nothingness. Carried away by the wind, the future Earth lay in ruins, devoid of the bustling cities of yore. The land was desolate, and the planet itself appeared lifeless. As the time machine landed, Vegeta leapt out, unleashing a wave of energy into the air. The wave illuminated the surroundings, and suddenly, a storm of electric lightning coiled through the sky as Black Goku materialized in midair, followed closely by Zamasu. Die without unnecessary words. Vegeta erupted in fury, dashing toward Black Goku and delivering a devastating punch. Before Black Goku could utter a word, he was forcefully struck to the ground, while Zamasu, wearing a disdainful grin, mocked Vegeta. How dare you injure me? A mere appetizer. You shall face divine retribution. The ground beneath Black Goku crumbled, creating a massive crater, from which he emerged unscathed, radiant with a pink glow. Goku, brimming with fighting spirit, turned to Vegeta and inquired, which of these two will you confront? Vegeta, as proud as ever, replied, naturally, I shall take on the false version of myself. If I can defeat the real one, why would I lose to an imitation? Such audacity! The two disregarded Black Goku and Zamasu altogether. Determined to engage their chosen adversaries, Trunks stood in awe on the ground, observing the foes that once instilled fear in him, now appearing insignificant in the eyes of his father and Uncle Goku. Gohan quietly observed the battle among the four, having never faced Super Saiyan Blue himself, with only a rough estimation of his father's strength. A soothing voice broke the silence from behind, comforting Trunks. Young man, do not waver. Everyone must grow. You are still a child, and there is no need to place such immense pressure upon yourself. Gohan and Trunks turned to see Qingfeng perched on a derelict car, a playful smile gracing his lips. They were startled, especially Trunks, who had traversed time before. He could hardly fathom how someone could navigate time independently. How is this possible? How did you catch up to the future? Do you possess a time machine as well? Yet, as soon as he posed the question, Trunks dismissed the thought. The time machine was built by his mother, and there was no reason for him to possess one. He recalled the man before him, who had effortlessly defeated Uncle Goku, and felt a weight in his chest, instinctively preparing for battle. Gohan swiftly restrained him. Greetings, while I remain uncertain about your motives for following us. I know you are not an enemy, that I hope you will not interfere in my father's and Uncle Vegeta's battle. His calm words bore a resolute undertone. Should Qingfeng choose to intervene, Gohan would stand his ground, fully aware that his father and Uncle Vegeta were consumed by a raging desire for vengeance, unwilling to allow anyone to disrupt their quest for retribution. And no worries. I simply wish to observe. If you can defeat me, I shall refrain from intervening. That if you cannot, I may step in. Is that acceptable? Qingfeng held little hope for Goku, not because he doubted their ability to contend with Black Goku, but rather from the perspective of the narrative established in the anime. This was to say that Black Goku's prowess was on par with Super Saiyan Blue, even though Goku and Vegeta had entered the hyperbolic time chamber a year prior to train. The outcome remained uncertain. However, they have their means. If they cannot win, they can fuse together like the T present. Wukong and his companions are without earrings and thus unable to perform the fusion, leaving them at a disadvantage against the immortal Zamasu. While the three converse, the battlefield is engulfed in a fierce struggle among the four, with the tide of battle decidedly tilted. Remembering the brutal murder of his wife and children, Wukong can no longer contain the fury that surges within him, the Saiyan blood in his veins igniting with wild intensity. "You scoundrel, you have slain Chi-Chi and Goten. I shall not let you escape unscathed." This time, his rage is genuine, and an overwhelming power erupts forth, transforming him into the full state of Super Saiyan Blue, hatred unlocking his utmost potential. Zamasu, bolstered by the power of immortality, has undergone countless deaths and resurrections, significantly amplifying his strength. Yet before Wukong, this proves utterly inconsequential. Almost simultaneously, Vegeta's roar reverberates through the skies. "You dare to harm my Bulma, merely because you possess the body of Son Goku." Yet, it takes a simpleton among the Saiyans to wield such power with ease. With a single punch that shook the heavens, the sky blazes with blue energy as he seizes Zamasu by the hair and delivers a fierce kick, propelling Black Goku into the air, a colossal energy blast crashing against his form. As the dust settles, Black Goku glares down at Vegeta, bewildered and infuriated. How is this possible? How can the gap be so vast? Vegeta, brimming with confidence, smirks. "Do you wish to know why? Because you are but a counterfeit, while I am the rightful prince of all Saiyans." Forewarned of the truth regarding Black Goku and Zamasu, Wukong and Vegeta find their powers elevated far beyond the ordinary narrative. The two unleash a relentless assault on their adversaries. And while Black Goku manages to hold his ground, Zamasu is repeatedly devastated by Wukong's strikes. Were it not for his immortality, he would have long perished beneath Wukong's onslaught. At this moment, both adversaries finally comprehend that humanity is not to be treated as mere insects to be subjugated. With their earrings exchanged, a radiant light engulfs the entire world as God Zamasu makes his dramatic entrance, an infinite power coupled with immortality. Even the proud Vegeta cannot help but feel astonished, for their fusion has multiplied their strength manifold, creating an aura that seems to overpower both him and Wukong. Wukong remains remarkably composed, directing a glance toward Gohan on the ground, gesturing for them to join forces against their foe. Another deafening roar erupts as the mysterious power within Gohan awakens, enveloping him in an enigmatic aura, blinding white light illuminating the sky. The once unparalleled warrior, Gohan, returns. Compared to before, he is utterly transformed. In his prime, he could have effortlessly crushed any opponent, be it Cell or Bu, but his previous arrogance had cost him dearly, leading to the demise of his loved ones. Now he has cast aside that haughty disposition, embodying the resolve of a true warrior. Daite, taken aback, cannot fathom the extent of Gohan's newfound power, suspecting it rivals that of his father. Refusing to be outdone, Daite transforms into Super Saiyan 2, joining Gohan's side to encircle God Zamasu. Behind Zamasu, a celestial halo appears, unleashing a torrent of malevolent energy waves toward the ground, as Wukong and Vegeta counter with a combined Kamehameha and Final Flash. The two forces lock in a stalemate, Zamasu's halo emitting countless energy beams, while Gohan spreads his arms to create a barrier to shield his comrades. Simultaneously protecting the four, Gohan channels his energy into a Kamehameha, while Daite unleashes his signature technique, forcing Zamasu to struggle against their combined might. Ultimately, Zamasu is overwhelmed, consumed by a sea of energy, yet even with half his body possessing immortality, he endures the onslaught. Qingfeng sits cross-legged, contemplatively observing the battlefield, now understanding why Earth has never been annihilated. Even a Vegeta with a power level exceeding 10,000 could obliterate a small planet. Yet in the present, his casual strike could annihilate Earth, yet remains unscathed through numerous battles. The key lies in their ever-increasing mastery over their own power. The same energy, unleashed as a shockwave or a keyblade, yields vastly different destructive potential. While a shockwave may cause minimal damage to a similarly powerful opponent, a keyblade could prove lethal. However, the current situation aligns with his earlier speculations. Wukong and his allies are in dire straits. Gohan's involvement indeed tempers God Zamasu's might, but it does not guarantee total domination nor complete annihilation. The Super Saiyan Blue form is excessively taxing, and over time, both Wukong and Vegeta will find their stamina depleted. Gohan stands alone, and Dai T's Super Saiyan 2 prowess is hardly sufficient to alter the tide. As the chaotic skirmish in the skies gradually subsides, Wukong and Vegeta's auras dim, despite maintaining their Super Saiyan Blue forms. It is evident that their strength is waning. Gohan, enveloped in his mysterious state, experiences minimal fatigue. Yet, facing the fused God Zamasu proves to be a considerable strain. Where are those fools, if they do not come to assist? This world is doomed. In a moment of desperation for his son, Vegeta sets aside his pride and implores Qingfeng for aid. Why don't you all take a breather? I can handle this alone. It has been far too long since I've had a thrilling battle. Qingfeng ascends to join them. And upon hearing this, Vegeta is filled with bitterness. After witnessing Zamasu's power, does he truly believe he can resolve this conflict alone? Is it confidence born of strength or mere ignorance that fuels such audacity? Vegeta leans towards the former. Though reluctant, he concedes, "Very well, it is now in your hands." Wukong is acutely aware that continuing the fight holds no promise of victory. It is not that he cannot defeat God Zamasu. His tenfold King Kai fist could secure him an advantageous position, but slaying Zamasu proves elusive, rendering any fleeting advantage ultimately meaningless. To think that mere mortals would dare to challenge a deity is utterly unforgivable. God Zamasu, having engaged in prolonged combat, finds his stamina largely intact, as countless malevolent energy waves envelop the Qingfeng, unfazed, unleashes a single punch, dispersing the waves in an instant, the residual force even cutting across Zamasu's cheek. It is time to summon the others from the group. With a thought, Qingfeng enters the chat group. The group admin, the strongest in the dimension, initiates a battle with the mightiest, forcibly inviting all members to witness the clash. With a 5-second countdown for member transportation, while the group members engage in casual conversation, they suddenly receive a notification from the chat, and within moments, they are transported to the future world of Dragon Ball. As Wukong and Vegeta touch down, they observe several men and women appearing before them, their expressions a mix of confusion and astonishment. Tony Stark remarks, "These two bear an uncanny resemblance to our esteemed leader. Could they possibly be twins?" Ace, the Fire Fist, responds, "I have no idea. This transport was incredibly abrupt. I had just finished my meal, and the sudden shift nearly made me lose it." Kurumi Tokisaki muses, "This man's adversary." The chat group must have summoned us to spectate, suggesting this foe's power is at least on par with his. The Shinigami Elementary student interjects, "Just to clarify, I am but a mere mortal. I certainly cannot assist anyone here. Just watch closely. This is the battle of true warriors, a rare spectacle that may never grace our eyes again." Adds, "I want a hug." What the hell? This is Sharna. How did she end up like this? I thought Kurumi only had a slight advantage. Gathering together for mutual support, Wukong and his companions approach the newcomers, their expressions puzzled, while Wukong can comprehend the others. The sight of Tony in his Iron Man suit leaves Gohan starstruck, utterly enamored by the ensemble. Vegeta, however, fixates on Uchiha Madara. Despite the differing power structures of their worlds, Madara's arrogance and the aura of strength he exudes catch Vegeta's attention, even though he could easily crush him with a single finger. Yet, the aura of Ban still made him feel a sense of familiarity. Undoubtedly, the most striking presence was that of Shauna, who at this moment was covered in multiple fractures. Her hair disheveled and her face in a state of disarray. 3 days prior, she had been severely injured by Q-San, who had ruthlessly exploited the pain hidden in her heart, subjecting her to brutal torment. Had it not been for Gu Qingfeng's explicit instructions to avoid inflicting grave harm or dismemberment upon her, Qisan's nature would have likely led to her being torn apart. However, when a woman truly unleashes her fury, she can rival any man, even if she cannot strike with lethal force. Qisan possesses other means to insult and torment Shauna's psyche. Mr. Wukong, Prince Vegeta, I kindly ask you to look after my friends and ensure they do not suffer any unintended injuries. This fellow can be entrusted to me. Gu Qingfeng greeted everyone on the ground, requesting Wukong and his companions to assist. Wukong readily agreed, confident that safeguarding a few individuals was well within his capabilities. Tony Stark remarked, "This enemy is rather repulsive. Why is his right hand purple and so enormous? For some reason, upon seeing him, I find myself harboring a strong aversion to the color purple. I take it you wish to dance." Ban of the Uchiha clan proclaimed. While others were puzzled by Ban's inquiry, Vegeta was fully aware, his eyes ablaze with a fierce battle spirit. The prince of the Scion warrior race, Vegeta, locked eyes with Ban. And in that moment, sparks seemed to fly. Both stood at the pinnacle of their respective worlds, each embodying a lofty dignity. There was a mutual respect between the strong, though the circumstances were not conducive for a friendly spar. Lest they engage in combat. All right, let us witness your true prowess. During our last encounter, I sense you were not fighting with your full strength. Wukong stated, in the skies. Gu Qingfeng and God Zama's engaged in their formal clash. Gu Qingfeng's movements were like a specter, evading Zama's every attempt to land a blow. At last, Gu Qingfeng took the initiative, launching an attack. Zama's could scarcely perceive his movements as Gu Qingfeng appeared before him in an instant. With lightning speed, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, leaving Zama's to feel the searing pain radiating throughout his body, ultimately sending him crashing into a derelict building. Vegeta furrowed his brow, dissatisfied with Gu Qingfeng's performance. The strength he had displayed when he defeated Wukong with a single blow was far beyond what he was currently exhibiting. You dare offend a deity? Despicable, utterly despicable. Zama's seethed inwardly, raising his hand to the heavens. From the cosmos surged forth an onslaught of malevolent energy as pink thunderclouds gathered in the sky. Infusing him with their power, Zama's strength surged once more, his energy flowing like an unending river. And his right arm twisted and bulged grotesquely. Zama's energy erupted in all directions, causing the very earth to tremble, shielding the gathered crowd with Wukong's protective barrier. Beads of cold sweat trickled down their foreheads as Zama's overwhelming pressure bore down upon them, leaving them to question whether Gu Qingfeng could truly prevail against such an adversary. The destroyer of worlds, to draw energy directly from the cosmos with such power. What are his intentions? Trunks' expression turned icy. He seeks to eradicate all life in the universe, to complete the zero human erasure plan, thereby eliminating all conflict from existence. Ban of the Uchiha paused, struck by a sense of déjà vu. Before joining the chat group, he had intended to employ the infinite Tsukuyomi to create a genuinely peaceful world. However, he later learned the truth from Yun Yao, realizing that all his schemes were but a deception orchestrated by Kuroju, the true puppet master. Was this not akin to his own past aspirations, though he had never considered the complete annihilation of humanity, merely seeking peace through an alternative means? Tony Stark, visibly concerned, patted Yun Yao on the shoulder. Don't you have the protection of the big boss? Why not assist him? I can't shake the feeling that he is currently at a disadvantage. This remark nearly irked Yun Yao to her breaking point, kicking Tony away in an explosive outburst. Are you out of your mind? Why would I go? To seek death? Tony, with a face full of grievance, retorted, but you have a protective shield. If I had one, I would help. After all, it wouldn't kill you. Are you a fool? My shield is invincible against others. Do you really think it would be effective against an enemy of the same caliber as the boss? Yin Yao was utterly exasperated. The defensive techniques casually created by the boss might work against lower-tier opponents, but against an adversary of equal strength, the shield would be utterly ineffective. Conan, the elementary school detective, observed the aerial battle with wide eyes, realizing that the clash was hardly distinguishable from that of gods. However, it was evident that Gu Qingfeng was being steadily overwhelmed. The reinvigorated Zamas had begun to dominate, tipping the scales of victory in his favor. If anyone in the arena wished for Gu Qingfeng's failure, it was undoubtedly Shauna, for had it not been for him, she would not have faced Q San's humiliation. She secretly wished for Gu Qingfeng's demise at the hands of Zama's, even if it meant her own demise as well. She understood all too well that Gu Qingfeng was not a man she could confront. The mere aura of his presence rendered her immobile, a feat she would struggle to achieve in her lifetime. She could only hope for others to intervene at that moment, witnessing Gu Qingfeng's suppression. Her swollen visage involuntarily broke into a smile, having long since resolved to meet her end in a mutual demise that, are you smiling? Q San appeared behind her without warning. Her sweet and melodious voice sounded to Shauna's ears like the roar of a demonic entity from hell. A shiver ran down her spine as memories of 3 days prior flooded back, causing her to hastily suppress her smile and avert her gaze from Q San. That encounter had left her with a profound psychological scar, stripping her of the courage to oppose Q San ever again. Maria Satoshi was taken aback. Had it not been said that Q San held only a slight advantage over Shauna? Why then did Shauna appear so utterly defeated while Q San remained unscathed? Exuding the aura of someone who had terrified Shauna into submission, Trunks analyzed the two combatants in the sky, gripping his sword tightly, prepared to intervene at a moment's notice. Vegeta barked an admonition, instructing Trunks not to act impulsively. You needn't intervene. Can you not see? Yet, it seems he is not Zama's match. If this continues, he will surely be slain. Trunks harbored doubts about Gu Qingfeng, observing him on the defensive more often than not. While Zama's grew increasingly emboldened, pressing the attack with confidence, Vegeta, in stark contrast, believed otherwise. He did not think Gu Qingfeng had reached his limit, even against the formidable Zama's a fellow Saiyan. Did he not believe Gu Qingfeng could transform into a Super Saiyan? Zama's gathered energy in his hands, a wave of light forming in his palms, his aura rapidly escalating as he unleashed the Kamehameha wave. All his strength coalesced into a singular point. The blue energy sphere shot forth like a meteor towards the assembled crowd below. Let us see how you evade. If you intend to abandon those on the ground, you might as well flee. Zama's cackled maniacally, his frustration mounting as Gu Qingfeng relied on his combat finesse to avoid a direct confrontation. Gu Qingfeng mirrored Zama's stance, countering with his own Kamehameha. The two titanic forces clashed, neither yielding an inch as they fought to a stalemate. The collision in midair produced a tumultuous sea of energy. The immense backlash forcing Zama's to retreat a few steps to regain his footing. What a terrifying power. Even the boss cannot defeat him. It appears we are witnessing a deadlock, thought Ban, reflecting on the disparity between their strengths. Conan furrowed his brow, retreating behind the others. The entire crowd on the ground stood frozen, for despite Zama's absorbing such vast amounts of malevolent energy, Gu Qingfeng remained capable of withstanding his assaults. Wukong, Vegeta, and Gohan keenly observed the flicker of mockery in Gu Qingfeng's expression. Even when engaged in close combat, he appeared to handle the situation with ease, exuding a nonchalant demeanor. I must ask, is the power of a god truly so minuscule? Can you not muster greater strength? You are quite disappointing. Gu Qingfeng scoffed, finding Zama's power lacking, falling short of his expectations. He saw no need to transform for such a trivial encounter. In his base form, he believed he could claim victory, anticipating that this opportunity would allow him to accumulate a considerable amount of points, enough to reach a total of 50 million. I am the strongest. You are but a mere nuisance, he declared as Zama's was about to retort. Gu Qingfeng swiftly struck him with a powerful punch, sending him flying to grow stronger. One must invest effort. What is effort if not the time honed through perseverance? You have merely seized the body of a mortal whom you disdain. Just how strong can you truly become? Can you withstand a punch that embodies a year of toil? Gu Qingfeng's figure moved with remarkable speed, leaving Zama's no time to defend himself as he was struck multiple times, his already unattractive visage becoming increasingly contorted at a death sphere, potent enough to annihilate the earth, materialized in Zama's hand. He resolved to show no mercy and utterly obliterate the planet. When deities clash, mortals suffer. Even with Goku's protective barrier, the members of the chat group felt an ominous sense of impending doom. Allow me to demonstrate true power. Gu Qingfeng's eyes darkened with gravity, his immense energy causing ripples throughout the universe, while the dark forces summoned by Zama's cloaked the sky above the earth. The golden radiance emitted by Gu Qingfeng surged skyward, banishing the darkness. And as his aura intensified, the very earth trembled, sending sand and stones flying. The explosive energy that altered the very colors of heaven and earth transformed Gu Qingfeng's black hair into a resplendent golden hue. His entire being crackled with golden lightning. His demeanor exuded an air of haughty supremacy, as if regarding deities as mere insects. The mere force radiating from him shattered Goku's protective barrier, Super Saiyan. You are but an insect. Your struggles are utterly futile. Zama's dismissed him with disdain, believing that not even Goku's Super Saiyan God form could contend with him. So what could a mere Super Saiyan achieve? As the Death Sphere approached, Gu Qingfeng bent his right arm back and delivered a fierce punch, effortlessly obliterating the terrifying sphere. In an instant, Gu Qingfeng vanished from sight and reappeared before Zama's. Gripping his throat with one hand, he raised his other hand skyward, gathering energy that shimmered like stars, pressing it into Zama's body. The soul purifier can cleanse all forms of energy, and Zama's heart grew increasingly malevolent. This technique was perfectly suited for him. As the energy orb infused Zama's, a kaleidoscope of colors erupted from within him, culminating in a colossal explosion that left Zama's utterly annihilated. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Just moments ago, the two were evenly matched, yet now Gu Qingfeng's hair had changed color. Zama's had not even managed to retaliate before being vanquished, the disparity between them as vast as heaven and earth. The destroyer of worlds. It appears that this form reveals the true strength of the master. We have severely underestimated his power. Sharina roared inwardly, questioning why such a formidable Zama's could not defeat Gu Qingfeng. Gazing at Gu Qingfeng, who resembled a god in the skies, Sharina was overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. Was she destined never to have the opportunity for revenge? Fire Fist Ace. Speaking of which, this form looks incredibly cool. It seems the master has not only changed his hair color, but his bangs have also stood upright, seeking the strong. Unfortunately, I lack education, so I can only exclaim in awe. Tony Stark felt that the crisis in his world paled in comparison. The master could resolve it with a mere gesture, prompting him to consider how to curry favor with such a powerful being. With this golden ally, he could wreak havoc upon foes like Ultron and Thanos. Yun Yao observed the shield surrounding her. Falling into deep contemplation, she realized she might have underestimated the master's strength. Unlike the others in the chat group, Obito gazed skyward, sensing that matters were not as easily resolved as they seemed. His Rinnegan perceived the essence of Zama's dissipating into countless specks of light that merged with the atmosphere above the earth. At the sight of Zama's demise, an aura of death surged upwards, tainting the sky with an inky green hue. Zama's malevolent spirit lingered. The dark energy spread to the far reaches of the universe, twisting the sky into distorted visages of Zama's that unleashed vile energy upon the ground. Hidete immediately thought of the survivors in the shelter and rushed to provide assistance. But Gu Qingfeng waved his hands, enveloping the entire earth in a golden aura, completely negating Zama's attacks. Zama's became one with the universe, and even the main timeline's Beerus and Whis sensed that dire events were unfolding. This power even affected the realm of their reality. Gu Qingfeng's palms conjured two multicolored orbs of light, which he compressed together. Soul Purifier. This was one of Gu Qingfeng's signature moves, particularly effective against nefarious foes, capable of purifying their wickedness. The orb made contact with the evil essence of Zama's. The malevolent power was instantly purified as if it had met its nemesis. Tony Stark stared in bewilderment at the spectacle above, unable to fathom how one could achieve such cosmic assimilation. Was this truly the end? The display was indeed terrifying, yet resulted in Zama's being swiftly vanquished. Ace could not help but scoff. The commotion had been so grand, yet before they could even feel fear, the master had struck down their foe. Was the master simply too powerful, or was Zama's merely a paper tiger, all noise and no substance? Of course, such musings were just playful thoughts. Ace did not genuinely believe Zama's was weak. It was merely the master's overwhelming strength that led to such an outcome that Goku's eyes ignited with determination. As a fellow scion, he understood Qingfeng's might more than anyone. Yet, challenging the powerful would only serve to strengthen oneself, a truth inherent to Goku's nature. The strongest in the dimension, the administrator, had eradicated the enemy Zamas. This battle would be recorded in the chat group's archives for future members to witness the administrator's might. The administrator, having completed a level 6 task, was rewarded with 30 million points. 3 seconds later, the members were teleported back to their respective universes. The system's notification echoed in their minds, and moments later, their figures vanished from the spot as if they had never existed. Thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, our long-standing efforts would have been in vain, and the entire universe would have faced annihilation. Trunks bowed deeply to Qingfeng with utmost respect. Qingfeng accepted his gratitude without flinching. In truth, had Zamas, who had assimilated the universe, unleashed his relentless assault without Qingfeng's protection over the earth, all survivors aside from Goku and his companions would have perished in the aftermath. It was this realization that led Trunks to express such gratitude. This also indirectly revealed Qingfeng's benevolent nature. Otherwise, he would not have cared for the fates of a group of ordinary individuals. Do not concern yourself. True strength must regard the freedom of the weak as its boundary. Young one, your journey ahead is still long. Strive to grow stronger. Qingfeng harbored little optimism for Trunks' future. He had saved this universe from impending doom, yet who could predict what other adversaries might emerge? Trunks would ultimately have to safeguard the universe he called home with his own hands. Indeed, from this moment onward, I shall dedicate myself to rigorous training, striving to assist my father and the others in the future. Vegeta was the first to object, defiantly retorting at Trunks. Enough with the jokes. I, Vegeta, do not require anyone's help. With the cosmic crisis resolved, the mood lightened considerably. After a brief respite, Goku's energy was largely restored. Eager for a rematch with Qingfeng, Vegeta shared the same sentiment. The two exchanged glances. Understanding their mutual desire, Vegeta recalled Qingfeng's Super Saiyan power and glanced at himself, perplexed. As a fellow Super Saiyan, why is your Super Saiyan form so much stronger, even surpassing my father's Super Saiyan God state? Qingfeng pondered for a moment before candidly explaining, because my base power is already formidable. When I transform into a Super Saiyan, the same 50-fold increase makes my strength appear vastly superior to yours. You are not the legendary Super Saiyan, are you? You do not embody the essence of a Saiyan. Vegeta initially believed Qingfeng to be a prophesied figure. Long ago, a legend had circulated among the Saiyans that every millennium, a legendary Super Saiyan would be born, endowed with extraordinary combat prowess, designed solely for destruction. However, as Vegeta learned more about Qingfeng, he became convinced that he was not the legendary figure. A true legendary Super Saiyan could not possibly protect others, for they were intended as instruments of annihilation. Indeed, I am not. When a legendary Super Saiyan is mentioned, the first name that springs to mind is Broly. Qingfeng also feels a flicker of interest. He is the only opponent capable of matching him in a short span of time. Even if he cannot surpass his Super Blue form, he surely would not fall short of his Super Saiyan state. Engaging in combat with him would allow for an unrestricted, full-throttle battle. The anticipation of encountering him fills me with excitement. Just how formidable is the fabled Super Saiyan? Goku's tone carries a sense of regret. Alone, he harbors no chance of victory. That is a pity he lacks the plethora earrings. Otherwise, the fusion with Vegeta would surely compel you to unleash your full potential. Qingfeng merely smiles, neither disputing nor affirming this notion. In his estimation, Vegeta is not a match for him. The fusion of Goku and Vegeta in their ordinary states results in Vegeta's power eclipsing that of a standard Super Blue, while victory against a full-powered Super Blue is uncertain. A regular Super Blue would pose no challenge. It is important to note that this fusion originates from their ordinary forms, while his own physique is a fusion derived from Super Saiyan. The power of a Super Saiyan is amplified 50-fold compared to their base state, and the effect of fusion inherently yields a result greater than mere addition. The extent of his regular power remains a mystery to even him. Were it not for the need to swiftly eliminate Godzamasu, his ordinary self could have dispatched him as well. Once all matters were resolved, the group prepared to return to the main timeline. And Qingfeng followed the time machine's trajectory back to the Dragon Ball universe's timeline. After a brief stay at Bulma's residence, he graciously declined the invitation for dinner with the others. Although he found the culinary offerings of the world's wealthiest family quite enticing. However, his greater desire was to return home and rest, as an inexplicable sense of foreboding weighed heavily on his heart. Leaving him feeling hollow, he had never experienced such a state before. Scion bodies are remarkably resilient, rarely beset by illness. Could it be that something has befallen his loved ones back in his homeland? This thought furrowed Qingfeng's brow, as his relatives resided in a small county and were unlikely to have offended any powerful figures. Their health was generally good. So why did he feel this way? There must be a reason behind such feelings. Especially for a being of his caliber, there exists a unique connection with family. Upon returning to his lodgings, Qingfeng lay in bed, unable to find sleep for a prolonged period. As memories of the past flooded his mind, tossing and turning proved futile, leading him to open the chat group where his points had amassed to an impressive 46,500,000. Only 346,000 remained to reach the milestone of 50 million. However, acquiring points from here on out would not be as simple. Initially, he assisted Yun Yao in earning 500,000, then saved Sabo for another 5 million, and his transformation into a Super Saiyan netted him a mere 30 million. If the chat group does not issue tasks, daily sign-ins yield only 10,000 points, necessitating a year of sign-ins for the full amount. Under normal circumstances, this would be acceptable. A year's wait is neither excessively long nor short. Yet, as his anxiety deepened, he found himself unwilling to wait any longer. The pace at which he accumulated points felt akin to soaring through the sky, having joined the chat group for less than a week and nearing sufficient points. Nevertheless, Qingfeng deemed it still too slow and resolved to consider alternative strategies. Only when group members encounter peril do chat group tasks initiate. Conan's world, being of a lower tier, was not conducive to earning points. Leisurely excursions provided little hope for substantial point acquisition. The administrator, Yun Yao, had already granted him a shield. Leaving no opportunity for a second visit, Ace's trajectory had also shifted. The Four Emperors' white beard had yet to confront the Navy, and no significant events loomed on the horizon. As for Kyuka, there was no need to elaborate. Sharnisea had just acquired his armor, and the plot dictated that no major occurrences would unfold. Thus, it seemed only the Kamen Rider decade, Uchiha Madara from the Naruto world, and Tony Stark from the Marvel Universe remained. Pondering this, Qingfeng resolved to inquire whether any significant events had transpired in their respective realms. In the chat group, several members led by Tony Stark were engaged in lively banter. Tony, have you all noticed? The difficulty of that fusion character has been classified as level 6 by the chat group. What kind of existence is that universe to have such a powerful adversary rated at merely level 6? Ace, the system's maximum difficulty is level 10. I presumed it would at least be rated level 8. I cannot fathom the nature of that world, Shinigami elementary student, if I possessed even 1% of that power. Let alone a millionth. I could have easily dealt with the Black Organization and restored my original body by now. Conan's words were laced with envy. He was the most unfortunate among them, unable to return home or acknowledge his girlfriend. All his tribulations stemmed from his enemies, the international criminal organization known as the Black Organization. Uchiha Madara's circumstances were far more favorable. At least he awaited Obito's resurrection, offering him a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, Conan found himself unable to confront the Black Organization directly, and seeking assistance from a powerful ally felt impossible, as his own strength was insufficient to offer the rewards that would entice such a figure. World Destroyer. Why not enlist the help of everyone in the group? I believe it would not pose a challenge for any of us. Conan had indeed contemplated this, but without any member facing danger. The chat group's tasks would not activate. He even attempted to negotiate with Ace, hoping to persuade him to spend 50 points to assist him in dealing with the Black Organization. Ace, being a kind-hearted individual, readily agreed, but before he could act, the chat group issued a warning. Without a task at hand, members are prohibited from altering the normal historical development of other universes. After hearing Conan's explanation, the others felt helpless. The inability to intervene was simply beyond their control. World Destroyer. It is unfortunate that we do not share the same worldview. Otherwise, I could utilize my abilities to traverse to your realm and offer assistance. Tony, you could certainly pursue that reckless path. As long as you find yourself in danger, you could trigger a task for us to follow. Seeking support. Do you believe everyone is like you? Isn't it better to be alive than to court death? Yin Yao found herself questioning if there were no normal individuals within the Marvel Universe. How had such intellect led to becoming a billionaire? The most fearsome elf. You should challenge the Serpent Bearer, who defeated Seiya. You wish to confront the powerful figure, did you not? You've seen his combat style. Hurry and challenge him. Rest assured, none of us will impede you. Upon reading Kyuka's words, Sharna felt a surge of frustration. How could she possibly contend with him? The thought of taking him on left her seething, though she dared not betray her emotions. You must be jesting. How could I possibly be a match for the powerful one? I apologize for my previous offense. You two wish to dance? It appears that Kyuka's last encounter ended in a resounding victory for her. This arrogant woman has become quite subdued. The group noticed Sharna's evident fear of Kyuka, which had been palpable during their observations of the Dragon Ball universe. Sharna's disarray only served to confirm that Kyuka had triumphed with absolute dominance. The strongest in the dimensions. You two wish to dance? World Destroyer, Tony Stark, have there been any significant occurrences in your worlds? You two wish to dance? I have yet to be reanimated by impure world reincarnation. And I am uncertain of the current state of the ninja world. You require assistance. Tony Stark, I have not encountered anything. I just created a new suit of armor, and no one has troubled me. I have not heard of any new superheroes emerging either. World Destroyer, I have encountered a minor issue. There's a hostile knight possessing the power of the top 15 Heisei riders, who has been attacking humanity. A rival organization seeks to dominate the entire universe. Having said this, Kamen Rider Decade felt the need to clarify further. However, I have yet to locate their base of operations, and it seems unlikely that I will be able to engage them in the immediate future. Qingfeng contemplated, deducing that the villainous version of the 15 riders must indeed be Kamen Rider 15. The only one who had posed a lethal question and emerged victorious against Kamen Rider Decade. They have yet to find their stronghold. That is of little consequence. I shall venture into your world and will devise a method to locate them. Activating the chat group's teleportation function, he designated the universe as that of Kamen Rider Decade. Tony, is the powerful one simply looking for leisure, offering benefits to group members, or perhaps feeling discontent and seeking a target to unleash their frustrations? Do you also wish to dance? In any case, the monsters of that world have met with misfortune. Encountering a formidable figure, they can only lament their ill fortune, seeking to ride on the coattails of greatness. World Destroyer. Do not forget to live stream for everyone to witness. We are quite intrigued by the villainous knights over there. Minyashur has also uploaded his battle footage, showcasing his encounters with the monsters. Yet they have yet to witness the true form of an evil knight. World Destroyer. No problem. I shall first go to welcome the esteemed one. As the conversation unfolded, Qingfeng had already arrived. Observing Minyashur clad in a black suit, adorned with a pink camera hanging from his chest, his initial impression was that this fellow had likely traversed all the nightly universes, successfully upgrading his belt. Unfortunately, his mood was rather grim, as if a colossal stone weighed heavily upon his heart, leaving him breathless and devoid of any inclination to jest. His immense perception enveloped the earth, capturing every movement within. And in an instant, he located the lair of the villainous organization, Badon. Steady now, let us proceed. Minyashur noticed something was amiss with Qingfeng. He was usually so cheerful and attentive to everyone. At present, however, his countenance was dark, and an air of impatience emanated from him. Before he could inquire about the cause, Qingfeng grasped his shoulder, and the two soared into the sky at breakneck speed. In the underground stronghold of Badon, a gathering of peculiar beings convened, with several high-ranking officials deliberating their plans. With the addition of the evil knight, Kamen Rider 15, their odds of success had significantly improved. As for the possibility of being discovered by the knights, they harbored no concerns. They were situated hundreds of meters underground, surrounded by walls forged from steel several centimeters thick, and they had returned to the surface using a spatial device. The knights could not reach such depths. They intended to stir up animosities between the Heisei and Showa knights, inciting them to turn against one another. The thunderous crash resounded as impenetrable steel crumbled like tofu, and two figures burst through the metal, landing on the ground. "Damn it! Who are you?" Upon hearing this familiar inquiry, Menyashur instinctively prepared to respond with his catchphrase. But remembering the esteemed one was present, he held his tongue, declare war on them. Before falling into despair, "I will come to assist you." Qingfeng nonchalantly uttered this before vanishing in an instant. Not only was Menyashur bewildered, but the peculiar beings were equally perplexed. What was happening? They had stormed into the underground with such imposing force, yet left without uttering a single threatening word that "I am merely a passing Kamen Rider." Remember that. Menyashur contemplated that perhaps the esteemed one lacked points, seizing this opportunity to create a ruckus. Ever since his belt upgraded to magenta, he had yet to encounter a worthy opponent for a serious battle. Your companions have fled in fear. What can you accomplish alone? Kamen Rider 15, come forth and annihilate this intruder. A middle-aged man stepped forward, his form emaciated and his face etched with weariness. The two transformed simultaneously. Kamen Rider Decade against Kamen Rider 15. Unlike the original tale, Menyashur had acquired the powers of the 10 Heisei riders. The cardboard sword clashed with the yellow spring pill, and 15 was forced to retreat repeatedly. Decade had indeed leveled up. And with his enhancements, his statistics were now on par with 15's in every aspect. As for the Transformer side, Menyashur, being a cyborg, possessed overwhelming strength compared to the ordinary human who transformed into 15. The leader of Badon was infuriated, never having anticipated that the strongest weapon he had created would not be a match for this individual. With a wave of his hand, he commanded everyone to attack together. "All of you, come forth and obliterate this intruder." Decade countered with a swift strike, forcing back the advancing 15, extracting a card from the cardboard. "If I were to battle you, this card would be most suitable. Kamen Ride." Kamen Rider Agito. Cast off. Decade transformed into the red-armored Agito. Engaging in a frenzied slaughter among the minions, Agito's super-speed movements caught the villains off guard, and in an instant, several monsters were felled. However, the sheer number of enemies proved overwhelming, and some possessed special abilities that could restrain his speed. Before long, Decade found himself at a disadvantage. Detecting that the World Destroyer was in crisis, he could proceed to the chat group to issue a task. Menyashur breathed a sigh of relief, finally delaying enough time to issue the task. If he wished to escape, no one could stop him. Yet, since the esteemed one had instructed him to issue the task, he could not leave. The World Destroyer issued a task. Defeat the underground Empire Badon with a reward of 300 points. The task difficulty was rated as 8-level hard, with a limitation of 3 participants. Seeking to ride on the coattails of greatness, the esteemed one is indeed formidable. He located the enemy lair immediately upon arrival. Fire Fist Ace. Let us mourn for these unfortunate souls for 3 minutes. Do you also wish to dance? I am more curious about what kind of enemy could put Menyashur in such peril. One of the few existences capable of rivaling him. Ban had always held Menyashur in high regard, albeit solely for his strength. He dared not commend his character. The strongest in the dimension accepted the task. Fire Fist Ace accepted the task. The most fearsome spirit accepted the task. Tony not flirtatious. The World Destroyer-S task was completed, and the group administrator, the strongest in the dimension, received 100 points, while Fire Fist Ace and the most fearsome spirit each received 100 points. The task took 0.1 seconds, earning a godly evaluation, with the strongest in the dimension receiving 5 million points, and Fire Fist Ace and the most fearsome spirit each receiving 12,000 points. Death God Elementary student. Alas, those quick of hand have the spoils while the slow miss out. I've once again lost a chance for a free win. Tony not flirtatious. I was just going to say I missed this opportunity. However, before I could finish, the task was already completed. Must it be accomplished so swiftly? Seeking to ride on the coattails of greatness. After Ace and Kurumi accepted the task, they were transported to the location of the underground Empire Badon, where Menyashur, transformed into Decade, was fiercely battling. Yet, when they opened their eyes after traversing through space, they were met only with an enormous underground palace, devoid of any enemy in sight. Simultaneously, a notification chimed in, announcing the completion of the task and the acquisition of rewards. Qingfeng stood at the center of the arena, devoid of his usual calm demeanor, a white aura swirling around him, creating an impression of him being on the brink of a rampage. Upon accepting the task, Qingfeng unleashed his power without hesitation, a formidable presence sweeping across the surroundings. Except for the few who deliberately avoided him, such as Minyashur, Ace, and Kurumi, the entirety of the underground empire's monsters were obliterated in an instant. Sometimes, surprises arrive so abruptly. Just moments ago, the monsters had been confident in their overwhelming numbers, believing that Decade had come alone to deliver himself to death. Yet, upon Qingfeng's intervention, they were all crushed. Even the lowliest minions could not withstand his might. Ordinary monsters, as well as high-ranking officials and leaders, fell before his oppressive aura. The strength of the senior officials and leaders was unfathomable, each blow carrying the force of several tons, accompanied by a myriad of potent supernatural abilities. However, in the face of absolute power, Qingfeng needed not even lift a finger. The disparity in strength was too great. Mere presence was sufficient to shatter their corporeal forms. Though it was not his first time witnessing Qingfeng in action, Minyashur was still deeply astonished. His own strength could similarly overpower these monsters, yet their sheer numbers rendered him helpless. The invulnerable monsters appeared as fragile as paper before Qingfeng. Kurumi's eyes sparkled with a unique light. The more she learned about this man, the more difficult it became to fathom the depths of his strength. Cold and proud, yet not devoid of kindness, she felt an unprecedented fluttering in her heart. Was this the sensation of love? She was a woman unafraid to love fiercely. If she liked someone, she would not hide it. "Young man, would you care to join me?" Before she could finish her words, Qingfeng forced a smile, glanced at her, and vanished from sight, leaving her unfinished sentence abruptly cut off. AC observed everything clearly from the side. Everyone in the group had long noticed Qingfeng's indulgence towards Kwang San. The affection between the two seemed like a fated match, yet the unforeseen circumstances arrived so suddenly, AC's face flushed red. But his carefree nature got the better of him, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Upon witnessing the murderous glare from Kwang San, he quickly covered his mouth, indicating that it was unintentional. He certainly did not wish to provoke Kwang San. After all, Sharna was a cautionary tale. Regardless of whether he could hold his own against her, he had no desire to engage in conflict with a woman. Moshi also reverted from his transformation and approached the two. Sensing that the senior seemed troubled, "Oh, you know what's going on?" AC shook his head. Everything had seemed fine just an hour ago, and now Qingfeng had become irritable without explanation to a man of such strength. What could possibly trouble him? To him, the myriad beings in the universe were but dust, and who could dare incite his wrath? As a woman, Kwang San was innately more sensitive and observant. She speculated that perhaps something had happened to Qingfeng's family. It might be something concerning his family. I can see the worry in his eyes. Indeed, as time passed, Qingfeng's unease deepened. After completing a task to earn points, he promptly accessed the Group S marketplace and spent 50 million points to exchange for Earth coordinates. For safety's sake, he made a return trip to the Dragon Ball universe to gather some items, then immediately tore through the dimensional barrier to fly towards Earth. However, the distance between the Earth dimension and the Dragon Ball universe was exceedingly vast. Even at full speed, it took him over 10 minutes to arrive on Earth at the very moment he returned, atop Kunlun Mountain and on a remote island in America. An overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloped those present. Powerful beings sensed the emergence of an unparalleled strongman, a pressure only a being of supreme strength could possess. Those lacking sufficient power merely felt breathless, with an overwhelming urge to kneel, utilizing his soul probing. He located his home and instantly teleported back. His bedroom was spotless, clearly maintained by someone, and everything appeared unchanged from his memories. Yet, these details were not his primary concern. Stepping out of his bedroom, he turned his gaze to find his father, whose legs lay limp on the sofa, his eyes filled with weariness. Despite being mentally prepared, Qingfeng could not suppress his rage. Jiu Tian looked at the man emerging from his son's room. Confusion etched on his face, unsure of who he was. "May I ask who you are?" "Father, it's me, I'm Xiaofeng. How did it come to this? Gu Qingfeng fought back his sorrow. His form resembled that of Gogeta, making it understandable that his father failed to recognize him. He vaguely remembered his father as a spirited middle-aged man, always exuding confidence. How could such a transformation occur in just a year? I've already fallen to this state. There is no need to further humiliate me. Please, spare us. However, Gu Tian did not believe him. He was already aware that his son had died in a car accident long ago. Yet, he had kept his wife in the dark, bearing the pain of losing a child alone, unwilling to inflict further suffering upon her. With no better course of action, Gu Qingfeng extended his hand, allowing a beam of light to merge with his father's mind. Soul memory technique. This technique allowed Gu Tian to experience all that Gu Qingfeng had undergone as an observer, from the car accident to the subsequent merging with Gogeta's body. He deliberately omitted the scenes of battle. Otherwise, his father would likely think he had encountered a ghost. Gu Tian's expression shifted dramatically, alternating between bitter laughter and deep sorrow. After a lengthy silence, he finally gazed at Gu Qingfeng and said, "It's good to be back. And no matter what, as long as you're alive, that's what matters. Your mother will surely be overjoyed." He had long concealed the truth of Gu Qingfeng's death. But in a world where nothing remains hidden, Gu Mu had already begun to harbor suspicions, which Gu Tian had repeatedly managed to cover up. Gu Qingfeng retrieved a green bean from his pocket and offered it to his father. "Consume this, and your body will heal." Gu Tian looked at the unremarkable bean, a bitter smile on his face. My legs are shattered beyond repair. Even the world's best doctors could not mend them, let alone this little bean. The idea of crossing over was indeed hard to believe, but he was acutely aware of his injuries. Standing again seemed impossible. Nonetheless, recognizing it as a gesture from his son, Gu Tian accepted the bean and chewed it twice before swallowing. Gu Qingfeng did not explain. Even someone at death's door could experience a miraculous recovery after consuming a senza bean. Moreover, these beans not only healed injuries, but could also regrow severed limbs and restore stamina to its peak. Mending broken leg bones was well within their capabilities. Gu Tian, who had not held any hope for the bean, felt no change in his body after consuming it. Fortunately, he had not expected to be healed, so disappointment did not weigh heavily on him. "Father, try standing and taking a few steps." Seeing his father unresponsive, Gu Qingfeng could only prompt him. Gu Tian chuckled, patting his legs. "How can I stand when my legs are broken?" But something was amiss. He could feel sensation returning to his legs. Testing the movement, he found it surprisingly smooth. Gu Tian was astonished. How could this happen? His bones were shattered. Even if they were to be healed, it would involve tremendous pain through surgery or medication. Yet after consuming just a single bean, he felt no pain and had healed. Where on earth had his son journeyed to acquire such abilities? What has happened to your legs? And where is your mother? Why isn't she home to care for you? Gu Tian sighed, recounting the events that transpired during Gu Qingfeng's absence. "You died not long ago, and Wang Fei has since been with Li Jun, the heir of a prominent family. When your mother found out, she went to confront them, only to be insulted by Wang Fei. By the time I learned of it, I saw your mother being bullied. And in a fit of rage, I went as well. In his anger, Li Jun had my legs broken and used his family connections to shut down the small supermarket I had managed to establish, preventing any company from hiring me." Initially, Gu Tian had not believed the accusations, considering Gu Qingfeng and Wang Fei had shared a loving relationship for 3 years, devoid of any disdain for one another. Upon grasping the full extent of the situation, Gu Qingfeng stood there in shock, never having anticipated Wang Fei's betrayal. Wang Fei was someone he had met during his university days in the capital, and he had fallen for her at first sight. Their relationship had blossomed swiftly. After graduation, Wang Fei returned to their hometown with him, opting not to pursue opportunities in the bustling metropolis, despite her affluent family background. Her father was the current head of the Wang family in the capital, and her mother a university professor, who had initially opposed their relationship. However, after Wang Fei's persistence, they reluctantly accepted it. "Mother will seek justice for me. That aligns with her character. In ignorance of my death, how could she tolerate her future daughter-in-law running off with someone else?" Gu Qingfeng's fury reignited. The suppressed rage that had quelled upon returning home erupted once more. casting a shadow over the entire sky. Where's my mother now? Where has she gone? In their household, the father managed external affairs while the mother took care of the home, having returned for some time without seeing her. Qingfeng grew increasingly anxious at the mention of his wife. Gu Tian's eyes reddened as he lowered his head, stammering, "Your mother went out shopping with friends and will return in the evening. There is no need for you to worry." Qingfeng narrowed his eyes, sensing his mother's location, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the house. Gu Tian stared blankly at the spot where his son had stood. Perplexed, could it be that he was dreaming again? Yet, upon glancing at his own legs, he was assured that it was not a dream. His son truly had not perished. Not only was he alive, but he had also gained unimaginable powers. Not far from Gu Tian's residence, in a public restroom, a harsh-looking middle-aged woman named Li Shu berated a woman squatting on the ground. "Make sure to clean this place properly. If I find any shoe prints here again, you'll be on your knees scrubbing the soles of my shoes." The woman, garbed in tattered clothing, appeared weary and downtrodden, yet her exquisite appearance and grace remained unmasked. The woman submissively acquiesced, too fearful to cease her work, enduring the humiliation from an old classmate. Li Shu wore a smug smile. While the woman, known as Shangwan Yun, had once been her classmate, a kind-hearted beauty revered as the school's flower. In their class, she stood out like a crane among chickens, inciting envy and resentment from many girls, including Li Shu. Unfortunately, she later married a man of modest means, and her son, having offended the wrong person, suffered a brutal fate, resulting in her own loss of employment. With a promising hand squandered, she found herself in dire straits. She had once believed she could never catch up to Shangwan Yun. Yet now, it was Shangwan Yun who was truly subjugated. Faced with her own humiliation, not only did she not dare to retort, but she was also compelled to submit, despite the absence of any deep-seated grievances between them. The motivations behind Li Shu's relentless derision were not solely rooted in the generous rewards from the Li family's young master, but also interwoven with her own jealousy. Even without any compensation, she would have behaved the same way, for a woman's envy is a fearsome force. She longed to witness the once-envied beauty under her heel. Shangwan Yun feigned compliance, fully aware that her only path lay in obedience. Her husband, Gu Tian, was incapacitated, relying daily on expensive painkillers. Although Gu Tian never voiced his suffering, the sweat on his brow and the blood-red hue of his eyes betrayed him, and Shangwan Yun loved him deeply. For him, she was willing to forsake everything in the entirety of Hebei County. No company dared employ her, leaving her with no choice but to accept a job as a toilet cleaner. This was clearly a deliberate act by Li Jun, aimed at exacting revenge. Yet with their savings stolen, she had no choice but to uphold her family. The rag in her hand had long since turned unrecognizably filthy. After all, how could a public restroom, with its constant flow of patrons, ever be truly cleaned? Li Shu simply sought to find reasons to torment her, and with thoughts of her better-than husband, Shangwan Yun lowered her gaze, enduring the insults. "Can't you see someone has walked by? Hurry and wipe away the footprints I just left. I truly wonder what use you are if you cannot even manage this. If I return to find the floor still filthy, I shall make you pay dearly." Li Shu strutted out of the restroom, deriving a different kind of pleasure each time she abused Shangwan Yun. The latter, upon hearing Li Shu's words, displayed no reaction, as if the insults were directed at someone else. During her time under Li Shu's thumb, she had been beaten more than once, yet she never fought back, fully aware that resistance would cost her this job, subjecting Gu Tian to daily torment. What did it matter if she suffered a little? Ultimately, all of this chaos was born of her own impulsiveness, which had led to Gu Tian's unfortunate fate. Yet, Shangwan Yin felt no regret. Given the chance, she would act the same way again as a mother. How could she stand idly by while her future daughter-in-law was taken away? Observing Shangwan Yun standing motionless, Li Shu halted her departure and struck her across the face, instantly reddening her cheek. With a derisive snort, Li Shu found little satisfaction in humiliating Shangwan Yun, as her consistently submissive demeanor dulled her interest. Nevertheless, this slap was not without purpose. After today, Shangwan Yun would vanish from this world, and the opportunity would be lost. You deserve to die, and not just you. Your entire family shall perish." The shriek of a demon echoed. And Gu Qingfeng, arriving too late, was struck by the sight of his mother's vacant stare, feeling as though he might explode. Li Shu, turning to face the menacing Gu Qingfeng, felt no fear. Instead, she threatened. "Who are you? Do you not realize this is the women's restroom? Do you dare to believe I won't call the police?" Gu Qingfeng gently lifted his mother from the ground, his voice softening. "Mom, are you all right?" Shang Guanyun gazed at the unfamiliar tall man, her mind struggling to comprehend. "Who are you?" She did not recognize him. Wu Jita's physique was unmistakable, with defined muscles and a perfect golden ratio. His proud and confident expression was one that, once seen, could never be forgotten. Gu Qingfeng resorted to using a soul memory technique to confirm his identity to his mother, knowing she would otherwise not accept him as her son. "If you wish for me not to call the police, then you must accompany me from now on. I can overlook your intrusion into the women's restroom today." Gu Qingfeng remained silent, leading Li Shu to mistakenly believe he was cowed, prompting her to articulate her demands. Upon seeing him, Li Shu was completely captivated by his demeanor. In her 40s and at her most alluring. With a useless husband, she did not want to miss out on a gift so conveniently presented. Gu Qingfeng was perplexed by her mindset. Did she not sense something amiss? Truly a fool, even at this juncture. She dared to entertain such thoughts. "Xiaofeng, you have finally returned. I was so worried about you." Shang Guanyun, who had borne everything in silence, felt her fragile heartstrings tugged and could no longer suppress her anguish. Gu Tian lay paralyzed, targeted by Li Jun. She had long suspected her son might have met with misfortune, clinging to the last thread of hope, too afraid to inquire about Gu Tian, fearing the worst. She now felt that all her suffering was worthwhile with her beloved son back. Even if he no longer resembled the boy she once knew, his soul was undeniably that of her child. "I have returned. I will make them all pay." Li Shu sensed something was amiss. Logically, Gu Qingfeng had been inside for quite some time, and the woman who had entered earlier had had no reason not to call for help. Yet, she had not heard any other voices, and an unsettling feeling crept over her as she turned to leave the restroom. No sooner had she taken a few steps than she collided with an invisible barrier. Though there was nothing to see, she found herself unable to escape this confined space. "Speak. How do you wish to die?" Gu Qingfeng's tone was remarkably calm. To him, Li Shu was already a dead woman. Li Shu remained unconvinced. She was Li Jun's person, and even if this man possessed some skill, he would undoubtedly hesitate to kill her. "My affairs with her are of no concern to you. I advise you not to meddle." Gu Qingfeng laughed, his laughter growing louder, with an intensifying murderous intent in his eyes. Li Shu truly panicked, feeling as if she were being hunted by a beast. Her body trembled involuntarily, and her legs buckled, causing her to kneel before Gu Qingfeng. This man was genuinely intent on killing her. She had no idea where she had offended him, yet she did not wish to die. "I am Li Jun's person. If you kill me, the young master will not spare you. If you let me go, I can give you all my savings." Gu Qingfeng reconsidered. Killing her would be too merciful. He unleashed 3 bursts of energy into her legs and right arm, shattering her limbs. "Call someone to come get you. This matter will not end here. If you have any skills, let Li Jun bring them forth." He spared her right hand so she could call for help. His mother was in a highly agitated state, and it was imperative to take her home for rest. Li Shu felt her left hand and legs lose sensation. Gu Qingfeng's speed was so rapid that she barely registered the pain until several seconds later, when she let out a harrowing scream. That Gu Qingfeng did not look back, instead cradling his mother and using teleportation to return home, leaving Li Shu alone in the restroom, howling in agony. The immense pain made it impossible for her to control her body, and she could not even call for help, although her exterior bore no signs of injury. Gu Qingfeng had penetrated her body to destroy her bones, the excruciating pain rendering her wish to die. Fortunately, her cries alerted other women entering the restroom, and upon witnessing her deranged state, one called for emergency assistance. Otherwise, she would have perished in that restroom. Shang Guanyun was enveloped in Gu Qingfeng's embrace, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived home, leaving her bewildered. Am I dreaming? How did we suddenly return home? More astonishingly, Gu Tian is on the floor doing squat jumps. Yet her husband, having lost both legs, could not even walk, let alone perform such an act. Until Gu Qingfeng placed her on the sofa. Shang Guanyin had not regained her senses. After a long-awaited reunion, the three of them engaged in conversation for quite some time. Gu Qingfeng conveyed everything he could share with his family, albeit revealing only a fraction of his true strength. He informed his parents that he was now the strongest human, and that the average person could not approach him within a distance of several dozen. He explained the concept of instant teleportation, which allowed him to move from one place to another in the blink of an eye. Gu Tian and Shang Guanyin felt immense relief. Their son not only survived, but had turned misfortune into fortune, emerging as a formidable individual. Witnessing her husband's recovery, Shang Guanyin's eyes once again sparkled with joy, and the heavy burden in her heart was finally lifted. From his parents, Gu Qingfeng learned of Wang Fei's betrayal. During an outing to buy groceries, she had an unexpected encounter with Li Jun. Enchanted by Wang Fei's beauty, Li Jun began pursuing her the very next day, and under the onslaught of his wealth, Wang Fei quickly capitulated. The two naturally became a couple, showing no lingering affection for Gu Qingfeng, who had been with her for several years. As they embraced Li Jun, instead, he listened to his parents recount the entire story. Gu Qingfeng's brows furrowed. Wang Fei had been the belle of his school, and countless suitors had pursued her. If she were truly motivated solely by money, there was no need for her to have been with him. She could have easily secured a wealthy husband long ago. Furthermore, her family was not lacking in financial resources. While they may not rival the ultra-rich, they were certainly not far behind. Why, then, had she forsaken her parents to return with him to their hometown? This left Gu Qingfeng utterly perplexed. He lamented, "I misjudged her. I once thought she would make a good daughter-in-law. Yet it turns out she is such a person." that Ji Mu felt deeply disappointed in Wang Fei. Had their son perished, she could have understood such actions, for no one could expect a young person to remain a widow indefinitely. However, the fact that the accident occurred the very next day after Li Jun met Wang Fei changed everything. Frankly speaking, it felt akin to being cuckolded. Yu Qingfeng even considered another possibility. Was it sheer coincidence that he had an accident just as Li Jun began pursuing Wang Fei? Yet he still held onto a glimmer of hope. For relationships between people and animals develop over time, let alone the bond with his first love who had accompanied him from university to the workplace, that he struggled to articulate the depth of his love for her. However, in the final moment before his accident, the faces of his parents and her flashed in his mind. After years of mutual support, he had always believed Wang Fei was the one who loved him most in the world. Aside from his parents, it seemed it was merely a fleeting dream. Li Jun must die. He would never spare the one who humiliated his family, and Wang Fei must also provide him with an explanation. As time passed quietly, night fell unnoticed. They ordered takeout, satisfying their hunger, and after settling his parents in bed to rest, Gu Qingfeng returned to his own room. The night passed in silence. The next morning, Gu Qingfeng awoke early to find his father seated in the living room. Seemingly having anticipated his actions, the Ji Fu's voice was soft, likely to avoid waking his still sleeping wife. Yet his tone was resolute. "If you wish to go, then go. I will not stop you. If your woman has been taken by another, and you dare not make a sound, what kind of man are you? Our Gu family men are not so spineless." Gu Qingfeng smiled calmly, unperturbed. In the face of absolute power, everything else held no significance. Suddenly, Gu Fu's tone shifted, adopting a more conciliatory approach. "That may be so, but I've heard that the Li family is a prominent clan in the capital. You claim to be the strongest in the world. Could you enlighten your father on just how strong you truly are?" The instant teleportation he demonstrated yesterday had shattered Gu Tian's perception as an ordinary person. However, aside from that, Gu Qingfeng had not showcased any other abilities, leaving Gu Tian somewhat uneasy. Gu Qingfeng surveyed the room and casually picked up an old kitchen knife. Since being targeted by Li Jun's men, their home had no other source of income apart from his mother's efforts. They had sold nearly everything of value, and the knife was the only relic unearthed from the storage room. Without hesitation, he aimed the blade at his own body and struck. This startled Gu Tian, who thought his son might be overwhelmed by Wang Fei's betrayal and was attempting to end his life. With a loud clang, the knife shattered as if striking diamond, splitting cleanly in two. Contrary to Gu Tian's expectations of his son being severely injured and bleeding profusely, not a single drop of blood was shed. Nor did even a hair fall from his body. His clothes remained unscathed, invulnerable to blades and bullets. What a pity he had no firearms. Your son is the strongest in the world. If you're bored, you might want to look for Dragon Balls. Perhaps after watching that anime, you'll understand just how strong I am. Had this been before, Gu Tian would have been utterly terrified, but now that he knew his son had transcended reality, the notion of an invulnerable body was not as difficult to accept. The Gu Tian was momentarily taken aback before giving Gu Qingfeng a thumbs up. You rascal, now you're joking around with your old man? How could someone my age watch anime? He continued. Regardless, you must exercise caution. The Li family wields significant power. While a direct attack may be avoided, hidden dangers abound. Be careful in your endeavors. I cannot assist you further. Gu Qingfeng chuckled. The Li family is but a trivial matter. I could easily annihilate them, but if I wished to, I could launch an energy blast from hundreds of miles away and flatten their estate. Rest assured, I've left the money by my bedroom door. Your son is quite wealthy now. I'll return for lunch. The funds were a red envelope sent by Tony in their chat group, given the state of their household. The $100 million would come in handy, and he had taken out $10 million a place by his bedroom door. Understanding his son's character, Gu Tian stood up and opened his door to find a small table piled high with cash, situated in the corner. How much is this? I've never seen so much money in my life, Gu Tian exclaimed, momentarily a loss for words. By the time he turned around, Gu Qingfeng had already left, prompting him to realize that his son had evidently encountered extraordinary opportunities during his year-long absence. Gu Qingfeng chose not to use instant teleportation and strolled leisurely like an ordinary person. His parents were aware of Li Jun and Wang Fei's residence in their county. There was only one villa district, built specifically for the affluent and influential who visited the many attractions in the area. Li Jun's family boasted total assets of around 5 billion. Allowing them to rent a villa without issue. Gu Qingfeng's jogging pace was swift. The villas were situated over 10 miles from the city center, and he arrived at the entrance in just 15 minutes. Gazing upon the opulent villa district, Gu Qingfeng felt no stir of emotion. Setting aside the lavishness of this place, he had already visited Bulma's home. No matter how well decorated, it could not compare to the grandeur of Bulma's estate, which even featured a gravity training room. This villa district seemed rather humble in contrast. Gu Qingfeng stood at the entrance, momentarily lost in thought. The security guard, feeling somewhat disdainful, often observed the wealthy coming and going, leading him to feel a sense of superiority. Where do you come from? May I ask whom you seek? Had it been anyone else, he would have already berated them. But Gu Qingfeng's imposing visage commanded respect. Clad in the most ordinary sportswear found in his home, he exuded an air of authority that set him apart. I seek Li Jun. Inform him that an old friend, Gu Qingfeng, has come to visit. He will understand. Very well. Please wait a moment. Upon hearing Li Jun's name, the guard felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was glad not to have offended someone associated with such a significant figure. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The news of Li Xiao having taken another's fiancée, he had circulated widely in the villa district. He recalled hearing the name Gu Qingfeng mentioned. Could this be the same individual seeking retribution? You are a friend of Gu Qingfeng. What do you intend to do? Are you here to back him up? Gu Qingfeng nodded. Indeed, I have come to support him by taking down Li Jun. The guard stood frozen, astonished. Was this individual mad to speak so boldly in public without even attempting to conceal his intentions? Li Xiao is not someone you can provoke. If you insist on courting death, then I shall oblige you. Brothers, someone has come seeking trouble. Come out quickly. His heart brimmed with excitement, for he thought perhaps he could cling to this fellow and thereby secure a connection with the formidable Li Xiao. Illuminating his own future with promise, the cacophony of footsteps echoed, and 5 or 6 burly men wielding truncheons emerged from the back door of the security room, encircling Gu Qingfeng, fearing that others might act ruthlessly. The security measures here were the finest in the county, yet equally devoid of restraint. Due to the nature of their work, even if they occasionally caused fatalities, the owners of the villa district would cover for them. If someone were to be killed, how could he ever hope to connect with Li Xiao? He must not be killed. He needed to hand him over to Li Xiao. leaving him with a breath of life. With a sigh, Gu Qingfeng's figure momentarily blurred, and, as if struck by an unseen force, the 6 or 7 security guards collapsed simultaneously. The young guard who had summoned them was left aghast, convinced he had witnessed a ghost in broad daylight, trembling uncontrollably. Where does Li Jun reside? He could no longer dare to conceal the truth, let alone seek to curry favor with Li Jun. Nothing was more important than his own life. He resides in Villa number 4, that you have made the correct choice. Without a backward glance, Gu Qingfeng proceeded to the right, while everything that transpired outside the security room was observed with clarity by the owner of Villa No. 1. Coincidentally, he was at home celebrating his birthday with his wife, having not gone to the office. The recent events left him astounded. The young man's handsome face wore a sinister smile. It appeared that Li Jun was in for trouble. His wife looked on in confusion, baffled as to why her husband seemed so pleased when someone had assaulted the security guards of their villa district. Darling, what are you laughing about? Do you know that fellow? I do not know him. Come, my dear, let us go witness a spectacle. His girlfriend was snatched away, and his parents insulted. This lad is undoubtedly a returning warrior embarking on a grand tale. The man took his wife's hand, and together they made their way towards Li Jun's villa. This moment, Li Jun remained oblivious to the impending doom, engrossed in tender moments with Wang Fei. Darling, just give in to me. I truly love you, and I will marry you. Wang Fei furrowed her brow, harboring a deep-seated disdain for this man. The harder something is to obtain, the more a man cherishes it. She would never surrender her body so early. Yet, she feigned indifference, smiling sweetly. Oh, why the haste? Sooner or later, I shall be yours. Do you fear I might flee? Li Jun dared not press too forcefully. Although Wang Fei had quarreled with her family, the Wang family's influence in the capital was hardly inferior to that of the Li family. Is it not my love for you that compels me to wish to be with you sooner? At that moment, the voice of a bodyguard echoed from downstairs. Miss Wang, someone seeks you. He claims to be an old acquaintance. Wang Fei's mind raced, unable to recall which old friend might come here, especially after a fallout with her family. Few knew of her whereabouts. Her parents would certainly not come looking for her. Who could it be? My old acquaintance. Did he mention his name? The bodyguard had inquired about the visitor's identity, but the man simply smiled, stating that Wang Fei would know who he was upon seeing him. No, but this man is very formidable. Extremely formidable. Jun gently caressed Wang Fei's right arm, his fingers gliding over her smooth skin. Based on your conjecture, how much of your strength could he compel you to use? When Gu Qingfeng refused to reveal his identity, the bodyguard grew suspicious and contemplated testing him. However, he was horrified to find that, under the languid gaze of Gu Qingfeng, he lacked the courage to act. It was known that he too had clawed his way up from a sea of corpses and blood to attain his current prowess. Yet, he was intimidated by merely a glance, though he was reluctant to admit it. He was indeed no match for Gu Qingfeng. Jun ceased his actions, fully aware of his bodyguard's capabilities. He was none other than his father's personal protector. Were it not for his father's affection and the news of his connection with the rebellious eldest daughter of the Wang family, he would never have been assigned to guard him. How could this be? Even in the capital, you are a notable expert. Such a small county could not possibly harbor someone of your caliber. Li Jun adjusted his attire, taking Wang Fei's delicate hand, and together they descended the staircase. Impossible! Upon reaching the bottom, Wang Fei gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief at the man seated in the hall. Li Jun looked at her quizzically, perplexed by her extreme reaction. The man sitting there, while handsome, left no lasting impression on him. His family was merely a third-rate one in the capital, yet he kept himself informed about the prominent families in the city, wary of provoking the wrong individuals. You, how can you be here? Wang Fei pointed at the man on the sofa, utterly incredulous. Why can I not be here? It seems you still remember me. A flicker of memory crossed Gu Qingfeng's eyes as he gazed at this familiar, yet strange woman. In that moment, he could no longer deceive himself. Wang Fei had indeed betrayed him. All the moments they shared had merely been an illusion. Why betray me? What temptation could lead you to embrace him? Wang Fei's expression shifted to one of terror. Gu Qingfeng's words were unmistakable. The only betrayal that could be discussed was that of her deceased ex-boyfriend, Gu Qingfeng. She recognized the visage of Gogeta, a connection stemming from her time spent with Gu Qingfeng. as this had been his favorite anime, which she would watch with him during idle moments. How could a character from an anime materialize in reality? Wang Fei was truly frightened. Impossible, he is dead. Who sent you? Observing Wang Fei's distraught demeanor, Qingfeng chose not to elaborate further, shifting the conversation. I am Qingfeng. It matters not whether you believe me. Why have you targeted my family, Li Jun? Li Jun's expression remained unchanged. Having no familiarity with anime, he did not recognize the face before him and could not fathom Wang Fei's fear. I do not know who sent you. Cease these petty tricks. Qingfeng is dead and cannot die again. His body has been recovered by the hospital. As it turned out, Qingfeng's suspicions were correct. His supposed accident was no mere coincidence, but rather Li Jun's lustful intent upon seeing Wang Fei. After some investigation, he discovered that Wang Fei was the eldest daughter of the Wang family, further intensifying his desire. Upon learning of Qingfeng's existence, he immediately dispatched people to orchestrate his demise. Was it truly you who orchestrated this? I've been pondering why, though I stood by the roadside, a truck with malfunctioning brakes aimed directly at me. Qingfeng slowly rose from the sofa, prompting Li Jun's bodyguard to swiftly position himself in a defensive stance before him. There is no need for such alarm. This friend would not act so thoughtlessly on my turf. He is not that foolish. Li Jun felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at his bodyguard's overreaction, but, given the man's status, refrained from rebuking him. This was a formidable expert hired at great expense by his father, and his father treated him with considerable respect. Do you have any last words? Speak now, or forever hold your peace. Before Qingfeng's words had fully escaped his lips, he appeared at Li Jun's left side. Seizing him by the neck and lifting him into the Li Jun felt the air escape his lungs. The haughty expression on his face vanished, replaced by sheer terror, as he feared Qingfeng might truly kill him. Even if his guards rushed in, killing Qingfeng would be of no avail. He had not anticipated that Qingfeng would dare strike. This revelation left both Wang Fei and the middle-aged bodyguard aghast. They had no idea how Qingfeng had approached Li Jun release young Master Li. Despite realizing he was no match for Qingfeng, the bodyguard remained resolute. However, the middle-aged bodyguard's muscles tensed as he prepared to risk everything to rescue Li Jun. Get lost! Qingfeng bellowed, causing the advancing bodyguard to suddenly spew a mouthful of blood before he was sent flying like a kite with its strings cut. He landed awkwardly on the floor, coughing up another mouthful of blood, his consciousness fading into oblivion. Li Jun's mind was utterly disoriented. Qingfeng was no mere mortal. Where had this formidable expert come from? You can't kill me, if you do. I'm from the Li family. My father will not let you go. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Qingfeng's lips. He had decided to prolong Li Jun's life for a while. That sounds reasonable. As someone who values reason, I shall grant you another opportunity. Call whomever you wish, summon everyone you can. I will wait for them right here. Li Jun could hardly believe Qingfeng had lost his sanity. Having just been subdued himself, with his bodyguard incapacitated, he had no option but to plead for mercy. Yet outside, there were still dozens of armed bodyguards. A single shout from him would ensure Qingfeng's demise. However, he dared not act recklessly. Life was singular and precious. Though he uttered those words, should he provoke Qingfeng, he would surely meet his end before help could arrive. Are you serious? You truly want me to call for help? Qingfeng waved his hand and settled back onto the sofa. It is now 8 o'clock. I shall grant you 3 hours. Whether you call your father or your grandfather is of no consequence. Slowly, Li Jun retrieved his phone, contemplating whether to shout for the bodyguards outside or to make a call. Fearing Qingfeng's wrath, he chose the safer option of dialing a number. No sooner had Li Jun hung up than the door was forcefully broken open, and several burly men wielding guns stormed in. Kill him. Do not let him leave here alive. Upon seeing the bloodied and motionless middle-aged bodyguard, the guards quickly grasped the situation and aimed their weapons at Qingfeng. Pulling the triggers, the sound of gunfire echoed as bullets surged towards Qingfeng, who merely smiled at Li Jun, appearing utterly unfazed by the oncoming projectiles. Initially, Li Jun had feared Qingfeng would replicate his earlier deadly maneuver and seize him as a hostage. But witnessing his nonchalance in the face of bullets eased his anxiety. no one could evade bullets at such close range. This man was doomed. To threaten him and meet such a fate would indeed be a disservice to Qingfeng. The speed at which he had approached Li Jun had truly unsettled him. Wang Fei wore a peculiar expression, uncertain if the individual before her was indeed Qingfeng. However, she was convinced he possessed the strength of Gogeta from the anime. Her curiosity piqued at the thought of such power existing in reality. The bullets halted a meter in front of Qingfeng, suspended as if grasped by an unseen force. Several bodyguards, undeterred by the miraculous sight, continued firing until their weapons were devoid of ammunition. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. The bullets stopped before Qingfeng and hung motionless in the Li Jun, terrified, collapsed to the ground, questioning if he had truly encountered a ghost in broad daylight. He had witnessed some skilled fighters alongside his father, yet even they could only dodge bullets. This scene shattered his perceptions. "Get back." Qingfeng uttered 3 words, and in an instant, the bullets surged towards the bodyguards at an alarming speed. Dozens of them striking various parts of their bodies before they could react, leaving them riddled with holes. Wang Fei, instead of being frightened, displayed a hint of regret in her eyes. Perhaps she had made a grave mistake. In stark contrast, Li Jun was paralyzed with fear, wondering if he had truly encountered a supernatural being. How could a human achieve such feats? "It seems I have disappointed you, but fret not. You may continue to call for help. 3 hours should suffice for your father to gather his men from the capital. Either refrain from acting or ensure a complete resolution. One must eradicate the root of the problem, lest it sprout anew." Although he felt unafraid, the incessant buzzing of flies in his ear was quite bothersome. Glancing at Wang Fei beside him, Li Jun gritted his teeth. She had always looked down on him, and he was acutely aware of it. She believed him merely a wealthy heir devoid of talent, and he found it perplexing that she had agreed to his pursuit. Upon learning of Wang Fei's background, he had held little hope, intending only to test the waters. Yet she had unexpectedly consented. If he were to call for his father's aid now, it would surely cement her disdain for him. "That I possess wealth, regardless of who you summon to kill me. I shall offer you double the reward, provided you spare my life." Qingfeng's patience began to wane. "Did I not make myself clear? I am Qingfeng. Hurry and call for help, or when your father arrives, he shall only find a cold corpse." Jun did not anticipate that Qingfeng was impervious to both persuasion and intimidation. Despite the gravity of the situation, he showed no signs of relenting, leaving Li Jun no room for maneuver. And no matter how exceptional a woman may be, her life holds greater importance. Even if Wang Fei's family had greatly aided the Li family, he would not risk his life to win her favor or prove himself as a man of integrity. "Father, please come save me. I have been taken hostage, and the expert you summoned has been defeated." There was silence on the other end of the line. After a few seconds, his father cautiously inquired, "Son, are you out of your mind? How could anyone in Hebei County defeat him? His martial prowess is at the 7th tier. Even ordinary firearms cannot harm him." Li Yang knew his son all too well. Arrogant yet somewhat sensible, he would never intentionally offend significant figures. What could have transpired for a high-ranking warrior summoned with a hefty sum to be defeated in such a small county? Li Jun, sensing his father's skepticism, recounted the events that had transpired. After hearing the account, Li Yang found it increasingly difficult to fathom he had seen individuals catch bullets with their bare hands, and even a middle-aged bodyguard could manage that. Some skilled fighters could withstand bullets with their flesh, but to halt bullets with merely a glance and reverse their trajectory. Li Yang began to suspect his son might be suffering from delusions. After an extensive explanation, Li Yang remained unconvinced, prompting Li Jun to send a photo, showcasing the bodyguards sprawled about in disarray. Upon seeing the image, Li Yang's doubts vanished, due to the angle of the shot. Qingfeng, sitting on the sofa, was also captured in the frame. Qingfeng noticed Li Jun's intentions, but chose not to intervene, instead offering a devilish smile. Li Yang's mind reeled as the realization struck him. His son was indeed in peril, and the adversary was brazenly challenging him to rescue him. Li Yang instructed Li Jun to pass the phone to Qingfeng. Wishing to speak with him directly, Qingfeng took the call with a cold demeanor as Li Yang's voice echoed in his ears. "I do not know who you are, nor who sent you, but release my son, and I will eliminate those behind you, offering you 200 million Yang was desperate. Even 200 million was a substantial sum for the Li family, which barely scraped by as a third-rate family in the capital. Offering such a sum was his utmost effort. I do not want money. I only desire his death. You have 2.5 hours. If you fail to arrive by then, be prepared to retrieve your son's corpse. With that, he hung up, dismissing the Li family entirely. Yang hastily summoned all his subordinates. Some within the Li family voiced their objections, cautioning against impulsive decisions, insisting the situation was more complex than it appeared. Who in Haibei would dare to touch the Li family? This time, we will make an example of him. Driven to a corner, Liang could only suppress the dissenting voices. Upon confirming that the 7th-tier warrior had been defeated, he understood that his son had provoked someone he should not have. Yet he could not abandon his own flesh and blood. Aside from resolutely attempting a rescue, there was no other course of action that he secured several helicopters and routes through connections. Given the Li family's status, they possessed several helicopters, but without a dedicated flight path. They could not depart the capital at will. Though he had been severely extorted, nothing was more crucial than his son's life. Li Jun was his only child, which explained his overindulgence. The journey from the capital to Haibei would take at least an hour that felt neither excessively long nor too short. Hearing that his father was on his way brought Li Jun a modicum of relief. You ordered the attack on my parents, did you not? Qingfeng ignited a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke. At this juncture, there was nothing left to conceal, and Li Jun resolved to be forthright. Yes, it was I. Qingfeng's mother found her displeasing, so I dispatched someone to deal with her AS for his father's leg. That too was my decree. Indeed, one must acknowledge their wrongdoings and stand firm in the face of retribution. In a swift motion, Qingfeng appeared before Li Jun, grasping his right arm and executing a 360-degree twist that contorted it grotesquely. Ah, the pain! Li Jun cried out. His pain tolerance was commendable, yet having been pampered all his life, he had never endured such injury. His entire arm felt as though it had been shattered. Tears streamed down his face as he clutched his right arm, wailing upon the ground, while Wang Fei's eyes resembled stagnant waters, as if the torment was not inflicted upon her boyfriend, but rather an inconsequential stranger. Qingfeng cast a glance at her, releasing a soft sigh, and using his energy, levitated Li Jun, rendering him immobile. I am not devoid of empathy. Where the ones who harmed my father? Bring them forth, and I may consider letting this matter rest. He gestured toward a few bodyguards at the entrance, insinuating that they were the culprits, that if you disclose everything, I can assist you this once. The excruciating agony caused Li Jun to break into a cold sweat as he gritted his teeth and raised his still functional left hand, pointing at the gathered bodyguards. It was them. They all acted. I merely intended for them to teach that old man a lesson. I never anticipated their brutality. Dead friends do not concern the living. Li Jun thought, realizing he was in no position to protect those bodyguards. Without turning back, Qingfeng unleashed several energy blasts. Upon contact with the bodyguards, they erupted like bombs. The bodyguards were obliterated, leaving only scorched earth in the aftermath of the explosion. Li Jun shuddered at the cruelty displayed before him. Who was this formidable figure? Those were lives lost, not mere animals, and he executed them without a trace of hesitation. Had he known the consequences of provoking Qingfeng, he would have thought twice, regardless of Wang Fei's family status in the capital. Even if they were the most influential family, he would not have pursued her. Regret cannot be purchased. The die had been cast, and lamenting it now was futile. Surely you can spare me now. I was merely bewitched by folly. Please forgive me this once. Forgive you. That is the role of the Buddha. I am merely tasked with escorting you to meet him. But you mentioned you would consider sparing me, and that you would help. With a flick of his wrist, Qingfeng unleashed an invisible force, twisting Li Jun's right arm counterclockwise another 360 degrees. I have made my decision. I shall not let you go. However, I am a man of my word. I will realign your bones. Had it been anyone else, their arm would have surely been torn asunder. Yet, Qingfeng, concerned about Li Jun fainting from the pain or bleeding excessively, employed subtle force, ensuring no damage to the skin while merely manipulating the internal bones. Qingfeng, you have finally returned. That my relationship with him is born of necessity. Upon seeing Qingfeng, Wang Fei, who had remained silent until now, approached gracefully and embraced him. Qingfeng did not flinch, nor did he reciprocate. He simply gazed at the woman he had once loved deeply. He recalled the days of his poverty, when Wang Fei had clashed with her family due to him, and how they had scraped by together. He had never envisioned reaching such a state. Regrettably, circumstances had conspired against him, and he found it impossible to trust her now. "Are you aware of Li Jun's plot to orchestrate a fatal accident for me?" Wang Fei, still in his embrace, subtly trembled before lifting her head and blinking her misty eyes. "I did not know. Had I known he wished to harm you, I would never have been with him." Her tone was sincere and earnest, almost deceiving Qingfeng, yet her body betrayed her. Noticing Qingfeng's silence, Wang Fei resorted to emotional appeals. "If I did not care for you, why would I have chosen you amidst the crowd?" "Look at him," she said, pointing disdainfully at Li Jun. "Why would I abandon you for him? What could I gain from him? Does his wealth surpass yours? In terms of looks and character, can he even compare?" Upon encountering Qingfeng, Wang Fei had remained silent, pondering her rationale. However, upon seeing him, she recognized that this was indeed Qingfeng. Although she did not comprehend how he had achieved this, there was no doubting his strength. She finally grasped the meaning behind the words of that individual. Yet, after long contemplation, she could conjure no better arguments and resorted to emotional pleas, hoping to remind Qingfeng of her kindness towards him. Gazing at the enchanting figure in his arms, Qingfeng's face betrayed a flicker of conflict. He had to admit that Wang Fei was indeed beautiful. Initially, it was her appearance that had drawn him to her. But over time, her genuine care had burrowed deep into his heart. Betrayal is betrayal. It is a matter of principle. Yet he possessed no evidence to substantiate his doubts, just as he found himself at an impasse. A notification chimed from the chat group. Mission difficulty, level 3. Rewards, 30,000 points. Member limit. Toot. The chat group had emerged to announce the latest task. That Qingfeng's eyelids flickered. In his fury, he had forgotten about the group. Tony is not fickle. Wow, the boss actually needs help. This is rare, World Destroyer. The difficulty isn't too high, just a memory pro with little risk. Is anyone skilled in this? Seeking support. I can't do that. I don't have any skills. I'm still contemplating which devil fruit to enhance my powers. Fire Fist Ace. Sorry, boss. I only excel in combat and have no soul-related skills. The most fearsome spirit. If I knew the specific time, I could attempt time reversal. Without it, I'm at a loss. Death God Elementary student. If you're unafraid of damaging this person's nerves, we could resort to technological means to extract memories. Qingfeng could forcibly extract memories, using his energy to damage Wang Fei's neural pathways, but he was reluctant to do so. The strongest in the dimension. Her situation is quite unique. I don't know the exact time. And I don't wish to harm her. Let us forego the forced memory extraction. Qingfeng's response induced a brief silence in the group. They were not fools that a woman entangled in this conflict with him, and he was unwilling to harm her. It was implausible to assert that there was no intimacy between them. You also want to dance? I'm not particularly adept at illusions. My Sharingan abilities lean towards physical techniques. However, if their strength is not high, I could attempt to probe their inner secrets. Even Madara lacked confidence. Given his nature, he would typically resolve grievances through strength rather than illusionary techniques. Coupled with Qingfeng's formidable prowess, even the likes of Goku and Vegeta had posed a significant threat to him during their last encounter in the Dragon Ball universe. This was why Madara had remained silent initially. However, faced with no alternatives, he steeled himself to give it a try. "All right, Madara, come over. She is merely an ordinary person. With your strength, it should pose no challenge. Let us keep others out of this. Being cuckolded is hardly a matter of pride. Such occurrences are best kept from prying eyes." This was indeed a rarity. Qingfeng had always left a positive impression, never adopting an aloof demeanor and caring for the group. Were it not for his numerous interventions, the group members would still be subsisting on the meager daily sign-in points. This unusual decision not to involve others raised eyebrows. You also want to dance? Accepts the task. The most fearsome spirit accepts the task. Tony is not fickle. Bravo. Either you're courting death or on the path to it. I, Tony, hereby name you the strongest, seeking support. If you continue to defy the boss like this, you might genuinely find yourself in peril. But I wager that Kurumi will be just fine. Fire Fist Ace. Exactly. Can you even compare to someone as delicate and easily overwhelmed as Kurumi? In truth, he informed Ban of the task, advising everyone to refrain from coming, after which he exited the chat group, overwhelmed by the troubling circumstances before him. Why had he been chosen in the first place? Was it merely affection, or were there ulterior motives at play? As he uttered this thought, Qingfeng found himself stifling a laugh. His family was comfortably well off, and while he was undeniably handsome, what distinguished him from a multitude of suitors vying for Wang Fei's attention? Wang Fei lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Qingfeng, and earnestly stated, "There are no ulterior motives. You simply expressed your feelings for me, and I had long harbored an interest in you, so I acquiesced." Yet, this was merely a fraction of the complexities at hand. Upon reuniting with Wang Fei, Qingfeng found himself grappling with numerous perplexities, not solely her betrayal. What astounded him further was the fact that his body belonged to Gogeta. Wang Fei, aside from her initial surprise upon meeting him, accepted this reality with remarkable ease. How could a normal person remain so composed when confronted with a character from an anime? He had taken countless lives before her eyes. Yet she displayed no trace of fear, remaining indifferent even when he severely injured her current boyfriend. This was not the Wang Fei he had known. What secrets was she concealing? Had their years of companionship been rooted in love? Or had she always harbored other intentions? "Boss, I have arrived." At a flash of white light appeared beside them, revealing Uchiha Ban clad in armor from the Warring States period. Ban wore his signature haughty expression. Only in conversations with Qingfeng did a hint of respect permeate his tone. "Who the hell are you? Uchiha Ban?" Li Jun, though unfamiliar with Dragon Ball, was well acquainted with Naruto, the infamous Uchiha, who single-handedly battled against 100,000 shinobi and effortlessly overpowered the 5 Kage. Anyone familiar with Naruto knew that he was the pinnacle of power within that universe. How had Qingfeng managed to summon him? "It's her. Remember not to harm her," glancing at Wang Fei. Ban's obsidian pupils gradually transformed into 3 tomo, with crimson lines spiraling within them. Very well. With his Manjiki Sharingan activated, Ban cast a fleeting glance at Wang Fei, who then fainted into Qingfeng's embrace. "If you have any questions, now is the time to ask, boss." Qingfeng pondered for a moment before voicing the burdensome inquiry that weighed heavily on his heart. "Please ask her why she initially chose me, and whether she ever truly loved me." On the second floor of the villa, Q-san swayed her legs as she regarded Wang Fei, while the enigmatic K silently materialized behind her. Under Ban's Jinjutsu, Wang Fei was rendered entirely at his mercy, her eyes vacant as she stood up unsteadily. Ban closed his eyes and entered Wang Fei's mental realm. "Why did you choose to be with Qingfeng?" After a brief interval, Ban opened his eyes, his expression a curious blend of intrigue and hesitation. "It's all right. You may speak freely. I can surmise the general outcome." Taking a deep breath, Ban recounted Wang Fei's revelations. Even he found her terrifying. She spoke of rescuing an Esper who possessed the ability to foresee the future, albeit at the cost of their own life. She had sought the Esper's assistance in selecting her destined partner, and his response was Qingfeng's name. Discontent with merely being a second-rate family's daughter, she concealed this from everyone and sought him out. However, fate has a way of shifting unexpectedly. After years of companionship, Qingfeng had not instilled in her a sense of hope. Not long ago, she had sought out the Esper once more, who informed her that a pivotal moment in her life was approaching, one that would elevate her to a position of unparalleled power. The existence of such an Esper was astounding. Could it be that he had foreseen Qingfeng's journey into another world? Upon hearing this, Qingfeng understood everything. It was likely that the day he ventured to the capital coincided with Wang Fei's encounter with Li Jun, and the Esper had provided her with new insight. Wang Fei mistakenly believed that Li Jun was the prophesied individual, leading her to forsake her own desires and accept his courtship. Was she aware of Li Jun's actions against my parents? I don't know. Had she known, she would have intervened. Your parents would not have affected her relationship with Li Jun as for Li Jun's attempts on your life. She only learned of it recently. Ban could not help but admire Wang Fei's cunning. All for the sake of a prophecy, she had been willing to sever ties with her family to be with Qingfeng. Yet, ultimately, She had chosen the wrong person. If she had only waited a little longer for Gu Qingfeng's return, he would have given her anything she desired, even the stars from the heavens. Ban dispelled the Jinjutsu, and Wang Fei regained her senses. Fully aware of the implications of her previous statements, her complexion draining of color. You should go. You can find someone better that we are not meant to be. After a silence of 10 minutes, Gu Qingfeng spoke. Upon learning the truth, he realized his feelings for her had diminished. Wang Fei was reluctant to relinquish the opportunity she had awaited for years. Though her appearance had changed, he remained Gu Qingfeng. She aspired to attain a position of unparalleled power, and only he could assist her in that pursuit. To her, nothing held greater significance than status. Otherwise, she would not have sacrificed her privileged life as a wealthy heiress to gamble on elevating her standing. But my love for you is genuine. Have you forgotten the time we spent together? If I didn't love you, how could I have remained by your side for so many years? What does that matter now? From the moment you chose Li Jun, our fate was sealed. Gu Qingfeng turned away, unable to bear the sight of her. He did not deny that Wang Fei loved him. At least, during the time she believed the prophesied individual was him. Her prolonged companionship would have naturally fostered genuine feelings. Yet, life is such, she had come with intentions, leaving Gu Qingfeng feeling somewhat uneasy. However, one cannot blame a person for wishing to improve their life. He could understand that. Her greatest misstep was choosing to be with Li Jun before receiving news of his demise. Except for individuals with peculiar inclinations, most men would not accept such a woman. Regardless of the depth of their love, this was a matter of principle. But I truly quarrel with my family. You are all I have left. If you do not want me, I will be left homeless. Wang Fei's eyes were red, her delicate features tugging at his clothing. This was her typical response during their disagreements, prompting Gu Qingfeng to comfort her with a helpless expression. Yet this time, before he could respond, a sultry female voice interjected, oh dear, if the boss no longer wants you, then you should cease your desperate clinging." Q-san gracefully descended the stairs, her demeanor starkly contrasting with Wang Fei's disheveled state. "Oh, though I'm unsure why. It seems you have the ability to summon anime characters into reality, even bringing forth your dream goddess, Q-san, who appears just as enchanting as in the manga." Upon seeing an adversary, Wang Fei instantly recognized Q-san's identity. She had previously berated Gu Qingfeng over this fictional character. Li Jun was rendered speechless, captivated by Q-san's ethereal beauty. Her allure was nothing short of breathtaking. Particularly her eyes. In a fleeting moment of eye contact, he felt an involuntary sense of submission wash over him. Momentarily forgetting his own circumstances, the pain in his body fading significantly. Though he had encountered countless women, he had never seen such a perfectly petite figure. Q-san smiled radiantly, seemingly unfazed by Wang Fei's hostility. Having heard Ban's words, she had formed a general impression of Wang Fei. Ultimately, she regarded Wang Fei as nothing more than a gold digger, feigning superiority and depth of feeling. Truly, it was somewhat repugnant. Wang Fei scoffed, choosing not to retort. Witnessing the anime characters materializing before her left her in disarray. Yet, she could not bring herself to part with Gu Qingfeng, as the passage of time had cultivated genuine affection. However, Gu Qingfeng is undeniably a genuine Gogeta now. Destroying this planet is but a trivial matter for her. Throughout her life, she has never had the opportunity to elevate her status. If she desires to ascend the ranks, she must cling tightly to Gu Qingfeng. Deep within, she is filled with immense frustration, having waited in vain for many years. Yet Gu Qingfeng has offered her no glimmer of hope. This is not to say that Gu Qingfeng lacks diligence. He indeed strives for his own sake, but as a mere impoverished youth, no matter how hard he struggles, he cannot surpass his family's legacy, leaving her aspirations far out of reach. Just as her resolve begins to waver, she seeks out the ability user for another prediction. Coincidentally, on that very day, she encounters Li Jun pursuing her. In a moment of impulsiveness, she readily agrees. This also happens to be the last prediction made by that ability user, who, upon foreseeing this outcome, tragically dies on the spot, bleeding from all 7 orifices. She resolves to trust him one last time. If Li Jun's prediction proves erroneous, she can always return to her family, remaining the esteemed young lady of the Li clan it is merely a few wasted years of youth, a consequence she can endure. However, Gu Qingfeng's formidable return utterly disrupts her plans. She never anticipated that the ability user's prediction would indeed be correct, albeit after a prolonged duration, that I was wrong. I truly realized my error. Qingfeng, could you truly be this heartless? What transpires next is something she is ill-suited to witness. That Gu Qingfeng casts a glance at Ban, and before he can finish his words, Ban directs his gaze toward Wang Fei, plunging her into an endless illusion and rendering her unconscious. Why did you knock her out? I instructed you to escort her away from here, yet you put her to sleep? You even know her family. Gu Qingfeng is somewhat bewildered, having asked Ban to take her away, only to find that Ban has ensnared her in an illusion. You said it wasn't suitable for her to see what comes next, so I made her unconscious. Very well, let it be so. I can take her upstairs. You wish to dance as well. Complete the mission and earn 15,000 bounty points. The most formidable spirit receives 15,000 bounty points in just 10 minutes. An A-grade evaluation is achieved, granting an extra 1,000 points, while the most formidable spirit earns 100 points. You wish to dance as well, earning 900 points. Tony, with his unflinching heart. Indeed, the disparity between individuals can sometimes exceed that between man and beast. The big shots complete their tasks in mere seconds. How many times have they wrapped up missions with hundreds of thousands of points? Ban, who is yet to return, is left fuming by Tony's words, contemplating whether to crush him or roast him into a stick. The strongest in the dimension sends you a personalized red envelope. Thanks for your trouble this time, Ban. The task doesn't yield many extra points, and your resurrection points may not suffice. The Gu Qingfeng nods at Ban, grateful for the significant assistance he has provided. However, the chat group deems the task level too low, making the meager extra points expected. Ban is not one to be polite. He indeed requires resurrection and clicks to claim Gu Qingfeng's red envelope. Fire Fist Ace, I seek to cling to your leg. How many red envelopes did the big shot send to Ban? I have no idea. It should be around 100,000, as resurrection points require 100,000 at Death God Elementary Student. Is that for real? I have yet to see what 100,000 points looks like. With 50,000 points, I could dominate in my world. Tony, with his unflinching heart. That's quite mistaken. It sounds as though nobody here has seen 100,000 points. Upon witnessing the discussion in the group, Ban, having accepted the red envelope, wishes to nonchalantly declare, it's too little. The vision is too narrow. Others also check their red envelope records, and upon seeing the conspicuous zeros, they are filled with envy and resentment towards Ban. Big shot, I am now kneeling before you. Is it too late? Death God Elementary Student. Indeed, we have underestimated the big shot. His move is worth 50,000 points. Big shot, you are impressive. Tony, with his unflinching heart. The big shot is majestic and imposing, worthy of being an administrator AS for the other. Let's not go there. Sometimes the gap between people is greater than that between man and beast. Fire Fist Ace. The big shot is incredible, and so is Tony, Death God Elementary Student. Tony is incredible. You wish to dance as well. You truly are impressive. I am genuinely curious how you have survived until now. Tony, with his unflinching heart. Am I impressive? Where am I impressive? I haven't done anything. Do you wish to dance as well? Ban, would you be interested in visiting the Marvel Universe together? Considering Yin Yao's suggestion, Ban falls into deep contemplation. Initially, he intended to give Tony a beating, but having received the red envelope, he feels magnanimous enough to spare him this time. However, since Yin Yao has invited him, perhaps he ought to pay a visit? You wish to dance as well. All right, I will come find you shortly. After I finish speaking with Tony, I will return to my world to resurrect, the strongest in the dimension. After all, Tony is our friend. A casual spar for an hour or two will suffice. Upon seeing Ban's words, Tony realizes the folly of his own tongue, understanding that if he does not rein it in, it will eventually lead to his downfall. He initially thought Ban would speak in his favor, but the latter's final words nearly make him spit blood. Spar for an hour or two? How could such words escape the mouth of a big shot? That is hardly human language. Ban has departed. The mission is complete, and there is little more he can assist with here. Unlike previous instances where he was intimidated, this time he likely genuinely intends to discuss life with Tony. Qingfeng does not regard herself as an outsider, sitting elegantly on the sofa, resting her chin on her hands, gazing intently at Qingfeng. The task is completed. You may return to your world if you wish. I'm sufficient company here, and no need. I have nothing to do back home. The task time limit has yet to expire. I might as well stay here and keep you company. Qingfeng speaks earnestly, her exquisite features adorned with a smile that captivates all. Qingfeng sees no better alternative. Since she is unwilling to leave, he cannot simply knock her out and drag her away if she wishes to stay. So be it. The wait is always agonizingly long. For the first time, Li Jun realizes that an hour can feel interminable. His right arm is incapacitated, constantly enduring excruciating pain. All his hopes rest upon his father. Just as Li Jun is on the verge of collapsing from the pain, the sound of hurried footsteps echoes from outside the door. A benevolent-looking middle-aged man enters, flanked by several armed bodyguards and dozens of henchmen brandishing knives. Blocking the entrance, seeing that Li Jun is not missing limbs and appears relatively unharmed, Li Yang's anxious expression relaxes somewhat. However, upon closer inspection, he notices that Li Jun's complexion is ashen. His right arm is bent at an unnatural angle. Upon seeing his father, Li Jun screams frantically, "Dad, kill him! You must kill him! I want his entire family to perish." Li Jun is on the brink of madness, rambling incoherently, entirely oblivious to his own predicament as he points at Qingfeng and shouts incessantly. "My friend, I reiterate, if you release my son, I can treat this matter as though it never occurred. Otherwise, the Li family will be at odds with you to the bitter end. Li Yang, as the current head of the Li family, possesses a demeanor far more composed than his reckless son, coldly threatening in return. Qingfeng disregards Li Yang's words, posing a rather peculiar question. Is this all your forces? Can you summon more? I can afford to give you some additional time. Li Yang perceives Qingfeng as utterly deranged. With several handguns pointed at him and his men surrounding the premises, he dares to act so brazenly. I have heard from Li Jun that you defeated the martial arts expert I hired at great expense. But what era are we in now? With firearms rampant, I can have someone snipe you from a distance at any moment. Upon hearing Li Yang's words, Qingfeng nods in acknowledgement. Li Yang feels satisfied that Qingfeng recognizes the gravity of the situation and is not prepared to engage in a futile struggle. Correct. More friends lead to more paths. Let us consider today's incident settled. Upon hearing this, Li Jun erupts in manic protest. No, it cannot be settled. That scoundrel must die. Qingfeng nods. If there are no others left, then you may meet your demise. Slowly raising his hand, he gathers energy, forming a blue energy orb aimed at Li Yang and his entourage. Assembling energy takes skill. Are you perhaps a martial arts master? I regret to inform you that I shall not intervene. You may handle your son as you see fit. Li Yang was utterly panicked, thoroughly disoriented. Even in the imperial capital, there were only a handful of martial arts masters. Any family possessing just one such master could instantly elevate themselves into the ranks of the most formidable second-tier families. In the eyes of these martial arts masters, he, the head of a third-rate family, was no more significant than an ant. This reckless brat must wish for my demise. As the saying goes, when a decision is not decisive, it invites chaos. Without hesitation, Li Yang forsook Li Jun. Sons could be had anew. But if he perished, everything would be lost. Li Jun could hardly fathom that his father, who had always doted on him, would utter such words. What? Dad, you're abandoning me. I am your only son. Li Yang hastily distanced himself from their relationship. He had no desire to be misunderstood by Qingfeng. That it was you who arranged for that brat's assassination. I was initially unaware of any of this. Blood for blood is only just. It has nothing to do with me. Driven to desperation, Li Jun disregarded that Li Yang was his father and lashed out. Wasn't it you who urged me to pursue Wang Fei? Now that trouble has arisen, you cast me aside. Truly a tale of paternal kindness and filial piety. This spectacle is quite the delight, though I have had my fill of dogs fighting dogs, with a single finger raised. Qingfeng unleashed a shockwave that materialized beside Li Yang and the others, accompanied by a thunderous explosion. The entrance, within a radius of several meters, was rendered barren. A deep crater formed where moments before stood armed bodyguards, and Li Yang now vanished without a trace, leaving only flowing blood and severed limbs in their wake. "Dad!" Li Jun's desperate scream echoed, yet he found himself immobilized, unable to move freely, regardless of how harshly he spoke. This was still his biological father, watching him die before his very eyes. The psychological collapse began as he realized that had he not provoked Qingfeng, none of this would have transpired. Qingfeng, devoid of any compassion, coldly regarded Li Jun and asked, "Do you still recognize other influential figures? I can afford to wait." The notion of family being spared from disaster was meaningless. "It was I who ordered your assassination. Why won't you grant my father a chance at life?" Li Jun, filled with resentment, glared at Qingfeng. Even though Li Yang had just fervently attempted to sever ties, yet he could not deny the affection his father had shown him throughout his life. "When you struck against my parents, did you not consider such thoughts? Did you never contemplate sparing them? Since there is no one left to plead for mercy, you too shall meet your end." Seeing the expression on Li Jun's face, Qingfeng realized he had achieved his desired effect and no longer wished to waste time, but he reached out, grasped Li Jun's neck, and squeezed with force. Li Jun's pupils dilated, and he lost all vitality. "Alas, how cruel! Not a single soul was spared," remarked Kuang San, bouncing over to Qingfeng's side, unfazed by the bloodshed. Yet a glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes. In her expectations, Li Yang was destined to die, but she had not anticipated Qingfeng's merciless approach. Offering no chance for explanation, he outright eliminated several individuals, even dispatching the henchman outside with another blast. Previously, in their group chats, Qingfeng always presented himself as a caring elder brother, even striving to avoid killing during missions in the pirate world, that I shall not grant my enemies the opportunity to retaliate against my family. I have no desire to engage in their games. Casting a lingering glance at the upper floors, Qingfeng turned and exited the villa, with Kuang San smilingly trailing behind. "Are you truly leaving that woman behind?" "It hardly seems appropriate. The illusion cast by Ban would only keep her asleep for a couple of hours. She would awaken soon and return home, and there would be no need for future encounters." Qingfeng's words were starkly cold. Had Kuang San been able to see his eyes, she would have noticed the bitterness reflected within them when he uttered those words. Wang Fei had fulfilled all his romantic fantasies. Yet this blow was far more than a mere breakup. It rendered Qingfeng's heart devoid of hope for love, extinguishing any belief in the affection of others towards him. Why orchestrate encounters between two individuals destined to be apart? His gaze drifted towards the Wang family's estate in the imperial capital, where a faint purplish aura enveloped the area, a sign that the Wang family could thrive for several more decades. The pale violet signified wealth, gold represented nobility, while the predominant red hinted at calamity. The unique aura of each individual or entity symbolized their fortune. Varying with time, as his gaze lingered, the Wang family's gentle violet aura dissipated, overtaken by a shroud of black mist. Within a month, the Wang family would face bankruptcy. Even if Wang Fei returned to her family then, she would no longer be the exalted young lady she once was. How her former adversaries would treat her in the family's decline remained a mystery to Qingfeng. Not having directly ended her life was the utmost restraint Qingfeng could muster. The brutal struggles among noble families would certainly lead to a grim fate for Wang Fei. "You have slain so many. Does this world lack any organizations for oversight or apprehension?" Kuang San did not wish to dwell on this topic and promptly shifted the conversation. Qingfeng gazed skyward, honestly uncertain of when the authorities might come for him. However, he was acutely aware of one thing. A woman was indeed approaching him. Draped in black athletic wear, the woman's graceful figure was unmistakable, exuding an aura of sophistication. "Esteemed martial arts master, greetings. That I am the owner of this villa community. You may call me Chun Zilai Deji." Qingfeng glanced at her, the murderous intent still lingering in his eyes. His tone icily indifferent. "What brings you to me? Are you seeking compensation for your property damage?" The woman stifled a chuckle, brushing her long hair back, her voice fragrant as she replied, "You jest. A mere villa is hardly of concern to me. I have come merely to make your acquaintance. I will assist you in handling the aftermath." Then provide me with a reason to assist you. Gu Qingfeng responded bluntly, turning the tables so it seemed she was the one seeking his aid. Among 10,000 warriors, it is rare to find a martial arts master. Although your combat style is somewhat unconventional, I still wish to cultivate a good relationship with you. The woman hailed from a powerful lineage, as evidenced by her establishment of a villa in such a small county as Haibei. The villa was equipped with surveillance, and while she could not see Gu Qingfeng's actions, she witnessed him dispatching the henchmen outside with ease. The mastery of energy manipulation was undeniable. Offending the Li family was merely a means to curry favor with a martial arts master. Even at its peak, the Li family paled in comparison to her own, especially now that the family head, Li Yang, was deceased. The Li family's ascendance to the ranks of third-tier families in the imperial capital was due solely to Li Yang's iron-fisted methods and business acumen. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When the wall collapses, everyone pushes. Once other families learned of Li Yang's demise, many would undoubtedly seek to carve their share from the Li family's remains. The uproar caused by Gu Qingfeng had gone unnoticed. No one reported it, nor did the villa's security respond, all due to her orders. This woman was articulate, her forthright demeanor pleasing Gu Qingfeng. Very well. Your directness is commendable. I appreciate it that I shall entrust this matter to you. But be forewarned. Do not disclose my appearance to anyone, or the consequences will be yours to bear it out of course. I will ensure that is communicated. She replied, and Gu Qingfeng nodded in satisfaction as he gradually stepped out of her line of sight. As Kuang Sin passed by her, she flashed a sweet smile. The woman felt a blush creeping to her cheeks, inwardly chastising herself for feeling drawn to the enchanting girl before her. Once Gu Qingfeng had completely vanished, she suddenly felt faint, collapsing onto the ground. What had been a seemingly ordinary conversation felt as though she had endured a life-and-death battle. Even in her dealings with high-ranking executives, she had never felt such gravity. Gu Qingfeng had instilled in her profound psychological pressure, his icy, murderous gaze etched deeply in her mind. Not long after departing, Gu Qingfeng abruptly turned to regard Kuang San. You ought to return as well. I am heading home. Why do you still follow me? Kuang San wore a disdainful expression, tossing her long hair with a smirk. Do you think I am unaware of men like you? You simply suffered a breakup and are now seeking solace in a bar, hoping to drown your sorrows. When intoxicated, you might even encounter a beautiful girl. Emboldened by the drink to engage in something more, Gu Qingfeng found himself at a loss for words, realizing that in her eyes, he was merely this kind of person at this moment. He was not the audacious, flamboyant figure he aspired to be. What kind of woman could he not find? Why bother seeking out a drunken encounter at a bar? I long to return home. I have never frequented bars. So you should head back honestly that I refuse to return just yet. It's not even time for the chat group as restrictions, and I wish to wander alone for a while. Kuang San made a face and darted off into the distance. Gu Qingfeng couldn't be bothered to stop her. Given Kuang San's abilities, she was unlikely to encounter any danger. As for that woman, Li Shu, Gu Qingfeng had no intention of ending her life today. He had been rather ruthless yesterday, and she was likely still unconscious in the hospital. Upon returning home, he informed his parents that the matter was resolved, claimed he had no appetite for lunch, and retreated to his bedroom. An hour later, Gu Qingfeng's room was filled with the pungent scent of alcohol, the floor littered with empty bottles. Roughly around 100, at least. Fortunately, the house had a bathroom, and he had made several trips there within the hour. With a few bottles of white liquor consumed at his level of prowess, the alcohol struggled to dull his senses. The divine power within him automatically neutralized anything harmful to his body. Yet perhaps it was true that one could become intoxicated without the drink itself. His eyes gradually glazed over, the look of anguish and unwillingness transformed across his face as memories of Wang Fei's every smile and frown flooded his mind. Recalling every little moment they had shared, he could never truly believe that Wang Fei had been with him merely because of a ridiculous prophecy. Ban had mentioned an ability user whose predictions were often astonishingly accurate. This was perhaps why Wang Fei held such extraordinary trust in him. Having been saved by Wang Fei once, he had pledged his loyalty solely to her, with no one from the Wang family aware of his existence. With power came a price. Each calculation made by the ability user extracted a portion of their lifespan, correlating with the magnitude of the events being predicted. The day before his accident, he had expended a decade of his life over the years through intermittent calculations, marking it as his final estimation before death. Lying in bed, Qingfeng gazed at the two matching pillows by his side, and in his hazy state, he perceived the silhouette of a woman approaching his bedside. She gently lifted the blanket and draped it over him. Wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes, Qingfeng remained still, allowing her to caress his face as his mind grew heavier. And he eventually drifted into a deep slumber. When he awoke again, it was already noon the following day. He had slept an entire day and night. Rising from his bed, he took a shower, and upon exiting, he found his parents engaged in conversation. "Mom and Dad, what are you discussing? Li Jun has inexplicably left our county. After you struck Li Shu, that job is surely lost, and Owen has troubled me while I was out job hunting yesterday," said Gu Tian, looking curiously at Qingfeng. The moment their son returned, everything had changed dramatically, and she wanted to know if it was connected to him that Gu Tian was uncertain whether to conceal anything from Shangguan. Deciding to admit he knew nothing he truly did not know. All he was aware of was that his son sought revenge on Li Jun, but the specifics eluded him. That "I'll be straightforward. Your son is actually an unparalleled master, invincible. Yesterday, I confronted Li Jun, nearly beat him to death, and then told him to scram. Qingfeng no longer felt the need to hide. He had come to terms with it. Why bother with pretense? Allowing his parents to understand his strength would surely put them at ease. Have you watched too many martial arts films? Do you honestly believe you are swifter than a bullet? Or do you think you can withstand a sniper's rifle? Gu Tian's expression was grave. "I truly am faster than a bullet. I can indeed withstand a sniper's rifle." Gu Tian slapped his forehead. Worry etched across his face as he regarded his son in a world filled with planes and cannons. What era do you think this is? Claiming invincibility. It seemed that admitting the truth was a mistake. His father did not believe him at all. Gu Tian could not relent, relentlessly mocking him, an invincible man still dressed in tattered clothes from years past. Your home lacks even decent furniture to pay for your medical treatment. We sold everything we could. We don't even have a television now. That makes sense. We ought to buy a villa. This house is too small. Qingfeng declared, stripping off his clothes, his body automatically manifesting a layer of battle attire. The garb of the Metamorians. All that remained from yesterday was the outfit he had worn, which he hadn't washed after drinking too much, so he had to don the attire that was part of him. Indeed, this battle garb was innate, capable of manifesting at will, though the exact reason eluded him. He suspected it was possibly due to some mysterious power of fusion, the clothing adorned with symbols representing the integration of the Metamorians. Fortunately, it was summer. Wearing such clothing posed no issue, but in winter, he would surely be deemed a fool by others. As he stepped out of the bedroom, Shangguan gazed at him in disbelief. The last time she learned her son was alive, she had been engulfed in overwhelming joy. She had not closely observed his physique, but upon closer inspection, it was indeed remarkably perfect, and paired with this outfit. It exuded an undeniable aura. "Let us go. We're heading to the Villa District now." Gu Tian and Shangguan exchanged glances, uncertain of his intentions. Having crossed over, does that world also use renminbi? No, but I do have US dollars. Purchasing a villa is merely a trivial matter. Qingfeng discerned, without looking, that his parents were likely wearing expressions of disbelief. He resorted to extracting a red envelope from the chat group, feigning a casual retrieval from his pocket. Upon seeing the U.S. currency in Gu Qingfeng's hands, Shangguan was once again taken aback. Could it be that everything her son claimed was indeed true? Although they remained somewhat skeptical, they followed Gu Qingfeng out, hailing a taxi that sped toward the Villa District. During the ride, the taxi driver was particularly amiable, despite the family's ordinary attire. However, he could not overlook Gu Qingfeng's explosive musculature. He clearly recognized the potential danger of mocking three seemingly impoverished individuals venturing into the Villa District. The Jindu Villa was the only villa area in High Bay County, comprising 10 standalone villas, with sales conducted similarly to ordinary apartments in a lobby. In this small city, aside from wealthy youths from other places often renting or purchasing, few locals possessed such financial means. While it was said to be a sales hall, It was essentially a mere display. Inquiries regarding villa prices were scarce over the years. Staff members here often aimed to attract wealthy suitors or find affluent women to rely on. The sales hall was located 7 or 8 miles west of Jindu Villa, primarily selling properties owned by local developers. The notion of selling villas was more of a marketing gimmick, and only houses exceeding 200 square meters were available. Those able to afford such homes generally had fortunes in the millions. The staff were well-versed in judging attire. Upon observing Gu Qingfeng's parents' clothing, most opted to keep their distance. With their combined outfits barely amounting to a few $100s, they were left wondering what such individuals were doing here. Gu Qingfeng's attire, however, was unlike anything they had seen. The quality and craftsmanship of his clothing were exquisite, and his muscular physique attracted the attention of many women. Yet the staff were primarily on the lookout for affluent men. If Gu Qingfeng were genuinely wealthy, how could the two people beside him appear so shabby? This led to an awkward situation. After more than 10 minutes of their entrance, not a single staff member approached to introduce any properties. Gu Qingfeng paid it no mind. After all, he was merely there to purchase a home, and their family did indeed present an unassuming appearance. Being looked down upon was to be expected. He had not sunk to the level of needing to show off. And such behavior was simply natural. Apologies, apologies. The traffic was dreadful. The girl in professional attire rushed in from the entrance, repeatedly apologizing. Before she could finish her words, her gaze fell upon Gu Qingfeng, and she stood frozen in place, staring at him with wide eyes. Rubbing her eyes vigorously, she blinked, only to find herself confronted with an unbelievable sight. That Gogeta. The girl hurriedly approached Gu Qingfeng and instinctively touched his arm, her first impression being that it was as solid as stone. Muscular and unyielding. Realizing her boldness, her cheeks flushed crimson. How could she dare to touch a stranger in broad daylight? Gu Qingfeng regarded the young girl with a sense of intrigue, noting her familiarity with the name Gogeta, indicating that she had recognized him, that he was surprised to discover that Dragon Ball had female fans, and that the first person to identify him was not a boy, but a young girl. You seem quite curious about me. How about you introduce me to the properties your company has? I intend to purchase a residence for my parents, he suggested. The little girl stood there, flustered, still in shock. Was this a joke? How could a character from an anime exist in real life? Even cosmetic surgery could not replicate such an exact likeness, especially with a matching physique. Gu Qingfeng spoke. The girl felt the scrutinizing gazes of her colleagues, aware that she was a newcomer and that most of the good clients had been claimed by veteran employees. Naturally, those who appeared affluent would attract attention, while she was left to assist those who looked less fortunate. She harbored some resentment, but felt constrained by her status as a newcomer. All right, sir, may I ask how you would like to be addressed and what type of property you're interested in? To have the opportunity to serve a godlike figure brought her joy, even if the encounter did not yield profit. After all, wealthy clients rarely asked for her assistance. She had seen her fair share of cosmetic enhancements, but none had been as successful as Gu Qingfeng's, especially not with his physique intact. The more she looked, the more she admired him. How wonderful it would be if he were her boyfriend. A man of such caliber exuded an unparalleled sense of security. With looks and physique like his, wealth became inconsequential. Gu Qingfeng. Just call me Qingfeng. Show me the villas that are up for sale. I have little interest in apartments, he replied, raising his chin nonchalantly, an air of arrogance evident in his demeanor. A hefty middle-aged man interjected. Look at you, flaunting wealth, but don't deceive yourself. These villas start from tens of millions. This is no place for someone of your kind. Gu Qingfeng dismissed him entirely, merely requesting the young girl to lead him to view the villa models, uninterested in the actual villas since he only intended for his parents to reside there. He would soon return to the Dragon Ball universe, and his parents would not be picky. All right, I will take you to see them, she said. Yet the overweight man was relentless, unwilling to let Gu Qingfeng off the hook so easily. Wu Meili, you can't truly believe this pauper can afford anything, let alone a villa. What if he damages something? You'd be liable for the cost. Wu Meili froze, the weight of his words hitting her. The modeling costs were substantial, and her family was merely average. What if something were to go wrong? Gu Qingfeng, feeling his pockets, intended to tip Wu Meili with 10,000, as he was not short on funds. Unfortunately, his attire lacked pockets. and he could not conjure money out of thin air without drawing attention. However, he had Tony Stark's $100 million at his disposal, all available in their chat group. Gu Quan scoffed at Qingfeng. Having seen too many individuals feign interest in properties simply to enjoy free meals and coffee. What's the matter? Are you completely broke, just here to mooch off our hospitality? Qingfeng glanced at his father's pocket, thoughtfully reached inside, and retrieved several $100 bills, handing them to Mei without a second glance. Take me to see those villas. This is your service fee. The onlookers were astonished. No one had anticipated a seemingly ragged individual could so effortlessly produce cash. Gu Tian, too, was taken aback. He knew he had no money, having relied on his work with Shangguan Yun to survive recently. How had Gu Qingfeng managed to pull out cash? Though perplexed, Gu Tian maintained a composed facade. Realizing he might have misjudged Gu Qingfeng, Gu Quan remained cautious, no longer eager to mock him. The other salespeople looked on enviously. Mei had just secured over 10,000 in tips, whether or not the sale materialized. She had arrived late and missed the opportunity to seize the potential windfall. Sir, these are the 3 unsold villas in the area, priced at 10 million, 20 million, and 25 million RMB respectively. Mei enthusiastically detailed their pros and cons. Gu Qingfeng, however, was not particularly interested in the specifics, as the lighting and environment were similar enough. I'll take the largest one. I'll go fetch the money. Mei was taken aback. It was unusual for a client to decide so swiftly without an in-person inspection. Sir, won't you at least visit the property before making such a decision? It's a small price to pay, and I can't be bothered to make another trip, he replied dismissively. To Gu Qingfeng, the amount was negligible. Although he had only $100 million, Tony Stark was always available for assistance. Mei was flabbergasted. Was this the life of the wealthy? Dropping tens of millions on a villa as casually as one might buy cabbage. Everyone present thought the same 2 words, God of wealth. This was a transaction of over 20 million, not merely a couple of thousand. The female sales staff regretted not having approached Gu Qingfeng earlier, as this deal could have been theirs, potentially leading to something more. Allow me to assist you, sir. Mei is still learning the ropes and may overlook crucial details. A beautiful woman in her 30s interjected. Leaning toward Gu Qingfeng, her assets on full display, Mei felt a pang of resentment. Having initially dismissed Gu Qingfeng, now that he was on the verge of signing, this woman was swooping in to steal her client. Before Mei could voice her objections, the woman's icy gaze silenced her, leaving her words unspoken. As the manager, Qingfeng felt conflicted. Yet the allure of selling a villa was too great to resist. A 35 million deal would yield significant commissions, and Mei, being a novice, posed no competition at all. I see you want to sign with me? Qingfeng smiled, believing she could secure the sale where Mei could not. Indeed, I can offer you advantages that she cannot. I trust you wouldn't refused. I will only sign with her. If anyone else approaches, I will withdraw my offer. Gu Qingfeng unexpectedly countered, shaking his head. He had been waiting 10 minutes without anyone attending to him, while many salespeople idly chatted. Only Mei had treated him without bias despite his shabby appearance. Sir, it shouldn't matter who you sign with. I can accommodate any request you have, Qingfeng said, reaching out to touch Gu Qingfeng, only to be evaded. He wasn't interested in superficial encounters. Not with you. If it's not her, then I'll take my business elsewhere. Qingfeng's expression turned a shade of purple, fearing he might indeed walk away. She reluctantly pulled Mei back into the fray. An opportunity to sell a villa like this might not present itself again for a year or more. Should she indeed jeopardize this order in her pursuit of commissions, the consequences would be beyond her capacity to bear. The attitude of Gu Qingfeng has also incensed her, in terms of physique and appearance. She is certainly not inferior to the utterly ordinary Mei he blind. Insisting on signing a contract with Mei, feeling the mocking gazes of her colleagues surrounding her, Qingfeng's resentment towards Gu Qingfeng deepened. At the entrance, a woman, her body wrapped in bandages, was pushed in a wheelchair by 2 men, one elderly and one young. What are you doing here? Li Shu exclaimed, having just been discharged from the hospital. Her injuries only just stabilized, yet she was eager to seek vengeance against Li Jun. Lacking Li Jun's personal contact information, she knew that buyers in the Villa District would leave their information at the sales office. Naturally, Only designated customer service personnel could access it, a measure taken to prevent certain gold-digging women from disturbing their lives. She had always relied on the sales office as customer service to contact Li Jun, only to find herself face-to-face with the person she least wished to see upon entering. Qingfeng also spotted Li Shu and greeted her with apparent enthusiasm. "Oh, you seem to be recovering quite swiftly. You're already out and about." Pain shot through Li Shu's limbs, and she glared at Qingfeng with venomous intent. "I want you dead. I will inform young Master Li immediately. He will not spare you." Qingfeng could hardly be bothered to utter another word. In her eyes, Li Shu was already a dead woman. The only reason she and T killed her was to allow her to wallow in despair. When she finally managed to contact Li Jun, believing she could end her own life, only to learn of his death, the depth of her despair was unimaginable. Hu Ying, hearing this, looked at Li Shu with surprise. "He offended young Master Li. Are you certain?" Hu Ying could not afford to offend such wealthy individuals, but Li Jun was a different story. She had arranged for his house purchase and thus held a deep impression of him. What use was Qingfeng's wealth when young Master Li was a figure of the capital, with connections far beyond what someone from a small county like Qingfeng could contend with? Indeed, this fellow has crossed young Master Li that, if you have any sense, dispatch someone to incapacitate him and throw him out. Upon hearing Hu Ying's inquiry, Li Shu found an ally who shared her animosity towards Qingfeng, both having been wronged by him. Although Li Shu had no significant impression of Hu Ying, the latter recognized her as one of Li Jun's associates. Since she mentioned it, there was a high likelihood it was true. Security, summon security, and throw this person out. Hu Ying gritted her teeth. Having made her choice to side with Li Jun, this might thoroughly offend Qingfeng, but at the same time, it would curry favor with Li Jun. With him as her backing, she would no longer fear anyone else. The security personnel were momentarily a loss. After all, Qingfeng was a potential buyer of a villa, even if he couldn't team match Li Jun. He was clearly not someone they could afford to offend. Yet, as Hu Ying was the manager, they dared not disobey her orders that a woman clad in a black uniform approached with graceful strides. It was the villa's owner whom Qingfeng had met just yesterday. "What is all this commotion? A trivial matter, and you're making such a fuss. What a disgrace." Hu Ying wore a smile, gesturing toward Qingfeng. "This individual has some disputes with young Master Li. For the sake of the company's interests, I wish to have the security escort him out." Only then did Qinzili's gaze shift to Qingfeng. From her vantage point, all she could see was the figure of Gu Tian's couple and not Qingfeng himself. Upon finally seeing Qingfeng, Qinzili's expression changed drastically as she slapped Hu Ying across the face, followed by a kick that sent Hu Ying sprawling to the ground. "Have you lost your mind? How could you not recognize our esteemed guest? If you can't handle it, then get out." What was happening? Hu Ying knew the woman as the owner of the villa district. She rarely made public appearances, but she had personally hosted Li Jun during his last visit. It was precisely this knowledge that led Hu Ying to side with Li Jun. "I apologize, boss. I see my mistake now. It was my folly to underestimate." Hu Ying dared not resist, kneeling before the woman while clutching her abdomen, only to find the woman ignoring her entirely, turning instead to Qingfeng. "I sincerely apologize, esteemed guest. Due to our oversight, your experience has been marred. Please accept this villa as a token of my apology." Hu Ying was a person with a sense of timing, quickly acquiescing. However, Li Shu clearly lacked such awareness and failed to grasp the current situation. Upon hearing the woman offer Qingfeng a villa, she was enraged, threatening. "Are you saying she's better than me in the end? What? Is this a joke? You're gifting this fellow a standalone villa, and he has offended young Master Li. Are you not afraid of his displeasure?" The woman cast a glance, her eyes landing on the battered Li Shu, causing her heart to quail slightly. Qingfeng had slaughtered dozens the previous day. It was not far-fetched to believe he had inflicted Li Shu's injuries. This man was notoriously brutal, and it was certain that the North Sea would not remain peaceful henceforth. "Do not attempt to leverage your so-called connections against me. You are not worthy. That I have no need to concern myself with the thoughts of a mere Li Jun, sir. I am Zhao Zili from the Zhao family of the capital. Here is my business card. Should you require anything in the future, please feel free to contact me." Zhao Zili produced a business card from her pocket and, with a charming smile, handed it to Qingfeng, who accepted it without hesitation. Having connections to a prominent family was indeed advantageous. Otherwise, as a man of no power or influence, he would find it challenging to navigate certain matters alone. Seeing Qingfeng accept the card, Zhao Zili's expression brightened. This at least indicated that he was willing to engage with her further. This gesture represented the goodwill of a martial arts master, the value of which far surpassed that of a mere villa. The most astonished were Gu Tian and his wife. Their son had indeed returned transformed, possessing the ability to teleport and exceptional combat skills. However, what was this situation? He had only returned a few days ago. How had he become acquainted with such high-profile individuals? Gu Qingfeng offered a benevolent smile that I will still pay for the villa. It is but a trivial sum. Just throw them out. Their presence here is quite bothersome. Everyone present knew precisely who he referred to, and Zhao Zili wasted no time, instructing the security to expel Li Shu and her companions. They were genuinely thrown out. Li Shu, already in a cast, found it broken upon being tossed, landing on the ground and cursing Gu Qingfeng profusely. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Li Shu's husband and son hastily placed her in the wheelchair and retreated, realizing that remaining would only bring further humiliation. Zhao Zili was currying favor with that young man. Without young Master Li's appearance, they would have no chance for revenge. Zhao Zili insisted that the villa be given as a gift, a small token of her goodwill. And Gu Qingfeng, unable to refuse her, acquiesced. Since he had already decided to befriend her, there was no need for further contention. Arrangements were made for the villa to be cleaned immediately, and by the next day, Gu Qingfeng's family would be able to move in. Meanwhile, Shang Guanyin remained in a daze. Hearing her son call her name, she absent-mindedly filled in her name on the property deed. Today had brought her too many surprises. When had her son become so formidable? Did she truly possess a villa of her own again? Shang Guanyin felt elated, not merely because of the villa, but because her son had matured, validating her decision to sever ties with her family and marry Gu Tian. Although this villa in a small county paled in comparison to her family's estate, it was still a significant step. After completing the contract, Gu Qingfeng did not intend to linger, taking his parents and departing. Before leaving, he deliberately smiled kindly at Wu Meili, as the second young lady of the Zhao family. Zhao Zili was astute and exceptionally perceptive. With just a glance from Gu Qingfeng, she understood his intentions. Huing, you are no longer suited for the position of manager. Your role will be assumed by Wu Meili, and you will report to her for training as for the commission from the sale of this villa. I will transfer it to your account at the end of the month. Huing collapsed onto the ground, having worked tirelessly for 5 years to attain the managerial position, only for it to be stripped away in an instant. Why should Wu Meili, a mere newcomer, be allowed to take her place? Huing felt indignant, and a fleeting shadow of resentment crossed her gaze as she looked at Wu Meili, quickly replaced by despair. Yet she dared not voice her discontent. Zhao Zili's decisions were beyond reproach, and she could only blame herself for choosing the wrong side. It was all her own doing. Wu Meili, on the other hand, felt as though she had been struck by a windfall, somewhat dazed by her sudden promotion to manager. Furthermore, she would receive a commission for the villa Zhao Zili had gifted to Gu Qingfeng, fully aware that it was all due to him. Without that enchanting smile of his, Zhao Yi would hardly have concerned herself with her status as a mere individual. The several female sales representatives at the sales office, who were exceedingly confident in their appearance, were filled with regret. Questioning what Wu Meili had done at IT was merely an instance of her foolishly taking the initiative to attend to Gu Qingfeng's family when no one else was available. Such a simple act led to her promotion. Had it been one of them, perhaps Gu Qingfeng would have taken notice of them as well. They could have soared to great heights, living the life of the elite. Someone whom even the big bosses would strive to please. One can only imagine the status that entails. Zhao Zili lingered for a while longer before departing from the sales office, and, just as she left, a group of colleagues encircled her, each offering their congratulations. This is the nature of the world. Many are those who prey on the weak and fear the strong. With Wu Meili's rise, they could also lower their pride and grovel like lapdogs. Refusing Zhao Zili's offer for someone to escort her home, the three of them strolled leisurely, while Gu Tian and his wife refrained from inquiring about Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng, in turn, did not volunteer any information either, his thoughts drifting into the chat group in his mind. Having purchased a villa, it would indeed be unreasonable not to acquire a luxury car, the enthusiastic reader in the group remarked. Boss, you haven't been online for 2 days. Have you encountered something troubling? Tony, the non-flirt. We have no idea, and we dare not ask. Last time someone spoke out of turn, they were beaten for an hour. And the wounds are still healing. Shouldn't Xiao Chu pay a visit to Uncle? Fire Fist Ace. Stop feigning pity. Ban, you didn't truly harm you, and how much strength could Yin Yao possibly have? Tony, the non-flirt. You're delusional that it's true that, Ban, you didn't kill me, but your little girlfriend certainly didn't hold back. Clearly, it's just bullying the honest. World destroyer. Well deserved. Who told you to speak recklessly every day? Others aren't getting beaten up, and it's because you keep courting disaster. Dimension strongest. Tony, do you have any decent sport cars? Get me a few for my family to drive. Barely 3 seconds after the words were spoken, a notification popped up in the group chat. Tony, the non-flirt, sent a special red envelope to Dimension's strongest. Dimension's strongest successfully claimed the red envelope. Despite having anticipated this, Qingfeng was still deeply astonished when he opened the envelope. Truly, he is the wealthiest man in the Marvel Universe. He had sent 2 LaFerrari Ferraris and 3 Rolls Royces without a second thought, seeking to cling to the powerful. Rich man Tony, you're so generous. Sending 5 cars without batting an eye. The enthusiastic reader. Uncle Tony, you really are wealthy. We rarely see such cars around here. Fire Fist Ace. Most of us have military ships. Very few use such means of transportation. Tony, the non-flirt. It's nothing, just a small gesture. If everyone likes it, I can gift each of you a car. Tony Stark's vanity was immensely satisfied. Since joining this group, he had fallen from the pinnacle of the world to become an ordinary member. In this group, there were numerous individuals far more formidable than he, rendering his wealth somewhat irrelevant. Aside from Qingfeng, others did not share currency with him. Today, he finally felt a sense of vindication. Realizing his status in the group had skyrocketed. Dimension's strongest sent Tony, the non-flirt, an exclusive points red envelope. Tony, the non-flirt. Boss, you're being too polite. We are all friends here. A few cars are nothing to worry about. Tony, the non-flirt, successfully claimed the red envelope. Though he spoke generously, his hands obediently accepted the red envelope. After all, the red envelope from the boss was no small matter. With this influx of points, he could potentially ascend to become one of the top contenders in the group. And then he could confront anyone he deemed unworthy. Fire Fist Ace. Tony just struck gold. He exchanged a few cars for 50,000 points. The elementary school student of death. I thought those cars looked good. But now they seem insignificant. The points are far more appealing. The enthusiastic reader. That's 50,000 points. Uncle Tony must be overjoyed, seeking to cling to the powerful. Pa. Shameless, exchanging a few cars for such a fortune in points. Fire Fist Ace. Exactly, let us collectively scorn him. Tony, the non-flirt. I took a closer look at the points for the magma fruit. It's not that expensive. Fire Fist Ace, young man, I advise you to tread carefully. Tony Stark had also seen Yin Yao's messages and was aware that under normal circumstances, Ace would lose to Akainu. Fire Fist Ace. Do you genuinely believe you could defeat me with your strength? Even if you had the magma fruit, you would not stand a chance against me. The fruit's power depends on the host. Do you believe your physical prowess rivals even a fraction of mine? Tony Stark, you're impressive, but one day my strength will surpass yours. When that day comes, if I don't beat you 3 times in one day, I won't call myself Tony Stark, the enthusiastic reader. I always feel like Uncle Tony is seeking his own demise. He can't even defeat Ace right now, so why provoke him? Dimension strongest. Points can enhance oneself, be it hockey, chakra, or physical strength. You can also choose technological enhancements. The pinnacle of science leads to theology. The question is whether to reach the divine realm through science or to strengthen one's own abilities. You should ponder this carefully, Tony. Tony contemplated this, feeling that it was too distant a notion. In the past, he had thought that with his Iron Man suit, he was invincible. However, after entering the chat group and receiving spoilers from Yin Yao, he realized who his future opponents would be. And he recognized how naive his thinking had been to the very least. He needed to be capable of defeating the future Thanos. And only with the arrival of the boss did he understand that there are always greater forces beyond one's own. The boss's strength became his lifelong goal. Yet he questioned whether he truly had the chance to keep pace with the boss. Qingfeng's words deeply resonated with him. Everyone in the group had become strong through their own efforts. While he relied on technology, that I will carefully consider my future direction. Thank you for your guidance, boss. Such matters could not be decided in haste. He would hold on to these points for now and use them once he had determined his future path. As for Tony Stark, Qingfeng held a favorable impression of him. Aside from his somewhat brash speech, he was genuinely a decent person. Thus, he felt compelled to offer a reminder, as he was not particularly optimistic about the advancement of technology. Although there were numerous methods of harnessing high-tech energy within the group, such as advanced hyperionic cannons, energy converters, and photon aggregation guns, each possessing the power to cause catastrophic destruction, external forces remained just that. Qingfeng did not believe technology was a sustainable path. However, every individual has their own path, and he did not wish to overly interfere with Tony's choices. Exiting the chat group, Qingfeng surveyed the vicinity, ensuring there were no surveillance cameras, before flicking his right hand, summoning a sleek, pitch-black supercar to the ground. The Jiu Tian and Shang Wanyun were startled by the sudden appearance of the grand vehicle. It was already outrageous enough to turn money into a car, but now he could conjure one with a mere wave of his hand. How did you manage that? You can create such a massive vehicle. Gu Tian regarded Qingfeng with a look of disbelief, beginning to suspect that his son might have been possessed by some creature. It couldn't possibly be magic. Where does one find magic that simply conjures a car while walking? This was utterly absurd, especially since he was right beside him. This explanation is rather complex. When you have time, you might want to watch Dragon Ball. Once you've seen it, you'll understand most of my abilities. Qingfeng found it difficult to disclose the existence of the chat group, .as for the identity of Gogeta. He knew it would eventually be revealed as long as he remained active on Earth. There was no need to deliberately conceal it. Being the progenitor of hot-blooded anime, Dragon Ball had an astonishing fan base, and recognition was merely a matter of time. It was fine to inform his parents. But the timing for revealing the chat group was not right, especially given the existence of martial artists and superhumans. The martial artists were one thing. In Qingfeng's view, they were akin to characters from wuxia novels. But the superhumans made him feel a sense of vigilance. The ability to foresee one's future was indeed a terrifying skill, and it was possible that there were other extraordinary abilities as well. If his parents learned about the chat group, it would be a case of a gentleman has no crime. Yet possessing jade brings calamity, and being discovered by others would surely lead to a world of trouble. Gu Tian was stunned. Could it be that his son had crossed over into an anime character? Otherwise, why would he repeatedly urge him to watch anime? All right, then I will watch it when I have time at home. Shang Wanyun wore a beaming smile, which had not faded since she learned that her son was alive. Whether in wealth or poverty, what mattered most to her was the ability to remain together with her family. The fact that her son chose not to confide in her must have been for his own reasons. She would not pry into matters he wished to keep private, as she was inherently an understanding woman. As she gazed at the luxurious car before her, Gu Tian looked at Qingfeng with a peculiar expression and posed an odd question. Can you drive? I recall you haven't obtained your driver's license yet. Qingfeng, not giving it much thought, replied nonchalantly, No, I can't. But Dad, you have a license and you've been driving for over a decade. Surely you can drive a car? Gu Tian rubbed his forehead, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. I've been driving for more than 10 years, but I've never driven a Ferrari before. Moreover, I've never seen this model of Ferrari. Qingfeng had indeed overlooked this detail, having been so preoccupied with having Tony deliver the car that he forgot that his father's experience with luxury cars was limited to BMWs. It's all the same, isn't it? A car is just a car, Gu Tian said, somewhat exasperated, and earnestly explained, I've never encountered a Ferrari like this one, but judging by its design, it must cost several million. If I accidentally scratch it, I would be heartbroken. You should keep it for yourself. Just get your mother and me another car. After all this time, it became clear that Gu Tian was merely apprehensive about his first experience behind the wheel of a Ferrari. Fearing he might inadvertently damage it, Qingfeng had long lost any notion of monetary value. Just days prior, during his battle with Zamasu, he had unknowingly wrecked countless luxurious mansions and cars within the Dragon Ball universe. It's no problem. It's just for you and Mom to use for errands. If it gets damaged, I can easily replace it. I have plenty of these. Qingfeng's expression was sincere, and Gu Tian found himself baffled. wondering which world his son had traversed into, possessing not only immense strength, but also considerable wealth. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Tian accepted the car keys. After all, what man does not harbor an affection for luxury cars? Especially when it is a heartfelt gift from his son. The car's initial movement was far from smooth. The Ferrari's gear shift and steering were significantly different from those of a regular vehicle. And Gu Tian could only adapt slowly. It took him over 10 minutes to grasp the basic driving mechanics. As for the various advanced features like tempered glass and car injectors, he was entirely oblivious. Deeming them unnecessary, Gu Tian drove at a leisurely pace. The taxi ride to their destination had taken an hour, but returning in the Ferrari took a full hour and a half before he finally entered the city. However, driving this car had its advantages. Upon entering the urban area, most vehicles instinctively made way for him, as they had never encountered such a Ferrari. They recognized that it was not a model they could afford to repair, so it was wise to keep their distance. Naturally, the car also drew the attention of countless women on the road. In their small county, it was rare to see such opulence, let alone a car worth millions. Observant passers-by noted not only the car's impressive appearance, but also its license plate, which bore 5 6s following the characters for the capital city. Such a license plate was not something one could acquire merely with wealth. Only a select few in all of China could boast such status. That Qingfeng had procured the plate using 1,000 points, arranged in advance through a chat group. Otherwise, Tony's American plates, if suddenly brought to China, might attract unwanted attention. Upon returning to their residential community, all eyes were instantly drawn to them. The neighborhood was comprised of ordinary residents. Before Gu Tian had been targeted by Li Jun, he had managed a modest business that barely placed him in the ranks of a middle-class family. And he was considered relatively affluent within the community, albeit with only a Toyota to his name. Following the troubles he faced, he had sold everything he could, and now, the appearance of a Ferrari in the neighborhood sparked speculation among residents about which influential figure had arrived. As the vehicle came to a halt at Gu Qingfeng's doorstep, the harmonious trio disembarked, causing a stir among the onlookers. Didn't old Gu provoke some big shot and get his leg broken? What is going on now? Who knows? Perhaps Gu Tian found a savior. But wait, doesn't it seem like his leg is healed? Old Gu must have some skills to know such a powerful person. Just days ago, he was bedridden, and now he's up and about. I wonder where he found this miraculous doctor. Gu Tian was known for his friendly demeanor and integrity, and he had a good rapport with the neighbors. But unfortunately, they were powerless against Li Jun. They dared not speak up for him. And within a few short days, Gu Tian's supermarket had been shut down, and the savings he had accumulated over the years had been pilfered, with no one willing to intervene, even when the authorities were alerted. Such figures were beyond their reach, and they could only express their regret over Gu Tian's plight. Upon Gu Qingfeng's arrival, he captured the attention of numerous women present, his ruggedly handsome visage and muscular physique radiating an explosive energy. Standing at a height of 1.78 meters, he struck the perfect balance. Not too tall, yet not diminutive. Every aspect of this man exuded excellence. He was handsome, fit, and wealthy, almost fulfilling every fantasy that women could harbor. Regrettably, Gu Qingfeng offered no acknowledgement of the flirtations directed his way, quietly trailing behind his parents as they ascended to their home. This left the women feeling rather disappointed, but the astute ones quickly devised a plan for their parents to visit Gu Tian's home, hoping to establish a rapport and extract Gu Qingfeng's contact information. Why not pursue someone more to your liking downstairs? The past cannot be changed, but the future is malleable. Do not dwell on what has already transpired. Once inside, Gu Tian patted his son's shoulder, offering words of comfort. Gu Qingfeng shook his head and replied with a hint of indifference. No, there's no one I fancy, and I'm not in a rush to find a girlfriend. The future stretches out before us, and I am not hastening for anything. Once back in the Dragon Ball universe, Gu Qingfeng intended to gather all 7 Dragon Balls and wish for eternal life, wanting to bestow the same boon upon his parents. Having obtained immortality, he naturally felt little urgency regarding romantic pursuits, especially after the significant emotional toll Wang Fei had inflicted upon him, which had subtly altered his perspective. You may not be in a hurry, but your mother is eager for grandchildren. Let us tidy up this evening and say our goodbyes to the neighbors before we leave tomorrow. Gu Qingfeng struggled to grasp his father's intentions. When their family was targeted by Li Jun, did anyone step forward to assist them? Gu Tian cast a glance at his wife, forcing a smile, as Shangguan Yin interjected gently. They indeed did not help us. But they did not turn against us, either. Speak frankly. If you were in their position, would you risk offending a powerful scion for the sake of a neighbor with whom you have a decent relationship? Gu Qingfeng considered this. Had he been in their shoes, he likely would not have intervened either. However, because the situation directly affected him, he felt an acute sense of dissatisfaction. Before he could respond, Shangguan Yin continued to persuade him softly. You are young and may act impulsively, but these neighbors have families to care for. Your Uncle Zhou next door has shared a friendship with your father for over a decade. He wishes to help us. Yet he has children and a family depending on him. Just the other day, he visited and shared drinks with your father, breaking down in tears as he expressed his frustration at being unable to assist. With red-rimmed eyes, he told your father he feared nothing but had his daughter and elderly parents to consider. He truly could not afford to cross Li Jun. Yu Qingfeng recalled Uncle Zhou, who was always jovial at the dining table and had shared a long-standing friendship with his father since middle school. As a child, Uncle Zhou frequently treated him to snacks, often sneaking him treats to avoid his parents' scolding when he got into trouble at school. Deep within, Gu Qingfeng sighed. Despite the multitude of reasons, Uncle Zhou's inaction in the face of their family's plight still left him feeling heartbroken, even if he had not been required to take drastic measures. Simply standing up to voice that what was happening to Gu Tian was unjust would have sufficed. Gu Tian, too, spoke up, wishing to clarify matters for his old friend, not wanting any rift to develop between his son and Uncle Zhou. Son, that's just how people are. Once they have families, the weight of responsibility falls entirely on their shoulders, and they cannot afford to take risks. If your Uncle Zhou were unmarried, he would have certainly stood up for you without a second thought. I have faith in my judgment. Yu Qingfeng lowered his head in silence. After all, he was merely a young man in his 20s, and in terms of mindset, he was indeed far inferior to his father. Not wishing to delve further into this topic, Gu Qingfeng conjured $5 million once more, instructing his parents to deposit it into their account the following day. He could not remain at home indefinitely. He had tasks to attend to in the myriad realms and would soon return to the Dragon Ball world to participate in the Universe Martial Arts Tournament. It was essential to have some funds at home to cover his parents' daily expenses. And he need not concern himself with safety issues, for on the very night of his return, he had fused the Soul Punisher and Soul Guardian to create a new technique, Absolute Soul Defense. This technique not only enhanced the precision of hostile intent detection, but also vastly increased its power. Although he had never encountered any so-called martial arts masters, Gu Qingfeng was confident that, with current technology, his protective shield could withstand even an atomic bomb without sustaining any damage. The essence of absolute soul defense lay not merely in physical protection, but in safeguarding the soul itself. While enveloping his parents' bodies with his own energy, he subtly infused their souls with strength, gradually fortifying their weakened soul power. The process might be slow, and haste could risk damaging their souls, yet the defense of their spirits was utterly invulnerable. Under this dual protection, no one could harm his parents. That on the very night of his return, assassins dispatched by Li Jun's father arrived, but as soon as they set foot in the house, their hostile intent was detected by the absolute defense. They were silently obliterated in a sea of energy, their flesh evaporated and vanished without a trace. None were aware that 2 assassins had perished that night. In the span of a day, his parents tidied up their home, which contained little of significance aside from a few sentimental trinkets. The house would remain as it was. After Gu Tian took the time to deposit the $5 million into his bank account, he planned to take Guanyin shopping for clothes in the evening. The garments in their home were all outdated styles from many years ago, and now that they had money, he wished to make amends for his wife. Today, all expenses would be covered by Gu Dai, and Xiao Yunzi could voice any desires freely. Guanyin smiled at him, pinching his ear, and teasingly remarked, "Using our son's money to buy me things? You really have no shame, calling yourself Gu Dai? Here is another chance for you." Gu Tian quickly begged for forgiveness, not daring to be boastful. I was wrong. Xiao Tianzi knows his mistake. Their dynamic had always been such that Guanyin managed the household while Gu Tian took care of external matters. Whenever there were no outsiders present, the household decisions were made solely by Guanyin. Even in the presence of friends, she would grant Gu Tian ample respect. After years of marriage, they had quarreled only once, which was after the birth of Gu Qingfeng when Guan Yun wished for a second child. But Gu Tian adamantly opposed, believing that childbirth was too perilous and insisting that one child was sufficient. Guan Yun repeatedly explained that it only appeared daunting, asserting that with modern medical advancements, there would be no significant issues. Yet Gu Tian remained resolute, firmly rejecting the idea of having a second child. Guan Yun understood that he had her best interests at heart, but she longed to give the man she loved another daughter. That was their rare true argument, and in the end, Guan Yun could not sway Gu Tian. Aside from that incident, their interactions had always been harmonious. Despite their modest financial situation, Guan Yun had consistently basked in happiness. Gu Tian called out to Gu Qingfeng's bedroom. "We're leaving, kid. Are you coming to buy clothes for your mother?" "Yes, I want to buy a few outfits too," Gu Qingfeng replied, pushing open the door. Although his battle attire wouldn't get dirty or emit any odor, he couldn't remain bare-chested all the time, that he thought it looked quite dashing, yet he couldn't deny it attracted the gazes of women, making him feel like he might be devoured by them. As the roar of the car engine filled the air, it drew the attention of the surrounding residents, prompting Gu Tian to greet a few neighbors before heading directly to the traditional cheap house store in the central area. Gu Tian gritted his teeth, feeling resentful that his son had not confided everything to him. "Haven't you been wanting to buy a few kipeos? Today, let us splurge and see just how much money this kid has left." Guan Yun, with her enchanting beauty, rolled her eyes playfully and chided him. "You, a grown man, still lack decorum. Just because our son has money doesn't mean he should spend it recklessly." Gu Tian was somewhat entranced by her charm. Even after decades of marriage, he remained captivated by Guan Yun's beauty. Truth be told, Gu Tian was undoubtedly handsome. In his youth, he was a striking figure. However, compared to the gentle and virtuous Guan Yun, he could only be considered average. Guan Yun was not merely a school beauty. She had eclipsed all the young women in the imperial capital. Wherever she went, all other women appeared dull in comparison. Her academic excellence paired with her noble lineage led everyone to believe her future was boundless. At that time, Gu Tian was utterly smitten by Guan Yun, and to the astonishment of others, she accepted his courtship without excessive trials or the burden of class disparity. Once they were together, Gu Tian was completely obedient to Guan Yun. Now over 40, Guan Yun retained an exceptional complexion, likely due to her innate constitution. Even without constant care, her skin remained as delicate as that of a woman in her 30s. However, after Gu Qingfeng's passing, perhaps sensing a connection beyond the veil, Guan Yun had not smiled since. Now, with this smile and her tender tone, Gu Tian found it almost overwhelming. "I'm not just trying to see how wealthy he is. I also know the owner of the villa district, who might give us a set for free. Plus, he conjured a Ferrari and produced money in US dollars." Observing his parents display their affection openly, Gu Qingfeng felt he couldn't voice any complaints and could only respond weakly. "It's fine, spend as you like. There's plenty of money. If you like, just buy that cheap house store outright. Your son doesn't lack money. He simply has too much of it to spend." Gu Tian maneuvered the steering wheel. He expressed his guilt. "If it weren't for me, your mother wouldn't be so pleased just to buy a decent outfit. Ultimately, it's my lack of ability that has caused your mother to suffer alongside me." Seeing her husband's remorse, Guan Yun felt compelled to comfort him that "I'm happy simply because our son is well and thriving. I don't care about the clothes. You know this well. And besides, it's my fault that you feel this way." Gu Qingfeng was bewildered, unaware of the older generation's grievances and misunderstandings. All he knew from his parents was that his mother had once been the cherished jewel of a prominent family, but had defied their wishes by choosing to marry his father. Ultimately returning to their hometown to live, he had never considered that his mother had severed ties with her family. He had never met his grandfather and had little impression of that lineage. From his mother's words, it seemed that family had once acted against his father. Gu Qingfeng's eyes gleamed with coldness as he contemplated asking his father privately, if necessary. He wouldn't mind teaching them a painful lesson. "All right, let us not blame you. Our child is still here. Let us go buy clothes." Gu Tian set aside his thoughts, choosing not to dwell on the past. He was still a novice driver and didn't want to cause any incidents. He had nearly bumped into another car moments ago, which had left him drenched in cold sweat. However, Gu Qingfeng had enveloped the Ferrari in an invisible energy shield, ensuring that no collisions would occur under his protection. At most, the other vehicle would be gently deflected. The Gu gradually adapted to the Ferrari's handling. His speed increased, and after more than 20 minutes, they arrived at the county center. The trio undoubtedly attracted the attention of everyone around. Gu Tian's looks were equally striking, and together they formed a handsome couple, dressed in battle gear. Gu Qingfeng stood out distinctly, effortlessly drawing the gazes of countless women simply by being present. Coupled with their top-tier luxury car, they instantly became the focus of the crowd upon exiting the vehicle. They walked directly to a modest store on the street, Fengxiang Pavilion, the largest boutique cheap-house shop in China, and the only one with a nationwide chain. As soon as they entered, the staff warmly surrounded them, inquiring what style Guanyin intended to try. "Madam, you might want to consider this design. It's one of our new arrivals, and there are fewer than 500 sets available nationwide." Being a clothing street, the grand entrance of Gu Qingfeng's family did not go unnoticed by the staff, as such a significant client was a rarity in Hebei County. Under the renowned brand of Fengxiang Pavilion, the prices were correspondingly steep. Except for a select few, the majority of ordinary households simply cannot afford such luxuries. Gu Tian, with grandiosity, suggested, "Why not give it a try? If you like it, just buy it. It won't cost you much." The air was thick with the scent of nouveau riche, and the female attendants could only lament that they were not Shangguanyun. For this outfit bore a staggering price tag of 100,000 RMB could suffice for an ordinary family's income for an entire year, yet they blinked not an eye as they declared their intent to purchase. Gu Tian embraced Shangguanyun, the two of them affectionately venturing forth to acquire garments, while Gu Qingfeng, with no particular plans, strolled leisurely along the street. The cheap house shop had no attire for men. If he wished to make a purchase, he would have to seek elsewhere. "Hello there, young man. My name is Li Ting. May we get acquainted and exchange contact information?" Before long, a girl of around 18 or 19 approached him, initiating a friendly greeting. "Greetings, I am Gu Qingfeng. I apologize, but I have yet to acquire a mobile phone, so I'm afraid I cannot oblige." Gu Qingfeng spoke candidly, not merely to brush off the young lady, for he genuinely possessed no phone. The girl's expression momentarily stiffened. In her mind, given her looks, it was a first to be rebuffed after making the first move. Still without a phone? What era are we in? Surely, it's implausible that someone could lack a mobile device. You might as well claim to be a caveman. "Young man, do you perhaps have a girlfriend? It's no trouble to exchange contact information." Gu Qingfeng shook his head and smiled, wishing to say no more, turning to leave. The girl was simply attracted to his wealth. It was not that Gu Qingfeng looked down upon her. People naturally aspire to ascend. Much like water seeks lower ground, he was just not inclined to entangle himself with women, at least not in the immediate future. Observing the eyes around him, the girl steeled herself and attempted to loop her arm around Gu Qingfeng's. A peculiar occurrence transpired. She distinctly felt her hand encircle him, yet her grasp met only empty air, having made no contact whatsoever. The moment she moved, Gu Qingfeng had sensed her intent, opting to spare the girl embarrassment in public. His arm moving with such speed that she merely beheld an afterimage. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Having mustered the courage to be proactive, only to be rejected, the stakes of her wager loomed large. Out shopping with her university roommates, she had been captivated upon spotting Gu Qingfeng, though she had not witnessed his descent from a luxury vehicle. Her approach stemmed purely from her being a devotee of handsome men, and she did not favor the effeminate types. Gu Qingfeng fulfilled her every fantasy of an ideal boyfriend. Under the persuasion of her mischievous friends, she unwittingly fell into their trap, faced with the prospect of having to buy them a month's worth of snacks if she failed to obtain Gu Qingfeng's contact details. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Qingfeng genuinely had no phone, and thus her efforts were destined to be in vain. Oh dear. The young man has made it clear he does not wish to share his contact information. Why persist? From within the crowd emerged another young lady, her looks rivaling those of Li Ting, both possessing unique attributes. Though Li Ting exuded a more innocent aura, the newly arrived girl radiated an alluring charm. Upon witnessing her rival in a compromising position, Li Ting's countenance soured. "Zhang Mei, this has nothing to do with you. If you want tea, give it to me. Will you give it to her?" Zhang Mei smirked, waving her hand dismissively. You, the self-righteous goddess, cannot even secure contact. Seeing you falter brings me no end of delight. I shall not indulge in your folly. Li Ting's eyes turned red with indignation. The two had long engaged in a subtle rivalry for the title of campus beauty, their competition yielding no clear victor. Yet, should today's incident be made public, her reputation at school would be irreversibly tarnished. While she typically held little regard for such accolades, she had been voted alongside Zhang Mei as the top contender. Since then, Zhang Mei had sought every opportunity to undermine her, and Li Ting, not one to be easily bullied, would retaliate fiercely when provoked. Caught between the two women, Qingfeng felt a headache coming on. He detested trouble. With so many people around, he had no desire to reveal his capabilities. Young man, might I invite you to dinner this evening? Li Ting was taken aback when Zhang Mei actually extended an invitation to Qingfeng, a move quite uncharacteristic of her. Zhang Mei was driven by ambition. She cared not for appearances, seeking only power and influence in her pursuits. She never shied away from expressing her standards in mate selection, yet she also did not dismiss other suitors, keeping them as potential backups. Qingfeng's attire was indeed refined, and while Li Ting's family was reasonably affluent, she could not ascertain any prestigious brand from it. Given Zhang Mei's typical approach, it was unlikely she would initiate a conversation with Qingfeng unless to one-up Li Ting and demonstrate her own allure. Apologies, but I have prior engagements and must decline the dinner invitation. Qingfeng replied without hesitation, if his refusal of Li Ting stemmed from a lack of interest in pursuing a girlfriend. His rejection of Zhang Mei was purely based on an instinctive aversion. Qingfeng found her gaze insincere, disliking overly calculating women. Zhang Mei's smile faltered for a moment before she quickly regained her composure. Unlike Li Ting, who naively sought contact information, Zhang Mei understood that dining was an excellent way to forge closer connections with men. However, she would not typically act so impulsively. Her desire for the Ferrari she had seen Qingfeng exit had driven her to approach him. A man of such elite status was a rare find. In their small county, owning a million-yuan Benz was already remarkable, let alone a Ferrari worth tens of millions, which one might not encounter for years. She cared little for the character of a man, provided he possessed wealth. But who would refuse an even better option? Wealthy, handsome, and fit. What more could one desire? Over the past 2 years, she had pursued affluent men, with the youngest being in their 30s and the oldest in their 40s, none of whom were particularly appealing. Now, having encountered someone as near perfect as Qingfeng, she feared that if she hesitated, someone else might seize the opportunity. Even a simple dinner invitation being declined made her question her own allure. You are no better. If I were you, I would have found a secluded spot to hide. The two glared at one another, their animosity palpable. Zhang Mei did not wish to engage further, and, upon looking again, found Qingfeng had already departed. He had no interest in becoming embroiled in such trivialities. His mood for shopping had evaporated, and he hastily made his way to Fengxiang Pavilion. He had not wandered far, and, in just a couple of minutes, arrived back at Fengxiang Pavilion, where he could hear a commotion from a distance. Your wealth means nothing. Ask her if she dares to sell it to you. How dare you threaten others so brazenly in broad daylight? Do you think this world lacks law? Law. I am the law. Let us see who dares to take the lead. It sounded like his father's voice. Qingfeng staggered to the entrance of Fengxiang Pavilion, where he saw his father shielding his mother behind him. In front of them stood several burly men, the leader of which was a mountain of muscle adorned with a thick gold chain, clutching a stunning woman, effectively cornering Qingfeng's parents. Several female attendants dared not approach, merely watching from a distance. While Shang Wanyin grew increasingly anxious, she understood her son's temperament. Should he return and witness this, who knows what he might do? Gu Tian, however, had a markedly different attitude. Having finally indulged in a bit of luxury by taking his wife out to shop, he could not allow them to be bullied. He would rather die than lose face. The woman spoke, imperiously gesturing toward Shang Wanyin. I am quite magnanimous. Apologize to me and relinquish the clothing, and we shall consider today as incident resolved. Jiu Tian would not shy away simply because she was a woman. We tried it on first and have already paid. You barged in here without cause, And on what grounds should we apologize? The burly man erupted into a boisterous laugh, a mocking expression on his face as he pointed to one of his underlings. Who am I? Come on, tell him. Who am I? The underling spat dismissively, adopting the tone of a teacher addressing a naive child. Our boss is Zhu Hu, the underground emperor of Hebei County. Who doesn't he know, brother, who in Hebei? Forcing you to apologize is a favor. Had it been the old Jew, he would have killed you on the spot. Fine, we don't want the clothes anyway. I'll go find the attendant and refund your money. Shangguan Yin firmly grasped Gu Tian's hand, ultimately deciding to relinquish the exquisite qipao that she cherished deeply. It was precisely because of her affection for it that Gu Tian stood his ground so resolutely. He had always believed that she had endured too many grievances while accompanying him, transforming from a lofty princess into a mere Cinderella. With her son's triumphant return, Gu Tian felt optimistic that he could finally provide his wife with the luxury she deserved. Yet here they were, facing adversity even in the purchase of a garment. Step aside, Mom and Dad. What is going on? If there is anything, just tell me, Gu Qingfeng said nonchalantly as he pushed aside several burly men standing in his way. Making his way to his parents, scanning the surroundings with a discerning eye. Shangguan Yin hurriedly interjected before Gu Tian could respond, fearing that he might spiral into despair. She wished to shield her son and husband from any further distress. It's nothing at all. We simply mistook someone else's clothing. We can just return it to Gu Tian, usually magnanimous, was now brimming with anger. Yet upon seeing Shangguan Yin's stern gaze, he refrained from provoking her further, choosing instead to sulk in silence. Can someone please enlighten me on what's happening? I'll give $1,000 to whoever speaks up. When his mother remained tight-lipped, Gu Qingfeng ceased his inquiries, retrieving a stack of $1,000 from his pocket and brandishing it before them. The alluring young woman extended her delicate hand to claim the money, a flicker of surprise crossing Gu Qingfeng's eyes as he listened to her indifferent explanation. I have my eye on this dress, but your mother tried it on first and paid for it, which displeased me greatly. If your mother returns the dress and apologizes, I shall forgive you both. Gu Qingfeng chuckled, taken aback by the audacity of such a shameless individual, who insisted on blaming his mother despite having arrived late herself, a seasoned fighter like Zhu, who was evidently no match for a foolish young woman. With a cautious tone, he asked, Brother, let us just forget about returning the dress and skip the apologies. Let us consider it a chance to make new acquaintances. Gu Qingfeng's exposed physique made Zhu Hu uneasy. Though his muscles were not particularly large and could not compare to those of a regular gym-goer, they emanated an aura of latent strength, and his eyes subtly betrayed a sense of disdain. Zhu Hu, wary of antagonizing a formidable opponent, contemplated retreating. Gu Qingfeng seized his mother, guiding her to a nearby sofa to sit, then returned to face Zhu Hu. We paid for the dress, yet you demand we return it to you. That seems rather unreasonable, does it not? Zhu Hu's expression darkened, caught off guard by this audacious youth who failed to recognize the olive branch he had extended, though he held reservations about Gu Qingfeng. A seasoned player in the underworld, he was not easily intimidated by a mere boy. You're getting a bit too bold, aren't you? Don't think that a little wealth allows you to act arrogantly in my presence. You should inquire about whom I fear. Owning a multi-million-dollar car does not prove anything. Gu Qingfeng narrowed his eyes, fixing a steady gaze upon Zhu Hu. So, this means there's nothing left to discuss? Zhu Hu felt a twinge of fear as Gu Qingfeng's gaze bore into him. It was as though he were under the scrutiny of a demon, his inner turmoil intensifying, leaving him momentarily daunted. The young woman, however, harbored no such reservations, casting a fierce glare at Shangguan Yin, blaming her for the current predicament. She conveniently overlooked the fact that Shangguan Yin had indeed purchased the dress first. Her infatuation with it stemmed not only from its beauty, but also from jealousy. Envying Shangguan Yin's exquisite looks, the jealousy among women can be far more ferocious than that among men, especially when comparing Shangguan Yin's naturally stunning visage to her own, which relied on cosmetics to maintain its allure. She wished fervently to be Shangguan Yin herself. Return the dress to me, and have this old woman apologize, or this matter will not be resolved. Another lackey sought to curry favor with the young woman, chiming in, Indeed, I remember when our brother who wielded 2 machetes cleaving his way from South Street to North Street without blinking for 3 hours. Now you have the opportunity before you. Cherish it, for if brother who is displeased, you shall all suffer the consequences. Gu Qingfeng shook his head, signaling that there was nothing left to negotiate and choosing to remain silent. Shangguan Yun grew restless. When Gu Qingfeng had guided her to the sofa, she had feared a clash between her son and this unruly group. Unable to speak up due to Gu Tian's insistence on her silence, she sensed the situation escalating beyond repair and quickly rose, intent on intervening. Yet Gu Qingfeng was swifter, to the astonishment of everyone present. He stepped forward and struck Zhu Hu across the face with a resounding slap. 3 hours without blinking. Do your eyes not tire? Zhu Hu, bewildered by the sudden assault, felt a sharp pain radiating from his face. It was only upon hearing Gu Qingfeng's question that he regained his senses, and no longer concerned about Gu Qingfeng's identity. He realized that remaining silent after being struck would spell the end of his standing in the underworld. He roared at his lackeys, "Kill him! I'll take responsibility for any fallout." As Zhu Hu's lackeys witnessed his swollen cheek, their surprise rendered them momentarily paralyzed. They quickly grabbed nearby chairs and closed racks. Charging at Gu Qingfeng, the commotion attracted a crowd of onlookers, curious to discover the source of the disturbance. Upon recognizing Zhu Hu, some expressed sympathy for Gu Qingfeng. What a pity for this young man. Why do you have to cross paths with Zhu Hu? This guy is known for being ruthless. Is Zhu Hu really that formidable? A middle-aged man was asked by several high school girls. The man nodded. He holds dominion over the entire underworld in High Bay. If this young man has struck him, it's likely that Zhu Hu will not let him live. Among these girls were Li Ting and her roommates, who, amidst their quarrel, had taken the opportunity to approach the scene. While Li Ting was primarily concerned for Gu Qingfeng's safety, Zhang Mei felt the opposite. Gu Qingfeng's rejection had wounded her pride. She hoped he would receive a good lesson, yet she did not wish for his demise. After all, in her eyes, Gu Qingfeng was her type, and should he perish, finding another like him would be nearly impossible. No prey she had set her sights on had ever escaped her grasp. What transpired next felt like a scene from a film to all present. Zhu Hu's lackeys closed in on Gu Qingfeng. He struck first, executing a side kick that sent 2 of them sprawling in midair. He spun and delivered an uppercut that knocked another to the ground. The remaining 3 lackeys stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed. They could neither advance nor retreat. Before they could act, 3 of them lay incapacitated. As they hesitated, Gu Qingfeng repeated, "I'm asking you, do your eyes not tire after so long without blinking?" With that, the other side of Zhu Hu's face quickly swelled, transforming his already rotund visage into something resembling a pig's head. "That you've got some guts. I'll tell you, smack." Another resounding slap left Zhu Hu missing 2 teeth. Witnessing Zhu Hu's plight, the 3 remaining lackeys gritted their teeth and charged at Gu Qingfeng, only to meet a similar fate as their predecessors. As soon as they moved, Gu Qingfeng swatted them away like flies, sending them crashing to the ground, unconscious and unaware of their fate. "I'm asking you, after so long without blinking, do your eyes not tire?" Gu Qingfeng continued, emotionless, as he methodically repeated the action. Shangguan Yun sensed a marked change in her son since his return. He had become noticeably more volatile, opting for violence when communication failed. Realizing his right hand was poised to strike again, she urgently called out to halt his impending action, which eased Zhu Hu's tension. If this continued, he feared for his very life. "Enough, enough. If you keep this up, you'll kill him. Let's just let it go." Hearing his mother's plea, Gu Qingfeng finally ceased his assault, carelessly tossing Zhu Hu aside as his gaze fixated on the young woman. "If you wish to avoid suffering the same fate, apologize to my mother." The beautiful woman was utterly stunned, overwhelmed by the unreasonable might of Gu Qingfeng. She recognized the 6 henchmen of Zhu Hu. While they could not be said to have traversed through mountains of knives and seas of blood, they bore the weight of lives on their hands. Yet, under Gu Qingfeng's command, they were rendered pathetically weak. She repeatedly apologized to Shangguan Yun, fearful that Gu Qingfeng might take offense and turn his wrath upon her. "That I am truly sorry. It is my folly not to recognize a great figure. This is entirely my fault. Please forgive me." The situation shifted so rapidly that just moments ago, the shop assistants and onlookers believed Gu Qingfeng was doomed. Yet within a minute, Zhu Hu and his men lay crumpled on the ground. This revelation imparted a profound understanding. When one is sufficiently powerful, numbers hold no significance. This young man has certainly trained. He is a true hero in his youth, a veritable dragon crossing the river. A middle-aged man could not help but exclaim, astonished that he had underestimated the young man's prowess. Indeed, how splendid it would be if he were my child. He would make a fine son-in-law. Several onlooking matrons began to bicker, completely forgetting that they had previously deemed Gu Qingfeng too reckless, fearing he would bring trouble upon their homes. Nearby, Li Ting's eyes sparkled with wonder. She had not anticipated Gu Qingfeng's exceptional skill, which brought her immense joy. Earlier, Gu Qingfeng had exuded an aura of towering strength and rugged handsomeness. But once he engaged in combat, he radiated a sense of dominion over the world. It was an innate pride, a confidence etched into his very being, a presence only those with absolute faith in their abilities could possess. Unmatched in my prowess, Li Ting's heart raced. She yearned to greet Gu Qingfeng, but feared being ignored and ridiculed by Zhang Mei. Zhang Mei harbored a similar mindset. Initially, she had hoped Zhu Hu would teach Gu Qingfeng a lesson, only to be astonished as he effortlessly dispatched him. Wealthy, handsome, and tall, now with the added quality of being formidable, Zhang Mei increasingly felt that only such a man could truly be worthy of her beauty. She silently resolved to employ any means necessary to win Gu Qingfeng's affection. At the entrance, Shang Yuan regarded the flustered woman with magnanimity, expressing her indifference, provided the woman did not provoke her again. The woman nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain, having lost her previous aggressive demeanor. Now resembling a frightened Jiutian had intended to say something, but upon observing Shang Yuan's attitude, he merely smiled softly and fell silent. Having secured her forgiveness, the woman disregarded the unconscious figures around her, hastily fleeing onto the street. The crowd of onlookers grew larger. News of Zhu Hu's defeat spread rapidly, drawing more and more people to the scene. As the throngs amassed, Gu Tian wished to avoid being the subject of ridicule and pulled Shang Yuan towards their vehicle, preparing to depart. "Sir, please wait. We sincerely apologize for the incident. We would like to offer you these 2 new qipao as a gesture of goodwill." A female shop assistant from Fengxiang Pavilion exclaimed after hastily ending a phone call, rushing out with the garments in hand, presenting them to Gu Tian, and no need for that. "We are not short on money. You may keep the clothes. This incident cannot be blamed on you," Gu Tian replied, understanding the shop's predicament that a group of fierce ruffians had intimidated the female staff, and he appreciated their restraint in not exacerbating Zhu Hu's situation. Others might have sought to curry favor with Zhu Hu at his expense, yet these women had shown commendable integrity. However, this was a misconception on Gu Tian's part. After all, he had arrived in a Ferrari. Even if no one in the crowd recognized the model, they were aware that he was a genuine, wealthy individual. The shop staff could not afford to offend either party, choosing instead to feign ignorance of the incident. The staff persisted, earnestly imploring Gu Tian to accept the quipeo. Gu Tian glanced at Gu Qingfeng, saw him nod, and after a brief hesitation, accepted the garments. Society is simple. It is humanity that is complex. Every movement of the shop staff did not escape Gu Qingfeng's keen observation. Only those with significant skill could manage a place like Fengxiang Pavilion. Even without Zhu Hu's influence, it was likely Zhu Hu would extend some courtesy towards him. If the owner of Fengxiang Pavilion truly intended to intervene, they would have dispatched someone to stop Zhu Hu long before this, rather than feigning goodwill after the fact. It was probable that the owner had recognized Gu Qingfeng's strength and sought to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Gu Tian started the vehicle. Noticing Gu Qingfeng lingering at the entrance, seemingly unwilling to depart, called out, "Why aren't you getting in, you rascal? We are heading home. I wish to browse a bit longer. You and Mom return first. I will make my own way back later. All right, make sure to bring me a daughter-in-law next time. Your mother is eager for a grandchild." With that parting remark, the car sped away. Gu Qingfeng shook his head with a wry smile. Finding such a partner was no simple task, and he was in no rush. However, Gu Tian's words conveyed to the gathered crowd that Gu Qingfeng was still single, a golden bachelor at present. Zhang Mei's eyes sparkled with opportunity. Her family was pressing her, and even if Gu Qingfeng hesitated to pursue a relationship, the pressure would likely compel him to seek a partner, even if only a pretense. Given enough time together, turning the charade into genuine affection would not be difficult. Zhang Mei was confident she could win Gu Qingfeng's heart. Meanwhile, Li Ting encouraged herself as she navigated through the crowd, hoping to exchange a few words with Gu Qingfeng. However, both she and Zhang Mei were a step too late. Several young women in their 20s had already encircled Gu Qingfeng. "Hey, handsome, want to be friends?" "I'm still single," one called out. "How about we go out tonight?" "Good looking," another chimed in. Compared to these women, who had navigated the social scene for years, Zhang Mei paled in comparison. As soon as Gu Tian left, they had swarmed around Gu Qingfeng, leaving Li Ting and Zhang Mei on the outside. "I have some matters to attend to, so I may not have time today," Gu Qingfeng remarked, glancing at Zhang Mei as she retreated, a smirk playing on his lips. Having suffered such humiliation, she would not easily let it go. Yet he refrained from taking lethal action, recognizing that the offenses committed against his family did not warrant such a response. Had he not returned in time, the situation might have escalated. His protective measures would have retaliated based on the enemy's strength and hostility. While not every hostile individual would meet their demise, they would certainly endure some hardship. That was precisely why he had advised his parents to return home first, trusting that the woman would not ambush them on the way. The women surrounding Gu Qingfeng sensed he was merely toying with them and were reluctant to depart, unwilling to miss the opportunity to engage with such an exceptional young heir. "If you have something to do, I can accompany you. I am quite capable, handsome," one of the women insisted, emphasizing her capabilities with a flirtatious gaze. Upon hearing this, Li Ting blushed. How could these women be so brazen? Gu Qingfeng regarded the woman who spoke with a peculiar tone, inquiring, "Are you certain you wish to accompany me?" Seeing that Gu Qingfeng was finally open to the idea, the woman shot him a sultry glance that, "Of course, whatever you need, I'm up for it." The woman's appearance was passable, and Gu Qingfeng decided to play along. He pointed toward the street corner. "All right, they are coming. You'll join me then for a chance to shine." Just then, a woman stormed toward Gu Qingfeng, followed by no fewer than 100 henchmen, a formidable sight indeed, as they neared within several dozen meters. She began to shout like a shrew that "You're finished, kid. This time, I will make sure to ruin you. I have never apologized to anyone in my life." What a foolish woman. How utterly senseless. Did she not realize that living peacefully was preferable? Although he had anticipated her retaliation, witnessing her approach ignited his anger. It appeared the earlier lesson had been too lenient. The sight of hundreds wielding clubs charging toward him was indeed intimidating. This was a death sentence. The women encircling Gu Qingfeng were instantly stricken with fear, scattering like frightened birds. They were materialistic, but they did not wish to die. They had never encountered such a scene and were frozen in terror. "You're not thinking of running away too, are you? Surely, you're not like those superficial women." Gu Qingfeng seized the wrist of the woman who had just spoken, a playful smile gracing his lips. The woman stammered for a long while, her anxiety growing as she noticed the approaching figures of the married women, fearing they might inadvertently harm her. The thought of failing to win over the wealthy heir while suffering disfigurement was a harrowing prospect, truly. A case of losing both the lady and the troops. Yet, she could not bring herself to part with Gu Qingfeng. Such an exceptional man was as rare as encountering a meteor shower. And missing this opportunity could mean a lifetime without another chance. Mirroring Zhang Mei's sentiments to Li Ting and Zhang Mei, one fixated on looks and the other on wealth, remained rooted in hesitation, their faces displaying uncertainty. "Young man, run. With your family's fortune. If you flee, they won't be able to touch you." A voice rang out from the crowd, suggesting that Gu Qingfeng appeared frozen in place, perhaps intimidated that a few of Li Ting's friends stepped forward to pull her away. But after contemplating, Li Ting chose to stand by Gu Qingfeng. "I refuse to believe he can wield such power. In plain sight, he cannot outnumber us. That I will stand by you." This decision was not solely due to Gu Qingfeng's striking appearance. Li Ting was inherently kind-hearted, always willing to assist strangers in need. In contrast, Zhang Mei and another woman, having mustered all their courage, barely refrained from fleeing, finding no further strength to speak. Among the throng of henchmen, The most eye-catching was a robust man at the forefront, wielding a steel knife with imposing presence. Qingfeng ceased his playful banter, gently pushing aside Li Ting, positioning himself at the forefront, gripping the ground with his right hand. He hurled Zhu Hu towards the opposition. "Here is your boss back." Zhu Hu tumbled to the ground, rolling several times, prompting the numerous henchmen to quickly assist him up. Regaining consciousness, Zhu Hu stared in confusion at Qingfeng, feeling a shiver run through him as he turned to behold his subordinates. "Why men have arrived. How do you wish to die? Even if you beg for mercy now, it would be futile." Zhu Hu's tone brimmed with arrogance, completely oblivious to the humiliation he had just endured at Qingfeng's hands. His smile revealed several missing teeth, eliciting amusement from the onlookers. However, beneath his bravado lay a flicker of trepidation. He had seldom encountered someone capable of effortlessly dispatching 6 of his subordinates. Yet his most formidable underling was also a 4th-tier martial artist, easily capable of defeating several foes. Casting a glance at the burly man, Zhu Hu's confidence surged once more, rendering Qingfeng less daunting in his eyes. "You think you can fight? What good is that? In this world, power and connections matter. Can you take on 60 if you can barely handle 6? Qingfeng refrained from engaging, preferring to watch Zhu Hu put on a show, for the eventual comeuppance would be far more entertaining. "This is my top warrior, Shen Lu. You stand no chance against him." Slapping the brawny man's shoulder, Zhu Hu's grin stretched widely, crediting Shen Lu for the strength he now possessed. The gathered crowd began to murmur, collectively doubting Qingfeng's chances. "There are too many. They could easily overwhelm him. He's too young, lacking the wisdom of retreat." Indeed, after striking Zhu Hu, why hasn't he fled? Except for Li Ting's few friends who were genuinely concerned for her safety, others regarded the unfolding drama as mere conversational fodder. "There's no need to announce your name. I'm not interested in remembering the names of mere ants." Qingfeng beckoned Shen Lu with a flick of his finger, gradually approaching him. Unaware of Qingfeng's previous feats of strength, Shen Lu underestimated him, believing that despite being a martial artist, he could not surpass his own prowess. His formidable skills in the Golden Bell Shield technique were unparalleled. Even a 5th-tier martial artist would struggle to defeat him. Zhang Mei and her companion felt a sense of relief as Qingfeng approached, believing he would be safe from harm. This stance beautifully articulated their loyalty while ensuring their own safety. Li Ting, however, was not pleased. She perceived Qingfeng's advance as a certain death, unable to fathom why he dared to provoke his opponent. She reached out, attempting to pull him back, but once again her hand met nothing but air. Shen Lu roared, his entire body enveloped in golden light, each step leaving deep impressions in the ground. Fists clenched and aimed squarely at Qingfeng for a full-force strike. Under the watchful eyes of all, Qingfeng extended a single finger, attempting to intercept Shen Li's punch. The comparison of Qingfeng's slender finger against Shen Li's massive fist was akin to a fragile egg confronting a stone, leading onlookers to deem him insane for daring to counter such might with merely a finger. Li Ting, horrified, covered her eyes, unable to bear the thought of Qingfeng being struck down. Yet after a prolonged silence, no cries of agony emerged from him. Peeking through a gap in her fingers, Li Ting's eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed Qingfeng effortlessly deflecting Shen Li's punch, regardless of how forcefully he struck. Merely a single finger thwarted Shen Li's most powerful blow. Disbelief coursed through Shen Lu as he unleashed a flurry of punches, akin to a torrential storm, each strike aimed at Qingfeng. The strength of a 4th-tier martial artist neared the limits of human capability. However, no matter how fierce his assaults, Qingfeng effortlessly blocked each one, his demeanor calm and unruffled, while Shen Li's fists grew increasingly painful with each passing moment. Tired of the charade, Qingfeng thrust a finger, piercing Shen Li's right arm, blood gushing from the sizable wound. Before Shen Lu could react, another finger struck his forehead with tremendous force, sending him flying backward, toppling several henchmen along the way. Zhu Hu's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he pondered the nature of the beast he had provoked. In comparison, Shen Lu appeared as a mere child, devoid of any capacity to resist. Yet, with no path of retreat remaining, even if Zhu Hu wished to reconcile, Qingfeng would likely not grant him that mercy. Everyone, attack together. I refuse to believe he can take on 100 of us. The henchmen felt a wave of panic. They were all too aware of Shun Li's strength, capable of effortlessly handling 10 opponents. Yet Gu Qingfeng seemed to toy with him as if it were a game. However, under their boss's orders, they had no choice but to charge forward. Gu Qingfeng meandering through the crowd with an air of leisure, dispatching one henchman after another. In less than a minute, over half of the 70 to 80 henchmen lay incapacitated on the ground. His control of force impeccable. None who were struck could rise again in a short span. This a film. Master you when taking on 10 is already impressive. This man is single-handedly facing 100. I suddenly feel that Chinese martial arts aren't as feeble as the world claims. If he were to enter a fighting arena, those so-called foreign champions would fall before him. Indeed, I've heard that domestic martial arts have declined. But it appears there is still hope. I wish to learn from him. The crowd murmured in awe, perceiving Gu Qingfeng as a celestial being. No one stood a chance against him. Feng. Be careful. A familiar yet foreign female voice reached his ears, causing Gu Qingfeng to pause, his complex gaze fixed on the approaching woman. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a henchman seized the opportunity, swinging a deadly knife towards his head. The blade aiming true. Everyone could envision Gu Qingfeng's head being cleaved in two, and Zhu Hu's heart raced with trepidation. Had it not been for this woman's sudden warning, his men would likely have been utterly vanquished, and his fate would certainly have been grim. Yet, rather than losing his head, not a single strand of Gu Qingfeng's hair was harmed. The blade shattered upon contact. The crowd was engulfed in a sensation akin to the sky collapsing. Was this truly a human? The golden bell shield was one thing, but who could withstand a blade without so much as a scratch? Was he a superhuman? Gu Qingfeng cast a piercing gaze around, an aura of defiance emanating from him. As a tempest arose, swirling dust into the air, sending countless henchmen sprawling. Each one lay on the ground, feeling as though their very bodies were disintegrating, groaning in agony. Feng, are you all right? Wang Fei, breathless, approached Gu Qingfeng, reaching out to embrace him, only to be deftly evaded by a sidestep from Gu Qingfeng. Her sudden appearance instilled a sense of pressure in Li Ting and Zhang Mei. Wang Fei's beauty was unparalleled, and although they too were considered campus belles, they paled in comparison to her, exuding a mature charm that set her apart. It's over. We shall never have the chance to be together again. Gu Qingfeng, unwilling to face the woman who had so profoundly disappointed him, turned away. Wang Fei stood beside him, her tone pleading as she implored, "No, I still love you. Please give me another chance." Feng. The falling petals may hold intent, yet the flowing waters are devoid of sentiment. Ultimately, our fates are intertwined yet unfulfilled, and there is no need to force it. Zhu Hu sought to seize this opportunity to escape, yet an unseen force rendered him immobile, compelling him to watch as Gu Qingfeng approached step by step. This is your final chance. If you dare to trouble me again, you shall have no reason to remain in this world. Gu Qingfeng spoke with a calmness that belied the fury within, his demeanor so tranquil it felt as if he were merely swatting a fly. Zhu Hu felt genuine fear. He was confronted by a formidable aura of death emanating from Gu Qingfeng, akin to facing a demon returned from the depths of hell. Knowing well that provoking him was a perilous endeavor, he would not dare tread that path again. Did I want to trouble you any further? 3 needles of condensed energy, unnoticed by anyone, pierced the facial muscles of a nearby woman. The energy would traverse her skin for a month, causing relentless itching with no remedy in sight. Her repeated provocations would serve as a minor punishment for her actions. Gu Qingfeng's feelings upon seeing Wang Fei were tumultuous. He had lost the will to hide or engage further. Otherwise, no ordinary person would have the chance to encounter him again. Take me home. I have long severed ties with my family. If you do not want me, then no one will. Wang Fei once more obstructed Gu Qingfeng's departure, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Is there any point in saying this now? You could have adorned yourself in splendid raiment, looking down upon this vast world. You could have done so. Now I can as well. I did not allow Li Jun to touch me. I remain pure. As you well know, Yu Qingfeng shook his head with a bitter smile, reflecting on the years he had been ensnared in a prophecy that unfolded right before his eyes, while he remained blissfully unaware. The prophecy, it seemed, had indeed been accurate. Upon discovering the truth, he would not hold Wang Fei accountable. After all, this woman had accompanied him through his youth. Despite her ulterior motives, the years of affection could not be feigned. Yet, her betrayal was something Qingfeng could not abide. Let it be. Let us preserve some dignity for all involved. Do not feign ignorance. I do not likely my affections have always been for you. After years of waiting, only to be intercepted by another, Wang Fei found it impossible to accept this outcome. Upon awakening in Li Jun's villa, she fortuitously encountered Zhao Zili, a fellow heiress from a second-tier family in the capital, who had come to assess the villa's damage. Their past encounters were few, but Wang Fei's emotions were particularly complex at that moment. With no desire to reminisce, she hastily departed the villa, determined to find Qingfeng at his old residence. However, midway, unforeseen complications arose, causing delays. After meeting with that individual, she heard the commotion nearby and, upon approaching, spotted Qingfeng. It matters not. Whether you prefer the old me or the current me, do not disturb my life any longer. Qingfeng had little interest in understanding. All that had transpired was now, behind him. As Qingfeng departed, Wang Fei stood despondent, never imagining he would be so heartless. She had merely made a mistake every woman could make. Yet he had genuinely cast her aside. The crowd began to murmur about Wang Fei, deeming her ungrateful. With wealth, striking looks, and exceptional prowess, how can such a man fail to satisfy her? Humanity's greed, it seemed, was boundless, and thus she deserved her plight. Indeed, who wouldn't he envy her for being with such a man, yet she had still betrayed him. Wang Fei felt a desire to vanish. Had she known Qingfeng would behave this way, she would never have associated with that foolish rich heir, Li Jun. To break up with the most formidable man in the world, wasn't that madness? Especially considering that Qingfeng had once been just an ordinary person. Li Ting exchanged farewells with a few friends before following in Qingfeng's wake. Unlike Zhang Mei, who sought to ascend by courting affluent men while dating, Li Ting's kindness guided her away from such schemes. Yet, she was no fool. Seizing an opportunity was a prudent course of action. Though somewhat underhanded, she was reluctant to relinquish a promising prospect. As they passed a narrow alley, Qingfeng entered, prompting Zhang Mei and Li Ting to pursue him. Only to find his presence had vanished entirely, that a living person could disappear so abruptly. How frustrating. It's all your fault for obstructing me. Otherwise, how could I have lost him? Li Ting, disheartened at having lost Qingfeng, stamped her foot in frustration, unable to fathom how he had vanished when she had clearly seen him enter. Zhang Mei had initially intended to walk alongside Qingfeng, but upon hearing his conversation with Wang Fei, she realized Wang Fei was his ex-girlfriend. With her still present, it felt inappropriate for them to be so forward, and thus, she held Zhang Mei back. Shortly after Qingfeng's departure, a voice of regret emerged from the crowd. A man slapped his face, lamenting, "I can't believe I forgot to record such an incredible scene. If I had posted it online, I would have gone viral." However, his camera malfunctioned, capturing only a haze. "I thought it was just me. My phone has the same issue." The crowd buzzed with curiosity over why all recording devices had failed. Not only could they not record, but all nearby surveillance systems had also malfunctioned when Qingfeng returned to Fengxiang Pavilion and prepared to act. Qingfeng had disrupted the operation of recording devices with his energy, preventing premature exposure of his identity and abilities to the outside world. Upon entering the alley, Qingfeng utilized instantaneous movement to return home. Lying motionless on his bed, his mind awash with the haunting visage of Wang Fei. Youthful love may not endure, yet it possesses the power to dazzle the entirety of one's adolescence. Leaving indelible marks on the hearts of the young, he had once believed that he and Wang Fei would be different, that they would step into the sanctity of marriage, and that years later, upon reuniting with old friends, they would exclaim in astonishment, "So, you two are still together," despite the odds being stacked against them. With their families so vastly different, the stubborn youth had steadfastly believed in Wang Fei. With emotions toward her growing increasingly complex, he felt both hatred for her deceit and profound love for her. Yet one certainty remained: they would never have the chance to be together again. The White Horse and Silver Gun joined the Dimensional Chat Group. The Ice Queen is Death joined the Dimensional Chat Group. Tony the Heartbreaker. Welcome newcomers. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Fire Fist Ace. Welcome, welcome. Once you join the chat group, we are all family. Book loving ghoul. Welcome to both of you. Oh, you want to dance too? The name of the new members is quite nice. They seem like good folks. Death God Elementary Student. Welcome, new friends. Please take notice of me. Great ones. Tony the Heartbreaker. How do you know they are great ones? Death God Elementary Student. Can you tell by their names? One wields a gun, another can take on 1,000 foes, and the other is known as the Ice Queen. Tiomi, an ordinary person. They're all great. Tony the Heartbreaker. I had forgotten that. You are just an ordinary person. Anyone with a bit of power could easily overwhelm you. White Horse and Silver Gun. Where am I? Why does this strange thing appear in my mind? Who are all of you? Ice Queen is Death. Who employed imperial tools to conjure this tiresome trick? It appears to be a manifestation of psychic abilities that I seek a detailed explanation regarding the request for support in the chat group. Along with the upload of the illustrious Zhao Zilong of Changshan and the Ice Queen is Death, detailing their life experiences as for the request for assistance. I invite you to take a look. Once you have done so, you shall comprehend the entire situation. Mere minutes later, the White Horse and Silver Lance confronts the myriad of foes. It appears one can indeed connect to different universes. How impressive! Were it not for your introduction, I would have remained oblivious to the fact that my current abode is known as Earth. The Ice Queen is Death. Different worlds, perhaps? I wonder if there exists a being capable of rivaling me. I have been invincible in my realm for far too many years. The Administrator, the most formidable across dimensions, has arrived. Let us all extend a warm welcome. The Ice Queen is Death. An Administrator? The most powerful across dimensions? Such an air of arrogance. How is it that the previous Administrator feels entirely different from this one? Tony, the Unfaithful. I cannot ascertain your true prowess, but it is advisable that you refrain from challenging the greats. Their strength is beyond your imagination. Oh, you wish to dance. Invincible, you say. Once I am resurrected, I shall engage you in battle. Fire Fist Ace. Speaking of which, Madara, it has been quite some time. Why have you not yet completed your resurrection? Do you wish to dance? I have chosen to revive in my peak state, which makes the process of physical resurrection rather slow. I require more time. Death God Elementary Student. I seek your guidance. Madara, book-loving ghoul. Madara, you must be thrilled that resurrection is within reach. Oh, you wish to dance. Indeed, it is a relief. Possessing a corporeal form allows me to rectify the unfulfilled regrets of my past. The first thing I shall do upon resurrection is eradicate Kaguya. This hidden mastermind, upon unexpectedly joining the chat group, has revealed his true identity to Madara. The story of Naruto has concluded, and Yin Yao has become fully aware of the entire narrative, divulging every detail to Madara, who harbors a deep-seated hatred for Kaguya. However, his ideals remain unshaken. Rather than initiating the infinite Tsukuyomi, he aims to unify the 5 great shinobi villages under his absolute strength, thereby fostering peace. With the points provided by Qingfeng, he spent 350,000 to exchange for the body condensation technique of the chat group, a one-time spell capable of materializing his strongest form from his past life, albeit without the Rinnegan's replication. Yet this does not daunt Madara. His Sharingan remains a formidable tool in this era where Hashirama has long since perished to book-loving ghoul, a world devoid of war. Merely imagining it is a delightful thought. I support you, Madara. Do you wish to dance? I appreciate your support. Young one, that once I resolve my current matters, I shall journey to your world and eliminate any threats to your safety. Tony, the Unfaithful. Ah, Madara truly dotes on little Chica. How wonderful it would be if I were granted such favor. Thanos may not dare to speak, but at least Ultron is not summarily defeated by Madara. Death God Elementary Student. When will you be as adorable and kind as little Chica? Only then might you receive such treatment. However, in my estimation, it seems unlikely. The White Horse and Silver Lance confronts the myriad foes. The Administrator cannot be from my world. How is it that they can observe events occurring in my realm? The request for support. My strength surpasses your wildest imagination. Perceiving the life of an ordinary person is an effortless task for me. Yin Yao lay atop a supermarket table, smiling with great satisfaction. Finally, the time had come for her to flaunt her prowess. In the past, her lowly strength had rendered her hesitant to speak loudly. Now, she too was shielded by a protective barrier, enabling her to showcase the administrator's might to the newcomers in the group. The Ice Queen is death? Oh, but why does my recording only capture the experiences of my earlier life, lacking any glimpses into my future? When the group chat exceeds 10 participants, the duration for executing tasks or voluntarily traversing to other universes is extended to 6 hours. However, the cooldown period for traversing the same world is 1 day. Warning: the group has detected that the administrator seeking support possesses abilities that exceed those of the chat group, that a 3-day deadline has been imposed. After this period, the chat group will automatically erase these powers. This sudden system notification left the members of the group momentarily stunned. It was the first time the chat had issued such a warning. The first part was easily understood: the allowance to remain in other worlds for 6 hours, such as this death traversing to Madara's world, meant she could only make 1 journey per day, limited to 6 hours before returning to her own realm. However, traversing other universes on the same day would not incur any penalties. Yet the second notification was somewhat unexpected, evidently directed at Yun Yao. Fire Fist Ace. This additional ability cannot possibly refer to the protective barrier of the Great, can it? World Destroyer. It appears highly likely that it does, as the barrier seems to have surpassed the strength levels of Yun Yao's world. Death God Elementary Student. What shall we do? Yun Yao's world is quite perilous. Without her protective barrier, she becomes merely an ordinary person, which could be dangerous. The request for support. It was originally granted by the Great. Thus, it is only natural that the chat group would revoke it. With this ability, I have lost all motivation to strive for strength. If it is lost, then so be it. Her points had long exceeded 1,000, allowing her to exchange for some basic abilities, which, although not as effortless as her current state, would suffice with carefulness to avoid provoking the most formidable zombie types. Self-preservation should not pose a significant concern, and she was not overly worried for her safety. Meanwhile, Ace, dining aboard a pirate ship, halted the motion of food towards his mouth, beginning to worry for Yun Yao's predicament. Fire Fist Ace, is there not still 3 days remaining? Allow me to assist you in identifying which devil fruit abilities from the chat group might suit you. I shall come over to guide you. The request for support. Very well then. I shall leave it to you. Do you wish to dance? With Ace's presence, there's indeed a sense of reassurance. World Destroyer, why have you been so quiet of late? What keeps you occupied? As the 2 strongest individuals in the group, aside from the peculiar Qingfeng, Madara and Matoi Shinasuk maintained a relatively amicable relationship, their personalities meshing well. World Destroyer, I have encountered a troublesome adversary whose strength is comparable to mine. For the time being, I cannot shake him off. The snake charmer who defeated Seiya. Do you require assistance? Although I am still recovering from my injuries, I can still lend a hand. Sharna has suffered greatly at the hands of Kyuko, sustaining extensive fractures. Despite Seiya's legendary resilience, he can rapidly revive due to either divine blood or the aid of a superior being, or by relying on breakthroughs to restore his injuries. Sharna, however, finds herself unable to access her 7th sense in the short term. Naturally, she cannot quickly recover from her injuries, yet with the aid of her silver cloth, her deadly attacks possess the speed of sound, making her a formidable force not to be underestimated. World Destroyer, that will not be necessary. In a direct confrontation, I am not his match. However, it will not be so simple for him to claim victory over me. You wish to dance? Even you find him formidable? He appears to be a worthy opponent. Alas, my body requires more time. Otherwise, I would ensure that the name of the Uchiha clan resonates throughout other universes. Upon reading this, Qingfeng felt a twinge of confusion. It was not due to Sharna's sudden shift in demeanor. She was not inherently malevolent. Her previous volatility was merely a result of Seiya's citing her appearance. Rather, he pondered how few from the Night Universe could possibly triumph over Matoi Shinasuk. The upgraded Crimson Belt, transformed into the Emperor Rider, could easily dominate most knights. Those capable of defeating him were undoubtedly exceptional beings, and Qingfeng had no concerns regarding Matoi Shinasuk's demise. For this individual, in many respects, was quite the rogue, if memory serves. His new belt possessed a rather overpowered trait. That is to say, upon transforming into the Emperor Rider, he would be immune to fatal injuries, rendering it impossible for anyone to kill him, coupled with his spatial barrier. The notion of defeating him was nothing short of a daunting task. The most formidable across dimensions. Has the Time King made a move against you? Aside from him, there is no one else capable of suppressing you. Considering your array of unique cards, World Destroyer, it is not him. It is Kamen Rider Black RX. I am uncertain how I have offended him, but he has been pursuing me relentlessly. The issue is that we are evenly matched, and whenever I traverse the dimensional barrier, he finds a way to follow me. This newfound understanding reveals that if the Knights of the Heisei era are largely considered to be mere pretenders, then the sole acknowledged pretender of the Showa era is none other than Kamen Rider RX. In its ordinary form. Its punch strength reaches an astounding 100 tons, while its kicking force escalates to 200 tons. When it switches to its Steel Knight form, its kicking power can soar to an astonishing 400 tons, a figure that surpasses even the youthful Uja. The speed form is even more grotesque, boasting a jumping capability of 1,000 meters. To put this into perspective, the renowned fighting king, Leo, can only manage a flying kick of 1,000 meters. Moreover, it carries the Imperial Stone, rendering it inherently immortal. As long as the sun shines, it shall not perish. Crucially, it possesses the ability to evolve infinitely. Should its abilities be suppressed, it can metamorphose into other forms to overpower its adversary. It has successfully evolved twice, effortlessly defeating all villains in its path, wielding the Sunshine Sword, also known as the kidney-piercing sword, which guarantees death to anyone it strikes. The villainous bosses can scarcely withstand a single blow. The strongest across dimensions. As long as it's not a fight to the death, RX stands as an upright and solitary warrior, and being a knight, it is unlikely to take your life. Taraji looked at RX wielding the Sunshine Sword, slashing left and right, and perhaps he did not intend to harm him. The strongest across dimensions. With a white horse and silver spear, I shall battle 10,000 troops. Since ancient times, I have supported the sovereign in peril. Only Zhao Zilong of Changshan is worthy of such a name. The white horse and silver spear warrior. You are aware of my title, and I yearn to engage in conversation with the esteemed members here. However, Cao Cao is currently dispatching troops to assault my city. Once I repel the enemy, I shall converse with you all. With that, he exited the chat group. How curious, a figure from antiquity adeptly managing the chat notifications. The Ice Queen is death. Do not dare to disregard this queen, you wretched beings, the Shinigami elementary student. This individual appears rather volatile. Yet, after reviewing her history, I can comprehend some facets of her character. Tony Stark. Group status declines by 1 to... I am unaware of her capabilities, but I am certain I cannot contend with her. Ace, do you have any confidence? Fire Fist Ace. No, I am highly likely not her opponent. Our attributes mutually counteract each other. However, it seems her strength surpasses mine. Indeed, from Gu Qingfeng's perspective, Ace is not a match for his death. Instilled from a young age by his father with the belief that the weak perish while the strong survive, his death had been independently hunting dangerous creatures since childhood. She is a thorough combat fanatic. While Ace falls short in comparison, the Ice Queen is death. You cannot fathom my strength. I seek a formidable ally. What the administrator's abilities? I am eager to witness them. You wish to dance. Upon inspection, your strength is indeed commendable, yet you remain no match for me. Seeking a strong ally. As for me, I shall pass. It is best you do not engage me in combat. Perhaps spar with Banyi or others. Tony Stark, clad in his iron suit, soaring through the air, inwardly rejoiced at this moment, exclaiming, "Speak up! Speak up!" Another reckless individual has joined the group. Yun Yao can be provoked at will, for her amiable nature ensures she does not hold grudges. However, the esteemed ones are a different matter altogether. I hope this new member boldly expresses the words they have long wished to utter. His death did not disappoint Tony's expectations, boldly declaring, "Then come accompany me in a battle." The profiles of all members are available, save for yours, dear administrator. If she does not engage, then you shall take her place. The book-loving ghoul. Ice Queen is Death's sister. Do not provoke the elder brother. You cannot defeat him. The Ice Queen is Death. As the Grand General of the Empire, how could there be anyone stronger than I? In my view, he is merely a facade of strength, too cowardly to share his battle footage in the group chat. He may well be a weakling. The chat group issued a new mission, with the member White Horse and Silver Spear Warrior in peril. The task requires the completion of this member's military operation, with a note that the task rating will not be determined by the duration. The mission rewards 500 points, with a restriction of 3 group members. The difficulty level is rated at 8. The Ice Queen is Death accepted the task. The strongest across dimensions accepted the task. The third slot remained unfilled for an extended period. Typically, tasks prompt eager volunteers, seeking a strong ally. Why is no one taking the task today? Is it reserved for me? The strongest across dimensions. Your shield is running low, and you urgently need points to exchange for abilities. Come, I shall assist you in earning points. Everyone is willing to concede the opportunity to you, so accept it graciously. This was an unspoken understanding among them. Yun Yao enjoyed good rapport within the group and had aided many through her foresight. Now that she found herself in distress, they were more than willing to grant her the readily accessible points. Yun Yao was so moved she felt tears welling. This was no trivial matter, but points that could be exchanged for formidable powers. She never anticipated that the final slot would indeed be reserved for her. The members of the group are truly kind-hearted, seeking a strong ally. Thank you all. Once I grow stronger, I shall strive to help everyone acquire more points. Tony, not fickle-hearted. Such words are unnecessary. No matter how strong you become, you cannot compare to the esteemed one. If you wish to coast a victory, seek out the esteemed one, and it shall be smooth sailing. Initially, Yun Yao's words had fostered a pleasant atmosphere within the group, but Tony's remark extinguished it. There was no rebuttal, for he spoke the undeniable truth, seeking a strong ally. Tony, not fickle-hearted, can I defeat you? Tony, not fickle-hearted, your shield is gone. I need not don my iron suit to contend with you. You have no chance, Fire Fist Ace. Then shall I take my leave? Tony Stark once again grasped the benefits of being surrounded by women, particularly a beautiful one. Yun Yao, alas, had a boyfriend, and he could not best Ace in a fight. The strongest across dimensions. Enough banter. Let us depart and see what has transpired with Zhao Yun. The 3 of them arrived in the era of the 3 kingdoms, though Qingfeng was not well versed in this period, observing the earthen houses below and the towering city walls beneath their feet. He was at a loss as to their location. Who are you? How did you come to be atop the city wall? Several soldiers clad in tattered armor approached, their gazes filled with fear. They had been intimidated by Cao Cao's formidable generals, fearing that the 3 suddenly appearing were also Cao Cao's elite. Are you not the members of the group? How did you arrive here? Zhao Yun, donned in silver-white armor and wielding a brilliant silver spear, patrolled the city wall and instantly recognized Qingfeng and the others. The avatars in the group resembled their true selves. Easily identifiable, there was no fear of failing to recognize comrades. Yun Yao gazed in astonishment at Zhao Yun. Seeing him in reality was a different experience than in photographs, where his good looks were undeniably striking. He possessed a charm that only grew with scrutiny, clad in ancient white armor, standing with impeccable posture, exuding an aura as sharp as his spear. Qingfeng, too, regarded Zhao Yun with curiosity. This was the living Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Whether Zhao Yun was the strongest warrior of the 3 Kingdoms era may be subject to debate, yet his popularity undoubtedly ranks among the top 3, possessing both literary and martial prowess. Balanced with steadfastness and decisiveness, General Zhao, I have long admired your name. The battle-hardened Zhao Yun, upon seeing Qingfeng, instinctively tensed up. So powerful, exceedingly strong beyond description. This was the first impression Qingfeng left on him. Despite doing nothing but smiling at him, Zhao Yun's warrior instincts rendered him tense. Even when facing Elbu in the past, he had not felt such pressure. Zhao Yun's anxious gaze brought Qingfeng to his senses. It was his inaugural visit to an ancient battlefield, and his excitement was palpable, revealing a hint of his own aura. He reigned in his imposing presence, and to the soldiers, it felt as though Qingfeng transformed from a fearsome beast into an utterly ordinary person. Administrator, how have you come to be here? Zhao Yun marveled at the possibility of traversing different timelines. Could he have come to assist him? Isteth gazed into the distance, surveying the vast army of Cao Cao across the city gate. Her lips curving upward as she raised her head high. It is not as though you are particularly capable. How can a mere few thousand men pose a challenge? Had it been I, I would have eradicated them all along, as the conversation unfolded. She leaped from the city wall, propelling herself with a forceful jump, intending to single-handedly vanquish the forces of Chao. Zhao Yun stood in astonishment. The wall towered over 5 zhong, and yet she had descended without a scratch. Was she truly human? However, in the moment Esther's exerted her strength, a brief flicker occurred, and she found herself back atop the wall. Was it you two who orchestrated this? To bring me back without my notice is indeed a testament to the power of the administrator, which I find increasingly intriguing. Esther's fixed her gaze intently upon Yun Yao and Gu Qingfeng. Regarding them as prey, scrutinizing their forms, she had never encountered such a situation before. Not only was she caught off guard, but few could even approach her. Yun Yao shook her head, indicating it was not her doing, readily casting Gu Qingfeng under the bus, as she felt helpless against Esther's confront a martial fanatic. The optimal strategy would be to defeat her. However, Yun Yao was no fighter, and her protective shield was excessively formidable. Any engagement with Esther's would result in her demise. Thus, she deemed it best to have Gu Qingfeng handle the situation. Over time, she had come to realize that Gu Qingfeng was not at all like the formidable figure she had imagined. He was kind-hearted and attentive to the group, no longer fearful of inadvertently provoking Esther's and facing retribution from Gu Qingfeng. Esther's gaze shifted from Yun Yao. She had suspected Gu Qingfeng's involvement, for it was not only Zhao Yun who felt the pressure. When Gu Qingfeng unleashed his aura, she too experienced an overwhelming sense of oppression. Let us not rush into conflict. We are all civilized individuals, and violence is hardly the answer. You must have seen the exchange shop in our group. If you wish to accumulate points for items, refrain from hasty battles. Gu Qingfeng calmly explained, as he sensed Esther's inclination to strike, that it was absurd. If he had not brought her back, would Esther's truly attack? Such actions would lead to the slaughter of their own kind. This mission was different from past ones, which involved anime or foreign lands without any reservations. This time, he aimed to minimize casualties while accomplishing his objectives. Esther's remained silent, gripping her knight's sword tightly. Her weapon was her response, for the weak had no right to rebuttal AS for points. She held no interest, being newly introduced to the group and still harboring a degree of skepticism towards its workings. She would not allow an opportunity to confront a worthy opponent slip through her fingers for the sake of something intangible that a palpable, overwhelming aura descended, tearing open a vast rift in the clouds above, causing the walls to tremble and the earth to quake. Esther's felt her body grow heavy, nearly collapsing to the ground, her fists clenched tightly as she half-squatted, relying on sheer will to uphold her form. Yet her legs trembled uncontrollably, the walls beneath her feet cracking under her weight, her hair becoming disheveled. Despite exerting all her strength, she could not escape this pressure, which only seemed to intensify. Within a minute, Esther's hair grew heavier, and just as she was on the verge of succumbing to unconsciousness, the oppressive force dissipated entirely. I harbor no desire to harm you. Once this task is complete, I would be open to a sparring session. However, for now, refrain from any impulsive actions and follow my commands. Gu Qingfeng retracted his aura, eliminating any pressure on Esther's, knowing she might not comply willingly. Esther's felt as though she had been submerged in water. Enduring Gu Qingfeng's aura for merely a minute left her feeling utterly drained. Truly, the administrator required no physical confrontation to bring her to such a state. Far from feeling fear, Esther's was exhilarated. After years of invincibility, she yearned for an adversary who could truly challenge her full potential. Very well, I shall reluctantly cooperate with you, but do not presume to command me. Gu Qingfeng's strength earned her respect. Yet her pride forbade her from being ordered around. That was her boundary. General Zilong, do you have any plans? Did your strategist foresee the advance of Chao's army? Gu Qingfeng acquiesced to Esther's request and inquired of Zhao regarding their battle strategy. Zhao Yun was taken aback. He had never imagined someone could single-handedly alter the very fabric of the clouds. The concept of traversing the universe was indeed astonishing, yet he was but a man of ancient times. His understanding of the world was limited, let alone the cosmos, and while he recognized the significance of such feats, he was unsure of their magnitude. The earth trembling and the sky rending apart was a spectacle that genuinely unnerved him. In his eyes, it was an act only a deity could perform, yet Gu Qingfeng had accomplished it. Upon hearing Gu Qingfeng's query, Zhao Yun's eyes clouded with confusion before he finally responded. The strategist is currently within the city. Even if he possesses exceptional talent, a skilled craftsman cannot work without materials, and his lack of troops weighs heavily upon him. Jiu Qingfeng had not anticipated that only Zhuge Kongming could elicit such praise from Zhao Yun. To discover that he too resided within this city was a delightful surprise. Who would not wish to witness the legendary genius of the Three Kingdoms? The man known as the Sleeping Dragon, Zhuge Liang, was said to possess unparalleled military acumen. Was he truly as remarkable as the annals of history suggested? May I have the honor of meeting him? The name of Zhuge Liang is indeed renowned. I must seize this opportunity to encounter him. Zhao Yun hesitated, caught in the throes of war with Wei, making it difficult to suppress his doubts. He believed in Gu Qingfeng. His instincts told him Gu Qingfeng was a good person, here to assist him. Yet, should anything befall the strategist, he feared he would carry that burden for life. Very well. I shall inform the strategist. I will do my utmost to persuade him to meet with you. Zhao Yun gritted his teeth and acquiesced, knowing that if Gu Qingfeng wished to harm the strategist, no one could stop him. He need not go through such elaborate measures. With his prowess, even the entirety of the city's forces combined might not overcome him. I appreciate it, General Zalong. I look forward to your good news. That I will do my best. Zhao Yun hastily descended from the wall and hurried to relay the message to Zhuge Liang, leaving Gu Qingfeng and the others behind. Before departing, he cautioned the soldiers who had witnessed everything to refrain from speaking of the events that had transpired. Gu Qingfeng's earlier actions had been so formidable that both Chao and Han armies believed they had encountered some calamity, leading to chaos within their camps. The soldiers present had witnessed the entirety of the events, and Gu Qingfeng feared that failing to remind Zhao Yun might lead them to inadvertently offend him. Why not simply seek him out? Why must we wait for news from a mere strategist? Esther's had never been subjected to such treatment, not even from the emperor of her world, who treated her with utmost respect. Gu Qingfeng merely smiled and remained silent, while Yun Yao, breaking her usual demeanor, ventured to speak. Are you perhaps from Earth, Great One? Could it be that we are both travelers from the same realm? As she posed the question, her heart raced. She had long suspected Gu Qingfeng to be from Earth. Yet, every time she thought of his unparalleled strength, she consoled herself. How could that be? How could someone be so fortunate? With her own lackluster beginnings, Gu Qingfeng had not only crossed over as an impressive figure, but possessed extraordinary power. There was no reason for her, a seemingly invincible cosmic supergirl, to be so unfortunate in comparison. Thus, she continually reassured herself. However, Gu Qingfeng's recent words had shattered her calm. He understood Zhao Zilong better than any modern individual, and he even referenced the strategist Kongming. Was he not a product of the modern era? Despite Gu Qingfeng's skillful fa-ade, Yin Yao, as a woman, discerned the glimmer of admiration hidden in Gu Qingfeng's gaze when he looked at Zhao Yun.it was the gaze reserved for an idol. How could someone who could obliterate stars idolize a mere human general? Was this reality? Why had he suddenly become averse to violence here, when he had clearly not shied away from it before? All these thoughts coalesced, leading Yun Yao to question how she could still believe Gu Qingfeng was not of the modern world. Gu Qingfeng readily nodded, not denying his status as a traveler. Yun Yao tentatively inquired, "Would you care for a cigarette?" Gu Qingfeng smiled as he replied, "It must be Huazi. If I smoke anything else, I'll start coughing." Yun Yao sat dazed on the ground, once again questioning the meaning of life. This was what true time-traveling looked like. She was clearly born of a stepmother. You should be content. At least you have a chat group after your journey, and you've encountered commendable companions. If the first to join the group had been someone like Danzo or Blackbeard, you wouldn't even know how you met your demise. Jiu Qingfeng's words were blunt, yet they rang true that if such individuals had joined the group, they would undoubtedly seek to eliminate Yun Yao first for the sake of points, devising schemes to claim her position as administrator, all for their fierce ambitions, ruthless enough to stop at nothing. Yun Yao pondered this and realized it was indeed the case. Initially, her experience of crossing over had been lackluster, but with Gu Qingfeng's arrival and the activation of the mutual assistance feature, along with her partnership with Ace, her life felt as if she had activated a cheat code. The others in the group had never looked down upon her for her limited abilities. Reflecting on her relationship with Qingfeng, a sudden thought struck Yun Yao. Were they truly the only two who had traveled through time? Big shot. Do you think there could be other time travelers? It can't be that we're the only ones, right? This question had not crossed Qingfeng's mind. He was indifferent to such matters. Simply put, it had nothing to do with him. Worrying about it was unnecessary. I don't know. Maybe there are others, or perhaps there aren't. Who can say for certain? Yun Yao patted her little head, dismissing her fanciful thoughts. Even if there were others, it wasn't something she needed to concern herself with. So, big shot. Do you have a way to return Earth? I miss my mom and dad. I wonder how they're doing now. Tears glistened in the young girl's eyes, evoking Qingfeng's sympathy. I crossed over from Earth, but whether we exist in the same timeline remains uncertain. After completing this task, I'll take you back to take a look. The big shot could already return home. But he was right. Even if it were Earth, there could be other parallel dimensions. It might not be her original hometown. Nonetheless, there was a glimmer of hope, and Yun Yao felt satisfied. Otherwise, she wouldn't have a clue when she might return home. The sound of hooves grew nearer, and the dashing Zhao Zilong rode on a white horse. From several dozen meters away, Zhao Yun shouted, "Administrator, the strategist has agreed to meet you. Let us go and witness this master who has dedicated himself to the Han dynasty." Tirelessly serving until death. Qingfeng led the way, followed by Yun Yao and Ace, while Zhao Yun dismounted and walked alongside them. Reporting, General Zilong has brought 3 strangers and requests an audience with the strategist. Dressed in elegant scholar's attire, Zhuge Liang sat behind a handsome desk, waving his feather fan to signal them to enter if he was curious about the esteemed individual Zhao Yun had mentioned. Zhao Yun, known for his unparalleled loyalty and bravery, was the general he most admired and trusted among Liu Bei's commanders, strategists. These 3 are esteemed individuals from a foreign land, possessing exceptional talents, as Zhao Yun and the others entered Zhuge Liang's courtyard. The strategist's previously calm demeanor shifted to one of vigilance upon seeing them. "You have traveled a great distance. I am Zhuge Kongming, the strategist under Liu Bei. May I inquire what brings you here?" Though he posed the question, Zhuge Liang's gaze frequently flicked toward Qingfeng, a man who left him feeling somewhat mystified. The Qingfeng explained their purpose for visiting, echoing Zhao Yun's words and falsely claiming they were merely travelers from a foreign realm. Zhao Yun had initially intended to be forthright, but revealing the existence of their chat group was not an option. Members were unable to disclose any details about the group to outsiders. Whether verbally or in writing, in a moment of desperation, Zhao Yun had to settle for the fabricated tale of coming from a foreign land. "May I ask what you wish to discuss? Since you are friends of Zilong, I will not refuse any assistance I can offer." Zhuge Liang spoke sincerely, while Qingfeng had no desire for idle chatter. After all, Zhuge Liang was exceedingly intelligent. If he detected any flaws in their story, it could lead to complications. Thus, Qingfeng directly broached the main topic that "I wish to inquire if the strategist has any strategies for overcoming our enemies, and whether we 3 can be of assistance." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yun was elated. Just considering Qingfeng's earlier display, one such individual could easily match the might of 50,000 troops. Ace also appeared to possess extraordinary skills, exuding an aura of an unparalleled master. With the 2 of them, how could they fear the Chao army? Zhuge Liang gently waved his fan, pondering for a moment. "I have a plan that could avoid direct confrontation with the Chao army. However, General Guan is inherently proud and may be difficult to persuade. What is this strategy? Might you share it with me?" Qingfeng was intrigued. The Chao army outside outnumbered them by several times. What clever scheme could Zhuge Liang possibly have? The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. The time is not yet right. Zhuge Liang chuckled lightly. Even though they were friends of Zilong, he could not simply divulge his strategies to outsiders. Qingfeng understood his concerns, yet he found himself at a loss for how to prove his genuine desire to assist them. "Perhaps I should brew a few pots of tea. It is still early. We can discuss this matter further after the military meeting in an hour. Time waits for no one. During wartime, every second counts. How can you still find time for leisurely tea?" Ace could no longer contain her frustration. Initially, she had thought Qingfeng's praises of Zhuge Liang implied he was a formidable figure. Unfortunately, Meeting him in person gave her the impression of a frail scholar. How could such a person charge in a battle and lead soldiers to victory? Mr. Zhuge is different from you. He is a strategist and does not need to lead the charge. Warfare relies on intellect. Achieving victory through cunning is the hallmark of an exceptional strategist, not brute strength like ours. Qingfeng gestured for her to be silent. This was ancient warfare. There were no flashy spells, nor extraordinary powers beyond human capability. What remained was the blood-soaked struggle of soldiers and generals fighting for their lives. Isn't Lu Bu formidable? The mightiest general of the three kingdoms, leading 10,000 men, yet he could not defeat 50,000. If he weren't ambushed, no one could detain him. But he could not single-handedly turn the tide of an entire army's defeat. Warfare relies on strategy and the assessment of both side situations. Ace scoffed dismissively. The strong survive and the weak perish. It's as simple as that. What nonsense is strategy? I don't believe in such things. After a few cups of tea, Qingfeng posed a long-held question. Mr. Zhuge, how do you perceive the current state of the world? Is the revival of the Han dynasty truly an act of defiance against heaven? Zhuge Liang smiled calmly and countered. What is heaven? Is not the emperor himself heaven? We serve the will of heaven and act under his command. How can one say we are acting against heaven? The composure and grace with which Zhuge Liang handled matters, unflinching in the face of myriad challenges, was something Qingfeng could never hope to possess. Liu Bei was, without a doubt, a charismatic ruler, inspiring loyalty from men like Zhuge Liang and Zhao Yun, who willingly fought for him that if someone of your caliber were to serve our Lord, the pacification of rebels and restoration of the Han dynasty would be imminent, though they had only just met. And unlike Zhao Yun, they had not joined the chat group nor witnessed Qingfeng's prowess firsthand. Zhuge Liang could still sense Qingfeng's exceptional abilities. His calm demeanor while discussing the Chao army showed he regarded tens of thousands of troops with indifference. You jest, sir, that I will not interfere in your conflicts. I am merely a passerby who happened to assist General Zilong in his time of need. Once this battle concludes, I shall return. Qingfeng had no intention of meddling in historical events. What has happened will happen again, and what has been done will be done again. The wheel of history rolls inexorably onward. Since Zhao Yun had joined the chat group, it was destined for history to change without his active intervention. Qingfeng refrained from agreeing, and Zhuge Liang did not press further. While waiting for the military meeting, Qingfeng posed numerous questions to him, and Zhuge Liang answered them all without reservation. Point 1 was the unparalleled strongest individual in the world, while the other was a rare talent in governance, military affairs, and agriculture spanning 5,000 years of Chinese history, but a sense of mutual admiration stirred between them, and Qingfeng couldn't help but lament Zhuge Liang's future. Alas, it was a pity that fate did not favor him. Given that this is a military council convened by Liu Bei, Qingfeng felt it inappropriate to involve himself directly. He could only lead Yun Yao and Estes to the rear courtyard, where they awaited developments. Utilizing his abilities, he projected the proceedings of the council through a mirroring technique, allowing the three of them to observe together. Point 1 by 1. The generals participating in the council arrived. But it was a tall and imposing figure, over 8 feet in height with a countenance reminiscent of dark dates, who captured Qingfeng's attention. The man exuded an extraordinary demeanor, his face brimming with the spirit of a hero, cultivating an image of aloof pride. Without needing to be reminded, Qingfeng recognized him as the illustrious warrior saint, Guan Yu. Uncertain of the strategist's plans to repel the enemy, he pondered how he could defend the city entrusted to him by his elder brother. If no viable strategy emerged, he would undoubtedly fight to the death like at this juncture. Guan Yu was not yet well acquainted with Zhuge Liang, having spent little time together, and his speech still carried an air of arrogance. Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan, explaining in a calm and measured tone, "However, our forces number only in the thousands, while Cao Cao's army vastly outnumbers us tenfold. Even if we were to fight with all our might, victory would be unattainable. I have a plan that could leave Cao Cao empty-handed." Guan Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that he had underestimated this scholar? Speak plainly, strategist. There is no need for circumlocution. What is your plan? Abandon the city and withdraw, but I shall not permit Cao Cao's forces to seize it easily. Zhuge Liang laid out his strategy, proposing a complete retreat to Shuzhou, utilizing fire tactics to ensure that Cao Cao would neither gain the city nor the lives of his soldiers. Upon hearing this, Guan Yu burst into hearty laughter, his gaze towards Zhuge Liang filled with disdain. To abandon the city would betray my elder brother's trust in me. Moreover, with the terrain so favorable outside, how could our forces possibly evade Cao Cao's pursuit? This Zhuge Liang was truly disappointing. It seemed he was merely seeking fame, having been summoned 3 times by his elder brother, yet he could devise such a strategy. However, with the city filled with haystacks, once Cao Cao's main forces entered, they could set fire to it, resulting in significant losses for Cao Cao's army. Zhuge Liang was confident in his plan, believing that Cao Cao would not uncover his scheme. Currently, their side was in an absolute disadvantage, perfectly justifying the conditions for abandoning the city. Eager to pursue them, Cao Cao would undoubtedly be unable to investigate the city thoroughly, merely dispatching a contingent to occupy it, while leading the majority of his forces in pursuit. Yet this would mean certain death for the soldiers tasked with setting the fire. What then, if Cao Cao's main army catches up? Are we to sit idly and await our demise? It's not that I underestimate you. A mere few tens of thousands of Cao's troops cannot contend with me, but the strategist may not escape unscathed. Guan Yu remained unconvinced. Perhaps setting fire to the city was indeed the right choice. But it was merely a border fortress with no civilian population. Burning it down would pose no real loss. However, Cao Cao had brought his elite cavalry, while most of their forces were foot soldiers. How could they possibly outrun Cao Cao's army? Zhuge Liang remained unperturbed, calmly explaining, "Fear not. I will secretly deploy an ambush of 100,000 troops. Cao Cao, being inherently suspicious, will certainly not pursue us." Guan Yu's eyes narrowed in contempt. He was far more aware of his own troop strength than Zhuge Liang. Counting the supply troops, they barely numbered 5,000. Reinforcement from his elder brother would take at least 7 days to arrive. Where would they find 100,000 ambushing soldiers? If they had such a force, there would be no need to abandon the city. They could easily repel Cao Cao's army. Even annihilating them was not beyond the realm of possibility. Where would we get 100,000 troops? Strategists do not boast. If this leads to our defeat, it would be better to defend the city and fight to the last drop of blood. Zhuge Liang's face showed signs of hesitation. Some matters were not suitable for him to articulate, and he turned to Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun, having known Guan Yu for many years, was regarded as a brother by Guan Yu. Allowing for a more candid discussion, "Brother Yun, what our Lord currently lacks are soldiers that we cannot afford to engage in a war of attrition against Cao Cao. Retreating is indeed the best course of action." Cao Cao had seized over half of the Han dynasty's territory, with a population nearing 10 million, and was least afraid of a war of attrition. Liu Bei's situation was entirely different. He possessed only 2 provinces, and even then, only a portion of the land was under his control. These considerations had not escaped the seasoned Guan Yu, yet his pride remained unyielding. Apart from Zhang Fei and Zhao Yun, he viewed the other heroes of the world as mere pawns. How could he allow himself to appear cowardly due to a numerical disadvantage? Since Brother Zilong has spoken thus, I shall adhere to the strategist's arrangements. With Zilong acting as an intermediary, Guan Yu found a way forward. After all, no one wished to perish. Even the valiant Guan heir was no exception. Life is lived either for fame or for profit. If he were to know he could not defeat the enemy, yet refuse to heed the counsel of others, history would regard him as merely a man of brute strength lacking in strategy. Before Guan Yu could respond, another strategist interjected. "Might I inquire where the strategist's 100,000 troops are to be hidden and where the ambush will take place? Please do enlighten us at in an hour. We will strike forth. As for the ambush, it is a matter of secrecy." Zhuge Liang had no intention of revealing the truth. It was prudent to maintain caution, for leaking information would be detrimental. Some soldiers sighed, harboring little hope for the operation. With Chao's forces surrounding them and over 20 fierce generals from Chao's side, breaking through the encirclement would not be an easy task. Guan Yu cast a glance at one soldier, impatiently declaring, "How can we allow others to gain strength while diminishing our own? To my mind, they are nothing more than insignificant obstacles. Should they dare to impede my path, a single strike will suffice." Zhuge Liang laughed heartily, pointing at the soldier. with General Yunlong leading the charge. Who could possibly obstruct our departure? The heroes of the world have long been terrified by Brother Yunlong's renown. Upon hearing this flattery, Guan Yu felt a sense of begrudging admiration for Zhuge Liang. He found that Zhuge Liang was not entirely intolerable. The friction between them stemmed from Zhuge Liang's seemingly inscrutable demeanor, always appearing as if he was orchestrating grand strategies without ever explaining himself. This air of superiority only served to irritate Estes, who felt an urge to draw her sword and strike out. Fortunately, these words were not spoken in her presence. Otherwise, she would have acted upon her impulse. After much deliberation, Zhuge Liang made a decisive call. They would open the city gates in 1 hour and charge forth through the eastern gate, with Guan Yu leading the assault and Zhao Yun covering the rear. Chao's forces had been on the march day and night, arriving in their current state of fatigue. This was the best opportunity to strike. Estes turned to Qingfeng with a disgruntled expression. What shall we do? Their military action is merely to escape. It appears we need not assist them, and this time, our points are surely lost. Yin Yao looked at Qingfeng in confusion, recalling how, in previous missions, he had always been eager to act. Even though this was a conflict among their own, his demeanor seemed excessively nonchalant. Qingfeng shook his head, uncertain of the current situation. According to Zhuge Liang's strategy, this would not constitute a defeat. Rather, it could dampen Chao's morale. This city was indeed a border fortress, but if set ablaze, it could no longer be garrisoned. However, he could not fathom where Zhuge Liang would acquire 100,000 troops. He had sensed the surrounding area for miles and detected no hidden armies. There is no need to rush. There will be plenty of tasks in the future. Consider this an opportunity to gain experience, so that when similar situations arise, we will be better prepared. Qingfeng had no better plan, and for now, they could only take things one step at a time. The system had not provided precise tasks, merely instructing him to assist Zhao Yun in completing military objectives. Was it truly suggesting that he helped them retreat? Estes had never engaged in such a battle before. In the past, she would have rushed in with her sword drawn. Yet she was also principled. Having promised Qingfeng to refrain from acting impulsively, she could only await developments in silence. Who are you? How dare you linger beside the military council chamber? Guan Yu, filled with pent-up frustration, stepped outside for a stroll and happened upon Qingfeng and the others in conversation. His eyes widened, ready to strike at the slightest provocation, but Zhao Yun, following closely behind, quickly intervened, standing between them to mediate. Brother Yun, these three are my friends. Each one as valiant as myself. They have come here specifically to assist us. Guan Yu then relaxed, understanding how outsiders could not possibly intrude upon such a critical military meeting. Ah, so these are Zilong's friends. Very well, but it is best if women refrain from the battlefield. He uttered a few words and hurriedly departed, for he still needed to arrange the deployment of troops for the breakout. Zhao Yun clasped his hands and bowed to the others, saying, "We are about to break through and depart. Will you accompany me? Or do you have other plans?" Qingfeng merely stated that the three of them would retreat with the main army. But they would strive to engage as little as possible in the fighting, as he did not wish to disrupt the balance of power within this world. An hour later, a grand procession of thousands of men and horses opened the city gates and surged eastward, catching Cao Cao off guard with Zhuge Liang's decisive move. Just as he had encircled the city, he was astonished by the swift abandonment of it. However, upon further reflection, Cao Cao burst into laughter. The strategists below were puzzled. Why was Cao Cao laughing when Zhuge Liang was fleeing? My lord, what is the source of your amusement? I find Zhuge to be lacking in strategy. The Shu army, in its cowardice, has chosen to flee without a fight. Or they truly believe they can outrun my tiger and leopard cavalry. Order the entire army to pursue. We need only send 20,000 troops into the city to secure it. But is it not suspect, my lord, that they so easily abandoned the city? Impossible! They possess only 5,000 men, surrounded on all sides by us. What trickery could they employ, unless their forces descend from the heavens? With Cao Cao's command given, the Cao army began to move swiftly, dispatching Eugene to take control of the city, while Cao Cao personally led the pursuit of Zhuge Liang. Meanwhile, on Zhuge Liang's side, Guan Yu charged forward, a force to be reckoned with, as formidable as deities and Buddhas alike. The forces to the east of the city were under the command of Xiao En, who, having witnessed Guan Yu's prowess, dared not engage him directly, instead sending subordinate soldiers to impede him. Guan Yu effortlessly broke through the encirclement, and the army surged forth seamlessly. Everything unfolded as Zhuge Liang had anticipated. By now, dusk was approaching, and darkness began to obscure the vision of the Chao army, preventing them from spotting the concealed brush and trees. Indeed, the Chao army fell into his trap as dozens of hidden soldiers left in the city ignited a fire that not only consumed a significant portion of the city, but also claimed the lives of over 10,000 Chao troops. After fleeing for several miles, Zhuge Liang allowed the main army to proceed and, in a secluded valley, left Zhao Yun and several loyal soldiers behind, instructing them to arrange the stones into various shapes. Half an hour later, a faint mist enveloped the area, and upon witnessing this, Zhuge Liang was taken aback, gazing skyward to observe the celestial phenomena. "Master, what troubles you? It is the first time we have seen you in such a state of disarray." "I do not know. I cannot fathom the purpose of these stones." The soldiers began to whisper among themselves, and Zhao Yun curiously regarded Zhuge Liang. Qingfeng and his companions remained, eager to discern the origins of this so-called 100,000 troops. As he beheld the disarray of stones, Qingfeng suddenly recalled the event during the Three Kingdoms when Liu Bei attacked Wu and was set ablaze by Lu Sun, leading to a chaotic retreat. Zhuge Liang's formation of the Bagua Array had successfully severed Lu Sun's pursuing forces, preventing further pursuit. Even someone as composed as Zhuge Liang trembled, incredulous as he spoke. "How can this be? I observed the heavens last night, predicting a thick fog today to aid my illusionary formation, making it so that Cao Cao would dare not pursue. Why has the celestial phenomenon changed so drastically?" Zhuge Liang had not communicated this to anyone beforehand, not even to Zhao Yun. "Master, can a mere illusionary formation truly impede Cao Cao's army? This formation, having undergone my refinement, can ensnare the enemy in mist, rendering them unable to escape for a brief period. Yet, merely relying on the formation alone will not intimidate Cao Cao. It requires the favor of the heavens. How could the celestial signs shift so drastically? Without the fog, I fear that within half an hour, the Cao army could break through." Zhuge Liang sighed deeply, lamenting, "Heaven favors Cao." Not Han. Qingfeng felt a bit awkward, scratching his head. He suspected it might be his fault, as his anger had likely displaced the clouds. The clouds that were meant to appear had been blown elsewhere by his fury. Could it be related to the recent earthquake? Today's weather was indeed unusual, and the earthquake had taken him by surprise. Prior to the tremor, there were no signs of disturbance, no abnormal behavior from livestock, no anomalies in water. But then, without warning, the quake occurred and ceased within 2 minutes. Zhuge Liang had never encountered such an occurrence, merely considering it an oddity. Moreover, within moments, Zhao Yun informed him that someone wished to see him, leaving him with no time for further contemplation that in retrospect, the two events might indeed be interconnected. What a coincidence. Qingfeng believed it was time for him to step forward. This was the moment to showcase his capabilities. A group of rubbish. All of you, step aside. Watch as I single-handedly annihilate the enemy forces. Just as Qingfeng took a step forward, Asta spoke first, her tone icy and unyielding. Zhuge Liang cast a surprised glance at her. From their very first encounter, he had sensed that this woman was not easy to deal with. The haughty gaze she bore reminded him only of Guan Yu, an absolute confidence in her own prowess. Yet, there were no female generals in the world, and coupled with her beauty rivaling that of Xiao Qiao, such a figure could not possibly remain obscure. Qingfeng glanced at Zhao Yun beside him, a contemplative look flashing in his eyes. "Master, I shall provide you with 5,000 soldiers. How confident are you in halting Chao's army?" Half an hour later, Cao Cao's forces arrived at the valley, where a thick mist enveloped the area, severely limiting visibility. Cao Cao frowned deeply, wary of potential deceit, and was contemplating the formation when a voice echoed from the mountaintop. "Cao Cao, as a minister of Han, how dare you usurp the emperor's authority to command the lords, committing such an act of treason?" Dressed in white scholar's attire, Zhuge Liang stood with a charming young girl at a conspicuous position on the mountainside. Looking down upon the Chao army, upon seeing Zhuge Liang, Cao Cao burst into laughter. Zhuge Liang, you have chosen not to flee. Do you truly believe that with your mere 5,000 soldiers, you can withstand my forces? Even with Guan Yu and Zhao Yun, what can you accomplish? Zhuge Liang maintained a calm demeanor, exuding an air of confidence, dismissing Cao Cao's 100,000 troops as inconsequential for a traitor like you. I need only wave my feather fan, and I shall ensure your utter annihilation. Huh, you amuse me. Do you think your 5,000 troops can defeat me? I can write my name backward. Cao Cao's laughter grew louder, clutching his belly in mirth. This battle was destined to be a straightforward clash, devoid of strategy. And no matter how skilled Zhuge Liang was, without water, fire, or a geographical advantage, he could not hope to defeat an army that outnumbered him by over tenfold. Kill! With a single command from Zhuge Liang, 5,000 troops charged forth, racing toward the Chao army, which lay several hundred meters away. Is this your surrender? Are you sending them to their deaths without a care? In battle, do we not usually exercise caution to avoid excessive losses that might harm our Lord's foundation? Zhuge Liang smiled faintly, his spirits buoyed, and could not help but speak further. This is the easiest battle I have ever fought. I have never encountered such a relaxed campaign. This time, I shall surely slay you beneath my horse. You truly crack me up. Cao Cao's laughter resonated even more, until an astute soldier noted that the 5,000 charging Shu troops were all mounted on white horses. My lord, 5,000 cavalry should not be underestimated. We ought to send in the tiger and leopard cavalry to charge ahead and deploy the bulk of our forces to encircle them. A strategist offered his counsel, but Cao Cao outright rejected it, disapproving of their approach. Do you expect me to mobilize my 80,000 troops against a mere 5,000 cavalry? Do you think their cavalry can take on 10 of mine? Send half of our forces to charge, while the rest remain as a reserve. Zhuge Liang waved his fan once more, issuing a loud command. Divide into 50 routes, encircle the Chao army, and seize Cao Cao's head. Cao Cao was taken aback, as were his strategists and generals. 5,000 cavalry encircling 80,000 troops. Had Zhuge Liang lost his mind, or had they all misheard? 5,000 against 80,000. Zhuge Liang must be mad. Is Zhuge Liang treating 5,000 cavalry as if they were 1,000,000 troops? I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Chao army, dismount and surrender at once. Clad in a white robe, Zhao Yun led the charge, his dragon spear gleaming with a chilling brilliance. Our lord is Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun has arrived. And so what? I have 80,000 troops. Let us stand idle and allow him to kill as he pleases. He cannot slay them all. Cao Cao held no regard for him, yet he admired Zhao Yun's valor and his unwavering loyalty. However, he was not intimidated, for his fierce General Su Chu was present alongside Eugene. Was it conceivable that his formidable commanders could not contend with a single Zhao Yun? My lord, it seems these 5,000 cavalrymen are all Zhao Zilong, remarked a trembling strategist, eyes wide in disbelief, pointing at the 100 horsemen charging forward. Have you had too much to drink? If Liu Bei possessed 5,000 Zhao Zilongs, the world would have long been his, leaving no place for us to stand. Cao Cao glanced up, the distance between the two armies now less than 100 meters, as his archers unleashed a relentless barrage of arrows to thwart the Shu army's advance. Yet, the terrain was unfavorable. The Shu forces charged downhill, diminishing the arrow's lethality, and not a single rider fell. Clad in white horses and wielding silver spears, the Shu soldiers were strikingly handsome and agile. Upon closer inspection, Cao Cao realized that every one of them bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhao Zilong. Stunned, Cao Cao recalled how Zhao Yun had once infiltrated his army alone and had left with the dough unscathed. Since El Bu's demise, no such warrior had appeared, although this was partly due to his initial orders forbidding lethal force. He later recognized the futility of capturing Zhao Yun and thus commanded that he be disregarded altogether. Yet, Zhao Yun had still managed to escape, a testament to his unparalleled martial prowess. Following this battle, his reputation soared, and Cao Cao grew increasingly fond of him. Even if they shared the same appearance, it was implausible for so many to exist. There are no two individuals in the world who are truly identical. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could there be so many Zhao Zilongs? It must be an illusion conjured by Zhuge Liang's formations. Charge, all troops. These 5,000 men were the creation of Qingfeng, who had inquired whether Uchiha Madara possessed the shadow clone technique. Madara, in his agony, had reluctantly bestowed it upon Qingfeng. Desiring to compensate him with some points, Madara stubbornly refused. Had it not been for Qingfeng's points, he would have faced a prolonged wait for revival. Chakra and Qi are forms of energy, and Qingfeng effortlessly deduced the utilization patterns of Qi.B. Why harnessing his own Qi, he executed the shadow clone technique upon Zhao Yun, manifesting a total of 5,000 Zhao Zilongs, all of which would vanish upon sustaining injury. Their combat prowess and steeds mirrored that of Zhao Yun, leaving Zhuge Liang astounded when Qingfeng returned with 5,000 Zhao Zilongs. His eyes nearly bulged out. For each clone could match the original Zhao Yun in combat. Zhao Yun would find it impossible to defeat them without exerting himself to the utmost. Zhuge Liang thought to himself that given a few months, he could undoubtedly obliterate the Wei and Wu kingdoms. While the effectiveness in besieging cities might be somewhat lacking, in open field battles, this was an invincible presence. Before Zhuge Liang could ponder further, Qingfeng stated that he would only lend them this one time. After repelling Cao Cao's forces, he would reclaim them, as they were merely an illusion created by the formations and could not exist indefinitely. What a jest! If he did not retrieve them, 5,000 Zhao Zilongs would compel Wu and Wei to surrender outright. He did not desire to overreach. He preferred to let things unfold naturally. Nevertheless, Zhuge Liang felt immense satisfaction. Since following Liu Bei, he had often faced shortages in troops. While Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were undeniably valiant, they did not heed his commands. Only Zhao Yun earned his utmost admiration, possessing both martial prowess and courage. But more importantly, he was obedient, following his directives without question, with no troops at his disposal. Zhuge Liang had relied solely on his brilliant strategies in battles. In this moment, he yearned to shout aloud, after a lifetime of arduous struggles, can't I enjoy a little respite? After all, these were merely illusions conjured by formations. Should they perish, he need not worry. He could engage them head-on. Cao Cao, on the other hand, suspected that Zhuge Liang had merely disguised his men as Zhao Yun or utilized formations to create phantoms to intimidate him. As the confrontation progressed, the Cao army was thrown into disarray, each Zhao Zilong exhibiting the valor of 10,000 men. The situation quickly became overwhelmingly one-sided. The Cao forces found themselves trapped, unable to flee. Even Su Chu and Eugene, who entered the fray, could only manage to fend off one. Su Chu's powerful and sweeping strikes met Zhao Yun's agile spear techniques, which relentlessly targeted vital points. Akin to a tempest of unending assaults. Eugene, after barely engaging in 10 exchanges, revealed signs of defeat and fled, leaving Cao Cao dumbfounded, standing motionless. My lord, flee for your life. A horde of Zhao Yuns is upon us. Eugene shouted in panic as he hastily retreated, dragging Cao Cao along without a backward glance, unable to withstand even a few exchanges against the Zhao Zilongs. Cao Cao's expression was vacant as he stared at Zhuge Liang on the mountain. Reflecting in the midst of their escape, Kong Ming is indeed a true sleeping dragon. It was no wonder Liu Bei made 3 visits to his humble abode to invite him to the fore. The Zhaoyun Legion drove the Cao army into a rout, with countless soldiers falling in battle. Preliminary estimates suggested that around 50,000 troops had sustained severe injuries. However, none of Cao Cao's named generals or strategists perished amidst the chaos. The casualties were all among the rank and file. As Cao Cao retreated, the Zhao Yun Legion halted, showing no urgency to pursue. Zhuge Liang, observing from the heights, understood that this was Qingfeng's intention. The Cao forces lacked anyone capable of single-handedly defeating Zhao Zilong, and the absence of significant casualties among Cao Cao's leadership suggested that Qingfeng had mastered the ability to control those Zhao Yuns conjured by the formations. This individual should be regarded as a friend rather than a foe. His decision to spare Cao Cao's men hinted that he did not wish to meddle in worldly affairs. Zhuge Liang quickly discerned Qingfeng's intentions. Realizing that had he not intervened, he might have faced a crushing defeat. To Zhuge Liang's surprise, the alteration in celestial phenomena was also the doing of Qingfeng. Your talents are remarkable, and I shall forever be grateful for this great favor," he said, bowing deeply to Qingfeng after the Chao army's withdrawal, his demeanor exceptionally humble. Qingfeng, taken aback, hurriedly returned the bow, not out of reverence for his ancient status, but from genuine admiration for this middle-aged man who dedicated himself to the revival of the Han dynasty. "Master Zhuge, you flatter me. It was merely a trivial stratagem, not worth mentioning. Now that Cao Cao has departed, we three should take our leave as well. Should fate allow, we may meet again." Zhao Yun attempted to invite them to Suzhou as guests. Eager to extend his hospitality, it seemed Zhao Yun was unaware of the time constraints, prompting Qingfeng to gently indicate that time was running short. Once Zhao Yun logged into the chat group and reviewed the detailed task description, he would understand. Isteth retained her haughty demeanor, disdainful of engaging in further conversation with Zhuge Liang. In stark contrast, Yun Yao was among the few female admirers of the Three Kingdoms, with Zhuge Liang being her favorite character. Upon meeting him, her eyes sparkled with admiration, clearly an avid fan. Observing Zhuge Liang's tall stature, refined features, and scholarly aura only deepened her infatuation. Unable to contain herself at the moment of parting, she expressed her admiration, to which Zhuge Liang responded with a gentle smile, inviting her to visit him in Suzhou whenever she had the time. Yun Yao readily agreed, promising to bring Isteth along once she had attended to her affairs. Zhuge Liang departed with Zhao Yun, gradually fading from the trio's sight. They moved further away, and Qingfeng declared, "Shall we commence our battle? Allow me to witness your full strength." Once Zhao Yun and the others had completely vanished, Isteth's battle spirit surged, her eyes ablaze with intensity as she regarded Qingfeng. The manifestation of 5,000 Zhao Yulongs had indeed astonished her, yet this alone did not intimidate her. Though she could not replicate Qingfeng's feat, vanquishing 5,000 Zhao Yulongs would not prove difficult. As the strongest in the dimension and a seeker of alliances, the Ice Queen Isteth completed her task. The strongest in the dimension and the seeker of alliances each earned 170 points, while the Ice Queen Isteth garnered 160 points. Completing the task also yielded an additional 3,000 points, with the strongest in the dimension receiving 2,000, and the seeker of alliances and Ice Queen each acquiring 500. Just as Qingfeng was about to respond, he suddenly felt an unexplainable pressure enveloping him, causing his blood to boil. A name surfaced in his mind: the legendary Super Scion, capable of stirring the Scion blood within him. The only possibility for such a sensation could be Broly. He heightened his perception to the maximum, sensing the energies from alternate universes, particularly the savage and primal aura emanating from Universe 7 of Dragon Ball. With his golden hair, Broly was brutally overpowering Goku and Vegeta, who were unable to gain any advantage in their clash. Qingfeng mused to himself, "It appears a grand battle awaits. This could be quite intriguing." As his death raised an eyebrow, she mistakenly believed that Qingfeng was addressing her. The surrounding space crystallized into ice, poised to unleash an assault on Qingfeng at any moment. "Yun Yao, you should return first. I need to make a trip back to the Dragon Ball universe. Once I resolve matters there, I will bring you back to Earth." After issuing her instructions to Yun Yao, Qingfeng's figure vanished in a thin air, executing a technique of instantaneous movement back to the Dragon Ball universe. Although instantaneous movement allows one to traverse from one location to another in the blink of an eye, it remains confined within the same worldview. Qingfeng was uncertain why his instantaneous movement transcended worldviews. He merely felt capable of doing so and succeeded. However, he found himself unable to return from the Dragon Ball universe to Earth, as he could only lock onto the location of the Dragon Ball universe due to Goku and his companions amplifying their energies to the maximum, which enabled him to sense it. Earth lacked such potent fighters. Without the ability to perceive energy, one could not pinpoint a location, thus rendering instantaneous movement impossible. "Where are you going?" Before any confrontation ensued, Qingfeng had already fled, infuriating his death to no end. After waiting for so long, he simply ran away without engaging her. Her gaze shifted towards Yun Yao, who helplessly shrugged. "I cannot fight. If you wish to spar, you must wait for him to return. It would not be honorable to defeat a weak woman like me." Isdeth was seething with rage, but had no outlet for her frustration, a faint flush appearing on her otherwise frosty visage. The pinned video in the chat group featured a recording of the previous battle between the formidable figures, which one could review later to gain a clearer understanding of their strength. After explaining this to Isdeth, Yin Yao too decided to retreat, not wishing to confront the wrathful Isdeth that on the icy plains of Earth in the 7th universe of the Dragon Ball world. Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Vegeta joined forces to engage in a fierce battle against the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. The rampaging Broly had long lost his sanity, adopting a reckless style of combat that favored offense over defense. As the three combatants clashed, a calm voice resonated from below, tinged with excitement. "This guy is not bad. Should I take a turn to test my strength against him?" Oblivious to the comments of others, Broly continued his rampage. However, Goku stumbled, caught off guard, and was struck by Broly, sending him crashing to the ground. Already at a disadvantage, Goku's fall left Vegeta to fend for himself, and it wasn't long before he too suffered numerous blows. Observing Vegeta's desperate attempts to evade Broly's onslaught, one couldn't help but reflect on the tragic fate of the once proud Saiyan Prince. This all the proud Saiyan Prince can muster, reduced to such a state by a mere legend? Such thoughts would not protect his beloved woman. Vegeta pondered the origins of this madman. Ordinarily, a Super Saiyan could suppress him, yet neither Goku nor Vegeta in their Super Saiyan Blue forms could match his power. A fire simmered within Vegeta, for even if Broly was a legendary Saiyan, was he not still the proud Saiyan Prince? To be surpassed by someone with such rapid growth, especially while his beloved Bulma watched from below, left Vegeta feeling utterly humiliated. Driven by this provocation, Vegeta's energy surged, his innate trait of growing stronger in the face of adversity propelling him beyond his current limits. The ultimate full-power Super Saiyan Blue emerged. At that moment, Vegeta eclipsed Goku's power in the tenfold Kyoken state, his gaze fixated fiercely upon Broly. Whis, observing from below, chuckled softly, recognizing Vegeta's newfound strength surpassing that of Goku. Yet his peripheral vision remained keenly focused on Gogeta, whose presence intrigued him immensely. The aura he radiated felt even more formidable than that of Lord Beerus. This was the first time he had encountered such a powerhouse within the 7th universe. It seemed Vegeta had achieved this form before Goku, proving himself to be an extraordinary individual. Bulma cheered with delight, not merely because Vegeta had surpassed Goku, but because she understood his relentless desire to do so. Time and again, he had been thwarted by Goku's timely breakthroughs. Yet now, he had finally reclaimed a victory in his full power-locked blue state. Vegeta turned the tide, engaging Broly in a one-on-one confrontation, successfully applying pressure on him. Rising from the ground, Goku approached Qingfeng, smiling as he patted his shoulder. "It seems you've also sensed this guy's strength. Are you waiting for Vegeta to finish before stepping in?" Qingfeng chuckled ruefully. Indeed, the Saiyan bloodline was incredibly powerful, but it also bore a fatal flaw, the tendency to act impulsively in the face of strength. Without much consideration, he rushed forward. Thankfully, he noticed Whis was present. Had he acted rashly, explaining his own strength afterward would have proven challenging. "That I'm not particularly interested in him. I'm merely here to enjoy the spectacle," Qingfeng replied. Goku laughed heartily, not harboring any resentment towards Vegeta for achieving a breakthrough first. Instead, he was genuinely pleased for his friend's advancement. "It's so frustrating. This guy is growing at an astonishing rate. I am no match for him, and Vegeta has also surpassed his limits." Goku realized he could no longer assist unless he could unleash the 20-fold Kaioken, a feat that would place immense strain on his current body. Suddenly, Qingfeng recalled another matter. Gogeta appeared in the storyline as well. If Vegeta were to falter against Broly, Goku would still need to fuse with him. Gogeta would inevitably manifest, and upon witnessing their fused form, the strategist Piccolo from Dragon Ball would certainly make a connection to himself. He found himself at an impasse. Either he intervened or refrained from action entirely. Perhaps if Vegeta in his locked blue state failed against Broly, he would step in, allowing Whis to discover his true strength. Although it posed some complications, solutions were still at hand in the skies. Vegeta and Broly simultaneously unleashed their prince's techniques, firing countless energy blasts that collided and annihilated one another. The clouds above had long since been swept away by the shockwaves. Then, a rather absurd scene unfolded. Broly broke free from Vegeta's grasp and charged directly at him. Vegeta, infuriated, cursed aloud as his azure hair reverted to black. Having battled Broly, he had exhausted much of his stamina after surpassing his limits. Goku assumed a fighting stance, preparing to confront Broly once more, while Qingfeng dismissed any lingering thoughts. With Broly wielding two energy blasts aimed at them, Qingfeng struck first, delivering a powerful punch to Broly's face, sending him hurtling backward. In the chat group, a request to activate the group livestream function was made, allowing members to witness the event. The administrator, the strongest in the dimension, could gain additional points. Do you agree? Agreed. Qingfeng did not hesitate. He was in dire need of points to amass enough for 1,000 billion to exchange for the Ultra Instinct technique. Even the Omni King could not erase him. At that point, he would soar to great heights, free as a bird in the sky, and fish swimming in the sea. The group administrator activated the live stream, allowing members to use 100 points to view it. Live stream room. The strongest in the dimension, Qingfeng, battles the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. Tony, not one to be left out, enter the live stream. Death God Elementary, student join the live stream. Do you want to dance too? Enter the live stream. Aside from the unfortunate Tsukasa, who is still being pursued by Kamen Rider RX, others flocked to the live stream, eager to witness the prowess of the formidable figure. Having just watched Qingfeng's battle against the god Zamasu, his death had already spent her limited points. Tony, not one to be left out. This guy's hair can also turn golden, but he gives me a similar vibe to Hulk. He seems utterly devoid of reason, seeking to cling to the strong. Even through the live stream, this guy exudes an overwhelming sense of pressure. Death God Elementary student. I don't understand. I don't grasp the world of the strong. You're just a little trash. Fire fist is death. I have a feeling this guy has lost his mind. Is he engaging in indiscriminate attacks? Book-loving ghoul. This golden-haired fellow is quite tall, standing next to the boss. He must be several heads shorter. You want to dance too? Remarked. No matter how strong he may be, he will never match the boss. Did you not see the smile at the corner of the boss's mouth? That is the reaction of someone who has victory assured. Broly transformed into a shooting star, charging forth with formidable intensity. Qingfeng bellowed, gathering his strength as an invisible aura surged skyward. The wind from his punch howled past, yet Qingfeng remained unhurried, deftly sidestepping before delivering a spinning kick that sent Broly soaring. With a slight smirk, he beckoned Broly with a gesture, inviting the enraged foe to attack again. In a fit of irrational fury, Broly lunged once more, only to be struck back by a punch that sent him reeling. Consumed by rage, Broly unleashed a cataclysmic shockwave, causing the ice beneath to shatter in fragments. Qingfeng, however, maintained his composed demeanor, strolling through the chaos of shockwaves until he stood before Broly. A punch landed squarely in Broly's abdomen, forcing a torrent of anguish from his lips as he staggered 2 steps back. Raising his hand, he gathered a colossal energy sphere, which grew larger as he channeled more power into it. Upon reaching a limit he could withstand, Broly aimed it at Qingfeng and struck down with ferocity. If this is all you can muster, a single hand will suffice to deal with you. As the luminous orb approached, Qingfeng's right arm bulged with veins, and in a flash he unleashed a punch. There were no earth-shattering techniques, nor was there a clash of energies. It was merely a straightforward punch. The energy sphere was sent spiraling into space, its overflow of energy causing the very earth to tremble. With a gentle tap of his staff, Whis summoned a protective barrier around the planet. Can you muster any more strength? Show me your full potential. This is hardly sufficient, Qingfeng pondered, bemused by Broly's apparent weakness. Despite having the capacity to contend with Super Saiyan Gogeta, even in his enhanced form, Broly's performance was unexpectedly subpar. He should at least be able to land a hit, yet he was being thoroughly dominated. Tony, the unfaithful. I knew it would end this way. It seems no matter the opponent, the boss always prevails. Death God Elementary student. You should count your blessings. I don't even know why I'm watching this. The speed is so overwhelming that I can barely keep up that I might as well wait for the recording and watch it 1,000 times slower. Seeking support. So you can't see it either? Who can? I can't see it, but everyone claims they can. as if admitting otherwise would be humiliating. The most ferocious spirit. Ah, alas, none of you as can see it. Fire Fist Ace. I intended to engage with you all as an ordinary person. Yet what I received in return was distance. I'm done pretending. I confess, I too cannot see. Ice Queen Esther's. Well, I can't see very clearly either. This guy's power is significantly greater than what was shown in the group recordings. Do you want to dance? So, I'd like to inquire, am I the only one in this entire group who can perceive their clash? If you all can't see, why can watch the live stream? Waiting for the recording would be much better. Madara, too, was perplexed. Utilizing his powerful ocular abilities, he could vaguely perceive the exchange between Qingfeng and Broly. However, even this was a struggle. Should he face them himself, he would undoubtedly be obliterated. Merely seeing did not equate to having the reflexes to react. The glacier lay in ruins from Broly's indiscriminate assault, with magma surging from the depths below. Qingfeng unleashed a relentless onslaught upon Broly, his movements fluid and strategic. Broly, lacking in combat experience, found himself devoid of technique in his rampaging state, unable to contend with Qingfeng's superior speed and strength. He could only roar in frustration, feeling the weight of oppression. As if realization dawned upon him, a radiant green aura enveloped Broly, his fury elevating his power further, causing him to grow several centimeters taller and his physique to become more imposing. His hair transformed to a deep green, rendering him nearly unrecognizable and eliciting a faint sense of pressure from Qingfeng. Was this the true form of a Super Saiyan? He bore an uncanny resemblance to a feral beast. Watching Broly's anguished roar, Qingfeng hesitated, contemplating the necessity of lethal force. This individual posed a significant threat. Should he rampage unchecked, the absence of the god of destruction could lead to the devastation of Universe 7. Such uproar would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Omni King and Grand Minister, which would be undesirable. However, with was present, even if the angel could not intervene against mortals, safeguarding the universe was certainly within reach. In the chat group, Tony, the unfaithful. This is akin to cheating. He seems to have grown even stronger. Yet, I am curious as to why his hair has turned green, seeking support to navigate life. One must wear a bit of green on their head. Death God Elementary student. He saved himself the trouble of a green hat by crafting a pure natural Fire Fist Ace. Why choose green? It is a bold choice, yet doesn't he find it peculiar? Disregarding the chatter, Broly, now at full power, ignited Qingfeng's fighting spirit, finally presenting him with a worthy adversary. The two exchanged blows. Neither willing to yield an inch, the shockwaves from their strikes erupting even the molten rock beneath. Under normal circumstances, a fully powered Broly could overpower Super Saiyan Gogeta without falling behind. Yet against Qingfeng, Broly felt the strain of his full power, rendered defensively overwhelmed and offensively lacking. After several minutes of combat, Broly displayed signs of fatigue, while Qingfeng appeared utterly at ease, evidently holding back his true strength. Kamehameha, Qingfeng resolved not to prolong the encounter. He was stronger than anticipated and aimed to awaken Broly from his rage-induced stupor. Broly coalesced a destructive energy sphere, his hands clashing together in a devastating strike that threatened to annihilate the universe. Ultimately, Qingfeng emerged victorious. As he exerted more force, the energy sphere was deflected back, the Kamehameha striking Broly head dash on. As the smoke cleared, Broly reverted to his normal state, utterly exhausted, collapsing unconscious on the ground. Goku found it increasingly difficult to read Qingfeng, his own fighting spirit igniting as he resolved to confront Qingfeng at any cost. Remarkable, he defeated Broly in his base form. Should Vegeta consider testing his strength against him? Vegeta regarded Goku with confusion, uncertain of his intentions that we are not his match. Even together, we stand no chance. You should realize this as well. Goku shook his head, proposing, what about fusion? I can seek out the Supreme Kai and borrow the plethora earrings. After fusing, we can surely compel him to reveal his true strength. Vegeta, however, had not forgotten that the plethora earrings were permanent. He would never entertain such an idea. Impossible. Goku, I shall never fuse with you. Never. Vegeta, Don't you wish to know just how strong he truly is? Fusion with anyone other than a Supreme Kai lasts only an hour before automatically separating. Goku had long understood the nature of the plethora and endeavored to persuade Vegeta. Not necessary. This individual does not currently appear to be an enemy. There is no need to pay such a high price to test his strength. Vegeta resolutely rejected the proposal. My greatest disdain in life is to ally with you. Goku. The last time they fused against Majin Buu cast a long shadow over him. Goku was a martial arts enthusiast, as was Vegeta. Engaging with strong opponents thrilled them both. However, for one as proud as Vegeta, the notion of fusing with Goku was utterly out of the question unless absolutely necessary. Vegeta remained obstinate, and Goku had no choice but to relent. Tony, the unfaithful. That was an absolutely thrilling battle. The boss maintained an undeniable advantage throughout that it is only natural for that fellow to lose to him. Bookish Ghoul. Uncle Tony, you're incredible. I could only glimpse the shockwaves from their clash. Their speed is too rapid for me to comprehend. Tony, the unfaithful. Hey, take it easy, Shozy. This is merely a small feat. You'll have your chance to experience something similar in the future. Fire Fist Ace. Why would I want to be like you? To boast? Or to learn how to court disaster? Seeking support. Exactly, Shozy. How could you genuinely believe him? His strength pales in comparison to Ace's. How could he possibly perceive the boss's speed? Fire Fist Ace, just listen to him boast. He merely deceives you ignorant maidens. Death God Elementary Student. I truly envy the big shots who can effortlessly shatter mountains and stones. If only I possessed such formidable strength. Do you wish to dance as well? Shattering mountains and stones? ISNT, that's something anyone can do? World Destroyer. ISNT, it's something that merely requires feet. Fire Fist Ace. Enough already, having a mouth works too. Death God Elementary Student. After spending such a long time in this group, having encountered the mightiest of ninjas, the favorite of fire abilities, and the invincible man of the cosmos, I thought I would learn a great deal. Yet, in the end, all I learned was that having hands suffices. Seeking support. Are you trying to make me laugh to death, Conan? Next time, do your best to let me take the opportunity for the mission. Earn some points, exchange for abilities, and perhaps then I can attempt some tasks. Above the glacier, Qingfeng gazed at the fallen Broly, slightly furrowing his brow. Yet, such words would hardly yield many points. What he desired was a staggering 100 billion to exchange for the complete mastery of the ultimate technique, as gaining a few million points like before had become rather insignificant. Suddenly, Qingfeng's gaze shifted to Whis. Perhaps he should challenge Whis himself? This fellow always allowed him to unleash his full power. But merely contemplating it, Qingfeng did not wish to escalate matters. The live broadcast of the strongest in the dimension had half an hour remaining. Please select whether to continue the broadcast. The chat group also prompted actively, reminding him of the ample time left, and Qingfeng hesitated. If he were to unleash all his energy, he might have the chance to gain tens of billions of points in one go. However, the issue lay in a lack of sufficiently strong opponents to engage in battle. Even if he erupted with all his energy, the chat group would not grant him corresponding points. If you wish to witness my full potential, you may use the plethora earrings to engage with me. Qingfeng extended an invitation to the fallen Goku and the others. Goku, eager and enthusiastic, while Vegeta displayed disdain. Even if they were to fight, he would defeat Qingfeng honorably, never relying on the earrings' energy to— Oh, you're quite interesting. I find you a rather formidable opponent. That a proud and domineering voice emanated from the void, as Beerus, who was watching over the children at Bulma's home, sensed Qingfeng's aura and rushed over at great speed. With a purple body and a wolf-like head, enveloped in a purple aura, he presented an imposing sight. Could it be that the god of destruction wishes to test my strength? Then let him come forth. Qingfeng rarely took the initiative to assume a fighting stance. Beerus was no ordinary opponent. Even at full power in Super Saiyan Blue, Vegeta, in a lock state, was sent back to normal by a mere slap from him. The disparity in strength in Super Saiyan Blue was of a different dimension, warranting Qingfeng's serious attention. In this universe, the existence stronger than the god of destruction was not permitted. Beerus spoke. His aura surged wildly, culminating in the formation of a massive purple dragon that roared and clawed at the Qingfeng, refusing to be outdone. harnessed his own aura to manifest a dragon of his own. The administrator updated the live broadcast character. The strongest in the dimension, Qingfeng, versus the god of destruction of Universe 7, Beerus. The introduction of the god of destruction, a deity within the Dragon Ball universe. Specializing in destruction, capable of annihilating all life forms. The mightiest being in Universe 7 aside from the angels. Observing the new notifications in the chat group, everyone expressed concern for Qingfeng. Seeking support. I recall that the god of destruction is indeed the mightiest. As far as I remember, no one in their universe surpasses him. Tony is not fickle. ISNT, that just one. It seems his aura is not as imposing as that green-haired fellow's, nor as strong as the last god, Zamasu, so there's no reason for the big shot to lose to him. World Destroyer. This guy is undoubtedly formidable. His gaze is filled with contempt for life. He has likely slain more than you, Tony, have encountered. You wish to dance as well. I share that sentiment. This fellow is certainly not as simple as he appears. The big shot may have truly met his match. Above the earth, Qingfeng ascended slowly, with Beerus closely following as they soared into the cosmos. Without unnecessary words, both clenched their fists and struck fiercely at one another, their devastating blows resonating throughout the universe. The earth millions of miles away trembled, fissures appearing in the ground, volcanoes erupting, and glaciers collapsing. Both Qingfeng and Beerus sensed the anomalies on Earth and, in mutual understanding, ceased their combat, flying once more towards the distant starry sky. Only when they felt assured that Earth would not be affected did they halt. Whis, on Earth, kindly provided Goku and Vegeta with a viewing screen, allowing them to witness Beerus's battle. Goku felt a surge of fighting spirit, yearning to engage with them immediately. This fellow might not be inferior to Lord Beerus. He has yet to showcase his true strength. Vegeta snorted dismissively, having been the first to break through to full power in Super Saiyan Blue. Surpassing Goku, his earlier good mood vanished, as an unknown Saiyan exhibited such remarkable strength. Beerus was utterly exhilarated. Goku and the others were far too inexperienced. Even the earlier full-power Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta could be easily dispatched if Beerus took it seriously. Yet this man before him would undoubtedly provide a thoroughly enjoyable battle. Beerus maintained his haughty demeanor as the god of destruction of Universe 7, the Qingfeng, with a devilish smile, decided that since they had come this far, he would no longer remain low-key. The strongest in the dimension, Qingfeng, undefeated. After introducing himself, the two commenced their martial arts duel, engaging in close-quarters combat with ease, exchanging punches and kicks in a rhythmic manner. Clearly, neither was exerting their full strength, but ultimately, Beerus could no longer contain himself. He roared, enveloped by countless destructive energies. His speed and power transformed, overwhelming Qingfeng, who found himself on the defensive, struggling to resist. As he was increasingly suppressed, Qingfeng ceased to hide his might. Golden energy surged from his body, illuminating much of the universe, as searing energy shattered countless meteors from beyond the stars. Super Qingfeng made his reappearance, bringing the situation back to a stalemate where neither could gain the upper hand. As the battle progressed, Qingfeng's earlier apprehensions gradually dissipated. He realized he might have underestimated his own strength. After all, he had never fought the strongest of opponents, and his estimation of his abilities was merely approximate. If this was truly Beerus's full power, then he was not as formidable as anticipated. Indeed, on the surface, it appeared Qingfeng struggled against Beerus, seemingly in a 50-50 standoff, yet in truth he had not unleashed his full potential. This body was far stronger than imagined, vastly surpassing even a normal Vegeta in the same form. Potentially hundreds or even thousands of times more powerful. That it was essential to remember that this was merely Super Saiyan Form 1. He had not yet tapped into Super Saiyan 2 or 3, let alone the mightiest forms of Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue. Although it had long been anticipated that he would be stronger than the angels, it was merely speculation. Through this practical experience, he confirmed that he indeed surpassed the angels. Challenging the Grand Minister was not entirely out of reach. He harbored doubts regarding the Omni King's ability to erase such a being as himself. Behold the God of Destruction's exclusive power. destruction did a deep purple energy sphere materialize from Beerus's palm, swiftly racing toward him. Qingfeng neither dodged nor flinched. Instead, he unleashed a punch forward. The invincible destructive energy dissipated upon impact, allowing Qingfeng to elevate his aura to its peak. With movements so rapid that even Beerus could not perceive, he surged forward, executing a fluid sequence of attacks, catching Beerus off guard and sending him crashing into a nearby planet. The planet was instantaneously punctured with a massive hole, and Beerus emerged from it, disheveled, as he swiftly gathered destructive energy in one hand, causing it to swell rapidly, in the tense exchange of energy waves. The Kamehameha clashed against the destructive energy sphere. Ultimately, Qingfeng emerged superior, piercing through the destructive sphere. Nonetheless, he did not inflict any harm on Beerus. Aside from some dust on his body, Beerus remained unscathed. Tony is not fickle. The god of destruction is indeed formidable, matching the golden-haired big shot. Seeking support. That golden-haired state is Super Saiyan. You can refer to him as Super Saiyan 1. Fire Fist Ace. Yet it seems he is handling it quite effortlessly. The big shot has begun to sweat. You wish to dance as well. It appears the two are evenly matched. That one should be stronger than the big shot, but not by much. Death God Elementary Student. Indeed, no matter how brilliant one's mind may be, it is strength that constitutes the ultimate truth. Tony the Unfaithful. What do you mean, a good mind is useless? I'm the wealthiest man in the Marvel Universe. Who claims that intelligence has no value? Death God Elementary Student. However, apart from me and Konoha, you cannot defeat anyone else in this group. Tony the Unfaithful. My Iron Man suit is more than capable of overwhelming the majority of foes in the Marvel Universe. Fire Fist Ace. Yet, you cannot defeat anyone in this group. Tony the Unfaithful. All the systems I create can operate autonomously and engage in combat independently. Seeking support, but you still cannot defeat anyone here. Tony the Unfaithful. Can we please refrain from discussing this? Time. Yet, you constantly seek to curry favor with the powerful. Tony the Unfaithful. Farewell, I forgot to turn off the gas at home. I must return. Until we meet again. The live stream will conclude, and the dimensional chat group will close in 5 minutes. Qingfeng reverted to his usual demeanor and approached Beerus. I no longer wish to continue this fight. It has lost its appeal. Beerus, fully engrossed in the battle, felt the essence coalesce into an increasingly tangible dragon, its imposing aura transforming into a dragon. Truly terrifying. Just as Qingfeng declared he no longer wished to fight. Beerus was not pleased. He lunged toward Qingfeng. I have pressing matters to attend to. Let us settle this next time, and I shall bring you exquisite delicacies you have never tasted before. Qingfeng's words caused Beerus to pause. The prospect of encountering such a formidable opponent thrilled him. Nevertheless, if he had matters to attend to, Beerus could be reasonable, at least showing respect to genuine powerhouses. Very well then, this time we shall let it go. But you must remember to bring me those delicacies, and next time, bring your full strength. Qingfeng smiled and nodded, his figure vanishing in an instant. Returning to his homeland, Earth, continuing the fight seemed pointless. Beerus could at most equal his Super Saiyan 1 form. Even if he unleashed his full power, the score would hardly change. The administrator declared the end of the strongest dimensional livestream, wishing all group members a swift journey in their cultivation to become great figures. The administrator of the strongest dimension, this livestream's chat group assessed the levels, with the strength standard set at peak 9th tier. An additional reward for the livestream points. Fire Fist Ace. What does this mean? How many points are we rewarded? We're all eagerly awaiting that. Tony the Unfaithful. Can't you tell? The chat group is intentionally keeping that from us. Isn't it, Death God Elementary Student? Perhaps they fear we might become envious. I suppose it's good to avoid distressing our fragile hearts. The most malevolent fairy. Last time, we received 30 million. This time, the commotion is no less significant. We even ventured into the cosmos to fight. Surely, the points cannot be lower than last time. White Horse Silver Gun battling thousands. Is this the power of the great? It is truly unimaginable that humanity can reach such heights. Seeking support. Ice Queen is Death. Do you still wish to challenge the Great One? Ice Queen is Death. Even if he is strong, he merely relies on the items from the chat. Do not think I would fear him. Once I complete my tasks and exchange points for abilities, I shall challenge him, the destroyer of worlds. A friendly reminder, young lady, the Great One was already this formidable when he first entered the group. His strength has nothing to do with the chat group. He was inherently powerful, seeking support. Every new group member typically wishes to challenge the Great One. This is quite normal. The Great One does not hold grudges against you. Now that you understand the disparity in strength, simply refrain from troubling him. Whatever the chat group discusses next, Qingfeng remains unaware. Even if he did, he would merely chuckle, as long as the other party does not go too far. He generally does not contest with women, strolling alone on the vast highway. The previous battle left him with profound reflections. He opened the chat group panel, noticing that 300 million points had been credited. Indeed, this battle had granted him a full 300 million upon entering the chat group. Qingfeng did not access the chat page, but instead sought the auxiliary functions. Diligently searching, he found it. Indeed, it was there, strength detection technique. Unlimited detection of the opponent's strength, with differing point costs based on the opponent's power. He felt both anticipation and trepidation. If it matched his expectations, he would have nothing to fear. Set detection target as Qingfeng. Detection requires 100 million points. Do you confirm? It appears that points truly are never enough. It costs so much to detect oneself, let alone the Omni King. Agree. A brilliant light enveloped him, slowly dissipating after several seconds, revealing a passage of text in his mind that Qingfeng's current strength is late stage 9th tier, Super Saiyan 1 state is pseudo 10th tier, Super Saiyan 2 state is weakest early stage 10th tier, Super Saiyan 3 state is peak early stage 10th tier, Super Saiyan God state is mid-stage peak 10th tier. Ultra blue form cannot be detected, exceeding the system's detection range. He recalled that upon joining the chat group. The introduction stated that he was a 9th tier powerhouse. It turns out that was merely in his ordinary form. Continuing the detection, target specified as the Omni King. This detection will cost 100 million points. Do you confirm? Confirm. The Omni King, ruler of the Dragon Ball universe, possesses physical strength at early stage 10th tier and overall combat power at peak early stage 10th tier. Special ability to erase anything at will, except for those above 10th tier. Can erase all existence, while another special ability cannot be detected. Upon reviewing the analysis of the Omni King, Qingfeng, who was mentally prepared, was still taken aback. This was quite impressive, truly deserving the title of the author's eraser. However, it also made him realize that he need not fear being erased. If he unleashed his full power, he might have the opportunity to reach late-stage 10th tier. This also indirectly implied that it was not solely the user of the Ultra Instinct who could evade the Omni King's erasure. Anyone reaching a certain level could be immune to his erasure ability. The Omni King's erasure ability is ineffective against him, which means he need not worry about the Omni King. This little brat poses no threat to him. Continuing the detection, specifying the target as the Grand Priest. Insufficient points. Detection of the Grand Priest requires 500 million points. The points needed to detect the Grand Priest exceed those for the Omni King. It seems their relationship is akin to that of Beerus and Whis, confirming that the Grand Priest's strength is indeed above that of the Omni King. Thus, let us specify the detection target as the Omni King's guards. This detection will cost 100 million points. Do you confirm? Agree. Detection complete. The strength of the Omni King's guards is peak early stage 10th tier, with no special abilities individually, and their combined combat power is challenging to assess. It appears these two guards are not to be underestimated. Yet, Qingfeng is confident he can defeat them. He is not afraid of the Omni King himself. The heavy burden that had pressed upon his heart finally lifted. 300 million points were thus spent. But Qingfeng deemed it worthwhile. Suddenly recalling his promise to Yun Yao to bring her home, he now had the time to do so and entered the chat group to inform her. Seeking support. That battle was truly exhilarating. It was so spectacular that even I, a girl, felt my blood surge. Tony the Unfaithful. Was it truly that spectacular? Can you see it while I cannot? I couldn't even discern the movements of their confrontation. How can you judge its excitement? Fire Fist Ace. Just a friendly reminder. You can watch something else. Do not force yourself if you cannot see it. Death God Elementary Student. Can't you see around them? Did you not notice that the stars and asteroids in the vicinity were obliterated? The star regions near their clash were reduced to cosmic dust by the aftermath of their battle. Tony the Unfaithful. I only heard the sounds of fists meeting flesh and saw two figures moving at light speed. I was too engrossed in their battle. You also want to join in? Give it up. Even I, with my reincarnation eye, cannot see it, let alone you. White Horse Silver Gun battling thousands. The battle scenes managed by the administrator are too exaggerated. Is this truly the cosmos? Humanity appears utterly insignificant. Searing Serpent Slayer Sharna. Perhaps only the most powerful Golden Saints possess such terrifying destructive power. And even then, they must unite three to unleash forbidden techniques. Sharna's words made the chat group members realize something. It seems that in Sharna's world, the combat power is also exceedingly high. There exist beings capable of destroying star systems. Could it be that they have misjudged Sharna's strength, the strongest in the dimension? Seeking support, are you available now? If so, I can bring you back to see if we belong to the same world. Seeking support, convenient, indeed very convenient, my esteemed friend, I am always available, the strongest in another dimension. All right, I shall go meet you right away. The Grim Reaper's elementary student. What is going on? RNTU from the zombie universe. How did you get involved with such a prominent figure? Seeking support. I have traversed dimensions. I am from another world that has brought me here. The esteemed one has also crossed over to his current realm. However, he has found his way home, and it seems we are both travelers from the same worldview. The book-loving ghoul. Congratulations, sister. You may return to your homeland. Seeking support. It is still uncertain. It merely sounds like we share the same worldview that I will need to ascertain the truth. The esteemed one has arrived, so I must take my leave. G. Yu Qingfeng gazed at the scene before him, contemplating whether he should voice his frustration at having kindly led her home only for her to find ways to feed him dog food. Ace was cradling Yun Yao in his arms. The two locked in an intimate embrace. Upon noticing Gu Qingfeng, Ace released the lovely figure from his grasp and beckoned him over. Esteemed one, you have arrived? I was worried about her returning home alone, so I shall accompany her. Yu Qingfeng nodded, an ethereal aura enveloping them both. With a surge of power, Gu Qingfeng shattered the dimensional barriers and soared towards Earth with the two of them. Observing the sights beyond the dimensional walls, Yun Yao was left speechless, her mouth agape in astonishment as they passed through various alternate universes every minute. The dimensional walls themselves existed as a void, nestled within the crevices of different dimensions, serving as a unique nexus connecting all universes. Ace, on the other hand, maintained a calm demeanor, even while being equally astounded in the presence of his girlfriend. Yun Yao's universe was quite distant from Earth, and, given the local universe settings of the chat group, she was in a zombie realm while Gu Qingfeng was in Dragon Ball. Thus, they could not rely on the group's teleportation to reach one another. The chat group's teleportation function only facilitated travel to the respective members' native universes, so Gu Qingfeng had to depend solely on Earth's coordinates to return. After half an hour, they finally arrived at Earth. As Yun Yao gazed down at the familiar sights from the clouds, her eyes welled with tears, emotions long suppressed bursting forth. Unable to hold back, tears streamed down her exquisite face, evoking a sense of sympathy. Ace enveloped her in a deep embrace, tenderly stroking her hair. Where is your home? I shall take you there. Yet from a distance, it was hard to discern any differences. Parallel Earths appeared quite similar, and a closer inspection was necessary to determine if this was indeed Yun Yao's Earth. Imperial Capital, Flower Sea Community. Yun Yao choked out the address, realizing how long she had been away and how worried her parents must be. The location of the Imperial Capital was easy to find. In an instant, they accelerated to the outskirts of the city. With protective shields surrounding them, there was no fear of the wind pressure tearing their bodies apart. Finding a secluded corner, he landed and gently set them down. I shall leave you here. I'm unfamiliar with that community. Also, it would be prudent to acquire a mask for Ace. His appearance draws too much attention. Extracting several thousand yuan from the chat group, he handed it to Yun Yao, departing amidst their grateful gazes. Yun Yao was deeply touched by Gu Qingfeng's assistance. The esteemed one is truly kind, not only bringing us back, but also considering every detail. Ace nodded in agreement, noting that since Gu Qingfeng joined the group, he had been considerate towards everyone, never using his strength to bully others. That a voice echoed from an unknown source, reaching Yun Yao's mind. If this Earth is not the one from your memories, inform me in the chat group, and I will take you back, since I brought you here without relying on the chat group. And considering it is your homeland, there should be no time restrictions. Yin Yao was momentarily stunned. Did that mean she no longer needed to return to the zombie world? However, Ace was not from this realm, and once the chat group's time limit was reached, he would still have to go back. Qingfeng also realized this only after taking flight. For members who traversed to other universes and were not native residents, they would return to their own realms once the designated time elapsed. However, he and Yin Yao were somewhat unique. Strictly speaking, Earth was their homeland, rendering the chat group's restrictions ineffective for them. The journey back was no longer urgent. Qingfeng meandered home until the early hours of the morning. Before leaving, he had informed his father not to wait for his return, as his parents had long since drifted into slumber. Lying in bed, Qingfeng tossed and turned, struggling to find sleep. Realizing that the blade pressing against his neck was merely a figment of his own fear, he had long feared that the Omni King would obliterate the seventh universe. Yet he was utterly powerless against it. A night passed silently, and Qingfeng rose early, planning to buy breakfast for his parents, as it was time to move into the villa. Upon stepping outside, he fortuitously encountered Zhou Yu, the wife of his neighbor. In the past, Qingfeng had always called her aunt, and as a child, he had even referred to her as Mom. Zhou Yu, or Uncle Zhou, had intended to adopt him as a godson, but later deemed the relationship between their families unnecessary to formalize, leaving it at that. However, she indeed regarded Qingfeng as a son. Yet, when his parents were insulted, Uncle Zhou showed no sign of support, which wounded Qingfeng's heart. He cast her a complex glance as Zhou Yu hurried down the stairs, her expression one of urgency. Qingfeng let out a self-deprecating smile. Indeed, this was for the best. There was no returning to the past between their families, and everything would be left to fate. Dismissing the troubling thoughts, he purchased 2 bowls of authentic old tofu and fried dough sticks, placing them on the dining table for his parents. Yet he was suddenly startled by a series of anguished groans. It was Uncle Zhou's voice. What had happened to him? Why was he making such distressing sounds? Despite the emotional distance, Qingfeng could not turn a blind eye. After much internal deliberation, he finally glanced over to this moment. He had long surpassed the realm of gods. With a mere thought, he could achieve what others deemed impossible. He saw through the wall's obstruction, finding Uncle Zhou covered in wounds, a cigarette burning in his mouth as he exhaled clouds of smoke. Unlike Qingfeng's father, Uncle Zhou had always maintained a carefree demeanor, his playful smile never faltering. Even when faced with adversity, he had suffered 2 stab wounds to his thigh and a shattering fracture in his left arm, appearing as though it had been brutally broken. Several teeth were also missing. Qingfeng could see all his injuries clearly, and fury ignited within him. Regardless of how callous his words might be, he could not ignore Uncle Zhou. After all, he was the man who had watched him grow up. Helping him this once would be a way to repay the kindness shown to him in his youth. With a flash, he arrived at Uncle Zhou's home, where Zhou Yu was enduring unimaginable pain, completely oblivious to the additional presence in the room. Even so, Zhou Yu's smile remained as carefree as ever, perhaps even brighter. Uncle Zhou, eat this, and your injuries will heal. The sudden voice startled Zhou Yu into a reflexive attempt to rise. Momentarily forgetting the agony in his legs, he stood halfway. A sharp pain shot through him, causing him to collapse. Just as he thought he might lose a couple more teeth, a strong hand caught him, guiding him back onto the couch. Zhou Yu looked at the unfamiliar face before him, feeling a strange sense of familiarity despite never having seen him before. Who are you? You need not concern yourself with my identity. Just eat this, and your injuries will heal. Qingfeng had no intention of revealing his identity, producing a magical bean and offering it to Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu glanced at him and, after a moment's hesitation, opened his mouth to consume the bean, chewing a few times before swallowing. What brings you to my home? Who sent you? Zhou Yu scrutinized the man before him, his injuries severe enough to prevent him from leaving the house. Thus unaware of the commotion Qingfeng had caused, stepping out of a Ferrari had made him a local celebrity. Qingfeng ignored the question, continuing, your injuries have healed. You can stand and move about now. Zhou Yu scoffed, about to make a sarcastic remark about the absurdity of healing from a single bean, But before he could articulate his thoughts, the pain vanished entirely, and he regained feeling in his injured limbs. "Why would you help me? Who are you? I should not know you." This revelation genuinely shocked him. It was unbelievable that a simple being could restore his body, which had been declared irreparable by the hospital. He consumes the beans, not out of desire, but solely because his current physical condition renders him incapable of resistance. Coupled with a sense of familiarity deep within, he is left with no choice but to take a gamble. "You need not concern yourself with my identity. You have aided me in the past. Thus, I shall extend my assistance to you this time. Who has harmed you? I will ensure they are dealt with." Qingfeng endeavored to render his voice as indifferent as possible, while Zhou Yu, in his leisure moments, found solace in reading novels. Should he connect the dots, it would not bode well for him. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Possessing such wondrous medicine, this individual was undoubtedly no ordinary person. He scrutinized the young man before him, concluding that he was unlikely a pawn of Li Jun, for there would be no reason to offer him healing otherwise. Li Jun, the young master of the Li family in the imperial capital, if you could assist me in resolving matters with him, I would repay your kindness in any way I can. This declaration. Qingfeng stood momentarily dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the unfolding events, particularly why Li Jun would target Zhou Yu. "Surely, Li Jun bore no connection to you. I heard he came seeking trouble with someone surnamed Gu. How could you be implicated?" Upon hearing the surname Gu, Zhou Yu's gaze swiftly dimmed before he regained his composure. "The Gu in question is my elder brother. To harm him is to harm me. Unfortunately, Li Jun wields considerable influence and has numerous bodyguards. Otherwise, I would have dealt with him long." Gu Qingfeng, maintaining an expression of calm, inquired unhurriedly, "If you dared not provoke him, how did you end up in such a state?" "Who said I didn't dare provoke him? His actions have become increasingly outrageous. I could no longer tolerate it. Just a few days ago, I went to his villa and engaged in a spirited confrontation. Even if I couldn't best his bodyguards, I intended to vex him thoroughly." At this point, Zhou Yu burst into an unrestrained laugh, completely oblivious to his earlier pitiful condition. Gu Qingfeng, in stark contrast, mused over the words of his parents, who claimed Zhou Shu feared implicating the family and thus dared not offend Li Jun, yet here he was, boldly standing up for his father. Had he been mistaken all along? With this realization, Gu Qingfeng revealed a knowing smile. Zhou Shu remained the man he remembered, steadfast in his commitment to the family, who had been beaten to such a degree and still be able to laugh. "When will you alter your carefree demeanor? How do you know I've always been this way? With a wife and children, there are too many concerns that I could only stand idly by while the Gu family was bullied. It pains me immensely. Even if I cannot avenge him, I must at least express my indignation." Zhou Yu's smile abruptly faded as he seemed to recollect something, falling into a moment of silence. His entire being tensing with rage that my son has likely fallen victim to Li Jun as well. "Recently, I covertly traveled to the imperial capital and inquired at the police station, only to be told he has died. The sight of a towering man, standing at 6 feet tall, shedding tears was heart-wrenching. When he received the news, he nearly fainted, unable to fathom the cruelty of Li Jun's actions. The child he had nurtured since infancy had perished in a car accident. Leaving no trace behind, he had only one daughter, whom he had always regarded as a son in that moment. Zhou Yu resolved that regardless of the consequences, he would seek justice for his brother and child. Upon returning home, he shared his decision with his wife, who did not support his course of action, lamenting Gu Qingfeng's death. However, she wished for Zhou Yu to pursue justice through legal means. Zhou Yu dismissed her suggestion and, the following morning, secretly ventured to Li Jun's villa alone. Li Jun readily admitted to orchestrating Gu Qingfeng's accident, prompting Zhou Yu, in a fit of impulse, to pin Li Jun to the ground. Li Jun's slight frame was no match for Zhou Yu's formidable stature. He landed 2 solid punches. However, Li Jun's bodyguards reacted swiftly, overwhelming Zhou Yu before he had the chance to draw his dagger, which was subsequently confiscated. Zhou Yu could only curse his own rashness, for he had squandered the opportunity to take Li Jun down with him. The ensuing altercation left him in his current miserable state, unable to exact revenge, and now facing such dire consequences. Meanwhile, his wife awoke to find Zhou Yu missing. Having shared 2 decades of marriage, she understood him better than anyone and surmised he had gone to confront Li Jun after hailing cab. She arrived at the villa just in time to see Zhou Yu lying in a pool of blood, long after Li Jun and his entourage had departed. She carried Zhou Yu to the hospital. After receiving treatment for some time, Zhou Yu insisted on returning home. His wife, unable to dissuade him, complied and brought him back. Upon hearing Zhou Yu speak of his son, Qingfeng immediately recognized the reference was to himself. Zhou Shu was still the man he remembered, unwilling to retreat merely because their adversaries were formidable. He chose to stand by his side. Since you are defending the Gu family, why not discuss this with Gu Tian instead of hiding at home? Zhou Yu waved his hand dismissively, never having contemplated it. Were you saying, I cannot afford to lose face. Ji Yuge has suffered so grievously, and with his son gone, I am unable to seek vengeance for him. If he were to discover the state I am in, it would only add to his distress. In truth, Gu Qingfeng understood that he felt guilt for not having helped Gu Tian promptly when he was in peril. He had yet to succeed in avenging himself. Feeling unworthy to face Gu Tian, I have already dealt with Li Jun. No one will trouble you again, but if you don't believe me, you may visit the villa area and see for yourself. His villa has been sublet. With this declaration, Gu Qingfeng vanished, leaving Zhou Yu in a state of bewilderment. Upon returning home, Gu Qingfeng sat on the sofa, lighting a cigarette and taking slow drags. He no longer felt worthy of remaining in that house. Although he had been back for several days, had he paid even a modicum of attention, he would have noticed Zhou Yu's distress. Yet he had been preoccupied with various trivial matters. Before long, his father emerged from the bedroom, and their eyes met, revealing the gloom on Gu Qingfeng's face. That Ji Yutian appeared in high spirits, rubbing the sleep from his eyes and jokingly addressing Gu Qingfeng. You still have the luxury of feeling down when you have acquired such immense power? What could possibly trouble you? Have you encountered Gogeta? Father, Gu Tian sought clarification. Yes, I have, but are you truly as powerful as he? Gu Qingfeng pondered for a moment and concluded that while he and Gogeta were not entirely comparable, strictly speaking, I am not as strong as he. Did Ji Tian laugh heartily. I thought so. If you were as strong as he, ruling the earth would be a mere trifle. Ji Qingfeng shook his head. What you witnessed was him 5 years ago. I am 5 years his senior, and I am several hundred times stronger. Ji Qingfeng contemplated whether to reveal to his father all that Zhou Shu had done for him. Before he could speak, Gu Tian interjected, before heading to the villa, let us have a drink with your Zhou Shu. I bought 2 fine bottles yesterday. It has been a while since we sat together. That sounds splendid. I shall accompany you. Ji Qingfeng's prompt agreement surprised Gu Tian, who had expected some hesitation, given that Gu Qingfeng felt a rift due to Zhou Yu's lack of involvement in his affairs. Please refrain from criticizing your Zhou Shu. He had no other choice. After more than 30 years of friendship, I understand him well. Ji Qingfeng nodded, realizing he had misjudged Zhou Shu due to his own immaturity. I know. What grounds do I have to complain? Zhou Shu went to confront Li Jun on your behalf and was severely injured, spending recent days hidden at home recuperating upon learning of Zhou Yu's injury. Gu Tian's expression turned anxious, and he stood up to rush next door. What? How is Lao Zhou? Is he seriously hurt? Do you still have any healing beans? I shall take him one. Ji Qingfeng reassured his father. No need to worry. I've already given Zhou Shu some that he is recovering. Once mother wakes up, we can all go together. That is good. That is good. Given his character, it is only natural he would seek out trouble with Li Jun. Gu Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having seen the effects of the healing beans in Dragon Ball, he knew their potency. Ji Qingfeng tentatively suggested, why not have Zhou Shu move into the villa with us? It would be livelier, and I am not lacking in funds at present. Ji Tian readily agreed, for the bond he shared with Zhou Yu was akin to that of blood brothers, and he saw no issue in such trivial matters. Indeed, in such a vast place, it would be wasteful for just the 3 of us to reside here. However, can't you alter your appearance? This way, it still draws too much attention. Isn't there that divine dragon? Can't you have it restore your original form? Indeed, that is a feasible option. In the past, when he was eager to return to Earth, upon his arrival, events unfolded one after another, causing him to forget this particular method. Meanwhile, the members of the chat group were playfully teasing Yun Yao and Ace. The earth they referred to was indeed the one where Yun Yao had previously resided, and with Ace's protection. Their journey home was remarkably smooth. Upon arriving, her parents expressed considerable concern, showering her with warmth and inquiries before they remembered Ace, who had entered the house alongside her. Yun Yao candidly acknowledged that Ace was her boyfriend. Though for certain reasons, he needed to wear a mask temporarily. Her parents did not think much of it and warmly welcomed him. After dinner, when Ace's time was up, he hurriedly took his leave, prompting the group to enter a frenzied mode of banter upon hearing the news. Tony the Unfaithful remarked, "I've never seen anyone go to the girl's home while wearing a mask." The Grim Reaper Elementary School student quipped, "You didn't go empty-handed, did you?" Fire Fist Ace replied, "Tony the Unfaithful, I also wish not to wear a mask, but if someone sees my true appearance, it could cause Yun Yao trouble." The Grim Reaper Elementary School student added, "I actually did go empty-handed. Yun Yao was quite homesick, and in my haste, I forgot about it." Silver Spear White Horse, battling through countless foes, expressed curiosity, "I'm more interested in how you both refer to each other's parents in your era." Fire Fist Ace responded, "Just the usual uncle and aunt." Seeking Support remarked, "With your appearance, it certainly poses a dilemma. You can't possibly keep wearing a mask forever, Dimension's mightiest. Do you have any solutions?" Upon seeing Ace's predicament, Qingfeng felt overwhelmed. Instead of assisting Ace, he was troubled by his own situation. Dimension's mightiest said, "I have no solution. If worst comes to worst, let Ace reveal his true face. After all, this world lacks Hailu Stone, which could restrain him." The bookish ghoul commented, "Isn't God omnipotent? I always believed the mighty could accomplish anything." The most malevolent spirit observed, "It appears the mighty excels in combat. In comparison, other abilities seem somewhat lacking." Qingfeng paid little mind to their remarks, entering the chat group's marketplace, searching for quite some time without finding what he needed. There were options for transformation, such as the 9 turns of life and death, a total of 9 body changes. Though this was of a martial arts nature, other options were even more absurd, involving random transformations. He sought an item that could allow him to revert to his original appearance for an extended period. The serpent holder, who bested Sagittarius, remarked, "Dimension's mightiest, do you not realize you possess such an ability? This should be a fundamental power of deities. There's no reason for you to lack it." Qingfeng was taken aback. It seemed unlikely, as the power levels in the Dragon Ball world were indeed extraordinary, yet special abilities still fell short. This piqued Madara's interest. He had yet to witness another deity aside from Qingfeng and was keen to discern the strengths and weaknesses of deities compared to the Sage of 6 Paths. "Do you wish to dance?" he inquired. "How do you phrase that? Have you encountered other deities? How do you know all deities can do this?" The serpent holder, who bested Sagittarius, replied, "I can perform certain superpowers. Once one attains the 6th sense, they will possess some basic abilities, like the golden saints who have grasped the 7th sense and can change their appearance." Qingfeng pondered. Theoretically, that was indeed the case. But could she achieve such feats in a world with different worldviews? In his normal state, Qingfeng's body housed a significant amount of divine energy, and he greeted his father. He attempted to channel the divine energy within him, allowing it to permeate his limbs, and gradually, he underwent a remarkable transformation. His entire being was enveloped in a red aura, and after several dozen seconds, the crimson light dissipated, revealing Qingfeng's true visage. With the same sword-like brows and starry eyes, his chiseled face radiated a tall, masculine wildness. A smile graced his lips, imparting a vibrant sunshine aura. Yet his gaze exuded an aloofness that seemed to look down upon the world. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, Qingfeng mused that if he were a woman, he would likely fall in love with himself. His own form appeared far more agreeable. Truly, he realized, the observer sees clearer than the participant. He had failed to notice for so long that he could revert to his original appearance. Jiu Tian was puzzled. Having exchanged only a few words, his son turned and returned indoors. Little did he know that mere moments later, Qingfeng emerged once more. "How did you transform back? Did you make a wish with the Dragon Balls?" Qingfeng awkwardly scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied, "No, this is my own ability. I just never realized it until someone reminded me that I could change my appearance." Jiu Tian, helplessly pointing at him, was too tired to even comment on his son's foolishness. After a brief while, Shang Guanyin also exited the bedroom, and upon catching sight of Gu Qingfeng sitting on the sofa, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Confirming that she was not imagining things, she rushed over in 3 quick strides, enveloping him in a warm embrace. "You are Xiao Feng." Then who was the Xiao Feng from a few days ago? It had been quite a while since Gu Tian had been embraced by his wife like this, prompting him to teasingly remark about his jealousy. "They are the same person. Your son can alter his appearance." However, he only discovered this today, hence he reverted to his original form. Jiu Tian could certainly understand Shang Guanyun's reaction, seeing a completely unfamiliar body housing the soul of her son. Although she felt somewhat awkward, she refrained from voicing it. The fact that her son was alive outweighed all else. Naturally, it was best that he could return to his original form. And Gu Qingfeng did not resist, allowing Shang Guanyun to hold him while shedding tears. She too needed to release the pent-up emotions, for keeping them bottled inside was not healthy. Noticing that Shang Guanyun was crying without end, Gu Tian approached and playfully slapped Gu Qingfeng on the head. All right, that's enough, you rascal." He then held Shang Guanyun in his arms, softly comforting her. Jiu Qingfeng, taken aback, wondered what had just transpired to warrant a slap. Observing his father's smug expression, Gu Qingfeng deduced that he was feeling jealous of his mother's affection towards him. From a young age, Shang Guanyun had been Gu Tian's beloved, and he could not bear to see her even slightly wronged. After giving birth to Gu Qingfeng, her affection only intensified. Jiu Tian never anticipated that the first thing his son would learn was to compete for his mother's love. This led to Shang Guanyun being spoiled after giving birth. Once Gu Qingfeng learned to walk, he rarely let her rest, claiming it was too exhausting. As he grew older, the situation escalated. Both father and son doted on her, and throughout his life, Gu Qingfeng's primary activity had been vying for his mother's affection, often resulting in his father's defeat. Observing Gu Tian's proud demeanor, Gu Qingfeng endured. After all, he was his father. Given his expression, it seemed that if he did not reclaim his mother, he would likely hold a grudge against Gu Qingfeng. Gu Tian patiently consoled her for some time before Shang Guanyun finally ceased her tears. The family's mood improved significantly, dissipating the awkwardness of their previous interactions. In her newfound cheerfulness, Shang Guanyun decided to showcase her culinary skills, startling both father and son. If there was anything they feared most, it was undoubtedly Shang Guanyun in the kitchen. Typically, while her meals were not exactly delectable, they were tolerable enough to be accepted, and they would feign enjoyment to keep her spirits high. However, whenever Shang Guanyun announced her intention to showcase her cooking prowess, the resulting dishes were akin to poison, and she had shown no improvement over the years. Gu Tian exchanged a glance with Gu Qingfeng, who feigned ignorance. After a couple of seconds, Gu Qingfeng returned the glance to his father. Neither father nor son wished to be the first to speak, fearing it might upset Shang Guanyun. "You are the father. This is your wife. So you should speak." A voice reached Gu Tian's ears, and instinctively he glanced at Shang Guanyun, who seemed oblivious to the conversation. This was a mental transmission technique, inaudible to his wife. Is this not a form of shirking responsibility? Gu Tian thought, wishing he could transmit his thoughts. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly shower Gu Qingfeng with verbal barbs. "You know she is my wife. You used to cling to her all the time when you were younger, and now you compete with me. Why didn't you say she was my wife back then?" In that case, Xiaoyun, why not put it off for today? You seem quite exhausted recently. Perhaps it would be best to rest." As Shang Guanyun was about to head out to buy groceries, she suddenly turned around, casting a mischievous glance at Gu Tian, a smile of ill intent gracing her features. "You don't wish to partake in the meals I prepare, do you?" The mere utterance of her words caused Gu Tian to wilt. His gaze fixated on Gu Qingfeng, who, despite his attempts to persuade him through silent communication, found Gu Tian unwilling to utter another word. Left with no choice, Gu Qingfeng resorted to invoking Zhou Yu as a shield. "Father, didn't he mean it that way? That we discussed inviting Uncle Zhou to dine out with us today, and perhaps we can inquire if he wishes to move into the villa with us." Shang Guanyun cast a puzzled glance at Gu Qingfeng. Just days prior, he had been brooding over Zhou Yu's indifference towards their family matters, yet today his demeanor had shifted. However, being a person of understanding, Shang Guanyun held no grudge against Zhou Yu. Over the years, she had witnessed his unwavering care for their family, and she could not dismiss his kindness based on a single incident. Is that so? Very well, since you have returned. Let us indeed invite Uncle Zhou to dine out. Gu Qingfeng shot a knowing look at Gu Tian, indicating that this was how one should exert influence, managing to convince their mother with a single remark. Gu Tian rolled his eyes. He too had considered using Zhou Yu as a scapegoat, but since he had initially planned to dine at home, where Shangguan Yun could prepare a meal, he refrained from bringing it up. The three of them continued to engage in light-hearted conversation for over an hour, and upon realizing the time, they finally made their way to knock on Zhou Yu's door. "Old Zhou, I've come to see you." They were greeted by a flurry of hurried footsteps from within, and the door swung open, revealing Zhou Yu's familiar face, which immediately fell upon Gu Qingfeng, standing behind Gu Tian. "Xiaofeng, weren't you supposed to be dead? How are you still alive?" he exclaimed, a mix of surprise and disbelief crossing his features. "Truly, you've forgotten your brother upon having a son. You can see him, yet overlook your elder brother standing at the door," that Jiu Tian chided playfully, delivering a playful punch to Zhou Yu, stepping into the house without any reservations. "Apologies for worrying you, Uncle Zhou. There was a minor mishap. But I shall explain when the time is right. That I knew you wouldn't perish so easily. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Come in, come in." Zhou Yu embraced Gu Qingfeng's shoulder, warmly ushering him inside. He had long believed Gu Qingfeng to be deceased, having come across his death record while investigating in the capital. Zhou Yu had chosen to conceal his search for Li Jun from Gu Tian, believing Gu Qingfeng to be dead, thus feeling powerless to assist Gu Tian. Additionally, he wished to spare Gu Tian any unnecessary worry, but seeing Gu Tian's injuries appear to have healed, he felt no need to evade the situation. Yet, Zhou Yu was puzzled about how Gu Tian's wounds had miraculously healed. He had accompanied him to the hospital when he was injured. Such injuries typically required at least a year or two of recovery, often leaving lasting repercussions. How could he have recovered so swiftly? Before Gu Tian could respond, Gu Qingfeng interjected, "It was I who procured a special remedy from a friend, the very individual who provided me with those green beans just now." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu's understanding dawned. No wonder that person had voluntarily assisted him. He was a friend of Xiaofeng. Despite the long separation, there was no hint of estrangement among the four of them. And Zhou Yu was genuinely joyful to see Gu Qingfeng. Eagerly calling for a toast, Jiu Tian had been waiting for this opportunity, as he too had longed for a hearty drink. The two were in the midst of planning where to dine for lunch when a commotion from downstairs interrupted them. Gu Qingfeng recognized the voice immediately. "Isn't that Aunt Zhou's voice? I shall go check." Zhou Yu paused momentarily, his expression darkening, and without a word of greeting, he dashed downstairs. He feared that Li Jun had sent someone to take revenge on his family. Gu Tian and Shangguan Yun, bewildered, followed Zhou Yu down, with Gu Qingfeng trailing behind. Upon reaching the lower floor, they found several women surrounding Zhou Yu's wife, incessantly chattering and pointing fingers. When Gu Tian's family had encountered misfortune, it was Zhou Yu's men who, instead of standing by them, had turned a blind eye. Indeed, what sort of people are these? They now deliberately bump into others' luxury cars, perhaps hoping to curry favor with Gu Tian's family, since they've and noticed his newfound wealth. Surrounding Gu Qingfeng's Ferrari were over a dozen women, relentlessly berating Zhou Yu's wife, who was crouched on the ground picking up vegetables. Zhou Yu's wife, who rarely conversed with anyone besides Shangguan Yun, had lived in the neighborhood for years with few friends. Naturally, no one came to her defense. She felt the weight of her struggles in silence, choosing to respect Zhou Yu's wishes not to disclose his actions. Observing Zhou Yu's wife remaining calm only emboldened the women further, and soon they unleashed a torrent of harsh words. Indeed, she always acted so fearless. Yet when faced with true adversity, she crumbled. One of them scoffed. "They only bully the meek. Had I been as close with Gu Tian's family, I would have risked my life to defend them." Zhou Yu's wife could no longer contain herself. She had merely stepped out to buy some vegetables when she accidentally bumped into Gu Qingfeng's luxury vehicle. And now these women were accusing her of trying to ingratiate herself with the wealthy. Seizing the opportunity to vilify her, they sought to leave a favorable impression on Gu Tian's family. Yet, she rarely resorted to foul language, and now, Under the onslaught of accusations, she could only gather the scattered vegetables while retorting, "You dare bully my wife? Do you believe I one-T thrash you right now?" Just as Zhou Yu burst into the scene, he bellowed, positioning himself protectively in front of his wife, glaring fiercely at the onlookers. They were all women, while men were typically preoccupied with work to provide for their families. Seeing Zhou Yu's menacing demeanor caused the women to falter. Another voice pierced through the crowd. Your wife deliberately approached the wealthy Gutian family, intending to lean against their vehicle, yet dares to silence others? Zhou Yu had been recuperating at home, tended to solely by his wife, Zhou Hui. Unaware of the recent developments regarding Gutian's family, he was oblivious to the changes that had transpired. This car for Brother Tian's family? When did Brother Tian become so wealthy? When Gutian's family had been bullied before, these women had hidden away, yet now that he had found a patron, they rushed to ingratiate themselves? What a disgrace. Zhou Yu could hardly be bothered to engage with them. A bunch of foolish women. He pulled Zhou Hui to her feet. Let us go. We're dining out today. We'll leave this worthless produce behind. Zhou Hui had been staring at Zhou Yu as if entranced since she laid eyes on him, only snapping back to reality when he pulled her up, while others remained oblivious to Zhou Yu's injuries. She was acutely aware. Just that morning, he had been lying on the sofa, unable to move, let alone venture outside. How was it possible for him to have healed so rapidly? Could it be that she was hallucinating? Zhou Hui cast a suspicious glance at Zhou Yu as the party involved. Zhou Yu remained entirely unaware of the shock his sudden recovery had caused his wife. He looked at her, whose expression was one of innocent bewilderment, and in an uplifted mood, he gently patted her head. What is the matter? Don't you recognize me? Is it truly you, my husband? How did your injuries heal? It was no wonder Zhou Hui felt this way. Just hours earlier, her husband had been incapacitated, yet now he appeared entirely well. Who would believe such a transformation? A skilled healer assisted me in recovering. Now, let us be on our way. The trio from Gutian's family had also emerged at the stairwell, and upon witnessing the crowd gathered, they became increasingly incensed, voicing their outrage against Zhou Yu. Qingfeng's disdain grew with each passing moment. He was unfamiliar with these women, some of whom he had never even seen before. After years of silence, now they stepped forward to defend their families, only because they perceived a shift in fortune and sought to align themselves with him. Were you ever concerned? Why the sudden eagerness to ingratiate yourselves now? Silence, the indifferent words rang out, overpowering the clamor of those present. The simplicity of the two uttered syllables echoed with the weight of divine decree, causing an involuntary shiver to ripple through the hearts of the onlookers. All eyes turned to him in trepidation, perplexed by their subconscious fear of this young man. Zhou Yu stood frozen, a sense of familiarity washing over him, as he perceived a striking resemblance between this tone and that of the man who had visited him earlier in the morning. Both exuded an air of solitary arrogance, their words compelling obedience without question. How could she commit such shameless acts, devoid of fear of others' judgment? As the atmosphere thickened with silence, a voice pierced the stillness. A tall woman, attempting to blend into the crowd, uttered her words before planning to slip away unnoticed. The situation had escalated enough. She would assess the circumstances and decide whether to assist these fools or aid Zhou Yu's family. Little did she know, as she took a step back, she lost control of her body, rooted to the spot. Seems you enjoy stirring up trouble. Perhaps we should have a chat. Qingfeng navigated through the throng, positioning himself above her, gazing down with an imposing demeanor. The woman felt an immediate surge of fear. She had never anticipated being discovered. Yet with events unfolding in such a manner, retreat was no longer an option. I merely fear that you might be deceived. My intentions are for your benefit. Qingfeng scoffed, a mocking smile playing on his lips. For the sake of his family, a woman in her 20s mingled among a gaggle of elderly ladies. Something about it felt inherently off. Recognizing the woman, Zhou Hui, the young woman realized that had it not been for her, she would not have been subjected to the scornful gazes of these older women. It was her who pushed me. Had it not been for her, I would not have fallen. The woman believed her actions were discreet, but 2 days prior, upon witnessing Gu Tian and Gu Qingfeng exiting a Ferrari, she concocted a malicious plan to connect with Gu Qingfeng. Today, upon encountering Zhou Hui, a sinister idea took root in her mind. The The Ferrari conveniently parked nearby was on Zhou Hui's path upstairs. A collision there would stir public outrage, as these idle older women thrived on belittling those they deemed inferior. As the situation intensified, Qingfeng would undoubtedly descend. She would then gauge the atmosphere and choose her side, hoping to win Qingfeng's favor. Despite her modest academic background and average family circumstances, she was acutely aware of her advantage, her beauty. She believed she was worthy of any affluent heir, rather than settling for the average suitors pursuing her. What began as a flawless plan quickly unraveled. Leaving her to insist she had not acted with malice, I did not do it intentionally. Why would I push you for no reason? Zhou Hui found herself at a loss for words. There was no evidence to substantiate such claims. Qingfeng pondered momentarily before stating, "Young lady, your acting skills are commendable, yet you seem to have overlooked a crucial detail. You know why Li Jun has refrained from troubling my family?" The girl regarded him with a condescending gaze, unable to fathom that such a handsome man would pose such a foolish question. "Isn't it because someone helped you? Surely, you didn't handle it yourself. Didn't your family find a benefactor, the man who drives the Ferrari? Isn't he the one who resolved your family's issues? Everyone knows that." Qingfeng pointed toward Zhou Yu, speaking with calm authority. "That man is a relative of Uncle Zhou. He was the one who assisted my family to AS for the car. It originally belonged to Uncle Zhou. What reason would Aunt Zhou have to act otherwise?" The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, so the individual who aided Gu Tian was indeed someone Zhou Yu had procured. However, skepticism prevailed. While Zhou Yu's family was not impoverished, they were hardly on par with the affluent Gu family. It was conceivable they had some wealth, but it was implausible they could associate with someone of such stature, capable of convincing Li Jun to cease his vendetta against Gu Tian. After all, if they could afford a Ferrari, they would not be residing in such modest accommodations that you're merely fabricating stories. Don't think you can deceive everyone so easily. You claim the car is his. What proof do you have? Qingfeng had anticipated this retort and knew the impact would differ if he were to say it himself. "Uncle Zhou, could you show her the car keys?" Though I doubt she would recognize them. Someone of her ilk could never afford a Ferrari. Keys? What keys do I possess? Zhou Yu was acutely aware that he had no such keys on him. Yet, Qingfeng whispered, "They're in your right pocket." Uncle Zhou. Zhou Yu initially thought he was losing his mind, but upon hearing the familiar voice, he cast a suspicious glance at Qingfeng. Reaching into his pocket, he indeed found an object resembling a key. The onlookers focused intently on him. Leaving no time to ponder how the item had ended up there, he presented it without hesitation. The unfolding events adhered to Qingfeng's meticulous plan. Once the woman posed her question, she had sealed her fate. An amount of denial would sway public opinion. You see, this is not a Ferrari key. Could it possibly belong to your electric bike? The elderly women, who had previously criticized Zhou Hui, now directed hostile glances at the young woman. The car belonged to Zhou Yu, and her deliberate provocation had only served to alienate her from him. Someone capable of driving a Ferrari was certainly not someone she could afford to offend. In a fit of humiliation and anger, the woman retorted, "It's just a car key. Perhaps you gave it to him in advance that if it truly belongs to him, why not show us the purchase contract?" Qingfeng regarded her with a cold stare. "And what makes you think you are worthy of seeing it? You, a pauper, dared to question." With a knowing glance, Zhou Yu opened the car door, and the two of them entered, driving away confidently. Left behind were the woman, her face flushed with embarrassment, and the throng of older women who now eyed her with disdain. The way Zhou Yu maneuvered the vehicle showcased a level of familiarity with the car, leaving no doubt that it was indeed his. The woman loathed being labeled as poor. While she came from humble beginnings and lacked a prestigious education, her beauty was undeniable, with a few cosmetics purchased with the aid of her admirers. She had transformed herself into a stunning figure, effortlessly attracting wealthy suitors. At least in her mind, she was deserving of such attention. Observing the older women's resentful expressions, she could only retreat in defeat. Seated in the driver's seat, Zhou Yu had no experience with such luxury vehicles, yet the car moved without his guidance. The Gu Tian and his wife were oblivious to this feature, glancing curiously at Qingfeng. He acknowledged his involvement, having learned from watching his father drive once. He did not need to physically operate the vehicle, as he could control it with his energy. He vaguely alluded to having survived a great ordeal. acquiring some extraordinary abilities that set him apart from ordinary individuals. Zhou Yu did not press further. If Gu Qingfeng wished to share, he would do so in his own time. However, one point puzzled Zhou Yu. When did you slip the car keys in my pocket? I didn't notice at all. Gu Qingfeng could only smile as he explained. I placed them there in a flash. You simply didn't perceive the speed. Zhou Yu chuckled, skeptical of such a claim. Is it even possible for someone to move so quickly that I wouldn't see it? Observing Zhou Yu's incredulity, Gu Qingfeng shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. He had indeed placed the keys into Zhou Yu's pocket at lightning speed after spotting the woman. Taking advantage of the loose fit of his trousers, which allowed for the stealthy placement to go unnoticed. Initially, Zhou Yu assumed Gu Qingfeng sought to defend him by driving away, but the increasing speed of the car suggested no intention of stopping. This superpower of yours is quite convenient. Speaking of which, where are we headed? Why aren't you stopping? Gu Tian interjected. Let's find a place to eat. It's a rare occasion for us to gather, and we should celebrate with a hearty meal. Zhou Yu contemplated this. Indeed, Gu had recovered, his own injuries had healed, and their son was safe. Whether Li Jun was truly dead, as the man who had treated his wounds had claimed, remained a mystery to Zhou Yu. However, it seems unlikely that the Gu family will be troubled again. After all, the prolonged silence is quite telling that I never would have imagined that Brother Tian was acquainted with such formidable individuals. Zhou Hui remains unaware of the unfolding events, while Zhou Yu patiently explains how he was cured, and that Gu Tian has resolved matters with Li Jun. Little does he know that beneath the exterior of Gogeta lies the soul of Gu Qingfeng. Zhou Hui, upon hearing this, feels a surge of joy. Not only does Zhou Yu worry for the Gu family, but she shares his concerns, though she insists that Zhou Yu should not intervene on Gu Tian's behalf. Yet, when Zhou Yu confronted Li Jun and was left incapacitated, Zhou Hui did not utter a single complaint. If Zhou Yu were to refrain from action, he would no longer be the man she admires. Gu Qingfeng drove directly to the largest restaurant in Haibei, the Zitian Pavilion, that he instructed the four to enter first while he parked the car, promising to join them shortly. Gu Tian and his wife had no objections. But Zhou Yu was taken aback. He had never been to Zitian Pavilion before, though he often passed by it in Haibei County. Rumor had it that even the cheapest meal here would cost at least 10,000. A considerable sum. However, gritting his teeth, Zhou Yu said nothing. Today was a day worthy of a grand feast. The four of them made their way toward the main hall of Zitian Pavilion, while Gu Qingfeng parked the car several hundred meters away. As he got out, the security guards cast envious glances, wishing for such wealth. As soon as the four entered the hall, they were stopped by a server at the entrance, who, despite their simple attire, treated them with utmost respect. May I ask if you have a reservation? The four exchanged glances and shook their heads, having never heard that a meal at Zitian Pavilion required a reservation. Upon learning they had none, the server patiently continued, No reservation is fine. Those with a VIP card may order directly. The group, unfamiliar with the establishment, was taken aback. An OVIP card? Isn't it true that Zitian Pavilion doesn't require reservations? That used to be the case, but this is a recent policy change. Reservations are now required a day in advance, or one must possess a VIP card. After hearing this explanation, Zhou Yu contemplated leaving, as they had no VIP card. However, Gu Tian remained rooted in place. Just have Xiaofeng get one later. This kid has money now. Wait until he arrives at Gu Tian, indifferent to wealth, recognized how impressive his son was. While Shang Wanyun was oblivious, he knew just how remarkable Gu Qingfeng was. The male server maintained a polite smile, intending to usher them into the hall to wait. Suddenly, a neutral voice interjected, A VIP card costs 50,000. If you can afford it, go ahead. If not, kindly step aside and don't obstruct other guests. A man with a delicate appearance and heavy makeup sauntered over, his pallor indicating he had overexerted himself. Didn't I say we would get a card? My son is parking. We'll acquire one when he arrives. Gu Tian felt a surge of irritation. He had rushed out, leaving all the money Gu Qingfeng had given him in his bank account. Zhou Yu, not known for his patience, was ready to explode at such disrespect, but Zhou Hui held him back. She still struggled to comprehend how her husband and Gu Tian had both been left incapacitated, only to recover in mere days. With Li Jun's situation now resolved, everything felt surreal. Yet they were on the brink of resuming a normal life, and she truly wished to avoid further conflict. The neutral man raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the group again, confirming that he had no recollection of them. I'm not concerned. Just don't block the entrance and impede our other guests, since your son hasn't arrived. Perhaps you should wait outside. Zhou could no longer contain himself, pointing at a couple passing by, addressing the neutral man. What is your point? Why can they enter? They have no reservation or card either. Just look at their attire. Every piece is designer. And then look at you, dressed in what appears to be market goods. How can you even compare? The neutral man began to lose patience, his gaze flitting between Zhou Ran and Shang Wanyan. It must be said that despite being in their 40s, both were naturally captivating. Even without makeup, they remained the center of attention, and who wouldn't be drawn to their allure? The man's tone softened. Ladies, would you consider dining with me? I am still single and in search of a companion for the latter half of my life. The same words, the same tone, emerged simultaneously from two different mouths. While they understood the man's disdain for their attire, they felt it was a matter of societal norms. After all, one is often judged by their appearance, though the man's tone was somewhat abrasive. He hadn't crossed any further lines, and neither Gu Tian nor Zhou wished to escalate matters. However, for him to flirt with his wife in front of him was utterly disrespectful. What the hell are you saying? Are you looking for trouble? The nearby server rushed over to mediate, aware that neither the customers nor the man were worth antagonizing. Manager Wu, perhaps you should refrain from speaking so freely. You cannot disrespect someone's spouse while on duty. Yet, the man, identified as Manager Wu, was relentless, having never failed to pursue his desired targets. I have plenty of money. I can offer each of you a monthly allowance of 100,000 for being my wife. How about it? A man of little merit, who owed his position to his father's stake in Zetian Pavilion, had countless women under his belt. However, he had never encountered such exquisite women before and wasn't about to let them slip away so easily. Zhou Yu, fed up, swung his hand and struck the man across the face. How dare you? You want to die? Just say so instead of acting shamelessly. Setting aside Li Jun's incident, it had been a long time since Zhou Yu had been this furious. He typically wore a casual smile, exuding an air of affability. He was acutely aware of his wife's beauty, yet this man's audacity was unprecedented. Standing beside her, he dared to make advances. If he could tolerate that, he might as well forfeit his life. Oh, you dare to hit me. Do you know who I am? I'll crawl out of here on my knees. The man pulled out a walkie-talkie to call for help. But Zhou Ran swiftly snatched it away and pulled Zhou Yu away. Gu Tian remained motionless, while Shang Wanyan wore an expression of calm indifference, and Zhou Yu stood resolutely, unable to swallow his anger. Zhou Yu felt he needed an explanation. He was generally easygoing, as long as no one bullied his wife. Gu Tian had witnessed Gu Qingfeng resolve matters with Li Jun and deal with multiple adversaries in a single morning. Shang Wanyan was unafraid of the restaurant's arrogance, and Gu Tian, standing on solid ground, questioned why they should leave in such a humiliating manner. Fine, just wait. My uncle is a shareholder of Zetian Pavilion. You can expect your downfall. And you two women, you clearly don't know when to stop. The man, relying on his uncle's influence, had never faced such humiliation. He pulled out his phone, ready to call for backup. Zhou Ran was in a state of desperation, unable to fathom how a simple meal could lead to such chaos. This was not their fault. They had always existed within a small circle. Detached from the powerful elite, and the lower strata of society would never dare to flirt with married women. However, men like this, with a hint of background, did not care about marital status. They often found flirting with married women even more thrilling. Nearby, security guards noticed the commotion and hurried over. Manager Wu, is there a problem here? They are not foolish. They are well aware of Wu Sheng's true character. Avaricious, lecherous, and utterly shameless. Countless young women have fallen prey to his sweet talk. Lured into his bed under the pretense of promises to marry them, that I end their quest to wed a wealthy man, some women willingly play along, oblivious to the fact that once he has finished his business, he will deny any commitment. Due to the formidable influence he wields, these women can only suffer in silence, their grievances unvoiced. Upon seeing Shang Wanyan and Zhou Ran, several guards quickly surmised the situation. Yet, even with the knowledge that it was Wu Sheng's fault, the guards feigned ignorance to preserve their well-paying jobs. Wu Sheng vehemently denied his earlier words, casting blame upon Gu Tian and his companions. These individuals, lacking VIP cards, attempted to force their way into the hall. When I kindly tried to dissuade them, they retaliated violently. Zhou Yu would not back down either. After all, the surveillance cameras overhead were equipped with microphones, capturing every utterance. Wu Sheng would find it far from easy to escape accountability. Nonsense. If you hadn't harassed my wife, would I have resorted to violence? The surveillance here has recorded everything. Wu Sheng smirked. Thinking that whether or not the cameras were operational was merely a matter of his word, he intended to make Zhou Yu pay a price. I'm afraid our surveillance system is malfunctioning. It wasn't he recording at all that the group of guards surrounded Zhou Yu and his companions, who were determined to protect his wife, fearful of inadvertently harming her. Gu Tian, however, remained composed, merely holding Shang Yun's hand. While out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Gu Qingfeng was merely a few meters away. Wu Sheng's lecherous gaze fixated on Shang Yun and Zhou Ran, utterly disregarding Gu Tian and Zhou Xiefeng. Believing he had the situation firmly in his grasp, take them away. Don't let them disrupt the business. You can have a leisurely chat with them. I'll handle these two women. Normally, this would indeed be the case. With 7 or 8 guards arriving, what could Gu Tian and Zhou Yu possibly do? He looked forward to seeing the expressions of these two women beneath him in a secluded place. Gu Qingfeng approached the guards from behind, patting their shoulders. Step aside, what is going on? Gu Tian spread his hands, his face still tinged with anger as he glared at Wu Sheng. That you're harassing my mother and your Aunt Zhou. Wu Sheng dismissed Gu Qingfeng, who radiated youthful energy in his athletic shoes, not even considering him a threat. That if you don't want to die, stay out of my way. I'll give you a chance. Clear the path now, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Gu Qingfeng had no desire to make things difficult for the guards. They were merely following orders. However, if they insisted on courting disaster, he would not intervene. The parking lot was hundreds of meters away from the restaurant's entrance, and Gu Tian and his companions had exited their Ferrari at the main entrance of Zetian Pavilion. The guards and Wu Sheng remained unaware of their vehicle. The guards were unmoved. They could not simply yield the path based on a single statement, or they would incur Wu Sheng's wrath. Seeing Gu Qingfeng disregard him and engage the guards in conversation, Wu Sheng's unbridled fury ignited. You really think too highly of yourself. Take them all away. Anyone who dares resist, beat them. The two young waitresses at the front desk, having witnessed the entire ordeal, couldn't help but sigh for Gu Qingfeng. Oh, that young man is so handsome. It's a shame he crossed Manager Wu. His fate will surely be dire. In this day and age, what good is it to be handsome? It's an era that values wealth. Lacking money and power is a sin, and encountering Wu Sheng is merely a stroke of bad luck. Yu Qingfeng chose not to say more, suddenly turning to face Wu Sheng, an invisible aura erupting forth. Sending Wu Sheng hurtling backward like a tattered sack, he landed with a thud, dizzy and spitting blood, as if his bones were disintegrating. The 7 or 8 guards were also knocked back by the overwhelming force, dazed and unable to regain control of their bodies. Let us go. After accomplishing all this, Gu Qingfeng strolled towards Zetian Pavilion as if nothing had happened, leaving Zhou Yu and his wife in shock. What was this? Was it truly a legendary instant defeat with a mere glance? The commotion drew the attention of several patrons within the establishment, all curious to discern what had transpired. The two waitresses gasped. Having been closest to the action, clearly seeing that Gu Qingfeng had merely glanced at Wu Sheng, it was as if they had been struck by a vehicle, sent flying by sheer force. Was this a scene from a martial arts film? You scoundrel, just wait. This isn't over. I will kill you. Wu Sheng roared in fury, his rage rendering him irrational as he writhed in pain on the ground. Gu Qingfeng had not dealt a fatal blow. Wu Sheng and the guards had only sustained superficial injuries. Though they were temporarily incapacitated, their lives were not in jeopardy. Gu Tian and his companions couldn't resist casting a few glances at the fallen figures, while Gu Qingfeng paid them no mind. Striding straight to the front desk, it was as if he had merely swatted away a few flies, utterly unconcerned. Please reserve a private room for us. The cost is of no consequence. The female cashier at the front desk stared at Gu Qingfeng in shock. He had just assaulted the son of a stakeholder and was still daring to come in for a meal. One wondered whether to commend his boldness or chastise his ignorance of the situation. "Sir, dining here requires a reservation. Without one, a VIP card is necessary." "How much for a VIP card?" "I would like one." The cashier smiled. She had always harbored a dislike for Wu Sheng, and Gu Qingfeng's actions were in perfect alignment with her sentiments that a one-time recharge of 200,000 grants you a VIP card. "Swipe the card. I'll take two." Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Qingfeng produced his bank card, leaving those around him to deem him utterly mad. How could he dare to apply for a card after offending the stakeholder's son? Did he not fear that he might secure a card but lose his life while dining? Gu Qingfeng dismissed the thoughts of others. In his eyes, Wu Sheng was hardly a figure of significance, a mere speck compared to his own stature. Acquiring the card was merely a convenience for his parents and Uncle Zhou for future dining occasions. The cashier's eyes sparkled. 2 VIP cards meant a substantial commission for her. In this small place called High Bay, it was her first encounter with someone who applied for 2 cards at once. She quickly agreed, her thoughts on whether Wu Sheng's father would still honor the card being far from her mind. Accepting the completed cards, Gu Qingfeng swaggered over to the sofa in the hall, while Gu Tian and Zhou Yu, perplexed, chose to sit beside him. With a smile in his eyes, Zhou Yu inquired, "Why did you apply for 2 cards? What are you planning to do sitting here? One for you and one for Dad. We're waiting for his reinforcements. It's better to frighten him all at once than to risk him causing us trouble while we're dining." Gu Qingfeng spoke with a nonchalant tone, while Zhou Yu couldn't help but feel differently. After such a long absence, Gu Qingfeng had returned with a drastically altered demeanor. Zhou Yu was not afraid of Wu Sheng. He merely feared that a scuffle might inadvertently harm his wife, so he intended for them to leave first. Gu Tian, noticing his concern, whispered a few words in his ear. Zhou Yu looked at Gu Qingfeng in astonishment, doubting that it could truly be as Gu Tian suggested. Nevertheless, he chose to trust Gu Tian. Wu Sheng, struggling, retrieved his phone. The screen shattered beyond recognition, yet it still managed to make calls. "Dad, come to Zitian Pavilion. There's a kid causing trouble, and he hit me that I invoked your name. And he said you're nothing but a joke. He wouldn't hesitate to strike even in your presence." On the other end, Wu Xiaofeng was engulfed in panic upon hearing that his son had been assaulted. As the sole heir of the Wu family, he had always indulged this child. He instructed Wu Sheng to ensure the guards protected him, assuring him he would arrive promptly. Upon learning that the guards had been taken down, his anxiety escalated, and he hurriedly gathered a few bodyguards and sped over. "You're finished. My dad will be here soon." And Wu Sheng, who was still intent on making a few more taunts, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his mouth. His left cheek immediately swelled, and a few teeth were expelled as he opened his mouth. Gu Qingfeng, with a beaming smile, gazed at Wu Sheng and calmly uttered, "Continue speaking." This scene left the onlookers utterly astonished. Everyone realized that it must have been Gu Qingfeng who had struck, yet none could fathom how he had accomplished it. He remained seated on the sofa, unperturbed, while the unmistakable imprint of a slap marred Wu Sheng's left cheek, with blood gushing from his mouth where teeth had been lost, in stark contrast to the others. Zhou Yu and Gu Tian's focus was markedly different. They were more shocked by Gu Qingfeng's unflinching demeanor despite having so thoroughly beaten Wu Sheng. This led them to wonder what experiences had altered Gu Qingfeng's character so dramatically. Indeed, Wu Sheng was a quintessential rich second-generation heir, yet he was no fool. He lay obediently on the ground, refraining from uttering another word. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly eerie as the diners paused to witness how Gu Qingfeng would resolve the situation. Wu Xiaofeng, not far from the scene, arrived within a mere 10 minutes, accompanied by over a dozen bodyguards clad in suits. These were seasoned fighters from underground boxing rings, procured at great expense, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary security personnel. Upon entering Zitian Pavilion, he spotted his son sprawled on the floor, his clothes disheveled and blood at the corner of his mouth. He rushed over to lift him up. Seeing his father arrive emboldened Wu Sheng, who staggered to his feet and pointed an accusatory finger at Gu Qingfeng and the others, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. However, as he opened his mouth, another wave of excruciating pain struck him, causing his right cheek to swell and forcing him to grimace and cry out in agony. Wu Xiaofeng wore an expression of confusion akin to that of the others. He was utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Gu Qingfeng cast a sidelong glance at him, nonchalantly inquiring, "Is he your son?" However, With years of experience in the business world, Wu Xiaofeng quickly regained his composure, realizing that he was facing an individual who dared to harm his son without fear of reprisal. Indeed, you know who I am, yet you still dare to lay a hand on my son. You are exceedingly arrogant, young man, utterly unaware of your own limitations. Qingfeng then turned his gaze towards the two women, his tone softening considerably. Aunt Zhou, how about we let today's incident pass without further escalation? The two women, having no desire to provoke further conflict, especially given Wu Sheng's severe beating, his face swollen like that of a pig, readily agreed to let the matter rest, stating they would not pursue the issue any further. This infuriated Wu Xiaofeng, who was beside himself with rage. How could they simply dismiss the brutalization of his son? After striking my son, you expect to let it go just like that? Qingfeng, uninterested in his ramblings, responded, very well. Let that lad come over to bow and apologize, and I shall overlook today's events. That Wu Xiaofeng was taken aback. The spectators were equally stunned. To be so thoroughly beaten and then required to apologize was an egregious affront. Yet, Qingfeng believed he was being merciful. Individuals like Wu Sheng, without a lesson, would never learn. Given the adeptness displayed today, it was likely that he had previously tormented countless women. Merely allowing him to live was already a stroke of fortune for him. Fuming with indignation, Wu Xiaofeng commanded his bodyguards to confront Qingfeng. Go, beat him to a pulp. If someone dies, I will take responsibility. Clutching his nearly unconscious son, he turned to exit, intending to rush him to the hospital. The bodyguards, cautious and perplexed by Wu Sheng's inexplicable slap, divided into groups, preparing to besiege Qingfeng. However, before they could advance, a series of dull thuds echoed behind them. Wu Xiaofeng felt a chill run down his spine, a foreboding sensation enveloping him. Is there no one else? You are utterly useless. I gave you a chance, but you failed. Qingfeng's voice, laced with amusement, reached his ears. Turning stiffly, Wu Xiaofeng was met with the sight of his bodyguard sprawled on the ground, motionless and unresponsive. Realizing he had encountered a formidable adversary, Wu Xiaofeng understood that anyone capable of dispatching 10 bodyguards in an instant was no ordinary individual. This rebellious child sought to ruin him. He was at least a high-level martial artist. Having suffered such humiliation today, he felt compelled to regain his honor or risk losing his standing in Hebei County. He pulled out his phone, dialing a number, while Qingfeng observed without interference, allowing him to finish the call. I will give you 10 minutes. If your associate does not arrive in that time, I will not wait. The hour was growing late, and Qingfeng had little patience for further delays. His boldness in striking without reservation stemmed from having restored his original appearance. He no longer feared others suspecting him to be Gogeta. Since returning to Earth, he had systematically disabled all nearby surveillance and recording devices before each confrontation, ensuring they remained inoperative for a time. However, that was no longer necessary. The appearance of an anime character in reality, transforming into an extraordinary fighter, was far easier to accept than the alternative. The diners present, each possessing a modicum of wealth or influence, were not the type to shy away from such spectacles. Instead of dispersing, they seemed invigorated, eager to witness how the situation would unfold. Minutes slipped by swiftly, and Qingfeng and his companions merely summoned the waiter, opting not to enter a private room, but to order in the main hall. With such a significant commotion having transpired, the restaurant manager arrived promptly, his face a mask of embarrassment as he glanced nervously at Wu Xiaofeng. Having no influential backing, his position as manager was solely due to his own merit. To serve Qingfeng would mean offending Wu Xiaofeng, a shareholder he could not afford to antagonize. Yet he also could not afford to offend Qingfeng. Did he not witness Wu Sheng's brutal treatment? Curiosity piqued among the surrounding patrons as they watched the manager grapple with his dilemma. Just as he was at a loss, a phone call interrupted, prompting a surge of frustration. Who would dare call at such an inopportune moment? Upon checking the caller ID, he was relieved to see it was the restaurant's major shareholder. His savior had arrived, he hastily answered, and upon recognizing Qingfeng, he eagerly acquiesced, instructing the kitchen staff to prepare an exquisite meal for him. Ensuring no foul play was involved to avoid the wrath of Wu Xiaofeng's associates. The manager personally oversaw the cooking process, ensuring everything was above board. Wu Xiaofeng, left utterly astonished, could hardly believe the audacity of this young man, daring to have the kitchen serve him. Did he not wish to continue working at Zetian Pavilion? Yet he dared not voice his objections, instead leaning against the door, awaiting assistance. Before long, the entrance of Zetian Pavilion reverberated with the sound of numerous engines, followed by synchronized footsteps that a familiar face appeared, flanked by a cadre of followers. Upon seeing him, Wu Xiaofeng felt as though he had encountered a beacon of hope. "Huge brother, I must trouble you once more. As long as you can handle this young man, I will pay any price." Wu Xiaofeng's eyes were bloodshot, his fists clenched tightly as he beheld his son's sorry state, the flames of hatred threatening to consume his reason. "Small problem. Is he not just a mere child? You are indeed a waste, incapable of managing a mere brat." Zhu Hu, recently chastised and stripped of dignity, was poised to make an example of someone when Wu Xiaofeng's call had come through. He arrived with dozens of followers, ready to assert dominance. However, the formidable Shun Lu did not arrive. Last time, he was thoroughly bested by Qingfeng and now lies in the hospital nursing his wounds. The guests could only find the situation amusing, desperately stifling their laughter, fearful of incurring Zhu Hu's wrath. Zhu himself was not severely injured, but his followers appeared more disheveled than Wu Xiaofeng, each bearing visible bruises. Although Qingfeng had refrained from delivering a lethal blow, these ordinary folk were nonetheless quite battered, fortunate that their injuries were merely superficial and would heal in time. Yet, to the discerning eye, it was evident that they had recently suffered a beating, which accounted for their disarray. While they found the scene humorous, curiosity also piqued as to who would dare strike Zhu Hu, the acknowledged underground emperor of Haibei. Suddenly, Zhu Hu's eyes lit up as he spotted Qingfeng seated beside the Tian couple, involuntarily shivering at the memory of that incredibly powerful, monstrous man, who, it seemed, was the offspring of these two individuals. Should he inadvertently offend that formidable figure again, his life would likely be at stake. With this thought in mind, Zhu Hu straightened his posture and approached the quartet of Qingfeng. His followers trailed behind him, while the unconscious Wu Sheng began to regain consciousness, his face swollen and body weak as he looked on. "You are doomed, boy. Having crossed me, you shall not leave Haibei alive." Wu Xiaofeng glared at Qingfeng, his heart still gripped by fear. Yet, he did not believe that Qingfeng would dare to confront Zhu Hu. Anyone who dared to emerge and provoke him would be met with retribution. If he could not handle this young man, he would become a laughingstock in the affluent circles of Haibei. Do you think this young man would dare to lay a hand on Zhu Hu? Certainly not. Zhu Hu operated with impunity, and few in Haibei would dare to provoke him. This young man indeed possessed some skill, though the means by which he had vanquished so many remained a mystery. Nevertheless, encountering Zhu Hu would only spell misfortune for him. The guests in the hall had little hope for Qingfeng. Zhu Hu was the undisputed ruler of this small county, and regardless of one's stature, all must pay him due respect upon entering Haibei. Zhu Hu did not even glance at Qingfeng, instead lowering his head to greet the Tian couple. "What brings you two here? Has that fellow surnamed Wu offended you?" Zhu Hu, fearing the consequences, deliberately distanced himself from the Wu surname. Having been deeply affected by the encounter with Qingfeng, his most formidable subordinate had been toyed with like a child in the presence of that man. Dozens of his underlings felled in an instant. With a skull that could not withstand a steel blade, Qingfeng appeared to him as a godly being, having navigated the treacherous waters of the underworld for many years. Zhu Hu understood profoundly that in the face of an opponent far superior to oneself, the only viable option is to keep one's distance. Yet, during their last meeting, Qingfeng's appearance had been that of Gogeta. Now, having reverted to his true visage, Zhu Hu found him unremarkable. Following the previous lesson, Zhu Hu had dispatched men to investigate Gu Tian's background, intending to steer clear in the future, only to learn that Qingfeng was his son, who had recently clashed with Li Jun. Had he known that the man seated before him was the very monster from the previous day, he would have lacked the courage to approach. Gu Tian recognized him as well, yet he was unaware of the subsequent events. Noticing Zhu Hu's courteous demeanor, he had no intention of making things difficult. "My son has been rather forward with your wife. I sought to downplay the situation, not wishing for my son to learn of it, lest it complicate matters for everyone." Upon hearing mention of his son, Zhu Hu's mind conjured the image of that man again. "Leave it to me. I shall provide you with an explanation, and you need not trouble that esteemed individual." Turning, he approached the bewildered Wu Xiaofeng, who was utterly confused by Zhu Hu's sudden courtesy. Even as a prominent figure in Hebei County, Zhu Hu had never regarded him highly, let alone treated him with such deference. Without warning, Zhu Hu raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Wu Sheng's face, swiftly following it with a kick that sent the still-dazed Wu Sheng tumbling to the ground. "Beat him to a pulp, you fool! If you wish to die, do not drag me down with you." The collection of underlings was equally perplexed by Zhu Hu's erratic behavior. Some had encountered Gu Qingfeng previously, but by the time they arrived, the Gu Tian couple had long departed. Thus, they were unaware of Zhu Hu's motivations. Wu Xiaofeng was taken aback, with his bodyguard unconscious. Should Zhu Hu's entourage inflict harm, his son might not survive the encounter. He hastily interjected, "Brother Hu, we had an agreement. I would provide you with that plot of land you desire, along with additional compensation for your assistance in dealing with this young M.A.T. this juncture." Compensation held little weight. No sum could entice him to encounter that man again. Provoking him would surely lead to his demise. And money meant nothing if one lacked the life to spend. Jiu Tian was similarly startled. He had intended to invoke Gu Qingfeng's name to intimidate Zhu Hu, but had not anticipated Zhu Hu's fearful reaction, ready to resort to violence to sever ties. Violence is unnecessary. Let him simply keep his mouth shut in the future. Qingfeng has already dealt with him. Zhu Hu ordered his men to stand down. Casting a surprised glance at Gu Qingfeng, there lay over a dozen individuals sprawled on the ground. Could it be that they were all felled by Gu Qingfeng alone? One ought to raise a son like Gu Qingfeng. How did mine turn out to be such a failure? Wu Sheng seethed with rage. Yet with Zhu Hu present, he could not afford to provoke this family any further, resigning himself to submission. "I apologize. I did not recognize the mighty figures before me, that I hope you can forgive my offense." Zhou Hui, not wishing to escalate matters, accepted Wu Sheng's apology and had no desire to pursue the issue further. Shang Guanyun, however, harbored a deep disdain for Wu Sheng, not merely due to his attempts to coerce her, but also because of his seasoned methods, suggesting he had likely caused distress to many virtuous women in the past. Coming from a prominent family, her discerning eye could see through his character, yet with so many evildoers in the world, she did not wish to involve herself further, with the responses from both parties received. The Wu father and son hurriedly departed, anxious that the others might change their minds. Yu Qingfeng had initially not intended to let them go so easily, yet the intense hatred that flickered in Wu Sheng's eyes during his apology did not escape his notice. However, he chose not to comment further and allowed the pair to flee. Zhu Hu cautiously regarded Gu Tian, retrieving a business card from his pocket. "Well, since all is well, I shall take my leave. Here is my number. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to reach out." Jiu Qingfeng held a certain appreciation for Zhu Hu. A wise man knows when to yield, acknowledging his own limitations in the face of Gu Qingfeng. This fellow had promptly sought to ingratiate himself with his family. He showed no concern for the previous lesson, not allowing pride to lead him to his own demise. Jiu Qingfeng had anticipated Zhu Hu might attempt to strike at his parents' absence, but had underestimated him. Gu Tian hesitated to accept Zhu Hu's card, glancing at Gu Qingfeng for guidance. Jiu Qingfeng nodded. More allies could only prove beneficial, and in the grand scheme, there was no deep-seated animosity at play. Gu Tian finally accepted the card, and Zhu Hu's face brightened with delight. Should he be able to ally himself with Gu Qingfeng, he would not merely dominate Hebei, but would also have the confidence to infiltrate the underworld of the capital. For years, his inability to expand his influence beyond Hebei had stemmed from a lack of support. With only Qingfeng at his side, he could barely manage the local scene. Yet in a larger city, warriors of his caliber were abundant, and as an outsider without powerful allies, he could not establish a foothold. As the dishes were served one after another, the group reunited after a long separation. Gu Tian and Zhou Yu indulged heartily, drinking to their heart's content. Typically, Shang Guanyun and Zhou Hui maintained strict oversight, but today, in light of the joyous occasion, they chose to relax their standards. Zhou Yu, his face flushed, regarded Gu Qingfeng with a knowing look. Having grown up watching him, Zhou Yu understood Gu Qingfeng's character well that I truly do not know what you have been through. Your return reveals a complete transformation. It seems you have endured considerable hardship. Gu Qingfeng paused, then offered a faint smile. Enduring hardship is one way to put it. When I first traversed into this realm, I wandered through various dimensions in search of a path home. Before joining the chat group, he had faced endless loneliness, devoid of family or friends. Yet, it is no great matter. Everything is in the past. Have you not noticed? You have changed entirely from the person you once were. This statement was uttered in unison by Gu Tian and Zhou Yu, their tone remarkably calm, devoid of any signs of intoxication. However, after their declaration, both Gu Tian and Zhou Yu ceased to elaborate further and resumed their drinking. Gu Qingfeng, akin to a perplexed monk, pondered whether his transformation had truly been so significant. Surely, if others possessed powers that transcended the divine, they too would behave similarly. But he consoled himself with the thought that he had not descended into the depths of becoming a senseless killer. Uncle Zhou, I have purchased a villa in the residential area. You and Aunt Zhou should move in with us, he announced. Zhou Hui, who was in the midst of enjoying her meal, doubted her hearing. What exactly was Xiao Feng up to? Just moments ago, he had spent 400,000 on a card, and now he claimed to have acquired a villa. Nevertheless, Zhou Hui instinctively declined, stating, We are accustomed to living in the old house. Suddenly moving there would be too much to adapt to the lifestyle of the affluent. Just as Gu Qingfeng was about to persuade her otherwise, Zhou Yu, who was sipping his drink, interjected, All right, no problem. We will tidy up and move over. Seeing her husband acquiesce, Zhou Hui felt it inappropriate to refuse any further. The five of them continued drinking until midday, by which time Gu Tian and Zhou Yu had nearly lost their ability to move. The owner of Zetian Pavilion made a sudden visit, and upon seeing her, Gu Qingfeng understood why. Despite having offended Wu Sheng, the front desk would still serve him. The owner was none other than the enigmatic woman he had encountered in the residential area, and Gu Qingfeng was genuinely surprised to discover that Zetian Pavilion was her enterprise. Noticing that Gu Tian and Zhou Yu were inebriated, she proactively invited the four of them to a private room upstairs to rest. Gu Qingfeng did not refuse. It would be troublesome if they vomited in the car on the way home. Thus, he entrusted his mother and Aunt Zhou to look after the two men, allowing the women to wait downstairs while he seized the opportunity to converse with this intriguing woman. Just after he had settled the two men, he had not yet exited the room when a notification popped up in the chat group. Gu is now in the chat. The rejection marriage villain has joined the chat. The book-loving ghoul. The names of the two newcomers are quite amusing. Why is the Gu being boiled into soup? And is the second newcomer a villain by any chance? You also want to dance? I too am curious about why one would want to be boiled into soup, and I wonder about the strength of the newcomers. The serpent holder who beat Seiya. They don't seem like our opponents. Their names are quite ordinary. Perhaps they're just regular humans. The Grim Reaper elementary student. As an ordinary person, I truly apologize to everyone. I feel insulted. The white horse with a silver spear fighting against 1,000 armies. Gathering together is fate. Strength is not important. What matters is helping each other. Zhao Yun, known for his loyalty and courage, always disregarded status based on strength and stepped forward to ease the tension. The Ice Queen is death. The weak do not qualify to be my friends. They would be better off as my subservient servants. The Gu is now in the chat. What is happening? Why is there such a thing popping up just after joining the victory team? Is this a communication device exclusive to the victory team? The rejection marriage villain. Damn, you scared me. So my golden finger is this chat group. I seek support from the esteemed seniors. Tony the heartthrob. Stop with the lovey-dovey nonsense. We have visitors in the group. ASM manager. You should have introduced yourself. All you do is talk about romance. Seeking to hug a thigh. I've arrived. Haven TI. Why are you rushing? If you're so amazing, go tag the big shots and let them speak. Tony the heartthrob. Are you only going for the easy targets? I'm going mad looking for trouble with the big shots. This death, on the other hand, was much simpler, not like Yun Yao who complained. Her speech was straightforward and clear. Fire fist ace. 3 seconds later, I'm coming over for a one-on-one. The World Destroyer. Another day of successfully courting death. There is no man in this world who enjoys courting death more than Tony. Absolutely none. Upon glancing at the newcomers' names, the Gu was already quite familiar. Who hasn't he turned in a light during their childhood? However, This rejection marriage villain was quite the enigma. That famed fire-wielding youth was not even a villain, seeking to hug a thigh. I'm not familiar with the second group member either. As for the first one, I guess you must be Dagu, right? You're Diga Ultraman, correct? Dagu is now in the chat. What the heck? What is Ultraman? Seeking to hug a thigh. It seems you haven't encountered the pyramid yet. Soon you will come across a pyramid that houses 3 ancient giants, and you will awaken one of them with your own radiance. The administrator, seeking to hug a thigh, uploaded the worldview of Diga Ultraman. Yin Yao then took it upon herself to explain the function of the chat group to the 2 new members, providing them with some insights. The rejection marriage villain. I know about this. I feel like I'm doomed. The more I look, the more I feel this body is destined to be trampled underfoot by the female protagonist. I ask there anyone who can offer me some advice? The book-loving ghoul. Are you really going to die just after entering the group? No worries. The group has ways to resurrect you. If you die, you can just come back to life. The rejection marriage villain. Qingfeng was equally perplexed by what this was. He couldn't recall any notable figures with such a name. The strongest in the dimension. Rejection marriage protagonist. First come to terms with yourself, newcomer. The rejection marriage villain. Damn, with a snap of the fingers. Stars are extinguished, and with a wave of the hand, the universe erupts. How did someone like this get into the chat group? The strongest in the dimension. It seems you know a bit about me. Young and Qingfeng found that this fellow had a distinctly modern vibe. Could he possibly be another traveler? The rejection marriage villain. I'm a traveler, having crossed over to the land of mages, where the people cultivate magic, devoid of fighting energy or cultivation. Only extravagant magical attacks exist. I became the eldest son of the strongest family in this land, possessing astonishing talent from a young age. However, upon my arrival, I discovered that this body had just been rejected in marriage a few days prior. You also want to dance? What is this crossing thing? Is it akin to traversing the universe like us? The rejection marriage villain. It's somewhat similar. However, in my case, I died, and my soul entered another universe, inhabiting the body of a deceased individual, granting him a second chance at life. The Grim Reaper elementary student. I find it truly hard to comprehend your world. People can die and still end up in another universe, seeking to hug a thigh. Rejection marriage villain. Have I been infused with fluids today? Can you guess what fluids I received? The rejection marriage villain. Finally. I've encountered a relative from Earth. Are you also a traveler? My universe has long been occupied, and even if I were ill, I wouldn't have the chance to receive fluids, seeking to hug a thigh. I thought we were in the same universe. It seems you are not from my dimension. The rejection marriage villain. The Earth in my domain was overrun by zombies years ago. Beyond the capital S protective zone is a wasteland teeming with the undead. Yin Yao recalled the zombie universe she had traversed, which aligned precisely with what the newcomer described. The strongest in the dimension, the strongest family, and then you were rejected in marriage. Why was that? The rejection marriage villain. The original owner of this body was a fool. His fiancée, he was both beautiful and exceptionally talented. He simply wanted to avoid marriage and play around with other women for a few more years before he unceremoniously called off the engagement. The world destroyer. That shouldn't have scared you this much. It's just a marriage rejection. But didn't you say your family was the strongest? The rejection marriage villain. It was indeed so, but my fiancée, who was exceptionally talented from a young age, inexplicably saw a drastic decline in her magical prowess a few years ago. That on the day of the engagement's cancellation, she angrily proclaimed, 30 years in the East. 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate a young girl in poverty. This is undoubtedly a protagonist template. I can already tell I will be the stepping stone for her as she rises to success, only to be slapped in the face by her later. Upon hearing this, Qingfeng and Yin Yao understood. Good heavens, this woman would undoubtedly stage a comeback soon. Either she would fall off a cliff and gain unparalleled skills, or she would possess a magical ring. You also want to dance? This must be what they refer to as the destined child, akin to that golden-haired show-off in our world. The rejection marriage villain. Should I send her some cultivation potions to seek her forgiveness? Tony the heartthrob. What is so difficult about this? She is quite beautiful. Just pursue her, and you'll reach the pinnacle of life. She is currently going through a tough time. You could seize the opportunity to win her heart. True to his reputation as a notorious playboy, his ideas were distinctly different from the rest. The rejection marriage villain. but the original owner of this body just called off the engagement a few days ago. Wouldn't it seem strange if I were to fawn over her now, seeking to hug a thigh? So, do you want to be beaten up every day in the future, or do you want to save face? The wedding cancellation antagonist. As a member of the strongest family in this dimension, you ought to realize that even if she is the destined child, she is not to be feared. Moreover, it remains uncertain whether she can stage a comeback. Have you not considered sending someone to eliminate her while you still can? The wedding cancellation antagonist. That foolish individual actually took action. But all his men perished, while that woman remained unscathed. He forsakes a fiancée as beautiful as a celestial maiden to indulge in debauchery with some gaudy harlot. Truly, he is a complete fool. The strongest in the dimension. Bring some healing potions and elixirs for cultivation. Just claim you fear that the two of them together may invite rumors that you're trying to elevate your family status. I can only feign compliance to spare you the scrutiny of public opinion. Seeking support. The boss plays the game so skillfully, managing to discard such a heavy burden in an instant. I hope he is not also a scoundrel. The wedding cancellation antagonist. Indeed, with so many miraculous elixirs at my disposal, this is precisely the moment to utilize them. Esteemed friends, I shall take my leave for now. The most malevolent fairy. He is indeed a scoundrel, utterly despicable, the strongest in the dimension. How can you label me a scoundrel? You cannot simply slander me without cause. At this moment, Tony Stark, bored and restless, glimpsed the conversation between the two and was poised to defend the boss's honor. However, someone in the group preemptively halted him. The Grim Reaper elementary student. Tony is not fickle. Do not provoke him. Let them hurl insults at one another without consequence. But should you dare to assist one in berating the other, you will surely find yourself on the receiving end of a beating. Tony is not fickle. How do you know what I intend to do? The Grim Reaper elementary student. Who in the group is unaware of your penchant for courting disaster? You seize every opportunity for recklessness. And if none presents itself, you create one. Conan's retorts left Tony speechless, for Conan spoke the truth, and he had no counter-argument. The great ancient soup. I have encountered the pyramid. Do ancient giants dwell within? Melba and Golzin are approaching this way. Seeking support. What should I do next? Seeking support. I am uncertain. I only recall the general plot, having long forgotten the details. Perhaps you should charge in and engage the two monsters in combat. The Great Ancient Soup. This is a patrol aircraft, equipped with merely some minor weaponry. How am I to combat such a colossal beast? Fire Fistace. I have yet to witness such a monster. Why not stream it live for us to enjoy? If things go awry, we can come to your aid. Tony is not fickle. Indeed, what is there to fear? Simply a larger physique, if all else fails. Ram it with an aircraft that I have dealt with monsters over 7 or 8 meters tall before. Ice Queen is death. Kneel before me. Such trifling creatures are beneath my notice, since Yin Yao only provided a cursory introduction to the worldview of the Great Ancient. Mentioning only that the monsters were somewhat large without further elaboration, everyone in the group presumed they posed no significant threat. The strongest in the dimension. Tony is not fickle. Have you ever faced a monster over 50 or 60 meters tall? Tony Stark nearly toppled from his office chair. Had Yin Yao not merely stated they were somewhat large? Does somewhat large truly encompass dozens of meters? The strongest in the dimension. Ice Queen is death. Do not underestimate them. These monsters are on an entirely different level compared to those in your world. What you faced, though larger, could be harmed by even a slightly sharp blade. What the Great Ancient must confront, however, is impervious even to mortars and aerial bombardments. Fire Fistace. So, once the Great Ancient transforms into a giant, he will possess the capability to defeat them, correct? This implies he will soon become the strongest in the group aside from the boss. Qingfeng pondered, uncertain of Digga's combat prowess. After all, the three riders each had differing interpretations of Digga's abilities. If one were to adhere to the lowest standard, Digga would merely be on par with an ordinary Ultra, making it uncertain if he could triumph over Uchiha Obito. Yet according to the latest depiction, Digga's powerful form could rival the Supreme Gaia, likely placing him at the peak of ordinary Ultras, rendering Uchiha Obito no match for him. Ultimately, it depended on which version of Digga was being referenced. Seeking support. I do not know, but he is certainly stronger than us. Whether he can contend with a Beto, I cannot say. Do you also wish to dance? Once I am resurrected, I shall have time to spar with the newcomers, but only after I have completed my own tasks and assisted the little ones in vanquishing their foes. Group member The Great Ancient Soup initiated a live stream. The Great Ancient Soup. Is it truly possible to stream within this chat group? I see no prior mention of it. Seeking support. Of course. This is a fundamental feature, though people typically only stream when prompted by the group. However, everyone is quite curious about those monsters. The Grim Reaper elementary student. Perhaps we should find a way to rescue the Great Ancient first. He is being relentlessly pursued by a monster, with no escape in sight. Fire Fist Ace. Before we even consider whether he could defeat the monster, it is crucial to note that the chat group does not permit altering the historical progression of other universes before a mission is issued. The most malevolent fairy. I do not perceive any issue. Observing the Great Ancient's adept piloting skills, he should remain safe for the time being. Fire Fist Ace. However, should he be attacked by a monster, falling from such a height would leave an ordinary person like the Great Ancient with no chance of survival. The Great Ancient Soup. That is certainly true. I pilot with exceptional steadiness. A crash is impossible. I am renowned for my speed and flying. Qingfeng mused that the Great Ancient had unwittingly set himself up for disaster. According to an anonymous source, over half of the crashes in the entirety of Digga series were related to the Great Ancient. He was affectionately dubbed the Prince of Crashes, the strongest in the dimension. Is it possible to crash so swiftly? In a live stream, the Great Ancient, brimming with confidence, gestured towards another aircraft in the distance. Displaying great trust in his teammates, the Great Ancient Soup. Shinjo is also aboard. He is our ace pilot. With him here, we can restrain one of the monsters. Qingfeng felt that revealing the truth might dishearten the Great Ancient. Yet he was eager to witness his reaction to impending misfortune. The strongest in the dimension. Allow me to share a tidbit with you. Tony is not fickle. Why do I sense that the Great Ancient is destined for trouble? Every time the boss speaks like this, someone ends up in dire straits. The Great Ancient, too, was curious about what the group's acknowledged strongest member wished to convey, quickly increasing the distance from Golzon on the ground. Attentively awaiting Qingfeng's words, the strongest in the dimension. Prepare for a crash. If you are alone, the likelihood of encountering a monster and crashing is 90%. However, if you share an aircraft with Shinjo, the probability of crashing is nearly 100%. The Great Ancient Soup. That cannot be. Shinjo has never crashed, and surely it cannot be that exaggerated. The strongest in the dimension. The Great Ancient equals an exceptional pilot. Shinjo equals an exceptional pilot. Together, they form a crash duo. The Great Ancient nearly lost his grip on the control stick. Could it be that he was truly destined for such misfortune? He began to contemplate whether he should intentionally avoid teaming up with Shinjo in the future. Seeking support. I recall that the Great Ancient has had moments without crashing, perhaps 1 or 2 instances where he safely landed after defeating a monster. The Bookish Ghoul. Why only 1 or 2 times without incident? The Great Ancient before the camera also sought to understand. Had it not been said that he was perpetually crashing? What of those 1 or 2 instances? Perhaps he could learn something to utilize later. In the group, everyone awaited Qingfeng's answer. Curiosity piqued. The strongest in the dimension, because during those 2 instances he was teamed up with Rina. When paired with his future wife, he undoubtedly pilots with exceptional steadiness. The Grim Reaper elementary student. Is this the power of love? Qingfeng himself was curious as well. Why did the Great Ancient never crash when teamed with Rina? This was a question he had pondered while watching Digga before, but had never found an answer. Thus, he could only conclude that the Great Ancient prioritized romance over friendship. Tony is not fickle. Did Yin Yao not mention earlier that the Great Ancient was initially just a delivery person? How did he manage to enter your country's defense organization? The Great Ancient Soup. I took a backdoor route. It was quite smooth sailing. The Serpent of the Zodiac. How can you speak of such a shameless act so brazenly? The Great Ancient Soup. What is shameless about this? At that time, I was unfamiliar with the front entrance and inadvertently stumbled upon the back. Thus, I entered through there. Tony is not fickle. Truly. You took the back door. The Bookish Ghoul. I believe the Great Ancient is deliberately saying this to mislead us. World's destroyer. Agree. +1. You also want to dance? Agree. +1. White horse with silver spear battling a million troops. Agree. +1. Dagu stewing soup. This monster is closing in on me more and more. I seek the embrace of a strong ally. How can I transform into that giant? Dear Administrator, Gorzin, seeing he couldn't catch up, simply abandoned him and headed towards the 3 stone statues within the pyramid that if he didn't act soon, it would be too late, seeking the embrace of a strong ally. Well, you don't have the divine light staff now either. I've long forgotten how you fused with the goose stewing soup. For heaven's sake, don't falter at such a critical moment. One of the statues has already been destroyed. Tony the Unfaithful. I can't help but say a word or two after hearing this. UVE remembered all the useless details, yet the most important thing, how to transform. You've forgotten? Yin Yao feels quite wronged. How many girls watch Digga with such attention? She had long forgotten the intricacies of that first transformation. Seeking the embrace of a strong ally. I'm just a little girl. I've done well just to have watched it. How could I possibly remember all the details so clearly? Death God elementary student. The strongest in the dimension. Surely you must have a way, right? The strongest in the dimension. This is simple. Dagu should fly a helicopter and let Gorzin smack him. Fire fist ace. That doesn't sound too difficult. Dagu stewing soup. Indeed, it sounds simple, but it's a bit reckless. Dagu suddenly felt that these 2 administrators were increasingly unreliable. One had forgotten, while the other suggested he seek death. Would there be any hope left after Gorzin slapped him? From such a close distance during a plane crash, without any leverage in the air, wouldn't that just make Gorzin a living target? The strongest in the dimension. No worries, just let him slap you. During the crash, you'll be in danger, and your body, lacking ancient genes, will activate, allowing you to merge with Digga. Qingfeng's reasoning was sound, and Dagu had no better alternative. He could only choose to fight to the death. Though it was his first time seeing such a statue, it evoked a sense of familiarity that he could not ignore. Meanwhile, the private chat window of Conan chimed with a message. The most malevolent spirit. How did you know Qingfeng has a solution? Death God elementary student. Just a guess. With your power, there must be a way to resolve it. Conan did not speak the whole truth. He indeed suspected Qingfeng could solve it, but not for that reason. Last time, Qingfeng had been so eager to return home that he forcibly brought Men Yashur to the villain's stronghold without facing any penalties from the chat group. It should be noted that the chat group had long warned that without a mission, no one was allowed to cause large-scale disruptions to the flow of history. Yet this rule had no effect on Qingfeng. The chat group turned a blind eye to his actions. Perhaps others did not notice, but as the member with the sharpest logical reasoning in the chat group, Conan had long discovered this detail. However, fearing to offend the chat group and risking expulsion, he decided to keep this matter to himself and confide in no one. Kurumi was curious how he knew, but Conan merely deflected, claiming it was just a passing remark, and Kurumi could only abandon her questioning. In the group livestream, Dagu charged fiercely at Gorzin, predictably being smacked away as the plane crashed. His form transformed into countless beams of light, merging with the giant statue to world's destroyer. Let us witness the power of the light giant who saves the world. He was hailed as the world's destroyer. From Yun Yao's messages, he learned that Dagu was revered as the light giant who saves the world. Having defeated countless terrifying foes, even formidable enemies capable of dragging the entire earth into darkness fell before him, earning him the title of Invincible Superman. Men Yashur was quite interested in Digga, and similarly, as a powerful character in Naruto, Uchiha Madara shared the same sentiment. The giant awakened, its body exhibiting hues of red, purple, and white, rising majestically from the ground, its form strikingly elongated, creating no sense of discord. Currently entangled with New City's flying swallow, Melba let out a ferocious roar and dove from the sky to attack Digga. Digga executed a stylish high kick, sending Melba flying away, while the slower Gorzin's attack came too late. Digga stood firm, absorbing the punch directly, his right arm swinging out fiercely, causing Gorzin's massive body to stagger backward repeatedly. Tony the Unfaithful. Wow, that's impressive. This is way cooler than my Iron Man suit. Madara, observing the clash, pondered whether he could achieve such a level by activating his complete Susanoo. Yet Madara ultimately conceded that if it were him, he might hold his own against 2 foes, but it would be impossible to repel them so effortlessly. Fire Fist Ace. Dagu is indeed something else. Why do I feel like he's become a different person? He gives me the impression of reigning supreme. In truth, it wasn't just him. Others in the group felt the same, especially Yin Yao, who was privy to the plot, seeking the embrace of a strong ally, the strongest in the dimension. Why do I feel something is off? Shouldn't Digga need to transform to defeat them? How does he already possess overwhelming strength in this combined form? Qingfeng speculated that perhaps this was not the universe they had witnessed. It could very well be a parallel universe. This Digga clearly exceeded normal parameters. The aura emanating from him should belong to the true Digga. It was Dagu's first transformation, and he surely wasn't familiar with Digga's abilities. It seemed the genes within him had awakened a fragment of the true Digga's consciousness, putting him in a situation of acting as a substitute. The strongest in the dimension. It should be an enhanced Digga. But Melba seems a bit off. Take a closer look at his body. Qingfeng's words drew the attention of others, as they beheld the enormous body of Melba, enveloped in black mist, with faint black patterns emerging on its surface. Melba charged once more, but this time, the target was not Digga, but the grounded Gorzend. Melba's speed surged, and with a single dash, he descended from hundreds of meters to the ground, biting into Gorzend's neck. An unknown black substance entered Gorzend's body through Melba, causing changes within him. In the blink of an eye, black patterns appeared on his form, giving him a more ferocious appearance, with his eyes turning pitch black. Digga remained motionless, the crystal atop his head radiating red light, while his body underwent a transformation, becoming entirely enveloped in frills were involved. Both monsters and Digga collided with each other, with the speedster Melba recklessly adopting a strategy of trading injuries. As the now powerful Digga engaged, his strength had significantly increased, yet he no longer held the overwhelming advantage he had previously displayed. The battle became evenly matched, and as time progressed, Digga gradually found himself at a disadvantage. The chat group issued a mission: assist Digga in defeating the Melba and Gorzend, both of whom had been corrupted by darkness. Mission difficulty: Level 6. Dagu stewing soup. I think everyone should come help me. I'm about to be pounded to death by these two monsters. Why are my opponents so strong right after I transformed? Shouldn't I have started with two weaker foes to practice against? The strongest in the dimension. They are indeed meant to be your practice opponents. But it seems there has been a slight complication. They have been corrupted by dark power, making them significantly stronger than normal. Regarding the situation, he was at a loss. Both the initial overwhelming power of Digga and the monster's mutations had deviated from the original plot, seeking the embrace of a strong ally. Everyone, don't rush to take the mission. First, see who needs the points the most. Only 4 people can go. Yin Yao's words were understood by all. In Dagu's battle group, no one could intervene except for Madara, while everyone else was on a completely different power level. This mission, to put it plainly, was merely a chance to accumulate points. After all, with Qingfeng around, points had myriad uses, so it was better to allocate the limited members who could go. You also want to dance. I won't be going. I forfeit this opportunity. The points given by the big boss are enough for my revival, and you all need to enhance your strength as well. One of the strongest beings in the group. Second only to Qingfeng, Ban contemplated and ultimately decided to relinquish the opportunity to others, seeking support. I too find myself in a similar situation. I have no immediate use for the points. Upon returning to my homeland, the system did not compel me to return to the zombie universe. The points I possess are sufficient to enhance my strength. Earth poses little danger, especially with the presence of a formidable figure here. The destroyer of worlds. I share the same sentiment. While accumulating points is indeed gratifying, the rewards are rather meager and offer minimal enhancement to my abilities. Thus, I shall leave them for you. Min Sure is inclined to participate, yet the bounty points are not substantial, and when divided among 4 individuals, they amount to little. The distribution of additional reward points is based on task contributions. Every time, Qingfeng secures a swift victory, while they manage only a mere 10 to 20,000 points, which are of little significance to him. After a round of discussions, it was ultimately decided that Tony Stark, Hiku Hina, and Idagawa Conan would embark on the mission. Tony's strength is modest, and the bounty points would significantly benefit his abilities, while Conan, being an ordinary human, is even less capable. Hina is relatively weak within the world of ghouls. Thus, acquiring some points to bolster her strength would also help her avoid being slain by humans or other ghouls. The strongest in the dimensions accepts the mission. The book-loving ghoul accepts the mission. Tony, the unfaithful one, accepts the mission. The Shinigami Elementary student accepts the mission. While they deliberated, Dagu found himself in a dire predicament, having initially thought he was rising to prominence, only to be thoroughly overwhelmed. As he transformed into light to revive Digga, an inexplicable consciousness took control of his body, indicating that he was not the one fighting. It is highly probable that it was the consciousness of Digga himself, which allowed him to effortlessly repel two monsters. However, once Melba succumbed to darkness, that consciousness transformed into a stronger form and subsequently vanished. The control of his body reverted back to him, which explains why. Despite having transformed into a strong form, he performed even worse than in his composite form, continually being pressed by the two monsters at AKT that moment. His condition worsened, and he was on the verge of reverting to human form when suddenly a figure darted through the sky and collided with the monsters, delivering a decisive blow that pierced through goals in Melba's body. Yet their colossal size rendered such wounds inconsequential. Nevertheless, this singular attack caused their movements to halt, and a radiant golden light erupted from within them, rapidly engulfing the two monsters in the blink of an eye. Mission accomplished. The bounty points totaled 60,000, with each group member receiving 15,000 points. In just 1 second, the additional reward point for the strongest in the dimensions amounted to 100 million points, while the Shinigami Elementary student, Tony the Unfaithful, and the book-loving ghoul each received 30,000 points. Fire Fist Ace. As expected, it was yet another swift victory. The disparity in size is utterly irrelevant before a powerhouse. Silver Spear White Horse, with a fraction of the power of that formidable entity. I could also revive the Han Dynasty and serve my country with loyalty. Ice Queen is death. I truly cannot comprehend how such a monstrous individual exists. Is there truly anyone capable of defeating him? Serpent Holder who thrashes Seiya. The deities of our world possess the potential to create universes, but if we were to encounter that powerhouse, it remains uncertain who would prevail. Seeking support. It is of little consequence. While the gods of your world are indeed powerful, in comparison to the Great One, I still hold greater faith in him. Those secondary ordinary primary gods need not even be mentioned. Even the mightiest primary god, the Sun God, would likely find it exceedingly difficult to contend with the Great One, the most malevolent elf. Are gods truly ranked? Is there such a vast difference among them? Seeking support. How should one perceive it? If a secondary god were to engage in battle with a primary god, a mere casual strike would likely suffice to eliminate him. Serpent Holder who thrashes Seiya. I am a saint of the goddess Athena, who guards love and peace. Athena is one of the primary gods, governing war and wisdom. Seeking support. As for your subsequent developments, I am rather oblivious to matters concerning deities. However, I've come to realize one thing: the significance of finding a good man. Yin Yao had long forgotten the plot of the saints. After all, no one could defeat Athena, and Seiya, as a mere human, could hardly contend with anyone. Doggedly devoted, the sycophant ends up with everything. Serpent Holder who thrashes Seiya. We exist solely to protect the goddess and harbor no other sentiments. Sarna fights for Athena. This is the fate of the saints, and she has always believed thus. Dagu stood in bewilderment, as did the new city pilot in his fighter jet, utterly confounded by the situation. Out of nowhere emerged two gigantic monsters, followed by a towering humanoid figure, whose combat prowess seemed inconsequential. From whence did this man appear, to deliver a single blow that felled them? Am I perhaps dreaming? Could the recent stress have induced hallucinations? Dagu also reverted to human form, clutching the divine baton formed from concentrated light. Hina's eyes sparkled with admiration. She found Qingfeng to be extraordinarily handsome, as he had arrived in his own visage this time. Unlike the aloof and imposing demeanor of Gogeta, Qingfeng exuded a warm and approachable aura. During their last encounter, Hina had been too intimidated to speak, as Gogeta had cast a considerable shadow over her. In an odd tone, Hina remarked, "Big brother, you are so impressive. If only I were as strong as you, my parents would not have perished. In response, Conan could only offer a dismissive chuckle. Even if he possessed Hina's abilities, he would not have faced such relentless pursuit from the Dark Organization. Qingfeng gently ruffled Hina's hair, saying nothing further. Unbeknownst to anyone, a glimmer of blue light emanated from his palm, entering Hina's body. Dagu approached, expressing his gratitude to Qingfeng. Without his timely intervention, he would likely have perished moments ago. Thank you. Your arrival was incredibly timely. Had you arrived even a moment later, I would have been finished. Qingfeng surveyed his surroundings, emanating an aura that disrupted the spatial integrity of their location, keen on remaining undiscovered. The pyramid ruins lay hidden within the deep mountains, devoid of any surveillance equipment, with no living beings nearby. After disrupting the space, satellites would fail to detect their presence here. Not at all. But have you contemplated your next course of action? Dagu paused, caught off guard. What was he to do? Wasn't the monster defeated? Despite knowing Dagu's character, Qingfeng still felt compelled to inquire if anyone could genuinely resist the allure of power. You have the ability to transform into a giant. This is a feat that only you can accomplish worldwide. You could easily wield that power to dominate the entire earth. Dagu scratched his head, clearly taken aback by Qingfeng's words that I harbor no interest in ruling the earth. Since heaven has bestowed upon me strength, I shall use it to protect others, not to fulfill my own selfish desires. Qingfeng murmured to himself, the mindset of a true protagonist, embodying selflessness. Are you not the same? You have always fought to protect humanity. The others in the group have spoken of the assistance you provide them. When Dagu uttered this statement, his expression was one of sheer conviction. He believed that the strong exist to fight for the weak. Qingfeng, however, erupted into hearty laughter, his mirth growing louder. I do not possess your noble resolve, nor do I fight for others. Dagu remained unconvinced. Did you not come to save me? Surely, there resides a sense of justice in your heart. I am unlike you. I only save those within my capacity. I help you solely for the points, though I must admit, I do admire you. Qingfeng's words were a blend of truth and pretense. He did not view himself as a savior, nor did he harbor an interest in saving the world. His assistance to the group stemmed merely from familiarity with the characters, evoking a sense of kinship. Were he to encounter figures like Danzo or Akainu, he would likely obliterate them, let alone offer assistance. He held a genuine appreciation for Dagu's character, seeing him as a quintessential protagonist. However, he had no desire to become such a person, for life had grown too burdensome. Even knowing that people were not worthy of protection, he would still expend every ounce of his being to safeguard them. Though he was invincible across the myriad realms, he had not conceived any lofty ideals. He remained as he had always been, focused solely on protecting those dear to him, leaving the task of saving the world to others. Dagu was also perplexed. This individual was not what he had envisioned. While he did not entirely agree with Qingfeng's perspective, he refrained from voicing further objections, acknowledging that everyone held different beliefs. As Idagwa Conan gazed at the sky, the ominous darkness cast by the two monstrous beings had once again transformed into a brilliant blue. The glasses glinted under the sun, reflecting dazzling rays, as he turned to Qingfeng and inquired, if memory serves me right, those two beasts were consumed by darkness, which is why they became so ferocious. But what kind of formidable darkness could corrupt such colossal creatures? Qingfeng himself was uncertain. This scenario had not occurred in the original storyline, where Golzin merely evolved into Flame Golzin, gaining immense power. Who could have predicted that this darkness was a different matter altogether? When darkness was mentioned, the first entity that sprang to his mind within the worldview of Diga was the dark overlord Gogeta. Perhaps it is the work of your greatest future adversary, he mused, that fellow possesses considerable strength. Tony Stark, ever the spectator relishing the spectacle, patted Dagu on the shoulder with a feigned expression of indignation on his face. So, Dagu, upon your transformation, it appears you faced no minor foes to gain experience, but were instead thrust in a battle against a major boss. Brother, you are indeed unfortunate. This remark struck a chord deep within Dagu. In gaming, even novices enjoyed a grace period, yet here he was, so woefully deprived. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hino Shirori observed Tony Stark's demeanor and couldn't help but express her exasperation. Uncle Tony. While comforting Daegu, could you please refrain from appearing so gleeful? Daegu suddenly turned his head. Tony's expression had turned grave, yet the hint of a smile was impossible to conceal. The more Daegu looked at Tony, the more he felt as though he were reveling in his misfortune, igniting an urge to strike him. Caught in the act, Tony felt a tad embarrassed, having been laughing heartily behind Daegu when Shirori inadvertently revealed his amusement. I don't wish to laugh, he retorted, but your luck is just abysmal that if all future encounters involve such formidable monsters, you'll find yourself perpetually on the receiving end of beatings. Daegu was tempted to curse. He couldn't even contend with a beast consumed by darkness, that if he were to face that boss, wouldn't it be certain death for him? He could only look to Qingfeng for assistance. Hoping that the esteemed individual might have a solution, the Qingfeng hesitated. He too was uncertain of the situation. He couldn't ascertain when Gogeta would resurrect. I suspect that, for the time being, he will not return. Otherwise, he would not need to manipulate Golzon. He could simply confront you directly. The ever-caring Shirori expressed her concern for Daegu. Alas, such monsters are beyond Daegu's capability to defeat. Had he not been here today, he would likely have met his end. Daegu shared this sentiment. The two creatures, once tainted by darkness, had become far too powerful for him to handle. It's all right. In a one-on-one encounter, Daegu stands a good chance. This time, it was merely due to his unfamiliarity with Diga's body. As he gradually adapts, he will grow increasingly formidable. Qingfeng reassured they had observed that when Daegu transformed into a powerful form, he had not faltered against Golzon. The struggle arose from the interference of Myerba and a lack of combat experience in a two-on-one scenario. Tony Stark remained unconcerned about Daegu's perilous position. Fight if you can. If not, issue a quest. We can tackle it together. There's always a way. Youngsters should remain calm and composed. While he couldn't directly assist, there were others in the group. And the purpose of the chat group was mutual aid. Should danger arise, they could trigger a reward quest. With the likes of Minyashur and Madara, the former a rider known for his world-destroying capabilities, and the latter hailed as the strongest of the Uchiha clan, surely, with their combined might, Daegu and his allies could prevail against any foe. Tony believed that the earlier battle had been on par with Madara's strength. The battle footage of Madara in the group showcased his clash with the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, a titanic confrontation marked by devastation comparable to Diga's recent skirmish. Daegu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Having just joined the chat group, he was already a source of trouble for everyone. Yet he saw no better alternatives. That boss is not someone you can defeat merely by joining forces. Your collective strength is insufficient. Qingfeng, while not wishing to dampen their spirits, felt compelled to temper their expectations. How strong is that creature? Even with our combined efforts, do we stand no chance? Daegu's determination shone through as he declared. But I will not give up. I shall strive to save the people of this world. His tone was resolute, undeterred by the might of his adversary. Perhaps, Qingfeng replied coolly, that monster could engulf the entire earth in darkness in a remarkably short time. Your powers do not exist on the same plane. Qingfeng casually articulated Gogete's strength, a matter of little concern to him, but an insurmountable challenge for Daegu and his companions. Daegu was profoundly shaken. He had surmised that the enemy was formidable, yet he had not anticipated such overwhelming power. Would he ever truly have the chance to triumph over such a creature? Daegu's inner thoughts began to spiral.